Introduction. In the original text, Luo Feng possesses the inheritance soul seal, intentionally left by the master of the falling star. However, Wang Yi has nothing of the sort. Nevertheless, his innate talent for mental energy is remarkably high thus. Cultivating the heavenly escape secret technique, a form of mental weaponry, poses little challenge for him. The 24-star God's technique, which pertains to the soul, appears to be closely related to the core inheritance of the falling star, the soul seal. To think the 24-star Gods encompasses techniques for attack, confusion, manipulation, and enslavement of souls, Wang Yi marveled upon his initial discovery, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Yet, in comparison to the true soul seal, the 24-star Gods is far less intricate and profound. Chapter 1. Leono. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and as the storm subsided, the sky cleared, allowing the dim yellow sunlight to filter through the scattered clouds, bathing the castle atop the sea cliff in a warm glow. Rainwater cascaded down the seamless castle walls, merging into the rocks, soil, and ocean below, while within those fortified walls, a grand banquet was in full swing. In the expansive hall, a yellow shield adorned with the emblem of a stag leaping from right to left, crowned with a regal diadem, dominated the decor. This emblem, known as the Mobilizing, represented the territory of the Mobilizing family, Wind Whisper Castle. The long tables within Wind Whisper Castle were laden with soft, sweetbreads, cakes, savory pies, and roasted meats, beef, lamb, pork, and horse juicy ribs and sausages teetering on the verge of toppling from their platters. The crowd buzzed with life, each individual clutching a cup, some wooden, some iron, and others crafted from gold or silver, encrusted with precious gems, filled to the brim with fine wine. The selection ranged from the exquisite wines and ciders of Qingting Island to various Alish. Amidst the sumptuous food and drink, spirited conversations flowed until a figure leaped to a height, raising his silver goblet and calling out exuberantly, "Come, esteemed guests, let us raise our glasses to the two new Mobilizing heirs, thanking the Holy Mother for granting us these new lives, and expressing our gratitude to Lady Cassandra." In the bustling hall, countless arms were raised, and in the fragrant wine, cheers erupted. Cassandra, Cassandra. The Holy Mother among the seven gods symbolizes maternal love and nurturing. Legend has it that she bestows new life upon this world. Every pregnant woman embodies the Holy Mother, as does each mother. As the cheers crescendoed, joy reached its zenith, while within one of the castle's chambers, Cassandra Mobilizing remained blissfully unaware. This new mother, having just given birth, gazed lovingly upon her two children, engaging in conversation with her husband, Stephen Mobilizing, who had also refrained from attending the feast, urging him to join the revelry. The current Duke of Wind Whisper Castle, Stephen Mobilizing, declined his wife's request. "There's no need for that, let us discuss it on the day of naming. By the way, Cassandra, have you thought about what names we should bestow upon our two children?" As Duke Stephen spoke, one of the two children cradled in Cassandra's arms suddenly erupted into a fit of giggles, flailing his tiny arms out of the swaddling blanket. As a mother, Cassandra gazed at the little one in the wrap, observing his diminutive limbs and cherubic face. Though his eyes remained closed, his laughter resounded with remarkable joy, stirring boundless affection within her heart. "Look, how blissfully he smiles, how vibrant he appears. Shall we name him Leono? It is your grandfather's name." Duke Stephen's grandfather was Leono Baratheon, the finest knight of the Seven Kingdoms, who earned the moniker the Laughing Storm for his boisterous laughter during battle. Leono Baratheon, too, splendid choice. And what of this gentle little darling? Stephen readily embraced his wife's suggestion, turning his gaze toward the other quiet infant. "This one is yours to name. My dear, is this a test? Let me ponder. How about we name him Renly? Renly Baratheon. A truly wonderful name. My love." Cassandra praised her husband's choice for their son, filling Duke Baratheon with immense satisfaction. Aside from the affectionate display of the Duke and Duchess, the infant Leono Baratheon, also known as Lu Qing, the transmigrator, brimmed with delight. It is essential to introduce our protagonist, Lu Qing, a 21st century Chinese orphan, raised by his grandfather, devoid of any extraordinary talents, save for a stroke of fortuitous luck that granted him passage into the realm of transmigration. After spending a hazy 10 months in the womb, he finally entered the world, greeted by the familiar sound of an electronic synthetic voice. Host detected, transmigration protagonist development system, binding in progress, binding successful. I have become the protagonist. Upon hearing the electronic notification, Lu Qing chuckled in his mother Cassandra's embrace, blissfully unaware that he had been bestowed with his great-grandfather's name. Had he known the circumstances of his naming, he would surely have jested, finding humor in the irony of being reborn as a son, yet inadvertently becoming a grandfather. However, at present, he could not indulge such thoughts. Firstly, he did not comprehend the common tongue of the land of Westeros. Secondly, his attention was wholly captivated by the binding transmigrator system. Next came the eagerly anticipated initiation of the beginner's rewards. Host detected. Successful transmigration confirmed. Awarding beginner's rewards to the transmigrator. The rewards will be granted randomly. Do you wish to receive them? I wish to receive them. Though his eyes had yet to open, Lu Qing was impatient. He yearned to embrace his role as the protagonist. As he cooed, the system bound to his being immediately sprang into action. Randomly dispensing beginner's rewards. Commencing the reward is original manuscript content of the Tao Classic. The prize is a compilation of the Tao Jing, curated by various monks and scholars from the Grand Tian dynasty, encompassing the realms of celestial phenomena, geography, agricultural essentials, medicine, divination, alchemy, and esoteric arts, rendering it a fantastical encyclopedia. This book was conceived for the purpose of disseminating Taoist techniques and celestial methods. However, the Grand Tian dynasty later perceived that its essence could fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, potentially causing turmoil throughout the world if it were to circulate among the populace or neighboring nations. Consequently, they retracted and destroyed the printed copies, eliminating the miscellaneous arts and techniques, preserving only the teachings of the monks for posterity. Currently, a lottery has yielded the original manuscript of the Tao Jing, and it shall be bestowed upon the host. Please prepare. 1, 2, 3. Bestowal. As the system's prompt concluded, Lu Qing felt a sudden influx of information flooding his mind. Before he could fully comprehend it, an alarm blared in his consciousness. Alert, alert. The system has encountered an unknown malfunction. Requesting directives from the terminal for response. Wait a moment. Shouldn't this system belong solely to me? Why is there a terminal involved? And what could possibly breach a transmigration system hackers? Startled by the alarm, Lu Qing realized he had underestimated the situation. This enigmatic transmigration system might not be a gift from fate. Perhaps fate's offerings come with an imperceptible price tag. Receiving terminal commands. The transmigrator system is under attack from the primal consciousness of the Westeros world. Binding cannot continue. Initiating unbinding process. Unbinding successful. System detached. Farewell, host. Goodness, this system is rather polite. Before Lu Qing could even call out, he felt a certain entity within him being severed away. The system, his golden finger, had vanished just like that. As a transmigrator, Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he particularly wished to retain it, rather, the chilling electronic message he had just heard sent a shiver down his spine. It felt as though his mind had been placed within a glass chamber, with every thought and contemplation laid bare for the world to see. Moreover, what was the terminal's intent, and what stance did the primal consciousness of the world hold towards him? Why did the terminal bind the system to him? Would the primal consciousness perceive him as an intruder? Would he be subjected to a cascade of misfortunes? Lu Qing's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, inundated with thoughts until he finally recalled the system's last message. The transmigrator system was under attack from the primal consciousness of the Westeros world. Thus, he was indeed traversing into the realm famously known for its Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, and the rhapsody of certain rotund individual, the continent of Westeros. But to which house had he been transported? As the protagonist, Lu Qing found himself in a state of bewilderment regarding the unfolding events around him. Chapter 2. The Baratheon family. Lu Qing was fervently eager to comprehend everything, yet the frail body of an infant rendered him utterly powerless, leaving him to merely listen to the incessant babble around him and to occasionally receive the soft, tender nourishment that required only a gentle suckle to extract the life-giving milk. With no recourse available, even as a mere brain in a vat, he could do nothing but lie flat. In this state of repose, Lu Qing engaged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, all the while delving into the profound teachings of the Tao Sutra, a text from the Yang God realm that resided in his mind. Although the system had been severed from him by the world's consciousness, the initial draft of the Tao Sutra remained intact, a vast reservoir of knowledge at his disposal. As the system had described, the Tao Sutra was birthed from the Yang God realm, collaboratively penned by the practitioners of the Fengxian Tao, the Taishang Tao, the monks of the Great Zen Temple, and various esteemed scholars. The opening lines presented a grand principle. The world is akin to a bitter sea, and the human body serves as a raft for crossing it, yet the sea of suffering is boundless, and the raft inevitably decays. Only with a steadfast spirit can one abandon the vessel and swim to the shores beyond the tumultuous waters. The corporeal form is destined to decay, whereas the soul endures eternally. With this philosophical foundation, the Tao techniques of the Yang God realm focus on the cultivation of the soul, meticulously categorized into 10 distinct levels. Concentration, shell exit, night wandering, day wandering, object manipulation, manifestation, possession, soul snatching, thunder tribulation, and Yang God. Although the system's rewards were based on the initial draft of the Tao Sutra, which lacked the ultimate teachings found in the esteemed scriptures of the Taishang Tao and the Great Zen Temple, the content was comprehensive, preserving all critical elements and prohibitions in their entirety. Constrained by his youthful form, Lu Qing fully immersed himself in the study, gradually adhering to the instructions within the Tao Sutra. Each day, he suckled from his mother, cultivating inner tranquility, allowing his thoughts to settle, and visualizing the pagoda at his brow, utilizing the nascent vitality within him to refine his soul. As time progressed, he slowly opened his eyes and, on his naming day, received his formal title, Leonor Baratheon. During the feast of his naming day, cradled in the arms of his wet nurse, he comprehended the significance of the majestic stag banner adorning the banquet hall, realizing the lineage into which he had been born. Bearing the motto, "Fury engulfs the plains," the Baratheon family was one that resided in the heart of the stormlands. This revelation was somewhat disheartening. Having come to this understanding, Lu Qing, or rather Leonor, felt a throbbing headache. Though he had never perused Martin's original work, he was well acquainted with the impending trajectory of this world through television adaptations and educational videos. In the grand Game of Thrones, the Baratheon family was, at the outset of the narrative, the possessors of the Iron Throne, the pinnacle of power on the continent of Westeros. Situated at the epicenter of the storm, as the game of power unfolded, one Baratheon after another would meet their demise either through treachery, assassination, or bearing the grim label of kinslaying. In summary, it was a state of either certain death or a lingering wait for death. What a farcical predicament. Leonor, whose spirit had been steadily calming through his meditative practices, found himself in turmoil upon this grim realization. Yet fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. As he nestled in his mother's embrace, he often heard the ample woman refer to him as Leonor, while calling the little one beside him, his twin, Gendry. His current identity is that of Leonor Baratheon, the third son of Duke Stephen Baratheon of Storm's End. Above him are his elder brothers, Robert Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon, while his younger brother is Gendry Baratheon. The Baratheon family has yet to claim the Iron Throne, remaining the Lords of Storm's End in the south. However, with Robert Baratheon poised to ascend the Iron Throne, this situation is unlikely to endure for long. Regrettably, Leonor finds himself lamenting not having read this tale earlier, as his knowledge of the Baratheon family is limited to understanding that Robert Baratheon is a corpulent king, leaving him woefully ignorant of the family's other affairs. Now, constrained by his physical condition and linguistic limitations, he is unable to gather information from other sources. Remaining largely uninformed about the outside world, Leonor attentively listens to the conversations of the wet nurses, his parents, and the servants, absorbing their pronunciation in preparation for his own speech and literacy. Time passed unremarkably, and Leonor gradually matured, showcasing his remarkable linguistic aptitude to those around him. In truth, his talent was modest. After eavesdropping on conversations for several months, perhaps it was several months, or maybe a year, eventually deduced the probable meanings of various words and quietly practiced his accent. Once he began to articulate words, the Baratheon family, adhering to noble tradition, appointed a scholar named Maester Crescent to educate him, guiding him in the narratives of the Common Tongue and High Valyrian. The primary language of Westeros is the Common Tongue, though it has numerous dialects due to regional variations. Among the nobility, another prominent language is High Valyrian. High Valyrian is the mother tongue of House Targaryen, the current rulers of the Iron Throne, and the language of the ancient freehold of Valyria. The Targaryens were once the rulers of the ancient stronghold of Valyria, where they mastered the art of dragon taming and breeding. After Valyria's cataclysmic downfall, the Targaryens arrived on the continent of Westeros with 3 dragons, conquering the Undul, Rhoynar, and First Men, forging a throne from the swords of their vanquished foes, symbolizing the pinnacle of power, the Iron Throne. Upon learning of the Targaryen family's storied history, Leonor noted a resemblance between the Iron Throne and the He Shur Bai of China. Both hold intrinsic value derived from their symbolic significance, inciting countless individuals to pursue them fervently. The He has undergone various transformations and exchanges, ultimately fading into history. Although successive dynasties claimed possession of the precious gem, most were merely replicas. Subsequent claimants to power ceased to assert ownership of the He recognizing that its symbolic value far surpassed its tangible worth at the twilight of the Tang dynasty. The warlord Zhu once articulated the harsh truth. The emperor belongs to the one with a strong army and robust horses. Leonor pondered that the ultimate fate of the Iron Throne might mirror that of the He. As the years unfolded, Leonor mastered the universal tongue and the Valyrian language, allowing him to traverse the world, marveling at all that surrounded him, blissfully unaware of the absence of two familiar figures. It was not until that fateful afternoon, following the passage of a tempest, that the entire Wind's Whisper Keep erupted in commotion. The storm originated from the southeastern corner of Westeros, where it loomed over coastal cliffs, rendering the area perpetually tempestuous. Whenever a colossal storm approached, local inhabitants would flock in droves to seek refuge within the fortress, for it was rumored that the Wind's Whisper Keep was constructed through sorcery, the only bastion capable of withstanding the gales from the narrow sea. After each storm, chaos ensued within the castle, and as Leonor, newly adept at walking, absorbed the tales imparted by Maester Crescent regarding the magical origins of their family castle, he was abruptly scooped up by the old nurse Mycela and carried into the hall. Inside the castle's grand hall, a cacophony erupted, filled with voices raised in argument. Among them his brother, Robert Baratheon, who had returned from the Eyrie 2 years past, and their uncle, Harbert Baratheon. Robert possessed a strikingly handsome visage, starkly contrasting with the corpulent king depicted in the series. His black hair was meticulously groomed. He appeared furious, standing before his tightly lipped brother Stannis and vociferously rebuking him. "It is all the Targaryens' fault. Had it not been for that accursed dragon's command, my father would never have sailed to Volantis, nor would he have encountered this storm." Harbert, the eldest of the Baratheons, a third son of Duke Leonor and the uncle of Robert, with his white beard and weathered visage, vehemently countered his nephew's claims. "Robert, mind your words. Your father's demise has no bearing on His Majesty the King. It was merely the stranger who summoned him. Regardless of the Targaryens' nature, they were the rightful possessors of the Iron Throne, and to offend them carelessly could spell disaster for the Baratheon family." This was Harbert's consideration, however. The 16-year-old Robert remained oblivious to such nuances. Sent to the Eyrie at the tender age of 9 to serve as a ward of House Arryn, he had barely returned for 2 years before his parents met their end at sea. His hatred for the Targaryens festered, prompting him to curse them openly in the public forum. As the quarrel escalated, Leonor, cradled in Nurse Mycela's arms, was struck with shock, realizing for the first time that the Baratheon couple, who often observed him as he wrote and spoke, were absent. From the exchange between his brother Robert and their uncle, it became apparent that they had ventured to the trade city of Volantis in Essos on the king's business, only to be beset by a storm upon their return. Leonor felt a profound weight in her heart, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment as she began to surmise how the Iron Throne, belonging to the Targaryens, had come to rest in the hands of the Baratheons. Chapter 3. The erroneous spring amidst the clamor. The truth remains irretrievable. Duke Stephen Baratheon and his wife, Cassena Ismond Baratheon, found themselves ensnared in a tempest while at sea, in pursuit of a suitable bride for the crown Prince Rhaegar under the reign of King Aerys II. When the rescue fleet eventually returned, it brought back only a jester with a visage adorned in red and green squares, alongside a letter penned by Duke Stephen. This correspondence, written during their return voyage, was intended for King Aerys II. In his missive, he expressed his apologies to the king, lamenting the failure to locate a fitting candidate for the royal bride. Instead, he had discovered an intriguing jester, skilled in conjuring tricks, riddles, and magic, who could sing in 4 languages. He resolved to bring this jester back with him. Duke Stephen believed that this square-faced jester might endear himself to his son Robert, while also coaxing a smile from his less jovial younger son, Stannis. It is evident that even in his final moments, Duke Stephen harbored thoughts of his children, yet he could not foresee his demise beneath the waves. The jester he mentioned was indeed rescued from the depths, but alas, he had succumbed to madness, bereft of his theatrical skills, magic, and even his own memories. Reduced to foolish laughter and intermittent convulsions, the rift between the Baratheons and Targaryens had thus been unwittingly forged. Following this, a grand funeral was held at Storm's End, presided over by the venerable Bishop Harby of the local faith of the Seven. Numerous guests attended the somber event, including the Lannister family from Casterly Rock, the Tyrells from Highgarden, the Tullys from Riverrun, and representatives from Dorne. Even the royal Targaryen family dispatched Lord Owen Martell to offer their condolences. Among the attendees was Lord Rickard Stark of Winterfell, accompanied by his eldest son Brandon, his second son Eddard, and his daughter Lyanna. From the east came Lord Jon Arryn and his nephew Albert. The Stark and Arryn families shared a unique bond, as Rickard's second son Eddard and Robert had grown up together as foster sons of Jon Arryn. Eddard's presence provided solace to the irritable Robert, while also extending congratulations. With Duke Stephen's passing, Robert Baratheon, as the eldest son, automatically ascended to the role of Lord of Storm's End, the Lord of the Stormlands, and its protector. Rickard extended his felicitations on this occasion and announced another piece of joyous news. His daughter Lyanna would wed the newly minted Duke Robert, while his eldest son would marry Catelyn Tully, the eldest daughter of House Tully. Duke Hotine Tully confirmed Rickard's declarations, stating that his eldest daughter would indeed marry Brandon, while his second daughter would wed the widowed Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie. The customs of Westeros differ significantly from those of the Huasha, where the notion of a foster son becoming a brother-in-law is not uncommon. In fact, the Targaryen royal family once indulged in the unsettling practice of consanguineous marriages to preserve their bloodline. However, this tradition was curtailed by a devout king of the Seven Gods, who enacted laws prohibiting such unions. In Westeros, the concept of mourning is also rather absent. Thus, announcements made during funerals do not come across as jarring, but rather bear a semblance of good fortune. Many minor nobles busily rushed forward to offer their congratulations, while Leonor, a mere observer, felt a growing sense of unease. Recently, Leonor had been studying the heraldic maxims of various families in Westeros under the tutelage of Master Clyson. He was acutely aware of the significance of House Stark, House Arryn, and House Tully. These three families are the preeminent nobility of the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands respectively. Particularly, the Starks and the Arryns serve as the lords and protectors of their regions, while House Tully, although distinguished, lacks the titles of lord and protector and does not wield complete control over the Riverlands, despite their considerable strength. The essential point is that these three houses have formed matrimonial alliances with House Baratheon, creating a power dynamic that poses a threat to the Iron Throne. Leonor recalled the various uprisings throughout Chinese history, understanding that rebellion is not predicated on justification but rather on the possession of strength. Once one has power, any rationale can be fabricated, especially since grievances have long been established. The rebel faction has now taken shape, with Robert harboring a burgeoning disdain for the Targaryens following his father's demise. It seems the prelude to war is imminent. Leonor's assumptions were not unfounded. In the ensuing time, his brother Robert did not adhere to the customary practice of visiting the capital, King's Landing, to pay homage to King Aerys II. It is said that Aerys II has succumbed to madness after experiencing a rebellion 4 years prior, narrowly escaping death. Since then, he has sequestered himself within his castle, consumed by paranoia, seemingly neglecting the impending visit of the newly appointed Duke of Storm's End. Having safely navigated over 2 years, Leonor's physique had grown robust, allowing him to roam energetically within Storm's End, while his younger brother, Bran, was just beginning to babble and take his first steps. The spirited young Bran brought joy to Robert, who only appeared to smile in his presence. At other times, he remained sullen, either drinking or courting women. Leonor heard whispers of his elder brother's indiscretions, including a bastard he conceived while residing in the Eyrie at the tender age of 14 or 15. While Leonor harbored a plethora of grievances regarding his brother, he found himself powerless to intervene. Being scarcely 4 years old and left to entertain himself, he spent his days exploring Storm's End, adhering to Master Clyson's teachings, seeking to uncover the magic embedded within the castle. According to the family history imparted by Clyson, House Baratheon can be divided into 2 distinct epochs. Contemporary historians in Westeros classify its history into 2 segments, marked by the establishment of the kingdom by the first Targaryen king, Aegon, heralding the year of conquest. Before the conquest year, there existed 3 epochs spanning over 10,000 years, and the early history of the Baelish family commences from the dawn of the earliest age. In that era, there was a man named Duran, known as the God-Hater, who purportedly married the daughter of the wind god and the sea god, named Enid. Consequently, storms frequently ravaged his dominion, leading to the destruction of his castle 6 times. Unyielding, Duran constructed his castle for the 7th time, allegedly with the aid of a boy named Brandon and the mystical Forest Children. It was the magic of the Forest Children that enabled the fortification known as Wind's Rest to withstand the tempests. The boy Brandon is said to be the progenitor of House Stark, often referred to as Brandon the Builder, for he erected the wall, a formidable barrier that thwarted the White Walkers. The current Duke of Stark, Rickard, has a son named Brandon, which elicited some jest from Leonor, who limited the limited vocabulary of the common tongue in Westeros. To distinguish individuals with the same name, the people of Westeros often append nicknames or suffixes. For instance, the first head of House Stark is called Brandon the Builder, while Leono's full name is Leono, son of Stephen, or Leono Baelish II. Returning to the matter at hand. It is said that magic exists within the wall that prevents the White Walkers from crossing, much like the fortification of Wind's Rest. Leono, intrigued by magic, soon found answers within the ancient walls of the castle. These venerable walls were constructed from a cement-like mixture and stones, showcasing a remarkable modern technique. Yet this was not their most extraordinary aspect. The true marvel lay in the profound thoughts embedded within the cement and stones. Leono practiced meditation and was particularly sensitive to the essence of the soul, allowing him to perceive the thoughts within the cement and stones with acute clarity. As his fingers grazed the stones and the binding cement, he could hear the silent currents of thought resonating in his mind. This pervasive thought coursed through every brick of the castle, ensuring a meticulous coherence that anchored it deep within the earth, impervious to the storms. Clearly, the magic of Westeros resembles the Taoist arts of the realm of the sun god. The Taoist arts are, in essence, magic. To further his understanding, Leono sought out Master Clarison to inquire about magic and the Forest Children, for it is said that magic belongs to the Forest Children. And while the ancients possess some knowledge, its true origins lie with them. Master Clarison is a learned scholar, though esotericism is not his specialty. And he is also preoccupied with preparing supplies for Stannis. Under Robert's leadership, the Baelish family is set to journey to Harrenhal to participate in a tournament hosted by the local Earl of Riverlands, with Stannis accompanying them. This year's climate feels amiss. It should be winter, yet it has transformed into a balmy spring. After a lengthy discourse from the elderly Cleason, he turned his attention to Leono, admonishing him. Leono, if I were in your position, I would devote my focus more towards history or philosophy, if not, then at least medicine. The old gods are hardly worthy of your concern. The children of the forest have long been extinct, and the Stark family still fancies themselves as wargs. Wargs? This was a novel term for Leono. It refers to the belief among the Stark lineage that their consciousness can inhabit the bodies of wolves. Enough of such ethereal matters. What you should be pursuing is knowledge, not religion. Cleason, somewhat irked, chose to disregard Leono, who, in turn, remained unfazed, albeit intrigued, as the notion of wargs sounded rather akin to possession. Chapter 4. The climate of Westeros. The realm of Taoist cultivation is divided into 10 stages: tranquility of spirit, shell emergence, night wandering, day wandering, object manipulation, manifestation, possession, soul transference, thunder tribulation, and solar deity. Among these, the principal ability attained at the stage of possession is the power to forcibly attach one's soul to a living entity. The later stage of soul transference involves completely abandoning one's physical form, with the soul existing independently, known as a ghostly immortal. Leono was elated to discover parallels between the magical practices of Westeros and his Taoist teachings, yet regrettably, the scholars appeared disinclined towards magic, hindering his quest for further knowledge. Soon, Robb, accompanied by Stannis, journeyed to Harrenhal, with their aged uncle, Harbert, also in attendance. All affairs of Storm's End were entrusted to Cleason, appointed as the manager, while Leono served as the nominal acting lord, merely a rubber stamp for the old scholar. His daily tasks consisted of seated at the long table in the Great Hall of Storm's End alongside Lancel, feasting on pies and sipping juice, observing how the old scholar mediated disputes among the noble and common folk of the Stormlands. The Baratheon lineage has long held the titles of Lord and Protector of the Stormlands, with the lordship entailing governance over the nobility, while the Protector possesses military authority. The two roles can indeed be unified, as nobility are, by definition, lords who wield complete privileges over their domains, provided they do not betray the kingdom or its traditions, which is why peculiar customs such as the right of the first night and marriage taxes exist. Nobles who hold both lordship and protection are the true grandees who govern their realms. Conversely, families like the Tully of Riverrun, despite their considerable strength, lack the command to govern the entirety of the Riverlands. The nobility of the Stormlands in the continent of Westeros operates primarily as familial units, serving their lords, who, when in need, summon knights to assist in warfare. In turn, lords must help maintain their dominion, mediating noble disputes and civil litigation. When Duke Stephen had recently passed, numerous disputes arose among the nobility, such as a shepherd from one house claiming that the younger son of the Earl of Catherine had stolen his sheep, and the illegitimate offspring of the grandson family in King's Landing hunting deer, which, under current laws, only nobles are permitted to do. As Robb personally wielded a hammer to shatter the bones of the second son of the Earl of Carhold and severed the hands of a bastard from the Grandison family, all disputes dissipated. Now, it was Leonor's turn to serve as the arbiter, and the noble disputes had become remarkably scarce. Only 2 farmers quarreled over their lands, but their matters were swiftly resolved, leading to discussions among the officials regarding the management of the territory this year. The climate of Westeros is notoriously fickle. Akin to the Great Sea where each island experiences but a single season, so too does each year in Westeros unfold under a singular climate. At times, it is a year of winter, at others, a year of spring, and occasionally a year of summer, cycling through the seasons. Most of the time, the weather remains stable. Barring the harsh winters and prolonged droughts of summer, the climate is generally tolerable. However, according to the learned scholars of the Citadel, this year was indeed marked by the bitter chill of winter, with the first half of the year exhibiting the expected cold. Yet, before the harshness of the year had fully elapsed, the weather began to warm, and whispers spread that the winter roses in Winterfell's gardens had begun to bloom. The north is far colder than the south, and the blooming of the roses in Winterfell signifies a genuine shift toward warmer weather. A mild climate is undoubtedly advantageous. It spares the farmers from the grips of extreme cold and hunger, allowing them to tend to their fields in anticipation of a bountiful harvest. Yet, for the nobles who had hoarded grain for an entire year, the early arrival of spring is a double-edged sword. It not only heralds rising temperatures and the potential spoilage of their stored grain, but it also indicates that the common folk would require less sustenance, leading to potential financial losses for the lords. Indeed, the bitter cold and hunger of winter represent a lucrative opportunity for the nobility. They stockpile vast quantities of grain, capitalizing on the harsh conditions to inflate prices while offering loans to the populace and merchants. Charging exorbitant interest is merely standard practice. With spring's premature arrival, those nobles who had anticipated substantial profits now faced considerable losses, prompting them to beseech their lord for assistance. This, too, is the responsibility of a feudal lord, to safeguard the interests of his vassals, lest they refuse to recognize his authority. Master Cleeson's solution involved soothing the nobles and assisting them in finding avenues within trade city-states to sell their grain, hastily disposing of their stock. Indeed, the Baratheons, as members of the nefarious feudal aristocracy, partake in the exploitation of the common folk and engage in speculative practices, albeit without resorting to usury. Yet, all who do engage in usury must pay taxes to the Baratheons, given that even the lord himself might incur losses. The nobles found it unwise to express their grievances too openly, thus opting to suppress their discontent for the time being. Leonor, having discerned the unfolding situation, felt a sense of disquiet as he observed from the sidelines. Reluctant to intervene, yet acutely aware of the significance of grain in warfare, he could not afford to be indifferent. In a moment of solitude, he approached Cleeson for a conversation, inquiring whether it might be possible to amass some grain reserves within the castle. He was met with an unequivocal refusal from Cleeson. No. Our current capabilities do not permit the storage of substantial quantities of grain, and any reserves must be sold immediately. Otherwise, they will spoil. The grain storage operations at Wind's Breath Fortress are conducted solely in the middle of each year, with a 3-year reserve accumulated from the previous year's harvest, followed by a clearance sale during the winter months. This method not only maintains the territory's security and prevents famine but also yields substantial profits, thus serving as a dual-purpose strategy. Leonor's proposed method for grain storage proved impractical, for he lacked the necessary techniques to enhance the reserves. However, he did present an alternative idea. Could we not ferment the grain into wine for preservation? While grains may spoil, surely wine would endure. The twinkle of surprise sparked in Cleeson's aged eyes. Indeed, the longevity of wine should allow for its sale, even after several years. After a moment's contemplation, Cleeson deemed the plan remarkably feasible and nodded in agreement, saying, "Perhaps we should give it a try, Leonor. Your thoughts are commendable. You ought to engage your mind in such matters more often. In the future, you might assist Stannis in managing the stormlands alongside Robert." He also praised Leonor, who couldn't help but beam with a sense of pride. Thus, a makeshift workshop was swiftly erected within Wind's Breath Fortress. Cleeson summoned the Master Brewer Board, capitalizing on the farmer's idle season. Bags upon bags of barley, oats, and corn were retrieved from the cellars and storages, boiled, fermented, and filtered through various processes to produce wine for storage. Heeding Leonor's insight, Cleeson recognized the convenience of storing wine, intending to purchase grain from the nobles at a fair price after receiving Robert's approval from Harrenhal. Before long, the grain within Wind's Breath cellars was transformed into barrel upon barrel of beer, ale, and spirits, while the stables became piled high with spent grain. The wine was stored in the cellars, awaiting consumption or sale. Consumption could offset banquet expenses, while sale would yield profits once the wine prices appreciated, albeit not immediately. For the transformation of grain into wine was not solely an idea conceived by the Baratheons. Only a family of their stature possessed the capital to store wine for future sale. Overall, the Baratheons reaped modest profits from this venture, opening a new industry and simultaneously enhancing their prestige. The diligent Clizzen was delighted in managing affairs, frequently extolling Leonor's wisdom to others. However, this joy was soon overshadowed by a more explosive piece of news. Robert's participation in the tournament at Harrenhal had encountered complications. Chapter 5. The Queen of Love and Beauty. The tournament is a revered tradition in Westeros, specifically established for knights and those aspiring to knighthood. It typically involves a gathering of individuals engaging in one-on-one or team-based contests of swordsmanship, horsemanship, and lance skills. The fundamental rule of this gathering is the selection of a Queen of Love and Beauty, typically the daughter of the host. In this realm of love and beauty, the queen is guarded by 5 original protectors, while others may challenge these 5 for their positions. Concurrently, challenges will arise among the 5 guardians themselves until a final victor emerges as the champion. The champion is bestowed with the privilege of presenting the queen's garland, symbolizing love and beauty, to a maiden of his choosing, typically as a declaration of affection. This year, the champion of the Harrenburg tournament is Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, reputed for his extraordinary beauty, who vanquished numerous knights, including Robert. However, during the final presentation of the garland, he bypassed his own wife, Princess Elia Martell, and bestowed the garland upon Lyanna Stark, who was seated beside her betrothed, Robert. Since the passing of Steffan, Robert has been melancholic, indulging in wine and women. And Rhaegar's audacious act incited his wrath. Although restrained by his uncle, Harbert, at the event, upon returning to Storm's End, he unleashed his fury, shattering plates and overturning chairs in a relentless display of anger. To speak candidly, Leonor harbored some disappointment in his brother, perceiving him as lacking in stature. Yet, he could understand that Rhaegar's actions were excessive, and he too would have drawn his sword and questioned his own prowess. Regardless, yet another debt was added to the Targaryens and Baratheons. Upon returning to Storm's End, Uncle Harbert soon fell ill, and Robert, feeling discontent, set sail for the eastern city of Eagle's Nest. Old Harbert did not survive the year that was meant to be winter, passing away in the warm climate. And together they buried him, marking the end of the one last person who could have restrained Robert. Subsequently, all responsibilities at Storm's End fell upon Stannis. Diligently aided by Maester Cresson, Leonor found himself carefree, as his wet nurse Mycela introduced him to a companion named Vincent Storm. In Westeros, it seems that bastards are afforded particular attention. Depending on the region, they are given surnames, such as Snow in the north, Sand in the east, and Storm in the stormlands. Vincent, at the age of 8, is Mycela's eldest son, his father unknown, but likely a nameless noble, perhaps even a distant relative of Leonor. Mycela brought him to Leonor, hoping he might serve as a squire, with aspirations of becoming a knight in the future. Aware of the connections within the noble circles, Leonor did not mind, nurturing Vincent's education in literacy and arithmetic. Vincent proved to be diligent, eschewing the trivial games of rural children, obediently following directions, learning steadily, albeit with a solid foundation. When Leonor's spirits lifted, he took the opportunity to venture into the city, occasionally requesting a nightly escort from Ser Gawain. They rode ponies to the outskirts of Windrest Keep, exploring the surrounding forests and farmlands. As the year 282 of the conquest approached its end, and with Leonor nearly 4 years of age, a black raven flew into the spire of Windrest Keep, delivering a letter to Maester Cleason. The contents of the letter bore a grave warning. Just 2 days prior, a significant event had transpired in King's Landing. Duke Rickard Stark of Winterfell, accompanied by his eldest son, Brandon Stark, had intruded upon the Red Keep with the intent to assassinate Prince Rhaegar. However, he was captured by the King's guards, and most of his companions were slain on the spot. In retribution for Brandon Stark's transgressions, King Aerys II executed Duke Rickard Stark by fire while he was in King's Landing and dispatched men to pursue Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, rumored to be complicit in the conspiracy. This news struck Maester Cleason like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless, and he swiftly relayed the information to Stannis. Stannis' reaction mirrored that of Maester Cleason, though Leonor remained unfazed. The rebellion's factions had formed alliances to such a degree that it would be unwise for King Aerys II not to respond. Why, he pondered. Would the king resort to burning Rickard Stark? Would it not be more prudent to detain him and leverage the threat against the north? Furthermore, why involve Robert at all? Surely, isolating the Starks while uniting the majority against a minority would be the logical strategy. Was the king truly afraid that the Starks and Baratheons might unite too closely? Leonor found Aerys II's actions perplexing, yet this was not the time for inquiries. In King's Landing, the source of the notification remained unclear, but it was evident that the Baratheon family was in peril. Without regard for his youth, Leonor raised the issue during the family council. Stannis and Cleason were already aware of the need to respond. Both men were equally baffled. Yet this did not hinder them from dispatching scouts for intelligence while tightening security around Windrest Keep, hastening the collection of provisions and preparing for war. Soon, they received more detailed information confirming the events within the Red Keep. The underlying reason for Brandon Stark's intrusion stemmed from the abduction of his sister, Lyanna Stark, by none other than the Targaryen heir, Rhaegar. The prince had publicly honored Lyanna with a wreath of love and beauty during last year's spring tourney, inciting Robert's fury and becoming a scandal among the nobility, as he was already wed to Princess Elia Martell of Dorne. Now, having forcibly taken Lyanna and confined her in the southern Tower of Pleasure, it was no wonder that Brandon Stark was filled with rage. Brandon Stark, accompanied by his retainers Ethan Glover, Joffrey Mallister, and Kelly Royce, along with his companion Albert Arryn, stormed into the Red Keep. Unfortunately, Prince Rhaegar was absent at the time. The impulsive demeanor of the young men incited the wrath of King Aerys II. The king commanded his guards to seize several of them, apart from Brandon and Ethan Glover. The future heir of the Eyrie, Jon Arryn's nephew and adopted heir, Albert Arryn, was executed on the spot. Following this tragic event, Duke Rickard Stark, in a desperate bid to save his son, implored King Aerys II for a trial by combat. This ancient form of duel in Westeros could be invoked when disputes remained unresolved, with the victor prevailing and the vanquished silenced. Although Aerys II ostensibly acquiesced, once Rickard donned his armor, he dishonorably ordered that Rickard be hanged and burned alive with wildfire. Witnessing his father perish before him, the bound Brandon, consumed by grief and rage, hanged himself with the very ropes that restrained him. Ultimately, aside from Brandon's retainer Ethan Glover, no one survived this calamity. King Aerys II also dispatched messengers to ascertain that Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark were at the Eyrie with their foster father, Jon Arryn, thus sending emissaries to summon them. Disaster loomed. Upon receiving this information, Stannis and Renly sensed impending doom, while Lionel, in a moment of clarity, finally grasped why Aerys II had implicated his elder brother. However, the question remained, what course of action would Lord Jon Arryn take? Lionel harbored little faith in the nobility's honor. Even though Jon Arryn's nephew Albert had perished in this turmoil, Robert and Eddard were his favored wards. Yet, the struggle for power often necessitated the sacrifice of fathers and brothers alike. Lionel's concerns, however, were unwarranted, for amidst the chaos, Robert had already returned by ship. Chapter 6. Let the flames of wrath ignite. Robert arrived in the stormlands clad in bloodied armor, wielding a black warhammer. Upon entering the castle, he announced to Stannis, Ser Gresson, and the instructor from Storm's End, Gavin Hightower, his intent to rally the nobles of the Stormlands to join an alliance of Stark, Arryn, Tully, and other forces opposing the mad King Aerys II. Undoubtedly, Robert's declaration provoked immediate dissent from the young Stannis. Are you mad? Robert retorted without hesitation, Indeed, I am. Dear brother, do you not perceive that the Targaryen dragons have marked us as a thorn in their side? Aerys too has gone mad. He burned Duke Rickard alive within the Red Keep, while Brandon watched helplessly, ultimately taking his own life in despair. Robert's response was unwavering and impassioned. My great-grandfather, Lionel Baratheon, once rose against the Targaryens, and look what it brought him. It allowed my grandfather, Duke Mond, to wed the Targaryen princess, Rhaella. Dragon blood flows through my veins. My father, Duke Stephen, ventured into perilous seas to select a bride for Rhaegar, only for him to abduct my betrothed. I shall exact my vengeance, blood for blood. The Iron Throne rightfully belongs to House Targaryen, and the blood of Targaryen flows through my veins. Robert's words resonated with authority, leaving Stannis unable to counter. While the other traveler, Leonor, stood agape in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his family's rebellion had precedent. Indeed, the first Leonor, known as the Laughing Storm, had once risen against the Targaryens. His insurrection was sparked by a grievance akin to Robert's, however. The distinction lay in the fact that Duke Leonor's daughter had been jilted by Prince Duncan of the Targaryens. The Targaryen royal family had demanded Prince Duncan choose between the Iron Throne and love, and he resolutely forsook the throne, thus bringing shame upon House Baratheon. This humiliation prompted the Laughing Storm's retaliatory uprising. Furthermore, due to the Targaryen family's prior missteps, they found no support for their cause and ultimately had to placate the conflict by stripping Duncan of his claim to the throne and bestowing Princess Rhaella upon the Laughing Storm's firstborn, Mond, thereby intertwining Baratheon blood with that of the royal lineage. This blood connection, coupled with the echoes of past transgressions, compelled Robert to emulate his forebear and seek a seat upon the Iron Throne. His declaration left Stannis, Maester Cresson, and even Sir Gawain Wild at a loss for retort. The laws of Westeros dictate that bloodlines reign supreme. By lineage, Robert holds a claim, and morally, the Targaryens are culpable. as Ares too even violated the traditions of trial by combat. Most crucially, there exists a cautionary tale to heed. The prospect of halting Robert's fervor rendered others speechless. Yet they could only watch helplessly as his family approached the executioner's block. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room, and just as Robert's fury intensified, a childish voice broke through the tension. Then let the flames of wrath blaze forth. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Starks and Arryns have become our allies. Alongside the Tullus of the Riverlands as support, Ares too will not overlook a threat to the Iron Throne, especially now that the dragons have vanished. All turned to the source of the voice, discovering the 3-year-old imp, Leonor, perched upon the table, the very traveler himself. Leonor's astute analysis awakened a realization in the assembly. The royal family was devoid of dragons. What had enabled the Targaryens to conquer the continent of Westeros? Dragons, fiery dragons. Now, having been absent from the skies for decades, the Targaryen family's might has waned. While House Baratheon counts the Starks, Arryns, and Tullus as allies, their strength now a cause for concern for the Iron Throne. Should the Iron Throne regain its strength, retaliation would be inevitable. Thus, if not now, when? Forgive me, Father, Stannis sighed. But his gaze hardened with resolve. Let the flames of wrath blaze forth. Let the flames of wrath spread. Let the flames of wrath spread. The cries grew increasingly fervent. And amidst the tumult, Robert, initially seething with anger, could not help but smile, casting a meaningful glance at the figure of the carrot-headed man standing atop the table, shouting in unison with the crowd. Soon, the populace of Storm's End was mobilized, and messengers were dispatched, summoning the nobles of the Stormlands. The summoned lords gradually made their way to the assembly outside Storm's End, where the citizens had formed a long queue. Prior to the commencement of the meeting, Stannis, responsible for welcoming the guests, efficiently accounted for those present, noting that only 3 noble families were absent: the Karstarks of White Harbor, the Valerians of Driftmark, and the Freys of the Twins. It was evident that these 3 houses had already allied themselves with the Crown Loyalists. During the meeting, Robert reiterated his intentions to rebel, demanding that all nobles adhere to the customary allegiance to House Baratheon and muster their forces in support. He recounted his prior declaration within the walls of Storm's End, which was both reasonable and compelling. Additionally, he revealed that upon his return from the Eyrie, he had slain the commander of the Royalist forces in the town of Seagull. The armies of the Vale's Lord Jon Arryn and House Stark of the North were already assembled and poised to march southward. Upon hearing this news, the nobles of the Stormlands unanimously acquiesced. It was not that they were unwilling, but rather that they were unable to refuse. For their very lives were at stake within Storm's End. Ser Gavin Wilder and his soldiers stood guard outside the hall, ready to storm in and seize any lord who dared to defy Robert's summons, hurling them from the high tower. Thus, under duress, the lords were ensnared in the machinations of House Baratheon, compelled to send word back to their homes to gather their troops. In short order, a formidable force of 5,000 was assembled, and scouts dispatched soon returned with intelligence. The loyalists within the Stormlands were converging towards Summerhall. This site, located at the confluence of Dorne, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands, was originally a royal summer palace, tragically destroyed in a catastrophic fire. The previously mentioned Prince Duncan, who had sought to annul his engagement to the Baratheons, was the son of Aegon V, who had once attempted to hatch dragon eggs there, inadvertently igniting a blaze that claimed the lives of many nobles, including father and son, leading to what is now referred to as the tragedy of Summerhall. This conflagration not only decimated the Targaryen lineage but also obliterated the once grand royal summer residence. Today, the ruins of the royal palace became the gathering place for the loyalists in the Stormlands. Upon receiving this intelligence, Robert wasted no time and set forth with his army. Departing at dawn, he soon received news of victory as the sun began to rise, having decisively defeated the Karstark family of White Harbor en route to Summerhall. At noon, the Grandson family of All-Seeing City was vanquished, and by evening, Robert had brutally slain the Earl of Fallenwood. A triumphant day marked by 3 victories. It was Leonor's first realization that, aside from indulging in drink and women, his elder brother had also fathered an illegitimate child. It appeared that his combat prowess was indeed formidable. However, this astonishment was swiftly supplanted by other considerations. Chapter 7. The Siege of Wind Whisper Fortress beneath the fluttering banner of the majestic crown stag. Wind Whisper Fortress was adorned with a myriad of flags. The starry purple lightning banner of the Dandelion family, the black nightingale banner of the Carlin family, the 3 ears of wheat flag of the Selmy family, and the black and white swan emblem of the Swin family. Countless other flags represented the martial strength of various families from the Stormlands. Among the most recent additions were the fawn-leaping banner of the Cavallin family, the black and green crescent of the Fair family, and the black lion flag of the Grandson family. Indeed, even the Fair family, whose patriarch had just been slain by Robert, was now led by the late Earl's son, Silveraxe Fair, as they joined forces with the very man who had avenged their father. Such is the capricious nature of nobility in the feudal era, where loyalty is but a fleeting notion. Leonor felt an absurd sense that the armies of the Cavalan and the other families were converging upon the Grand Hall, not out of allegiance to King Iris II, but rather due to a misunderstanding of their path, mistakenly believing they were gathering at Windwhisper Fortress. When they encountered Robert, they likely mistook him for a welcoming figure, only to be met with a brutal thrashing, forcing them to feign compliance, desperately concealing their ignorance of the route. How absurd. The notion of 3 victories in a single day seemed almost comical to Leonor. He couldn't help but scoff at the feudal armies. Yet he recognized that the world remained entrenched in the era of feudalism, where noble allegiances were as fickle as the wind, swaying to and fro. Amidst Leonor's musings, he heard hearty laughter. His brother Robert was reveling with the Cavalan, grandson, and the newly appointed Earl of Fair, each embracing a local woman of the evening. Unable to bear the sight of nobles cavorting with such women, Leonor shook his head and departed. As Windwhisper Fortress regained its strength, more troops arrived in the following days, comprised of lesser-known nobles from distant corners and aspiring hedge knights, those without fiefs. No matter how many came, Robert welcomed them all. Leonor quietly observed as Robert assembled a motley army of courtesans, destitute beggars, and robust farmers, seemingly indifferent to the task at hand as they prepared to march southward. Robert left only a small contingent at Windwhisper Fortress, yet he exhibited a semblance of conscience, for his journey south was intended to alleviate future threats. As war has fully erupted, during the time when Robert subdued the Lords of Storm's End, King Aerys II Targaryen has issued proclamations throughout the realm. The Martell family from Sunspear and Dorne, as well as the Tyrell family of Highgarden and the Reach, are mobilizing their forces. Robert marches southward to eliminate the immediate threat posed by the loyalists of the Reach to Storm's End. In just a single day, he has been utterly routed by the enemy. Even before the main force of the Tyrells arrived, the vanguard led by Lord Renly Baratheon struck him at Summerhall, forcing his retreat in disgrace. When Lionel received the news, despair washed over him. He sensed that his elder brother possessed both conscience and capability, albeit in limited measure. Whether Baelish can ascend the Iron Throne as scripted remains uncertain. Time is not on his side to critique Robert, as the news of the defeat at Summerhall would soon reach Wind's Rest, prompting the Tyrells to pursue. The main army of the Tyrells pillaged the noble estates along their route, thereby delaying their march. Seizing this opportunity, Stannis ordered the expulsion of refugees and reinforced the defenses of Wind's Rest. Lionel either sat in his study with Vincent, engrossed in books, or lingered in the hall, striving to keep the boisterous Lancel in check, ensuring he did not cause further trouble. Being young, he could not offer substantial aid. His greatest contribution was to be a well-behaved and quiet child, calming the other noisy youngsters. With Robert's forces severely diminished, Stannis was compelled to conscript from the ranks of refugees and dispatched individuals to inventory the supplies in the storerooms. The situation was dire, despite an early warm spring. The granaries of Wind's Rest remained far from full, barely reaching half capacity, while several large cellars overflowed with wine, and the stables were filled with mash intended for chickens. Upon learning the circumstances, Stannis promptly sent riders forth to seize provisions and dispatched ships northward to procure supplies. Despite his urgent efforts to remedy the situation, it was somewhat regrettable. Before the granaries of Wind's Rest could be replenished, banners emblazoned with golden roses on a green field began to flutter on the cliffs outside the castle, accompanied by various other heraldic standards, all belonging to the great noble houses of the Reach. The forces beneath these banners vastly outnumbered the common folk within the castle, equipped with plate armor and spears. They surged forth in organized ranks, surrounding the castle on the cliffs. Not only did their numbers swell on land, but a fleet also advanced upon the sea, adorned with the golden rose emblem of House Tyrell, while the others bore the purple grapes banner of House Redwine, vassals of the Tyrells. The Redwine family S domain. The Arbor is renowned for producing the finest wines, known throughout the realms. Aside from their expertise in wine, they also excel as the finest sailors and captains, commanding a fleet formidable enough to rival that of royalty. Thus, heavily fortified, Windwhisper keeps severed all ties with the outside world. In this dire situation, all who took refuge within its walls, including Stannis, were stirred by an indomitable spirit. Each individual understood that the enemy's grand display heralded a devastating assault. Promising widespread plunder should the city fall, no one would be spared. Under the looming threat of death, a resolute determination surged within, and they plunged into the intense and arduous battle for defense. During the initial days of the siege, the soldiers of House Tully stationed outside did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they ventured into the nearby woods to gather timber. It was clear that the siege would require siege engines to breach the walls, for without them, the soldiers could hardly ascend the fortifications. On the sixth day, the Riverland soldiers commenced their assault, carrying their rudimentary siege apparatus, simple wooden ladders they had hastily assembled. As the ladders were set against the walls of Windwhisper Keep, the soldiers eagerly scrambled up, only to be met with torrents of boiling oil from the defenders above, scattering them in a panic. After a considerable interval, the Riverland soldiers regrouped under the knights' prodding, but by then, the ladders had been withdrawn by the soldiers atop the walls. Thus, they returned to the woods to craft more ladders, this time accompanied by rams and archers, and attempted to scale the walls once again. However, they were repelled by the defenders who pushed the ladders away and retaliated with arrows, falling stones, and boiling oil, ultimately driving the assailants back. In summary, with the technical prowess of the Riverland's army, breaching the high walls of the city proved exceedingly challenging. The most effective strategy for the siege lay in attrition. The Riverland's forces encircled the land routes and blockaded all vessels attempting to enter the city, thereby isolating Windwhisper Keep from the world, waiting for the inhabitants to exhaust their food and strength before attempting to storm the walls. Thus commenced the grueling war of attrition. In the early months, the Riverland's army still made attempts to assault the city, but as time wore on, they ceased direct attacks, opting instead for a relentless siege. Their soldiers lit bonfires at night, hosting lavish feasts and roasting the cattle and sheep they had seized. Meanwhile, the soldiers and civilians within Windwhisper Keep could only gaze longingly at the distant flames, swallowing hard as they gnawed on stale bread. Chapter 8. The Rescue During the Siege. Leonor, accompanied by Lancel and Vincent and under the watchful eye of their wet nurse Mycela, took refuge in the dark, dank cellar. The elderly, the weak, and women and children were of little use atop the battlements. They could only passively await the outcome in the cellar. Initially, they had some bread, biscuits, milk, fruit, and jerky, but as time passed, only bread and water remained, and the bread began to be mixed with bran and wood shavings. Eventually, even the bread was replaced by a mysterious porridge from which Leonor caught the strong scent of alcohol and encountered numerous grains that suggested it was the remnants of brewing. Over a year ago, he suggested Master Krelson brew wine, and since then, the Windwhisper Castle has accumulated a considerable amount of pomace, which is not consumed by people but rather used to feed livestock and poultry. Nowadays, even the mashment for chickens and ducks has been consumed, plunging the city into a dire state, with Lonley lamenting his hunger daily. In truth, it is not only Lonley who suffers from hunger. Leonor also feels the pangs of emptiness. Initially, he had a few carefully preserved biscuits, but after sharing with Lonley, he was left with nothing. Lonley always believed there was food on Leonor's person, often trying to rummage through his belongings, but Leonor, impatient, would push him away and instruct the nurse, Mycela, to take good care of him. They could only hide away in the earth cellar, where to pass the time, Leonor would sit in meditation, willing his blood to flow with the power of his mind, occasionally perusing the teachings of the Tao that lingered in his memory. This Tao can be viewed as an alternative encyclopedia of the Yangshan world, encompassing not only the art of cultivation but also a variety of eclectic knowledge akin to the records of the Grand Historian and dreams of the stream in the real world. With ample time on his hands, Leonor turned to the contents of the Tao for diversion. He first skimmed over the chapters on astronomy and geography, as the celestial and terrestrial phenomena of the Yangshan world do not apply to Westeros. Previously, he had focused on the cultivation of Taoist arts, but now he was drawn to the diverse skills, referred to by the inhabitants of the Yangshan world as fengshu. The full term for fengshu is fengji shu, also known as the art of 100 crafts, encompassing all aspects of daily life. For instance, it details how to cultivate grains, how to open fields for salt production, how to source and refine metals, and how to forge swords and knives. The swords of the Yangshan world are exceptional, whether known as blood-patterned steel or patterned steel. The Tao expounds on their forging techniques. Beyond the realms of sustenance, there are also insights into engineering and medicine, such as constructing siege engines, formulating gunpowder, and erecting city walls. Leonor had previously sought the magic of fortification used in Windwhisper Castle, and a section of the Tao indeed mentioned using black sticky clay to make bricks in a kiln, sacrificing prisoners or ferocious beasts as a blood offering, could yield black gold bricks. These bricks, as hard as steel and as smooth as a mirror, when combined with glutinous rice mortar for construction, would create walls impervious to malevolent sorcery and blades, with even purple lightning gunpowder failing to breach them. The practitioners of fengshu in the Yangshan world have also developed gunpowder, with the highest grade purple lightning gunpowder exhibiting explosive power comparable to modern explosives. Some adept practitioners can even infuse gunpowder into talismanic paper with their thoughts, creating formidable thunder talismans. reputed to explode at a mere thought, vanquishing demons and monsters. Goodness. Leonor felt as though he had discovered a new continent. It turned out that the system's rewards were akin to a golden finger, and he nearly missed out on these fantastical advancements in black technology. In the Earth Cellar. With this newfound knowledge, Leonor began to voraciously absorb information, contemplating how to replicate these wondrous technologies in this world. He recalled that this realm also hosted certain forms of black technology, such as wildfires, and he knew he must prepare himself accordingly. The war at Wind's Rest continues unabated. Spring should have given way to summer, yet unexpectedly, winter has returned. The coastal winds slice through the air like knives, yet the siege laid by House Tyrell remains unrelenting. Clad in furs and plate armor, the knights revel around the bonfire, indulging in feasts, while the banners of golden roses and purple grapes patrol the sea. Aside from the initial months, no assaults have been launched since, granting Stannis a reprieve. He strives to soothe the populace within the castle and quells a rebellion. Sir Gawain Wilder, the commander of Wind's Rest, in a desperate bid after the food supplies dwindled, sought to open the gates and surrender, but was fortuitously discovered beforehand. Stannis contemplated executing the traitor and casting his head from the walls, yet was dissuaded by Master Cresson. Let him be. He may yet serve a purpose. Our provisions are nearly exhausted. Cresson's old eyes sparkled with a strange intensity, both resolute and fearsome. Though Cresson's gaze was indeed intimidating, Stannis acquiesced, recognizing that despair drives men to desperate acts. Fortunately, the dire events he feared did not unfold, for on a night when their food supply was nearly depleted, a black-sailed ship slipped through the blockade of House Redwine, bringing a bounty of dried fish and onions, causing a stir within Wind's Rest. As Stannis navigated through the throngs eagerly welcoming the provisions, he approached the cliff's edge to converse with a bald man with a gray beard standing by the ship. The man introduced himself as Davos, hailing from the flea-ridden alleys of King's Landing, a merchant of the Narrow Sea. He had encountered a procurement vessel expelled by the Redwine fleet and, upon hearing of the siege at Wind's Rest, resolved to deliver food and assistance. Stannis was familiar with Davos, his name resonating like thunder. This man was a smuggler traversing the waters between Westeros and the 9 trading cities. And rumors suggested he had even sold arms to the wildlings beyond the wall. Had they crossed paths in other circumstances, Stannis would have ordered his immediate arrest without hesitation. Yet today was different. The Redwine fleet still patrolled the waters, and the forces of the Riverlands besieged the castle. In light of the provisions Davos offered, Stannis chose to extend hospitality in the guise of friendship, inviting him to stay within Wind's Rest while his ship, the Black Beth, remained anchored to offload the onions and fish. Davos accepted Stannis' arrangement with calm composure and took residence in Wind's Rest. The following month, as the bitter cold began to wane, Davos' supplies of dried fish and onions helped the castle navigate through its crisis. Thus, the year reached 283 of the conquest. And summer, albeit tardy, finally approached. In February, temperatures began to rise, and after a year's absence, hope arrived at Wind's Rest. Ravens returned from the north bearing tidings of victory. Robb Baelish was fortunate. He was not overtaken and slain by Renly Baratheon, but instead converged with the armies of House Stark and House Tully in the town of Mournful Bell. With the formidable anti-king army in tow, Robb surged into King's Landing, where he has now been elevated to the Iron Throne by numerous noble families. As news of victory spread, the blockading Redwine fleet began to disperse. While the land forces in the Riverlands came under assault, the northern host had descended southward to provide support, led not by Robb, but by his sworn brother, Eddard Stark. Brandishing the sigil of the Running Wolf, he commanded the Knights of the North to thoroughly rout the Riverlands army, liberating the beleaguered holdfast that had been besieged for a year. On the day of this release, the entire holdfast erupted in jubilation, as Stannis led his soldiers forth to pursue and strike down the fleeing foes, plundering the military supplies that the Riverlanders could not carry away. Some famished soldiers dashed into the enemy lines, seizing roasted lamb chops from the flames and indulging in their feast. As the pursuit unfolded, the city resounded with cheers. Laenor emerged alongside Renly, both bearing pale visages as they stepped into the blazing sun, as if traversing through the sands of time. Chapter 9. The laughter of judgment following the triumph in the pursuit of the fleeing enemies, Holdfast, after a year of siege, commenced a victory feast fueled by the acquired provisions. Originally, the guest of honor at this banquet was to be Eddard Stark, who had come to offer military support. However, this newly appointed Duke of the North, having lost his father and elder brother, showed little interest in such celebrations. After conveying his orders to the troops in the north, he promptly continued his southward journey with several knights. Stannis felt a tinge of displeasure at this, yet he refrained from expressing it. Stannis presided over the celebratory feast, inviting the northern nobility to partake. Once all were well fed and satisfied, he delivered a speech of gratitude, acknowledging the support of his subjects and the timely arrival of northern reinforcements. Laenor sensed that his elder brother was ill-suited for such occasions. Yet the hearty laughter of the northern lords filled the void. Content, he shared a leg of roasted lamb with Renly, savoring the tender meat as a balm for his nearly year-long emptiness. Just as the banquet was nearing its conclusion, a commotion erupted, heralded by a figure breaching the hall despite the guards' efforts to restrain him. This intruder was Davos, who, before a multitude of nobles, knelt and recounted his crucial contribution of supplies to hold fast during its dire straits, pleading for a reward with utmost humility. Laenor set down his knife, entrusting the care of Renly to his wet nurse, Mycela, and seated himself at Stannis' left side, uneasily observing the suppliant Davos below. He felt that Davos, having rendered such great service to hold fast, ought not to be so humble, yet he noted that the assembly remained unfazed, with some even wearing expressions of amusement, which deepened his melancholy. The age-old adage held true: nobility and baseness abide by their rules. But are these rules indeed just? Leonor faced the rules of another world with a sense of melancholy, while beside him, Stannis spoke. Davos, my forgiveness of your transgressions is indeed the greatest reward I can offer. The valiant Davos, kneeling before the esteemed Lord Stannis, exhibited remarkable courage. However, it displeased the noblemen of Storm's End gathered in the hall. Knights are classified into various types: the wandering hedge knights, the sworn knights bound by labor to the nobility, and the landed knights, who possess personal domains and are nearly equivalent to nobility. Davos's declaration at the banquet to become a knight was undoubtedly an aspiration to become a landed knight rather than a sworn or mercenary knight. Landed knights are subservient to the nobility, and the nobles present, adhering to the tenets of bloodline aristocracy, disapproved of Davos's proclamation, deeming a smuggler unworthy of such a title. They awaited Stannis' judgment, anticipating that he might command the expulsion or execution of this smuggler. They believed that the typically stoic Stannis was capable of such actions. In the stillness of expectation, Stannis finally spoke from his elevated seat, his words cold and devoid of warmth. Leave, Davos, while I have yet to change my mind regarding your smuggling offenses. Should you persist in seeking my reward, I shall also demand reckoning for your crimes. A just knight must bear no sin, and I have no need for a knight who lacks hands. Beneath Stannis' stern demeanor lay a flicker of gratitude towards Davos, albeit limited. He demanded Davos' departure, stating that should he insist on claiming recompense, he would face the consequences of his smuggling, as the law would dictate the severing of his hands. Leonor, listening beside him, was taken aback. For according to his recollection of that fabled narrative, his brother was supposed to merely sever the offender's fingers, not both hands. The hall was enveloped in silence. Even Davos was rendered speechless. He had summoned immense courage to be present, not to lose his hands. If it were merely a matter of exchanging a pair of hands for the inherited lands of generations, it would not be a significant issue, however. The problem lay in Stannis' lack of any promises. The noble's words were akin to a tempest at sea, arriving and departing without notice. As doubt began to creep into Davos' heart, Leonor, perceiving the stalemate, felt compelled to act. Recognizing Davos as a valuable individual and a benefactor to the inhabitants of Storm's End, he stood upon his chair and proclaimed, Stannis, may I be the one to adjudicate? Stannis turned his head, surprised by his brother's interjection. What do you intend to do? I shall determine the fate of this aspiring knight, Leonor asserted boldly. Stannis surveyed the assembly of guests, uncertain of his brother's intentions, and inquired, how do you plan to render your judgment? The attention of everyone in the living room was drawn to Leono, who cleared his throat lightly and proclaimed, I have heard a saying about the Lannister family from the Westlands. A Lannister always pays his debts. The mighty lion annihilated the Reyes family of Castamere to punish their treachery and to serve as a warning to all regarding the cost of offending the nobility. Sir Davos, you extended your hand during the perilous moments at Storm's End, and the Baratheons shall not forget this act of kindness. However, you are also guilty of smuggling. And in light of this, I must deliver my judgment. You are found guilty. Upon hearing Leono's words, the room erupted in fervent discussion, the final statement resonating like a death sentence, inciting even more speculation about how the young Baratheon would choose to handle the matter. Would he execute Davos as the Lannisters did the Reyes, thus incurring a reputation for ingratitude? Or would he show mercy, risking the ire of the Stormlands nobility? Even Davos, kneeling in the hall, held his breath, awaiting the next pronouncement. However, you possess a right, Leono continued. Come forth. Challenge me to a trial by combat. Davos looked up in astonishment, his face a mask of shock, while the assembled nobles erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Silence. Stannis' commanding voice resonated through the banquet hall, quieting the tumult. He then leaned towards his brother, who stood atop his chair, and asked in a hushed tone, "Is this what you intended?" "Indeed," Leono nodded, and Stannis, understanding, fell momentarily silent before addressing Davos below. "Davos, thank my brother." Davos gazed up at the young boy seated above him, feeling the weight of his stature, and tears of joy welled in his brown eyes. "How could I dare?" "Do not prolong this," Stannis replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, prompting Davos to hastily wipe away his tears. "I propose a trial by combat. According to tradition, as long as he invoked the challenge, the outcome would determine his fate." "I accept, I concede." Leono readily admitted defeat, his laughter bursting forth uncontrollably, an exuberant sound that bewildered the assembly, including Stannis, while Davos was overwhelmed with gratitude. Stannis found his brother's laughter somewhat grating, yet he had no choice but to announce his reward. "Your sins are absolved, Davos. Now, in gratitude for your kindness, I, Stannis, in the name of House Baratheon, hereby knight you and grant you the fertile lands of Storm's End as your domain." Upon hearing Stannis' decree, the Stormlands nobles remained stoic, while the knights from the north expressed their admiration. Davos, upon receiving the honor, bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Stannis, and thank you, Lord Leono." Among the revelers, only Maester Crescent, seated to Stannis' right, tugged at his sleeve and whispered in a low voice, "Why now?" Chapter 10. The blacksmith Master Cleason believed that publicly bestowing land upon Davos was utterly inappropriate. After all, the banquet was attended by numerous nobles, some of whom had valiantly participated in the arduous defense of the city alongside Stannis, while others had come from the north to assist in driving away the siege laid by House Tully. Despite the significance of Davos's cargo of onions and salted fish, it was ultimately an act of inequity that could have been conducted privately. Furthermore, as the second son, Stannis lacked the authority to grant land. Such power belonged to the Lord, and the current Lord of Storm's End was still Robert, making Stannis' actions tantamount to usurpation. Master Cleason considered the implications. Yet Stannis deemed such concerns unnecessary. He believed that the Baratheons, having succeeded in rebellion, were destined for greatness, with his elder brother Robert set to become king and Storm's End naturally falling into his hands. "Why should I seek the approval of others when I am bestowing my own gifts?" Stannis thought, resolute in his decisions and dismissive of Cleason's counsel. Cleason, limited in his influence, could not resort to outright censure. It was unthinkable for him to confront Stannis directly, calling him a fool and storming away. The scholars sent from the Citadel maintained a neutral political stance, capable only of advising the Lord without making decisions on his behalf. The Feast of Bestowal concluded, and although the nobles of Storm's End harbored discontent, they could not voice their grievances openly. Soon, a new decree arrived from King's Landing, commanding Stannis to journey north to assemble a new royal navy, tasked with pursuing the remnants of House Targaryen who had fled to Dragonstone. As the second son of House Baratheon, Stannis was born to obey his elder brother and was involved in the family's maritime affairs, a domain in which he excelled. Newly knighted, Davos would accompany him, thanks to his reputation in the smuggling circles and his skill in navigating his vessel through the blockade of the Red Wine Fleet to deliver onions and fish to Storm's End. Each individual busied themselves with their own tasks, while Leonor began to revisit his studies, eager to grow and prepare for his moment upon the world stage. Over the past year, having perused the Book of the Way, he no longer confined his focus to the arcane but sought to broaden his knowledge, particularly in the realms of science and technology. To this end, he brought Vincent to the blacksmith's forge within Storm's End, intent on observing the craftsmanship of this world's metallurgy and smithing techniques. With war likely to be a constant in his future, he recognized that technological prowess could directly influence the outcomes of conflict. The forge was overseen by a robust warrior named Donald Noy, known to have sustained injuries while pursuing the forces from the Riverlands. When Leonor found him in the dimly lit forge, he was inebriated, reeking of stale alcohol and sweat, lying on the ground beside the anvil. His right hand, wrapped in a grimy cloth, oozed blood and pus. The guard responsible for guiding Leono attempted to rouse him, yet he remained utterly still, his complexion displaying an unusual flush. The guard remarked to Leono that he was too intoxicated and that he would fetch some water. As the guard prepared to retrieve water to awaken Donna, Leono discerned something amiss. "Wait, he appears somewhat different. He seems to have a slight fever." Despite the unpleasant odor, Leono approached and pressed his hand against Donna's forehead, then checked his own, confirming that the temperature was indeed alarmingly high. The guard, observing the 4-year-old noble boy pressing his hand against the smith's foul visage and hearing him speak of fever, gazed at him as if he were a fool. "Fever? He is not on fire." Realizing he had perhaps overestimated the understanding of the populace in this world, Leono refrained from further explanation, knowing it would only lead to more incomprehensible terms. He instructed the guard to assist in lifting the inebriated Donna and placing him upon the dry hay in the corner of the smithy, carefully inspecting the oozing wound on his left arm. Confirming that the fever was a consequence of an infected injury, he sent the guard to procure some willow branches, clean water, and cooking utensils. He recalled that scripture mentioned willow tea's ability to clear heat, detoxify, and alleviate swelling and pain. From a modern medical perspective, willow contains salicylic acid, capable of combating inflammation associated with colds and fevers. However, he still overestimated the productivity of this world. Having just emerged from winter, it was now the season for budding willow, which was relatively easy to acquire, and clean water could be managed, but finding a pot for boiling medicine proved challenging. The smithy contained only wooden cups and ceramic jars that had previously held unknown substances. Ultimately, the guard borrowed a ceramic pot from a nearby household, filling it with less than pristine water and peeled willow branches for brewing. During the preparation of the willow brew, Donna began to show signs of awakening. Though his mind remained clouded, lamenting his headache and aching limbs, pleading for some poppy milk to drink. Poppy milk is a unique remedy in Westeros. Leono had heard from Clyson that it is a liquid extracted from the flower S fruit, possessing analgesic properties, akin to the namesake plant on Earth, which can devastate the mind. Lacking poppy milk, Leono waited for the willow branches to brew, cooling a bowl of the concoction before having the guard administer it directly to Donna. He then used the remaining brew to cleanse the wound on his left arm, ultimately bandaging it with his own handkerchief. Once everything was completed, the sun was nearing its descent, and the medicated Donna lay unconscious upon the hay. Showing no inclination to awaken, Leono decided to return the following day, thus departing with Vincent and the guard. As they exited the smithy, they were halted by a woman clad in patched clothing. Puzzled, Leono observed as the accompanying guard suddenly recognized her, retrieving the borrowed ceramic pot from the smithy and returning it to her, explaining, "This is merely a borrowed pot." Leonor looked at the woman with patched clothing, bemused by her audacity to obstruct him for the sake of a mere jar. Had it been any other noble, she would have surely faced a few lashes. The woman, clutching the jar, departed with a wary expression, while the guard leading the way couldn't help but twitch his lips at Leonor's words. "My lord, that jar may be one of her family's most valuable possessions." Leonor paused, incredulous. How much is that jar worth? It could be valued at 1 silver deer, perhaps 2. Or even more. Is it truly that expensive? Leonor was taken aback. He had studied the monetary system of this world under Clesson. There existed 3 primary currencies: the golden dragon, the silver deer, and the copper star. 1 golden dragon equated to 17 silver deer, while 1 silver deer could be exchanged for 32 copper stars. Such a conversion system was not devised out of folly, but was a deliberate means to confound the populace, compelling them to seek assistance from the literate, merchants, officials, and clerics, who could then profit from this ignorance. Leonor was unaware of the average citizen's income and expenditures, but he recalled Vincent mentioning that before the siege of Windwhisper Fort, a single copper coin could purchase 3 pumpkins, sufficient sustenance for a family of 3 for 1 to 2 days. Yet, a simple pottery jar demanded the equivalent of 1 to 2 months' worth of food for a family. Wasn't that rather exorbitant? Exorbitant? The guard appeared perplexed, lacking any real concept of value, only understanding what could be afforded and what could not. "What is your name?" "I am called Duret. From this day forth, you shall accompany me as my guard." Leonor required someone to aid him in comprehending the societal structure of this world. He remembered that the way of the Tao contained techniques for pottery and porcelain, skills that could lead to prosperity. "What will my duties entail?" Duret inquired, a glimmer of excitement brightening his face, though hesitance lingered. He might not grasp the significance of becoming Leonor's guard, yet he was not foolish. "I shall speak with Sir Cotonay Polos regarding this." Chapter 11. Donano Sir Cotonay Polos was the newly appointed mentor of Windwhisper Fort, succeeding the traitorous Gavin Wilder from the siege, responsible for the fort's defense and the training of ordinary soldiers, all of whom fell under his command. Upon returning to the castle, Leonor composed a letter to this new instructor, successfully securing the enlistment of the young soldier Duret. The following day, he intended for Duret to continue accompanying him and Vincent in search of Donano, but unexpectedly, the latter sought him out first. The blacksmith, whom he had treated with willow water, had regained his health and indeed appeared as robust as the legends foretold, his dark eyes shining with gratitude. Upon seeing Leonor, he immediately knelt in thanks. Leonor graciously accepted the blacksmith's homage and urged him to rise. "There is no need for you to kneel, Mr. Noy. You were injured in the defense of Windwhisper Fort, but next time, refrain from drinking after sustaining injuries. It is detrimental to your health." Although Leonor was at a considerable distance, he could still detect the lingering scent of alcohol on the other person's body. He offered a word of encouragement. unaware that this single utterance would cause the already grateful man, Donald, to burst into tears. Leonor was perplexed by the tears of this blacksmith. "What troubles you?" Donald stood up, weeping profusely, and after wiping his nose with a handkerchief, he smeared the sticky, glistening residue onto the tattered grass shoes at his feet. With a choked voice, he lamented, "You are too kind, Master Leonor. I have never encountered a noble so compassionate as you. You are still so young, yet destined to become a grand noble. Please, tell me how I might repay your kindness." The term noble has never been associated with compassion in Leonor's mind. He merely felt he could not stand idly by while another suffered. Internally scoffing at this thought, he regarded Donald's tear-streaked face with a semblance of seriousness and nodded. "I accept your gratitude. If you are willing, I would like to learn more about the craft of blacksmithing." Blacksmithing? Donald, who had been crying uncontrollably, was momentarily taken aback. Why would a highborn noble be interested in the toils of a lowly laborer? Though a blacksmith, Donald never considered his work to be particularly noble. While he sometimes gazed upon the hammers and warhammers he forged, reflecting on the arduous process of transforming or into such tools, he could not ignore the stench and the solitude that accompanied his existence. People often extolled the bravery of those wielding warhammers and swords. Yet they paid little heed to the character of the individuals who forged them. Donald believed that aside from the unfortunate souls without sustenance, no one would care to understand the life of a blacksmith, let alone aspire to become one. Yet, here was a noble expressing a desire to be foolish. Leonor observed Donald, who remained silent for an extended period, and inquired, "Do you sense something amiss, Donald?" His firm voice jolted the sturdy blacksmith back to reality, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, esteemed Master Leonor. If you wish to learn about blacksmithing, I can elaborate in detail, from the extraction of ore to the screening, melting, forging, and grinding. I shall share all I know, for you have saved my life." Donald's sincerity was palpable, and Leonor took his words to heart once more. "Let us begin with her then. Where does our ore originate? Which sources yield the finest quality, and which are inferior?" "Our ore primarily comes from two sources," Donald explained. "One is the locally mined, or from the stormland, such as the copper from Coppergate and the iron from Crow's Nest. The iron from Crow's Nest is of particularly poor quality, suitable only for crafting agricultural tools, as it is hard yet brittle." "And what of the other source?" "Another variant is the iron ore sourced from the Iron Islands in Dorne, renowned for its exceptional quality. The blades forged from this ore possess not only remarkable hardness but also admirable flexibility. Can you discern the quality of these ores? How do you identify them?" "If I were to see those ores, I could distinguish their merits and flaws, much like one might assess the size of a woman's bosom." "What?" Leonor nearly doubted the accuracy of his ears, while Donner, sensing his astonishment, hastily attempted to clarify. "Well, Master Leonor, I am at a loss for words. But I can indeed discern the quality of iron, or I swear it by the name of the blacksmith." The blacksmith Donner referred to as not merely his profession but rather one of the seven gods, revered as the source of all craftsmanship and labor, worshipped by farmers and artisans alike, with his acolytes actively participating in the artisan community. Leonor pondered for a moment before shifting the subject. "In your opinion, which location boasts the finest forging techniques in this world?" "The Citadel," Donner replied without hesitation. Although the blacksmiths possess a certain skill, they remain largely illiterate, with limited understanding. Their craftsmanship pales in comparison to that of the Cohorans from the Essos continent, let alone the scholars from the Citadel or the high-ranking smiths of the Seven Gods faith. Through Donner, Leonor gained a profound understanding of the forging techniques in Wind's Rest, realizing that the craftsmanship of his hometown, Wind's Rest, was indeed lacking. Across the vast expanse of Westeros, and even in the eastern lands of Essos, he refrained from making sweeping statements. However, based solely on Donner's insights, it became apparent that Wind's Rest not only struggled with the art of steelmaking but also found it challenging to produce intricate items such as iron needles or saws. Relying instead on imports from the mercantile city of Coer, Leonor lamented the backwardness of this world, yet he felt a genuine thrill. For such techniques were documented in the Taoist scriptures. With proper execution, he could effortlessly transform these skills into wealth and power. Determined to act, he first directed his gaze towards the metal smelting area, inquiring of Donner, "Donner, whose forge do you belong to?" He required a laboratory and an assistant, and Donner's forge seemed perfectly suited for this purpose. However, he needed to ascertain whether the forge and Donner himself were beholden to another. Despite the prohibitions against slavery enforced by the Seven Gods and the laws of the realm in Westeros, personal dependencies still existed in various forms, such as servants and stable hands. "It belongs to me," Donner declared confidently, raising his head. "You participated in the defense of Wind's Rest, a subject of Storm's End, and are not beholden to anyone, correct?" Leonor nodded slightly. Indeed. Satisfied that Donner was not subservient to anyone, Leonor inquired further. Would you like to become a knight? The question struck Donner like a bolt from the blue, shaking him to his core as he looked up at the young Lord of Winds rest with a gaze filled with disbelief. Leonor did not keep Donald waiting. As the third child of my family, although uncertain of what the future holds, I possess the right to knight others. Should you wish to become my retainer, I shall bestow that honor upon you. Before Leonor could finish his sentence, the robust blacksmith Donald knelt before him, bowing his head to the ground. I am willing. I possess no lands to grant you. Leonor clarified, for the act of knighthood can be performed by any knight. The title itself bears little value, whereas those knights who hold lands are indeed different. I am willing, my lord Leonor. I swear by the 7 gods that I shall dedicate my loyalty and everything I have to you, seeking only a place by your side. Donald pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, pleading earnestly, and Leonor, moved by his sincerity, solemnly approached him. Donald, there shall always be a place for you by my side. I swear it by the name of House Baratheon. Chapter 12. The Iron Prophet. Thus, Donald, the blacksmith of Windwhisper Keep, became Leonor's first retainer in this world, bringing his blacksmithing trade under Leonor's banner. Leonor had acquired his first asset since his arrival, and his first action was to personally assess the state of this enterprise. Despite Donald's introduction, he felt it necessary to visit the blacksmith shop himself to observe Donald's craft. Donald's daily work involved repairing and forging weapons for the soldiers of Windwhisper Keep. Despite his solitary existence, often found drunkenly sprawled on the shop floor, his business was, in fact, quite prosperous due to his exceptional skill. Within the entirety of Windwhisper Keep, Donald's craftsmanship was among the finest, having forged even the war hammer wielded by Leonor's elder brother, Robert. His apparent destitution stemmed from his disdain for his own profession, for he revered the noble knights instead. Allowing his discontent to mar his life, he remained unmarried, spending his earnings solely on drink and companionship. Now, with Leonor's acceptance, he felt as though he had discovered a new purpose in life. Hammer in hand, he expressed to Leonor his desire to forge a sword for him. I possess no wealth, cannot read, nor ride a horse, thus I can only offer you this. My lord Leonor, he implored. That is quite acceptable, Leonor replied with a smile, gladly accepting Donald's request. As Donald prepared to forge, Leonor stood by, inquiring about various aspects, while having Dorette and Vincent assist him. With 2 helpers, Donald found relief, even though one was rather diminutive, merely capable of handing over tools and working the bellows. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to ease his burden, allowing him the leisure to answer Leonor's questions and share the secrets of discerning ores. The process of sword-making that Donald employed was a technique introduced by the Undulls to Westeros, involving the selection of suitable iron ore, followed by melting and refining it, and finally hammering it into shape. The quality of the sword forged in this manner is heavily reliant on the carbon content of the iron ore itself. If fortune favors, one might obtain a sword of extremely high hardness yet prone to shattering, crafted from cast iron. Conversely, if luck is lacking, one may end up with wrought iron swords that barely surpass the hardness of bone. The potential for producing steel swords hinges entirely upon the favor bestowed by the blacksmith among the 7 gods. Upon learning the general forging process from Donner, Leonor inquired about the price of iron ore, discovering that an amount equivalent to a living person's weight from the Iron Islands would cost 100 silver deer. A quality iron sword could fetch between 100 to 200 silver deer, while a breastplate made of iron could be sold for 300 to 400 silver deer. An exceptional steel sword could command a staggering price of 800 silver deer, and as for full steel armor, akin to Valyrian steel swords, such items are virtually unattainable in the market, reserved by nobles as treasured heirlooms. Indeed, Leonor was quite the astute individual. The iron ore from the Iron Islands is of superior quality. Although he was unaware of its precise iron content, he presumed a 50% yield. Given that a living person weighs approximately 120 pounds, the equivalent iron ore could yield around 60 pounds of iron. A single iron sword typically requires no more than 4 to 5 pounds of iron, and accounting for a 10-pound loss from 60 pounds, one could produce 5 iron swords. At a price of 100 silver deer per sword, the total would amount to 500 silver deer, while the cost for the ore and labor would not exceed 200 silver deer, resulting in a profit margin exceeding twofold. Should he succeed in forging 5 steel swords, the profitability would multiply substantially. No wonder figures like Guanzhong and Sang Hongyang sought to nationalize the iron and salt industries. The profits are exorbitantly lucrative. This venture must be pursued. Success would lay the foundation for a legacy of greatness. Driven by ambition, Leonor dedicated himself to meticulously studying the smelting equipment in Donner's blacksmith shop, aiming to refine it in conjunction with the iron smelting techniques outlined in the Taoist scriptures. Although the text provided insights on how to refine iron into steel, practical details such as selecting or constructing the furnace. And even the method of preparing the charcoal necessary for smelting required his own exploration. Once he had envisioned the modifications needed for Donner's smithy, Leonor formally commenced his undertaking. He requested 5 gold dragons from the old scholar, Krelson, as experimental funds. The old scholar, preoccupied with post-war recovery efforts at Windrest Fortress, including mobilizing the populace for reclamation and the repair of mills, had little time to attend to Leonor's request and casually approved his funding application. Leonor promptly handed over the 5 gold dragons to Donner, as he had no one else to rely upon. He instructed Donner to remodel the blacksmith shop according to his specifications, procure charcoal, and enlist additional labor. As for the crucial iron ore, there was no immediate need for expenditure, as the smithy still possessed 500 to 600 pounds, sufficient for their purposes. Once renovations were completed, the old smelting basin was dismantled and replaced with an expansive refining platform. Compared to its predecessor, this was merely an expansion, incorporating a bellows at the base constructed from clay and additional pre-dug channels atop the platform. Donner could not decipher Leonor's intentions, however, as a loyal vassal. He adhered to his commands, embodying the fidelity expected of a knight. In accordance with Leonor's directives, he abandoned the traditional method of smelting with coal, opting instead to use charcoal and iron or on the smelting platform. With the assistance of 5 apprentices, he ignited the fire. As the bellows blew, the iron ore swiftly melted amidst the glowing charcoal, manipulated by Donner with a wooden stick, flowing through the trough into the meticulously prepared red clay molds. Leonor stood before the sweltering smelting platform, eagerly watching the molten iron pour into the molds. Donner, standing beside him, glanced at the incandescent iron and then at the expectant Leonor, ultimately smilingly complimenting, "My lord, your innovative method has indeed made our work much easier." This remark was both flattery and heartfelt, as Donner recognized that this expanded furnace approach truly required less labor. Leonor, naturally pleased with Donner's praise, nonetheless remained focused on the quality of the iron. Once the iron blocks in the red clay cooled after being doused with water, Donner picked one up, prepared to extol Leonor regardless of its quality. Yet, upon closer inspection of the iron block in his hand, he could not suppress his astonishment. He set down one piece, waiting for the second to cool before inspecting it, and then the third. When the molten iron had completely drained from the platform, leaving only a pile of charred ash, Donner meticulously examined the 6 iron blocks that had been produced. Each was of exceptionally high-quality, black iron, which could easily be forged into exquisite swords with minimal effort. Was it the blessing of the blacksmiths? Or had young Lord Leonor employed some form of magic? With a sense of reverence, Donner reported his findings to Leonor, refraining from further inquiries, while Leonor was acutely aware of his success. He had not employed any magic. He simply insisted on smelting with charcoal, allowing it to absorb the impurities from the iron or while ensuring the carbon content in the iron. Moreover, the uniform smelting method balanced the carbon content, resulting in iron blocks of consistent quality, a mere application of the most basic method of cast iron as outlined in the scriptures. Could they be forged into weapons? Indeed. And quite conveniently. Leave it to me. Donner eagerly offered his services. No. Entrust them to the apprentices. Leonor declined Donner's assistance, gesturing towards the 5 apprentices. From now on, you will be Mr. Noy's apprentices. Learn diligently under his guidance. I promise you prosperity, and even the path to knighthood will not be insurmountable. The 5 apprentices, recruited from Wind Whisper Fortress, who had been toiling in the blacksmith shop merely to make ends meet, nodded vigorously at Leonor's promises of wealth and knighthood. Donner, what do you think? Leonor sought Donner's opinion. The blacksmith was initially taken aback, but then, seemingly struck by a thought, nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, my lord, I shall teach them as if they were my own sons. Ah, then you may find your family growing considerably. Leonor laughed heartily, and Donner, upon hearing this, felt even more elated. Chapter 13. The Night of the Royal Forest. Thus, Donner commenced managing the blacksmith shop for Leonor, where heaps of iron ore were uniformly smelted into pig iron using charcoal, subsequently shaped into sharp blades and weapons through the rhythmic strikes of hammers, and then sold to merchants, ultimately transforming into gleaming gold and silver coins. As the war raged on, disputes flared across the lands of Westeros, ensuring a steady demand for weapons. The initial investment of 5 golden dragons from Leonor had multiplied more than tenfold within a mere month. Naturally, such bountiful returns were a testament to the tireless efforts of Donner and his apprentices. Leonor remained true to his word, providing for 5 apprentices with room and board alongside an annual salary of 1 golden dragon. He also tasked Donner with expanding the blacksmith shop, recruiting additional apprentices and workers, and procuring more iron ore to generate greater profits. Donner diligently complied, swiftly embarking on the recruitment process to enlarge the workshop. He adhered to Leonor's directives by segregating the processes of smelting and forging, assigning apprentices and workers to distinct roles, thereby establishing an efficient assembly line. As blades and swords rolled out of production, golden dragons and silver stags flowed into Leonor's coffers. Within a span of just 3 months, the capital Leonor had invested was recouped, yielding over 100 golden dragons in surplus, alongside a workshop supported by a cohort of 17 apprentices and workers, capable of producing 7 to 8 swords daily. Instead of further expanding the workshop, he focused on maintaining the output of weapons while clandestinely collaborating with Donner to explore methods for refining even stronger steel, until the year 284 of the Conquest era arrived. In the year 283 of the Conquest era, the siege of Storm's End was lifted, with the rebel forces led by the stormlands firmly asserting their dominance. Robert led his army into the capital, successfully crowned as king, with Lord John Arryn of the area appointed as his hand, effectively serving as the prime minister. Following Stannis' successful conquest of Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, the southern kingdom of Dorne, having been pacified by John Arryn, declared its cessation of hostilities, and the situation in the Seven Kingdoms began to stabilize once more. Once stability was achieved, Robert's first decree was to send word to Storm's End, summoning Leonor and Gendry to the Red Keep and King's Landing to meet their king. Leonor had no objections, and Gendry was even more eager, currently learning to write and longing to soar to the Red Keep at the news of his brother's ascension to kingship. Thus, Leonor and Gendry, each accompanied by 2 attendants, set off from Storm's End under the escort of knights led by Ser Courtenay, embarking on the King's Road towards King's Landing. This marked Leonor's inaugural departure from Storm's End, granting him a glimpse of the world beyond the confines of his home. Along the way, he beheld the enchanting wilderness where untamed grasses flourished, and a wild hare darted from the shadows of trees. Upon reaching a nearby farmstead, he encountered vast stretches of farmland, where weary farmers, their complexions parched and withered, stood amidst their fields, clutching wooden tools, their dulled eyes scrutinizing the passers-by. As their gazes met, they quickly averted their eyes, bowing their heads in modesty. Originally, Ser Courtenay had no intention of entering the village of the farmstead. He had planned to bypass the settlements along the way and make a swift journey to King's Landing in 2 days. However, Leonor, driven by his familiarity with this world, stubbornly refused to leave upon reaching the first larger settlement, the Copper Gate. Consequently, they were compelled to spend the night in Copper Gate, situated on the eastern bank of the Wind River. Copper Gate is a fief of the Stormlands, belonging to House Buckler, vassals of House Baratheon. The current Earl of Coppergate, Ralph, was in King's Landing serving Robert, while the resident Sir Rolls was graciously accommodating Leonor and his entourage. At dawn the next day, the party set out once more, crossing the bridge built by House Buckler over the Wind River and entering the vast, untamed woods. Leonor continued to gaze about, captivated by the melodious chirping of the birds, and inquired of Ser Courtenay regarding the geography, only to discover they had left the fief of the Stormlands and were now entering the royal forest of Westeros. The royal forest serves as the exclusive hunting grounds for the monarchy, inhabited by a few villagers who cultivate the glades, tend to orchards, and gather mushrooms. Yet they are forbidden from cutting trees or hunting, as all flora and fauna are deemed royal property. That night, he was fortunate enough to find respite at a farmhouse adjacent to the main road of the royal forest. This farmhouse comprised 2 or 3 dozen peasant families and was primarily made up of lowly mud dwellings belonging to a knight named Donus, who had gone to King's Landing to serve the king, likely meeting his demise there. Now, only a steward named Bact remained in charge. Despite the absence of a decisive leader, the steward Bact proved to be quite astute, arranging for them to stay in the largest wooden house. However, Ser Courtenay felt a tinge of unease and insisted on keeping Bran close to him, instructing Dorett to safeguard Leonor, and subsequently directing the accompanying warriors to conduct a search, from which they unearthed a woman and a child. Perhaps the soldiers were a bit too brusque, provoking the woman to cry out Bact's name incessantly, while the young boy wept unrelentingly, causing Bact, who was under the watch of 2 armored soldiers, to turn pale. Observing the steward's distress, Ser Courtenay immediately demanded to know the identity of the screaming woman and the weeping child. Trembling with fear, Bact could only stammer that the woman was named Nora, the wife of Lord Donus, and the child was the Lord's illegitimate son. He had hidden the lady and the young master out of fear of Ser Courtenay and his companions. "When did your master depart for battle?" Ser Courtenay inquired. "A year ago. No, 2 years ago," Bact replied. "What is your master's full name?" "His name is Donus," he stuttered. "Who are you then? How dare you impersonate a knight?" Ser Courtenay had discerned the ruse. This territory did not belong to any knight, but was merely Bact acting under false pretenses. Every noble or knight possesses a family name, and in Westeros, common folk do not refer to knights as master but rather prefix their names with sir when addressing an unknown superior. They would use terms such as my lord or my lordship. As Sir Codenay saw through the man's facade, Bucket's countenance shifted dramatically. He raised his hand to break free from his restraints, attempting to flee, but a soldier, quick of reflex, swiftly severed his head with a single stroke. The severed head, still alive and oozing blood, fell to the ground, eliciting a piercing scream from the woman clutching a child. Unmoved, Codenay commanded a soldier to seize her child, bringing her before him to interrogate. He threatened that if she did not reveal the truth, her child would meet a dire fate. Leonardo, witnessing the gruesome sight of the head on the ground alongside the lifeless, headless body, turned pale with fright, observing Codenay's callousness as he threatened the woman with her child. An unsettling feeling surged within him, yet he dared not utter a word, as a troubling thought flashed through his mind. Codenay and his band of warriors were not the disciplined forces he had imagined. They could execute Bucket and intimidate a woman with her child. Could they not do the same to him and Lannister? As the saying goes, it is not about whether they would, but whether they could. Chapter 14. The Red Keep. Leonardo remained silent, and under Codenay's relentless questioning, the distraught woman divulged the truth. This farmstead was not the domain of any knight. Rather, it had been unlawfully claimed by Bucket, who had summoned the farmers to cultivate the land under the guise of knighted Donis. Bucket was a mercenary who had fled from across the narrow sea, hoping to establish his existence here and later gain fame and legitimacy. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Codenay and his ruthless cohort, who promptly unmasked him, resulting in his demise. Upon learning the details, Codenay announced that the territory would revert to the crown and instructed the soldiers to relay the news to the other villagers. As for Bucket's wife and child, they were to be escorted back to King's Landing the following day to be handed over to the Goldcloaks for the king's judgment. All lands within the realm belonged to the king. Any disputes were to be adjudicated solely by the king or his appointed counselors, according to the law. In matters local, such judicial authority lay with the great lords or the church, with no others permitted to interfere. That night, Leonardo lay down to sleep in an unfamiliar chamber. Given that the soldiers of House Baratheon had just slain the owner of this very room, he found it difficult to rest. Plagued by the fear of what might emerge from the shadows, tormented by dread, he was unable to find slumber and resorted to sitting cross-legged, meditating silently to regulate his breath and circulation. Suddenly, a clatter pierced the night, followed by Codenay's voice outside, prompting Leonardo to open his eyes. He observed Codenay seemingly reprimanding someone. Rising from his bed, he was inclined to sneak out and investigate, but the darkness of Westeros thwarted his path. The night was devoid of light, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. In the past, at Storm's End, he had been granted the light of a candle or two, but here in the royal forest, there was nothing. Before long, a massive shadow approached, none other than Codenay himself, who had spotted Leonardo's descent from the bed. "My lord Leonardo, what do you intend to do?" he inquired. "I heard a noise." Instinctively, Leonardo took 2 steps back upon seeing Codenay looming in the night. "It is as follows. I have 2 misguided youngsters under my command who sought to harm that woman, and I intervened to prevent their actions." Codenay's explanation surprised Leono. Why would you do such a thing? Leono recalled that during the day, Codenay had threatened the woman with a child. How could he now choose to protect her? "Of course, it is a matter of honor, my lord Leono. A man should never strike at an ignorant woman, even if she has committed a transgression. Such matters ought to be adjudicated by the king or the law. And today, does that count as honor?" Leono refrained from directly mentioning Codenay's earlier intimidation of the woman, deeming it hardly honorable. "If that woman refuses to confess, would you truly wish to proceed?" Codenay was taken aback by the clarity of Leono's reasoning, realizing the essence of his actions today. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I do not know." "Do not know?" Leono felt a diminishing sense of fear towards Codenay, for he recognized that this knight was not entirely unreasonable. At least, he did not shamelessly apply double standards to his own actions. "Indeed, I do not know. That behavior is certainly not honorable. Yet I believe I must uncover the truth here. Therefore, if necessary, I may resort to dishonorable means. However, dishonorable acts remain dishonorable. Honor is defined by actions, not by the person." "Precisely so. Perhaps I should enhance my literacy skills." Codenay's tone carried a gentle, affirming mirth. "Thank you for your guidance. And I apologize for the trouble I have caused you these past few days. I shall retire now. Rest assured, I will guard you and Lord Lonley. Once more, my gratitude. I shall sleep." Leono obediently returned to his bed, and Codenay departed. That night, he pondered many matters and gained a clearer understanding of the essence of knighthood. A knight is not merely a military institution, It embodies a moral value, a reflection of economics. Through the guise of a virtual knight, Bucket managed to establish a farm within the royal guard, while farmers could only thrive under the knight's protection, relying on their might to cultivate in peace. Without the safeguard of lords or knights, wandering brigands or marauders, as well as neighboring farmers or idle folk, would mercilessly plunder the peasants, seizing everything they possessed. It seemed that navigating the landscape of Westeros would inevitably involve confronting the matter of knighthood. Leono pondered late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated and set off with Codine towards King's Landing. True to his word, Codine brought along Bucket's wife and children, leaving a soldier to guard the farm and oversee the farmers to prevent them from being pillaged. The journey was uneventful, and by midday, the party arrived at the northern shore of the Blackwater's mouth, the largest city in Westeros to date, bustling with a vast population, its liveliness far surpassing that of Windy Hill. Leono followed the procession, and as they ascended to the heights of the royal forest, he gazed into the distance to behold a towering wall stretching across the opposite bank of the Blackwater River. Within its confines lay countless houses and dwellings, radiating outward from two colossal castles at the core, bustling with a ceaseless flow of people. Cothane and his companions rowed down the slope to the banks of the Blackwater, summoning a few boats from afar. After paying, they ferried the group and their horses across the river. Seated on the wooden deck of the boat, Leono observed women washing their arms in the water along the riverbank, marveling at the stark contrast in societal customs. Upon crossing the river, Cothane and his companions mounted their horses again, while Leono shared a steed with Dorette. The cavalcade entered through a grand gate of King's Landing, circumventing a prominent white marble castle and traversing a thronging marketplace toward a red fortress situated in the southeastern corner of the city. This was the Red Keep. Clinging tightly to Dorette's waist, Leono could not discern how this fortress was constructed, for he saw no seams. It appeared as though the city had been molded from clay and fired like pottery, easily crafted if one has the labor to do so. Yet the key lay in the firing process. Could this city have been forged by the Targaryens' dragon fire? A sudden thought flickered in Leono's mind. As he beheld the Red Keep, he marveled at its grandeur and ingenuity, contemplating the steps of its construction. However, he could not sense the same underlying intention that permeated Windspike, unsure if the city could withstand storms like Windspike or repel the others like the Wall. Lost in his reverie, Leono was led by Dorette into the depths of the Red Keep. From within, he could once again gaze out and see that the Red Keep resembled a small city within a city, centered around a square tower with 6 spires extending outward, connected by walls and arranged in an irregular star shape, reminiscent of bastions on Earth. Along the connecting walls, battlements bristled with iron spears embedded within. Among the 7 towers were various lowly houses and courtyards, not red but built of stone, bustling with nobles clad in silks and adorned with glimmering jewelry, alongside warriors donned in gilded robes and armor. Chapter 15. Life in King's Landing. Sir Cothane guided Leono and Lancel into the heart of the Red Keep. Traversing streets adorned with the Crown Stag banner, heading toward the very core, the Square Maegor's Holdfast. This royal edifice was named after Maegor Targaryen, the 3rd king of the Targaryen dynasty and the architect of the Red Keep, infamous for ordering the execution of all craftsmen involved in its construction and for suppressing the faith of the 7, earning him the moniker Maegor the Cruel. As Leono pondered the noble histories he had studied, he followed Cothane directly into Maegor's Holdfast, dismounted, and ascended the steps into a vast, resplendent hall, where he beheld his elder brother, Robert, after 2 long years of separation. Compared to the last time, Robert has noticeably gained weight, his cheeks now protruding outward and appearing quite round, and a light stubble has grown on his chin, yet he still manages to maintain a handsome demeanor. Upon seeing his long-absent younger brothers, he bursts into a rare, hearty laugh and playfully pinches Leonor's cheek, leaning in with his beard, which carries the scent of wine and perfume, and asks, "How are you, Leonor? And you, Renly, do you find this place agreeable?" "Yes," replies Renly, prompting Robert to laugh heartily, releasing Leonor, who winces in pain from the cheek pinching, and then he lifts up his youngest brother, declaring, "From this day forth, you may reside here." Just as Robert's words settle, a gaunt old man clad in green beside him scowls and calls out to Robert. It is then that Leonor notices the others present, including an elderly man adorned with a necklace of iron rings, and 7 armored knights clad in gleaming white robes. "They are my brothers. They are entirely welcome to stay here," Robert retorts, displeased with the old man's interruption, but the latter remains unyielding. Leonor remains indifferent. Yet according to our previous discussions, Renly cannot stay here for long. The old man utters a statement that leaves Leonor perplexed. Robert, feeling powerless against the old man, can only resign himself and nod. "Very well, Very well. I understand. Now, Leonor, and you too, Renly, listen closely. Leonor, I hereby appoint you as the Prince of Summerhall, and the lands and taxes of Summerhall shall belong to you. Robert, cradling Renly, first addresses Leonor and then turns to Renly, saying, and you, Renly, shall inherit our family's ancestral stronghold, Storm's End, to guard the stormlands. How does that sound? Are you pleased? Robert lacks the regal demeanor typical of a monarch and teases his most innocent younger brother. What of Stannis? Leonor is taken aback to find himself bestowed with the title of Prince. Summerhall, the place where Robert once achieved 3 victories in a single day, seems devoid of riches. And should not Storm's End rightfully be inherited by Stannis? Is it destined for Dragonstone instead? That place is rumored to be exceedingly impoverished. Surely, he is most unfortunate. The previously joyful Robert's expression darkens at his brother's words, and he replies with impatience, I have already granted him a domain befitting his status. This is not your concern. Leonor, your duties ahead will be quite demanding. My duties are demanding? What do you mean? Leonor is still processing this abrupt elevation when he hears Robert, still holding Renly. Turn away, Pycelle and Barristan. A tall, robust knight in white armor and the elderly man with the iron rings step forward and bow to Robert, addressing him as your grace. Leonor, from today onward, you will follow these two, and I shall keep a watchful eye on you. What is the meaning of all this? Leonor is bewildered. He has just been granted the title of prince, which sounds delightful, yet the ensuing circumstances seem rather perplexing. You need only follow the arrangements, he is told. Under the arrangement of Robert, Leonor and Lancel were left at the Red Keep, while Lancel idled away his time. Leonor was relentlessly roused from his slumber each day by Barristan, who insisted that he accompany him to learn the art of swordsmanship and engage in tactical warfare. Afternoons were spent alongside Lancel, studying poetry, music, and the noble families with the venerable, albeit aging, Pycelle, who was adorned with numerous iron rings around his neck. Initially, Leonor found himself somewhat perplexed, merely enduring the lessons until one morning, 2 weeks later, when the elderly Barristan praised him, saying, My lord Leonor, your aptitude for learning is remarkable. I am certain you will meet his majesty's expectations. Beneath Barristan's helmet lay a youthful, ruddy visage framed by a white beard and hair. He hailed from the esteemed Selmy family of Storm's End and had served as a king's guard since the reign of the Mad King Aerys II. Leonor had heard tales of him at the victory feast in the Whispering Keep, where he was celebrated as the mightiest knight in the realm. During Robert's campaign against King's Landing, he encountered Barristan's staunch resistance but ultimately triumphed. Yet, in a bid to win the hearts of the people, he spared Barristan's life and appointed him as the captain of his Kingsguard, thereby securing his loyalty. Leonor recalled that this venerable knight had also been somewhat notorious. His allegiance to Daenerys had sparked controversy, yet he ultimately met his demise at the hands of an unknown foot soldier, rendering his illustrious reputation futile. Throughout these 2 weeks, Leonor had not observed any remarkable qualities in Barristan. The latter was reticent, in stark contrast to the loquacious Pycelle, and appeared rather unremarkable. Now, this seemingly mundane individual intimated that he had been entrusted with expectations. What could that possibly mean? Confounded, Leonor directly inquired, What expectations? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that to you, came the reply. I loathe riddlers. Leonor cursed under his breath, resigned to continue his studies under Barristan's guidance. Barristan was tasked with imparting martial skills and military strategy, with daily exercises involving the wielding of a heavy wooden sword and engaging in the unique game of chess known as Cyvast to sharpen his intellect. Pycelle, on the other hand, instructed him in poetry and history, recounting the 7 kingdoms and various families and factions of the eastern continent, their sigils, histories, and specialties. The learning process was rather tedious. However, the novelty of his arrival at the Red Keep alleviated Leonor's solitude. In the span of 2 weeks, he explored every nook and cranny of the Red Keep, visiting places such as Maegor's Holdfast, the Hand's Tower, the Maiden Vault, the White Sword Tower, and the Throne Room. He sought the secret passage through which Arya Stark had escaped the Red Keep, yet to no avail. Nevertheless, he stumbled upon other treasures. Through inquiries with some of the guards, he discovered the whereabouts of the basement, where he beheld dragon skulls of various sizes, said to be relics of the Targaryens' ancestral dragons. These magnificent skulls had once adorned the throne room as exhibits, but following Robert's ascension to the Red Keep, he ordered their replacement with tapestries, relegating the dragon heads to the dust of the basement. What a waste! Leonor voiced his grievances regarding his brother's new regime. While conversing with Donner on the art of forging superior steel, he repeatedly heard mention of dragon bone, which could be utilized to create weapons. Certain suitable pieces of dragon bone could be fashioned into longbows, possessing the strength of steel, yet being lighter. Both dragonbone bows and Valyrian steel swords are exceedingly rare treasures, cherished by the nobility as heirlooms. However, here in Robert's possession, they lay neglected in the basement. This cannot stand. I cannot allow such gems to gather dust. Since Robert shows little appreciation for these dragon bones, I shall devise a means to resolve this matter. Chapter 16. Soul Cultivation. The straight arrows struck the target with precision, the immense force piercing through the wooden bullseye, causing the fletching to quiver incessantly. This scene drew the attention of a handsome youth, around 16 years of age, with dark hair and blue eyes, who held a short bow in his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Leonor set down the pale-boned Dornish shortbow and expressed his approval. The shortbow, crafted from dragonbone and fishbeam wood, was remarkably strong, its performance rivaling that of the Golden Heart longbow, yet it was smaller and more portable, allowing an adult to wield it effortlessly while mounted. This exceptional cavalry bow could be mass-produced, as it did not require an entire branch like the longbow nor a specific substantial piece of dragonbone like the dragonbone bow. Even scraps of dragonbone paired with a small branch of fishbeam or yew would suffice for its creation. Time flew by, and it was now the year 293 of the conquest. Over the past 9 years, Leonor had immersed himself in study within the Red Keep of King's Landing. During idle times, he explored various crafts, introducing pottery and forging techniques from the realm of the sun god into this world, transforming them into a continuous source of wealth through honor. He amassed a considerable stockpile of swords, spears, bows, and armor, while also delving into superior weapon-making methodologies, among which the dragonbone composite fishbeam shortbow stood out, alongside protective armors. Leonor casually toyed with the shortbow in his hands, in the chaos of battle. The two most advantageous pieces of equipment were bows and armor. According to his research, the pinnacle of craftsmanship in Westeros was plate armor manufacturing, a process requiring vast amounts of steel and the finest artisans, demanding months of labor, categorizing it as a luxury item worthy of being regarded as a family heirloom by the nobility. Aside from plate armor, the most commonly worn armors among knights in Westeros were leather armor, brigandine, scale armor, and chainmail, with chainmail and scale armor being relatively precious. A complete set of chainmail or scale armor could also serve as a legacy for young knights, while brigandine and leather armor were more prevalent, varying widely in quality. Leonor currently possessed a fair amount of scale and brigandine armor, yet he lacked high-quality chainmail and plate armor. He now aspired to create a suit of armor for himself, ideally one reminiscent of the celestial armors from the realm of the sun god. In the realm of the sun god, cultivation is divided into two paths: martial arts and spiritual refinement. Masters of spiritual arts, specializing in the cultivation of their souls, can, upon reaching the realms of manifestation and possession, traverse the skies and the earth with ease. In contrast, martial arts practitioners, even at equivalent levels, can only manage a fleeting distance of 50 paces, relying on their vital essence for protection, but lacking in pursuit capabilities. Their ability to contend with the masters of spiritual arts lies in their possession of celestial armor. The legendary celestial armors of the sun god world enable the wearer to soar swiftly, impervious to flames and unaffected by water, greatly enhancing their abilities, and even merging with the physical form. Should spiritual arts masters don such armor, they too could stand toe-to-toe with martial arts experts, even challenging the calamities of thunder and tribulation. Alas, Leonor shook his head, not to mention celestial armor. He couldn't even procure the black gold thread from the Great Zen Temple at present. The Great Zen Temple, a sacred site of martial arts in the sun god world, excels in weaving black gold cloth from 5 metals and medicinal herbs, crafting robes that resist fire and can withstand blades. This armor, though relatively rudimentary, eludes him as well. For weaving black gold, thread necessitates the aid of spiritual techniques. Although he has been practicing spiritual arts, he has never formally achieved the out-of-body experience, remaining in a state of accumulation. The cultivation of the spirit differs from martial arts. It relies heavily on nourishing the soul with vital essence and is profoundly gifted. Martial arts training demands a gradual approach, while spiritual cultivation can yield a singular breakthrough through prolonged nurturing. The sun god world has witnessed unparalleled prodigies of spiritual arts, such as an 8-year-old who became an ethereal ghost. However, due to the overwhelming expansion of his soul, his physical form deteriorated, and lacking spiritual elixirs for recovery, he was compelled to seek bodily dissolution in the mountains. Leonor reflected that he had lived in this world for 16 years, though his talent was not exceptional. Through diligent practice, it was time for him to attempt the out-of-body experience. If he continued to toil in hardship, once his soul reached its prime, the transition to becoming an ethereal ghost could lead to the degradation of his physical form, which would be a regrettable outcome for a prince like him. who had no intentions of seeking dissolution. Just as Leonor contemplated how to embark on his spiritual journey, a sudden sound of footsteps approached. He turned to see Doret, clad in leather armor, striding purposefully towards him, accompanied by Don Anno, who wore a long robe and held a box. Lord Leonor, Doret, and Don Anno bowed in unison. "What do you have there?" Leonor raised his hand to halt their formalities and pointed directly at the box into Anno's hands. "Sir, this is the heart tree you requested." Don Anno replied with a pleasing smile, opening the box to reveal a section of bark, pale as bone, from which a human face emerged, with its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose filled with a crimson substance resembling congealed blood. "The heart tree. Where did you procure this?" Leonor gasped in astonishment, his heart soaring at the sight of the peculiar trunk, which indeed was a segment of the heart tree, specifically the most refined portion. The heart tree, an ancient fishleaf wood, stems from the ancestral beliefs of old gods. Before the Undals, who worshipped the seven gods, arrived in Westeros, the ancient inhabitants of this land revered the old gods. They regarded the oldest weirwood trees as embodiments of these deities, carving human faces upon them and praying to the heart trees, making oaths and binding marriages. Following the arrival of the Undals, driven by the necessity of arms and the coercion of the indigenous people, vast numbers of weirwoods were felled. This led to the near extinction of weirwoods in the region south of King's Landing, with only a few noble families. In a compromise between military preparedness and reverence for the ancestors, preserving some sacred groves for public veneration. However, these groves no longer housed weirwood heart trees, consisting instead of oak, birch, or yew, purchased from a noble of the Riverlands who once possessed a castle near the Lake of the God's Eye, an area where weirwoods still flourish. "I know, my lord, that you wish to see the pleasing smile of Donner as he glanced at the short bough in Laenor's hand, the bough's body crafted from weirwood, though not from a heart tree." "Thank you. Donner, how much did you spend?" Laenor inquired, nodding appreciatively. "Not much, around 300 gold dragons." "Retrieve 300 gold dragons from Vincent," Laenor stated, promptly reimbursing Donner, then added, with a slight pause, "once I reach the Hall of Summer. You may enjoy the tax revenue from a parcel of land there." Laenor chose his words cautiously, and upon hearing this, Donner's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed Donner's countenance. "Is there anything else you require?" Laenor discerned the underlying nuance in Donner's words. "I have recently taken an interest in a woman," Donner admitted shyly. "Which family does she belong to?" Laenor, understanding old Donner's nature, recognized that this man had remained unmarried not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he found no appeal in women of ordinary lineage, favoring those of higher status. "She is from the Valerion family of the Fingers, if I recall correctly. She should be the handmaiden of Dina Florent." Laenor interjected, extinguishing old Donner's fantasies with a splash of cold water. Donner's expression froze, instinctively wanting to inquire why, yet unable to voice the question. "Dina is quite favored by my brother. At your current standing, you cannot aspire to her. However, should she be willing to wait for you, I shall facilitate your union in the future." Laenor, while speaking candidly, did not forget to paint a hopeful picture for Donner. "Really?" Donner's hope rekindled. "Of course, as long as she consents. But do you truly believe she would?" Laenor did not deliver a definitive answer. Yet he noticed the blacksmith across from him wearing a lewd grin. "Surely, this fellow hasn't already." Laenor pondered in surprise, acknowledging the swiftness of the man's actions. However, with the Valerion name, who could truly say who had shared their bed? Chapter 17. Robert's intentions. Leono set aside the troublesome matter concerning Donna, turning his attention to the heart tree's trunk. With deft hands, he stripped away the bone-white bark to reveal the trunk's vivid crimson hue, resembling blood. He meticulously collected the thickened sap, then treated the trunk using a method of fumigation. Ultimately, the trunk was severed, extracting only the heartwood. After a process of sanding and polishing, it transformed into a staff approximately 1 meter in length, crowned with a fist-sized 6-blade hammerhead, resulting in a strikingly red-headed mace. Leono had initially intended to craft a wooden sword for spiritual manipulation. As in the realm of the sun god, wooden implements best accommodate divine souls, with jade being second and metal the least favorable. Although the heart tree possessed commendable strength, the effectiveness of the blade was not satisfactory. His martial skills did not yet reach the level of wielding wood and stone as a sword. So he decided on a more pragmatic approach, to forge a mace first and, upon acquiring suitable gemstones, transform it into a staff. Eventually, he would craft a Valyrian sword, achieving the harmonious dual mastery of both sword and staff. Perfection. With the newly forged mace in hand, Leono felt a profound sense of satisfaction, solidifying his resolve. That night, he sought out an unoccupied chamber, placing a fragrant blend of heart tree sap, dragon's breath, and clove incense upon a tray. Casting the mace aside, he formed hand seals and began to visualize a pagoda, imagining his body as this structure, while his consciousness settled into the lower Dantian. In the ethereal realm, Leono found himself within the pagoda, ascending its stairs one level after another until he reached the pinnacle. Gazing into the vastness, it felt as though he stood atop the walls of Wind's top fortress, with the expansive sky above and the roaring waves below. Without sorrow or joy, Leono leapt from the tower, experiencing a profound sense of weightlessness. In that fleeting moment, as his body met the ground, his spirit soared upwards. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself bathed in radiant daylight, surrounded by a warm, vaporous mist. Success. Looking down, he saw the incense burning steadily on the tray, while the darkness before him was laid bare. In the corner sat a youth, hands forming seals. Appearing around 16 years of age, with closed eyes and a strikingly handsome visage, remarkably resembling his own reflection. How peculiar! Leono gazed at his corporeal form, shaking his head in wonder. Turning around, he embraced the protective incense smoke and effortlessly passed through the chamber's walls. Material barriers that could hinder the physical body were inconsequential to the spirit. He glided through the wall and emerged outside, where a chill enveloped him. Gazing upwards, he beheld a crescent moon hanging in the sky, its cool light casting an icy aura around him. Yet, the lingering warmth of the incense remained, and his spirit remained steadfast, casting a shadow beneath the moonlight, shielding him from its luminous glow. Fortunately, I have reached the realm of nocturnal exploration. My innate talent appears to be somewhat limited. While others achieve mastery at the age of 8, I, at 16, aspire to control objects or manifest forms. Yet, I have not even attained the level of day wandering. Leonor, bathed in moonlight, voiced a few complaints before silently gazing at the luminous orb above. Practicing the celestial observations inscribed within the sacred texts, the moon experiences phases of waxing and waning. Each night, Leonor would allow his spirit to escape, initially using incense, but later transcending to a natural flight into the sky, meditating in the courtyard while documenting the entire cycle of the moon from crescent to full. His spirit naturally emanated a serene and noble aura, enhancing his presence. On this day, the Red Fortress was enveloped in an unusually gloomy atmosphere, devoid of thunderous storms. Leonor attempted to ignite a piece of incense, releasing his spirit once more. Despite the oppressive clouds and the protective incense, he could not escape the sensation of heat enveloping him. Nevertheless, he persevered. First, he ventured out during the overcast days, then appeared at dawn and dusk, swiftly advancing to the level of day wandering, even under the blazing sun at the Red Fortress. On this particular day, Leonor wandered through the chambers of the Red Fortress, seeking entertainment when he unexpectedly stumbled into a room adorned with plush carpets, tapestries, and golden-framed round windows. He had entered the Prime Minister's tower. Just as he contemplated leaving, he overheard a conversation. "Robert, is it time?" A husky and deep voice resonated from within, causing Leonor to halt, as he believed he heard his brother's name. "Leonor. Can he truly?" Robert's distinctive gruff voice followed. "Ah, indeed, it is my brother, and they are discussing matters concerning me." Leonor restrained his urge to depart and pressed his spirit down. He beheld Robert, whose belly had grown as round as a barrel, adorned with a green gem crown, conversing with Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. Jon Arryn was a gaunt, gray-haired elder, clad in a green robe, his chest embellished with two insignias. One, the palm-shaped sigil of the Hand of the King, the other, the blue background flying eagle emblem of House Arryn. "This was your suggestion, and we all consented." Jon expressed his displeasure at Robert's hesitation. "He is my brother. I only acted on a whim," Robert retorted, hands clasped behind his back, his belly protruding in dissatisfaction. "What is it that you wish me to do?" Leonor felt a surge of interest, positioning himself comfortably atop the drapery, eager to hear Robert continue his dialogue with Jon. "That lad is merely a frivolous fellow. Let him engage with the Tyrells and the Dornish, or perhaps, let him occupy himself with playing in the mud and forging iron, casually conducting business to earn a few coins. Those border affairs are beyond his management. To engage with the Tyrells and the Dornish." Leonor's eyes widened in astonishment. "He is not alone. He has us." Jon outright rejected Robert's words, insisting that Lionel be sent to the borderlands. A proposal he had himself initiated, and one that was part of their prearranged plan. Once Lionel successfully established himself in the borderlands, Robert would have me in the east and Stannis at sea, utilizing Storm's End and the borderlands to block the Riverlands and Dorne, thereby allowing us to focus our efforts on dealing with the Lannisters. Good heavens, such strategic intent. Lionel gaped in astonishment, realizing that his elder brother intended to take action against the Lannisters. "Nevertheless, Cersei is my wife," Robert replied, somewhat troubled. This was merely a strategy he had casually mentioned before. Now, with Cersei and Joffrey already in the picture, what was the point of bringing it up again? Don't be foolish, Robert. In the Seven Kingdoms, the Tully family cannot command the entirety of the Riverlands. Ned Stark in the north is your brother. And the Riverlands are home to the Tully and Florent families, while Dorne is far too distant. The only immediate threat to the Iron Throne is the Lannisters. Do you truly believe that once Joffrey ascends to the throne, he will have many supporters at his disposal? We must suppress the Lannisters before Joffrey comes of age. Jon felt a twinge of frustration at Robert's indecision. Ultimately, Robert capitulated, deciding to send Lionel to Storm's End. After all, as you said, the Tullys are in the Riverlands. And Dorne is quite far away. He has us backing him. Perhaps a confrontation will not even arise. Lionel sat by the window, listening to Robert's familiar yet sparse words. His eyes rolling slightly. The good times in King's Landing were coming to an end. However, Lionel felt little disappointment. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Having long awaited this moment, he had stockpiled a considerable arsenal of weapons and equipment, biding his time for this very occasion. To possess his own territory, cultivate vast fields, and establish a disciplined army to vie for power, this was the dream of every man. And this dream was about to begin. Chapter 18. Recruitment the following day, with anticipation. Lionel was summoned to the king's chambers at Maegor's Holdfast to receive Robert's latest decree. Lionel Baratheon, from this day forth, you shall be the Prince of Storm's End and the governor of the borderlands. All lands and taxes of the borderlands shall belong to you, Robert announced solemnly. Clad in a robe of gold and green, his beard and hair meticulously groomed, addressing the young man before him. Very well, I accept, Lionel replied internally, maintaining an impassive demeanor, not even bothering to kneel, merely blinking in feigned astonishment. You ought to express gratitude to your king. Very well, as you wish, Robert remarked, displeased that Lionel had not observed the customary courtesies. However, reflecting on his decision to send him to the borderlands, Robert felt a pang of guilt and thus excused him from the requisite formalities. Why the sudden assignment to the borderlands? Lionel inquired, sensing Robert's mood and realizing that he had familial ties, albeit limited. He needed to seize this opportunity to garner more support while it was still available. What is the meaning of suddenly sending you to the frontier? You are a prince of Summerhall, and that territory should rightfully belong to you. It is time for you to return to your rightful domain. Robert felt a twinge of guilt privately, yet that did not imply he was foolish. But have I not always been in King's Landing? Leonor attempted to quibble. Just as he was about to demand something, Robert interrupted him decisively. It is merely because of your youth that I cannot allow you to go to the frontier, now that you have grown. It is time to return to your own territory. By the way, do not forget to recruit some personnel from King's Landing. I shall also send Barristan to assist you, along with some gold dragons. As for the rest, you may manage it as you see fit. After saying this, Robert, with a belly reminiscent of a pregnant woman, turned his back and left, leaving Leonor to swallow his prepared words. As Leonor watched Robert's rotund figure vanish, he couldn't help but think that the stout form was quite imposing. Should he assist him in altering his fate? Perhaps another time. With a sigh, Leonor recalled how this brother met his demise, allegedly orchestrated by his wife, that scheming Lannister harpy. There was no time to dwell on that now. Securing the frontier was paramount, and establishing a base was the priority. The frontier, as its name suggests, lies between the stormlands, Dorne, and the Reach, serving as a buffer zone. Even to this day, it remains governed by several nobles from 3 distinct regions, having endured the ravages of war with a fierce populace. To command such a land, one requires strength. As Robert indicated, Leonor's first task was to recruit soldiers from King's Landing. He had Vincent, Dorette, Donner, and many laborers at his disposal. Robert had also promised to send Barristan to assist him. However, he still lacked soldiers, basic infantry. Leonor enlisted Dorette to draft a recruitment notice, emblazoned with the Baratheon stag sigil. He instructed Donner to post it in every tavern in King's Landing and set up recruitment stations at the notice locations, initiating a large-scale enlistment. The criteria were simple: suitable age, exceptional physical ability, and obedience to orders, most importantly, the latter. As for the rewards, successful recruits would receive 2 gold dragons as a settlement bonus, and those who distinguished themselves could be knighted. Once Leonor's recruitment notice was published, it immediately caused a stir within King's Landing. Both the prospect of receiving 2 gold dragons and the chance to become a knight were opportunities that many could only dream of, particularly the latter. Even if a knight lacked lands and could not pass on their title, the status was invaluable to the common folk. On the day the recruitment notice was posted, the taverns were filled to capacity as countless commoners spread the word. No one doubted the authenticity of the notice, as it bore the Baratheon family stag, the royal emblem, and anyone who dared misuse it would face execution. Despite the overwhelming number of applicants, They encountered a challenge when it came time to submit their information. What? I need to prove that I am at least 16 years old and not over 35? How do I do that? Should I fetch my mother? After applicants submitted their information, they found themselves at a loss upon receiving feedback from the recruitment personnel. One could seek assistance from their own guild or request a guarantor from a merchant, cleric, nun, or even a knight in King's Landing to provide an endorsement. This endorsement required only their signature on a plain piece of paper that the recruitment personnel offered, indicating a blank space in the lower right corner. What is this? The applicant received the slightly yellowed sheet, observing the inked characters with indifference, as he could neither read nor cared to. However, he noted the paper's uniqueness, as it was not the common parchment. It was fragile, capable of being folded, yet caution was advised when unfolding it to avoid tearing, especially around the signature area. Remember, only the guarantor may inscribe their name. Any attempt to write it oneself would result in disqualification from the retest, as the recruitment personnel endeavored to clarify the situation. Retest? The applicant was introduced to yet another unfamiliar term. Indeed, after successful registration, there would be a physical examination consisting of a 2-mile run. Only those who passed would be deemed fit for training. Upon completing the initial training and demonstrating commendable performance, they would officially secure employment. Why so many restrictions? The applicant protested. Once formally employed, a relocation allowance of 2 golden dragons would be provided, and those who excelled could even be knighted. The recruitment personnel's response left the applicant speechless. Despite the numerous limitations and issues, the queue for endorsements remained incessant. As the news spread, it even stirred a sensation among the noble circles. To the nobles, who naturally possessed lineage, the promise of wealth and knighthood from Leonor held little value. They believed it impossible to recruit genuine knights. True knights were those who, from a young age, underwent training, starting as humble squires, and learned through exposure. Those attracted by money and status were merely a band of brutes. Some nobles dismissed the notion, yet the majority were stirred by ambition. Not all nobles were affluent. Many were merely of modest means, their estate sufficient only for the eldest son, while younger siblings were compelled to seek other fortunes. Engaging with the Prince of Summerhall for wealth appeared a promising path. In an instant, the entirety of King's Landing was set ablaze with excitement, as various guilds and merchants throughout the city were stirred into action. Through the endorsement to ensure the applicants' backgrounds and the physical assessment to guarantee their fitness, Leonor swiftly recruited batch after batch of exemplary soldiers. He personally trained a contingent, while Bottleneck trained another, and through a method of multiplication, within a mere month, he had assembled 800 equipped soldiers. Chapter 19. Summerhall. After 3 months of preparation, Leonor organized an army of 2,000 in King's Landing, stockpiling substantial provisions, and commenced his formal advance towards the frontier of Summerhall. The Summerhall is situated at the terminus of the Crimson Mountains, nestled at the confluence of Storm's End, King's Landing, and the borderlands. Once a summer retreat for the Targaryen dynasty, this location served as an alternative haven during the sweltering season. However, by the time Leonor arrived, it had devolved into a desolate expanse of ruins and debris. The once majestic Summerhall, a palace where the 15th Targaryen king, Aegon V, had attempted a ritual to hatch dragon eggs using wildfire, had met its demise in flames, rendering it abandoned and forsaken by the Targaryen lineage. Perched atop a hillside on his black steed, Leonor gazed upon the forgotten palace, now a stark wasteland devoid of life, and let out a deep sigh. The task ahead seemed daunting, everything needed reconstruction. He longed to return to inherit Wind's Rest. Surely Dragonstone would be preferable to this desolation. My lord. The esteemed Lord Balgrande of King's Landing, Lord Grange of Summerhall, and Lord Silveraxe of Whitewood have arrived, announced Bottleneck, approaching on a white horse. Ah, my old acquaintances, Leonor remarked with a slight tilt of his head and a smile. These 3 were nobles of the borderlands, loyal to House Baratheon. When Robert Baratheon rose in rebellion, they too had sought to align with the supporters of the king until they were vanquished by Old Ferris. His son, Silveraxe, alongside the other 2 lords, subsequently pledged their allegiance to Robert. Although the actions of these 3 noble families were somewhat ignoble, one must acknowledge that they had contributed significantly to the war for the throne after submitting to Robert. The elder Grande son of King's Landing perished from grievous injuries sustained in the Battle of the Trident, while Lord Cavern of Summerhall fell valiantly in the Battle of Whispering Shore while protecting Robert. Now, their respective heirs had come in their stead. Acknowledging this fact, Leonor did not treat them lightly. He arranged a banquet in their honor and extolled the valor of their ancestors to curry favor. Now that the 3 noble families had sworn fealty to House Baratheon, they were aware of Robert's issuance of titles and understood the hierarchy of kings. In response to Leonor's cordial overtures, they humbly expressed their willingness to assist him in the reconstruction of Summerhall. However, Leonor promptly declined their offers. Their pleasant words belied a true intent to merely rally the populace to their aid while they stood idly by, showering compliments. Though Westeros forbids slavery, the serfs laboring on noble lands are compelled to provide their services without compensation, akin to a form of serfdom. Leonor had no desire for his stronghold to be built upon the tears and suffering of the common folk, nor did he require it to be so. "I do not require manpower," he stated, holding a goblet of wine as he smiled at the three nobles. "I have already devised a plan for the future of Summerhall and arranged for additional personnel to arrive. However, I would appreciate your assistance in other matters, such as selling me provisions and ensuring that any free folk interested in coming to my service are not hindered." Leono possesses an abundance of craftsmen and newly recruited troops who can serve as laborers, thus he is not lacking in manpower for the reconstruction of Summerhall. What he truly lacks are provisions and a burgeoning population for his future domain. Although the three noble houses hesitated at Leono's request for grain and unrestricted migration, they ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, since you harbor no objections, I shall now promulgate my first decree." Upon receiving their consent, Leono's smile faded, and he solemnly began to read the decree. "From this day forth, any freeman who arrives in my territory, after proper declaration, shall be free to cultivate land and shall be exempt from personal taxation. After 3 successful years of cultivation, the land shall become the private property of the cultivator, provided that the land tax is duly paid, and it shall be protected under my decree in the name of Baelish." Westeros operates under a feudal system, where each lord has the liberty to establish their own rules, aside from the common laws such as the King's Peace, the Six Decrees, the Widowess Law, and the laws of inheritance. Imposing labor and increasing taxes are trivial matters, and in some regions, the right of the first night still exists. "Gentlemen, this is my first decree. I shall ensure that these laws are posted in your castles. I implore you to honor your promises and not to impede the freemen from entering my lands." After announcing the decree, Leono gestured for soldiers to produce proclamation papers bearing the stag emblem. The three nobles were momentarily rendered speechless, for it was their first encounter with the notion of land ownership. To speak candidly, in the feudal realms of Westeros, the very concept of private land ownership is utterly incomprehensible. All land belongs to lords and nobles. Anyone who hears of Leono's willingness to distribute land to the populace would be left in bewilderment. In their eyes, Leono appeared to be a fool, a man willing to relinquish his own property to others. Stunned by the revelation, even when they regained their composure, the nobles found themselves at a loss for words, remaining in shock even as they departed the banquet. Leono, however, paid little mind to the nobles' reactions. He ordered the proclamations to be posted in the borderlands, stormlands, and within the domains of various noble houses, and then set about preparing for the reconstruction of Summerhall. Originally a palace rather than a fortress, Summerhall lacked substantial defensive structures, which did not align with Leono's vision. He devised a new blueprint for a castle and directed his soldiers to clear the existing ruins, categorizing the stones, after which the craftsmen commenced their labor. The summoned craftsmen, following the plans provided by Leono, excavated kiln caves in the Red Mountains, using the extracted red clay to manufacture bricks. They invoked the captured cave lions and black bears for the sacrificial fire in the kiln and employed the methods documented in the scriptures to produce crimson bricks, which were then combined with cement to construct the castle walls. In no time, a striking red wall rose from the valley at the foot of the Red Mountains, connecting the two mountain ranges, adorned with arrow slits and signal towers for fire beacons. Initially, the walls of the city were erected, followed closely by the construction of flat-roofed dwellings. Leonor had not included plans for his own palace or castle within the building scheme. He resided in a temporary residence, which effectively shielded him from assassination attempts and garnered him immense respect among both civilians and soldiers. As the city was being built at a relentless pace, a significant number of civilians hastily migrated from the northern city of King's Landing and Storm's Inn to the newly established Summerhall. Leonor honored his commitments by providing these free folk with tents and farming tools, surveying plots of land on the plains and exempting them from personal taxes and land taxes for a limited time. After 3 years of cultivation, they could claim ownership of the land. This series of measures brought joy to an increasing number of civilians who, enticed by the promise of land, brought their families southward to cultivate hope in this new territory. In his first year at Summerhall, the ruins began to buzz with life. Countless grains and supplies were transported from King's Landing and Storm's End. By the second year, the flow of provisions began to dwindle as towering walls and houses sprang forth. Leonor bestowed upon this burgeoning city the name New Summerhall. By the third year, Summerhall had become self-sufficient, no longer reliant on external food supplies. Instead, numerous pits opened in the Crimson Mountains, enveloped in layers of heat, where artisans under Leonor's command began to produce pottery that was dispatched north and south. Under the banner of the Baratheon royal standard, Leonor successfully implemented agrarian policies in Summerhall. Not only did he resolve the issue of sustenance within 3 years, but he also established a city with a population of 40 to 50,000, even beginning to utilize the red clay of the Crimson Mountains to produce pottery and develop crafts. In Westeros, there was no tradition of pottery making. Such goods had to be imported from free trade cities like Myr and Volantis. Those ceramics transported across the seas were typically priced above a silver stag, rendering them luxuries for common households. However, in the Kills of Summerhall, these items were produced in hundreds and thousands, bundled with straw, and sold to merchants from Dorne. The Riverlands, in the north. A pottery jar could be purchased for 10 copper stars, while a bowl was obtainable for a single copper star, allowing Summerhall's ceramics to drastically undercut the prices set by merchants from Myr and Volantis. Leonor's mastery of pottery techniques effectively slashed the cost of ceramics in Westeros, expanding the market and ensuring that the pottery crafted in Summerhall found its way into the homes of ordinary residents, while simultaneously replenishing his own once-empty coffers. In addition to pottery, Leonor instructed blacksmiths to produce a multitude of plows, hoes, and sickles, while still ensuring the availability of armor and weapons. However, due to the absence of iron mines within the territory of Summerhall, these iron farming tools were provided to the farmers on a loan basis, in exchange for the grains they cultivated, earning a modest income through pottery, linking agricultural produce with iron tools while implementing a policy that favors agrarianism, and simultaneously stimulating the populace's enthusiasm for production by acknowledging land ownership, all under the auspices of the Baratheon banner, allowed Leonor to pursue his agricultural endeavors in an orderly fashion. Following the successful pottery-making phase, he further refined agricultural practices, enhancing irrigation systems, and promoting crop rotation alongside the cultivation of high-yield crops such as corn and pumpkins. After a year of relentless effort, the overall scale of Summerhall began to take shape, emerging as a city at the terminus of the Crimson Mountain Range, encircled by lofty peaks and robust city walls. To the south, the mountains were rife with earthworks and kilns, perpetually shrouded in clouds of dust and ash, while to the north, expansive plains were adorned with fields brimming with wheat, corn, pumpkins, and other high-yield crops. Today, Summerhall has entirely severed its dependence on external food supplies, amassing enough provisions in its subterranean granaries to sustain the populace for an entire year. The city's population has surged past 70,000, doubling in size, with additional settlers arriving from the realms of King's Landing, Riverlands, and even the Reach. This burgeoning population filled Leonor with joy. Nothing delighted him more than witnessing the flourishing of the city he had painstakingly established. However, the increasing number of inhabitants also brought a sense of pressure. The issue was clear: there was insufficient arable land available. Summerhall's proximity to the Crimson Mountains meant that the existing land was not particularly fertile. Leonor had promised the newcomers land ownership, and the 3-year period of this promise had long since elapsed, leaving little cultivable land near the city. Although he was not concerned about financial difficulties due to his provision of iron tools to farmers and control over grain prices, the crux of the matter lay in the scarcity of land. How could he attract more settlers without sufficient land? This posed a significant developmental challenge. If he continued to adhere to the original agrarian policies, expansion was an inevitability. Leonor now comprehended why ancient Chinese dynasties consistently expanded their territories and why modern European powers fervently pursued colonies. Both were fundamentally seeking pathways to development. Every nation encounters a bottleneck period in its growth. Prolonged stagnation inevitably leads to decline, a cycle reflected in the continuous rise and fall of ancient Chinese dynasties. Summerhall's development was currently experiencing such a bottleneck. To the east and west, the mountains had been transformed into brick kilns and pottery factories. To the south lay the territories of the stormlands nobility, while to the north resided the Blackport of the Targaryen loyalists. The Targaryen family firmly loyal to the Iron Throne. The stormlands, as expected, were similarly untouchable. Why does no one come to challenge me? Leonor lamented, noting that the Baratheon banner was so formidable that the nobility of Dorne and the Reach dared not provoke him. He found himself solely engaged in agriculture, with no opportunity for expansion. It was rather disheartening. Leonardo found himself rather listless, pondering whether he could provoke someone when news arrived from the north, carried by a raven. It spoke of the untimely demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, the old duke, and that his brother, Robert, intended to summon him back to King's Landing to assume the role of the Hand of the King in order to stabilize the realm. So it begins, thought Leonardo, clutching a parchment as he stood atop a peak of the Red Mountains, gazing down at the flourishing city below, exhaling softly. According to the unfolding narrative, Robert would seek to venture north to retrieve his brother, Eddard Stark, to serve as the new Hand. Subsequently, Eddard would uncover the incestuous affair between the Lannister siblings, prompting Cersei Lannister to orchestrate Robert's assassination. With the Iron Throne vacant, Joffrey, Stannis, Renly, Balon Greyjoy, and Robb Stark would each assert their claim to the throne, thus igniting the War of the Five Kings. Clutching the parchment, Leonardo recited the names of his three brothers, feeling a pang of indecision. Should he return to King's Landing to save Robert? If he did, would the War of the Five Kings still transpire? And if not, would other conflicts arise? Undoubtedly. The absence of this war would not preclude other strife. In the present state of Westeros, the Baratheon family held dominion over the Crownlands, Stormlands, and the Reach, seemingly dominating the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, fissures had already begun to appear, with the three regions remaining disparate and reliant solely on Robert's personal ties. Robert's claim to the throne was precarious. He ascended not through absolute strength, but rather through the Targaryen bloodline and with the robust support of the Arryn and Stark families, alongside a strategic marriage to Cersei Lannister. This union was merely a compromise, and such arrangements are inevitably destined to unravel. Cersei Lannister was far from virtuous. Her incestuous relationship with her brother gave rise to the current heir, Joffrey. Leonardo could not fathom accepting that golden-haired child, born of such depravity, as the king of the Baratheon dynasty. Setting aside immediate concerns, it is worth recalling that the Targaryen family was not entirely extinguished. The Mad King Aerys too still had two surviving children on the continent of Essos, the Beggar King, Viserys, and the woman commonly referred to as Daenerys Targaryen. Though they currently stood alone, Westeros was rife with those eager to exploit their existence, notably Dorne. War was inevitable. The only uncertainty lay in its commencement. Let it come, Robert. Do not say that your brother will not aid you. Leonardo gazed toward the city of Summerhall. Having reached a resolution, he resolved to assist Robert, for they were brothers, and Robert had significantly contributed to the construction of Summerhall. Chapter 21. Plans change in an effort to avert Robert's tragic fate. Leonardo devised a rudimentary plan, a strategy for the game of power. His initial step was to prevent Robert from heading to the north. From all he knew, his elder brother, Eddard Stark, was hardly suited for the game of power. This upright man, originally a second son, had fortuitously become the head of House Stark, rather than allowing Robert to summon him to King's Landing as a sacrificial pawn. It was far wiser to keep him in the north to guard it. With his steadfast character, as long as he drew breath, the Stark family would remain an eternal ally of House Baratheon. With the Starks as allies, even in the event of a rift with the Lannisters, House Baratheon could at least ensure the neutrality of the northern lords, keeping an eye on the White Walkers beyond the wall. Moreover, if handled correctly, they could leverage the Starks to threaten the flanks of the Lannisters. If Eddard Stark could be successfully dissuaded from entering the fray, the next step would be to find an opportune moment to pierce the festering wound that was the Lannisters and excise it completely. With Robert alive, the impending War of the Five Kings would be rendered nearly moot. A few strategic measures, such as the Edict of Grace, could then be employed to consolidate the seven kingdoms of Westeros, ultimately culminating in a confrontation with the White Walkers. With this strategy in mind, Leonor packed his belongings and set forth with 600 soldiers towards King's Landing. The journey from Summerhall to the capital spanned approximately a week. Despite his haste, upon his return to King's Landing, he was met with disheartening news from the commander of the city guard, Janos Slint. Just after the death of Old John, Robert had dispatched a letter and proceeded north with his retinue, accompanied by Queen Cersei Lannister and Kingsguard Jaime Lannister. All affairs in King's Landing were now under the purview of the 5 ministers of the Small Council. Too late. Leonor's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, plans could not keep pace with the unfolding events. Robert's maneuver into the north had set the wheel of fate in motion. He could hardly bring himself to drag Robert back now. With matters as they stood, Leonor had little choice but to proceed to the Red Keep's council chamber to meet with the 5 ministers currently managing the affairs of King's Landing. Robert was not the sort of person suited for governance, a fact he was well aware of. Thus, he had continued the Targaryen tradition of the Small Council, content to serve as a mere figurehead, indulging in revelry while entrusting all power to his trusted foster father, Jon Arryn, who acted as the hand of the king, guiding the council in state matters. Previously, the Small Council had been led by Hand Jon Arryn, with the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the Master of Ships, Stannis Baratheon, the Master of Whispers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle, as advisors. Now, with Jon Arryn's sudden demise, only 5 remained on the council. However, Robert was evidently dissatisfied with them. Otherwise, he would not have hurried north in search of Eddard Stark. The flames danced within the hearth as Leonor, with his neatly trimmed hair and donning a cerulean robe, strode purposefully into the parlor, approaching the elongated conference table. His gaze briefly lingered on the vacant seat of honor before he inclined slightly towards Balistan, seated to the left, who was adorned with a white beard and armor. "Master, it has been far too long," Leonor exclaimed, his heartfelt respect evident. Balistan, not only his martial arts instructor but also a protector during his journey to the borderlands, returned the sentiment with formal courtesy. "Indeed, Your Highness, it has been over a year since we last met. As the captain of the King's Guard, Balistan's loyalty lay solely with Robert upon the Iron Throne." Though polite, Balistan's address carried a weight of obligation. Just as he was about to speak, an unsteady voice interrupted. "Your Highness, your return is most timely." The elderly man in a white robe, Paixir, smiled warmly, albeit somewhat formally. "It has been 3 years since we last met. You still appear quite healthy." Without waiting for a response, Leonor turned his attention to a slender, middle-aged man with a light goatee, clad in a green double-breasted coat, adorned with exquisite silver embellishments in the shape of a robin at his collar and waist. "You must be Lord Peter Baelish," Leonor declared. "Indeed, Your Highness," the man replied, bowing slightly, his demeanor modest. "You are quite remarkable," Leonor remarked with a smile before directing his gaze to the last individual present. "Then you must be Lord Varys," he said, observing a stout man dressed in gleaming silk garments, his hands tucked within his sleeves, exhibiting a somewhat peculiar and fidgety demeanor. "Your kindness is overwhelming, Your Highness," the rotund man responded, his voice slightly high-pitched, almost feminine. Leonor endeavored to avoid direct scrutiny of the master of whisperers, Varys, to prevent any inadvertent offense. His eyes swept the table, and he could not suppress a frown. "Stannis, where is my brother?" Leonor inquired, noting the conspicuous absence of Stannis, the master of ships. "Your Highness, this is precisely what we must report to you," Balistan replied gravely. "Duke Stannis returned to his own lands after His Majesty's departure from King's Landing." "He said nothing?" Leonor's brow unfurled slightly. "Indeed, he had been working alongside Duke Jon and appeared quite distraught over the old duke's demise," Paixir interjected, providing cover for Stannis, suggesting his abrupt departure was due to sorrow. "That suggests he may have deduced the truth about Robert's fate from the hair colors of Joffrey and the others. Fearing for his own life, he fled under the cover of night, quite swiftly, I might add. Yet, to not even send word or provide a warning is rather neglectful of our brotherly bond." Leonor felt a tinge of dissatisfaction toward Stannis' escape, yet maintained a facade of composure as he inquired, "Has there been any word from Renly regarding his return?" "Indeed, Duke Renly is en route to King's Landing. However, prior to his arrival, the city lacks a steward," one of the members of the small council, a representative of House Baratheon, muttered. He glanced at the others present, recognizing that none of them were adept in governance. He himself was a knight, unversed in matters of state. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, was preoccupied with finances. Varys, the spymaster, and Maester Pycelle, the Grand Maester, shared a similar disinterest in the administration of affairs. "I see. If there are matters concerning King's Landing, please convey them directly to me," Leonor stated, decisively taking his seat at the head of the long table to assert his authority. The first pressing issue was the kingdom's financial straits. The king was fervently organizing various tournaments, compounded by the significant deficit incurred due to the Iron Islands rebellion 6 years prior, leaving the royal treasury in dire straits. The bashful smile of Peter Baelish was the first to falter as he reported to Leonor. "And what of this?" Leonor raised his gaze, scrutinizing the slender, handsome man, his eyes drifting over the understated yet exquisitely crafted silver finery of his collar and belt. The pressure was palpable. What had been a mild-mannered youth moments ago now exuded an icy demeanor, reminiscent of the moon in the night sky, prompting Peter to bend slightly at the waist. "Your Highness, that was not my intention," Peter stammered, cautiously attempting to clarify his position. "I did not inquire about the magnitude of the treasury's deficit or its causes." Leonor interjected sharply, "But rather, what purpose does your revelation serve? As the master of coin, such a significant shortfall demands an explanation from you." Leonor, having long cultivated an aura of authority through his rigorous training and responsibilities in overseeing the construction of the Summerhall, delivered his words with a gravitas that quickened Peter's heartbeat and left him momentarily taken aback. "How is this my fault? I am merely the master of coin," Peter protested, unable to restrain himself from raising his head, his expression one of bewilderment. What did the treasury's deficit have to do with him? Leonor, incensed by Peter's demeanor, bellowed, "Varys, Your Highness." The rotund spymaster felt a tightening at the back of his neck and stepped forward, like a schoolboy called to answer. "You are responsible for intelligence. What do you know of our master of coin?" Leonor queried pointedly at the stout figure. A sheen of sweat appeared on Varys's brow. Leonor emphasized the question with a firmer tone. "What would you like to know about Lord Baelish?" Varys replied cautiously. Then enlighten me on the annual tax revenue that King's Landing receives from across Westeros, Leonor demanded. Why this sudden inquiry? Varys was momentarily perplexed, but after a moment's reflection, he answered, it should range between 80,000 to 100,000 gold dragons, depending on the harvest from various regions. Inquiring about the operations of King's Landing and the kingdom's governance. I refer specifically to the annual expenditures for the salaries of the city guard and the maintenance costs of their equipment, excluding the king's personal expenses. Leonor briefly outlined the accounts he desired. Upon hearing Leonor's accounting methods, His Highness Peter immediately grew uneasy. As the significant deficit in the royal treasury was largely attributable to Robert's personal indulgences, I did not solicit your input as the Minister of Finance. If you cannot clarify the accounts, it would be prudent to remain silent. Leonor firmly interjected, then turned to Varys and inquired, what do you say? It should be around 20 to 30,000 gold dragons, Varys replied. Feeling the immense pressure and wishing to explain, it was swiftly silenced. Thus, there ought to be at least 50,000 gold dragons in surplus annually. Now, tell me, how much wealth does our esteemed Minister of Finance possess? Leonor pointedly directed a question at Peter. Do not tell me you cannot answer that. Leonor effectively cornered Varys, linking the Treasury's deficit to the Minister of Finance, and questioned the intelligence minister's utility if he could not gather information. Varys raised his head, utterly stunned. He never anticipated that after scrutinizing the accounts, Leonor would shift the focus back to Peter, intertwining personal wealth with the Treasury's deficit. How enlightening. Varys suddenly understood why Peter always managed to procure funds whenever the Treasury fell short. Speak. Leonor urged Varys for a response. Lord Baelish's household has approximately 10,000 gold dragons, Varys reported, having pieced together some details. Upon hearing Varys's reply, Peter furrowed his brow, while Pisciel exhibited surprise. Glancing at the now composed Peter before feigning indifference. 10,000 gold dragons? Leonor frowned. That figure seemed rather inadequate. However, he owns a brothel, salt mines, and ships. Varys added, inciting an angry glare from Peter. Real estate, correct? Combined, what is the total? Leonor inquired with renewed interest, realizing that the assets were primarily real estate. Explaining the scarcity of liquid cash. I cannot ascertain precisely, but it should not be less than 1 million gold dragons, Varys estimated, causing both Baelish and Pisciel to widen their eyes in disbelief. Your Grace, all of these are my personal legitimate assets and have no connection to the Treasury's deficit. Peter glared at the corpulent eunuch, interrupting him while asserting his position to Leonor. Noticing Peter's growing agitation, Varys suddenly recalled, Your Grace. I remembered that Lord Baelish has a substantial deposit in the Iron Bank. I have friends who can uncover it. Silence. Peter's complexion shifted from red to pale. Bring him in. Leonor stood up, signaling for someone from outside. His Highness Peter's countenance turned ashen as he attempted to approach Leonor, only to be intercepted by the armored Palestan clad in white. As a seasoned member of the Royal Guard, Palestan could not allow Peter to near Leonor. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hall as soldiers adorned in armor and wielding swords entered, and at Leonor's command, they forcefully subdued the pale Peter to the ground. With Peter's pallid visage pressed against the floor, the elegantly attired Varys cautiously stepped back, his face betraying a mixture of concern and fear. Palestan turned his gaze towards Leonor. The kingdom was facing a significant deficit, and as the Minister of Finance, Peter Belisarius could not escape culpability. His execution would serve as a grim warning, his head displayed upon the castle's battlements. Leonor had entrusted Peter with the fate of Eddard Stark, and in a sense, this devoted acolyte of chaos could be deemed the very source of all disorder. A presence that must be eradicated. Your Highness, this is excessively brutal, stammered the trembling Peter, taken aback. Is this how the Game of Thrones is played? I am the Minister of Justice. In the king's absence, I adjudicate all matters. Any issues should await the king's return. My lord Peter, you are an esteemed servant of the Targaryen Dragon King. Are you not aware of this? Leonor's icy gaze bore down on Peter, exerting palpable pressure. Peter instinctively recoiled. Shrinking back. Proceed. Leonor commanded, decisively waving past the conflicted Palestan, gesturing to the soldiers. Without hesitation, the soldiers dragged the incapacitated Peter Belisarius from the hall. Palestan watched as Peter was taken away and abruptly called out. Yes, the aged knight acknowledged, turning to bow before the youth. Investigate the Belisarius family's assets and ensure the recovery of wealth belonging to the royal treasury. Varys, send someone to assist with the inventory to prevent oversight. My lord Peter, will you appoint someone to oversee the counting? Any objections? Leonor began orchestrating the seizure of the Belisarius family's wealth. No objections, Varys replied with an affirmative nod. Neither do I, Peter hastily added, anxious not to appear tardy in his response. Then let us move on to the next matter. What other challenges does our kingdom face? Leonor, satisfied with the resolution regarding Paetir, inquired about further issues concerning the state. Chapter 23. Addressing concerns. There were indeed numerous affairs to attend to on the continent of Westeros, pertaining to the nobility, the welfare of the populace, and matters concerning the Iron Throne, such as the whereabouts of the last Targaryen scion, Viserys, and his sister Daenerys. Varys reported this information, requesting Leonor to make arrangements for their handling. How did you come by the whereabouts of these two individuals? Leonor inquired, his hands casually placed upon the armrests. Regarding Varys with a curious expression. My little birds have brought me tidings. Varys cautiously selected his words in response. Continue to pay attention. The two individuals do not pose any significant issues themselves. The sole concern lies in those who aim to exploit them to undermine our rule. Leonor did not pursue the source of Varys' intelligence, but instead reminded him of the subsequent focal points of their endeavors. The Targaryen siblings hold little importance, even Daenerys, lacking an army, cannot conquer Westeros despite her dragons. What truly matters are those who seek to capitalize on the remnants of the Targaryen legacy. I have been diligently monitoring Dorne and keeping a close watch on all individuals who come into contact with the Targaryen bloodline to ascertain their origins and affiliations. As far as I know, the current Viserys intends to marry his sister Daenerys to a Khal of the Dothraki, seemingly aiming to harness their strength to reclaim the Iron Throne. Varys hastily assured me, recounting the siblings' recent circumstances. Who facilitated this connection? Leonor inquired. A governor from Pentos, named Illyrio Mopatis, a man who was once a mercenary in his youth, later amassed wealth and acquired status through marriage to a princess. Varys elaborated on Illyrio's situation in detail. It seems that Illyrio and Varys are quite the associates. Leonor listened as Varys spoke with fervor, seemingly capable of detailing even the color of Illyrio's undergarments. He inwardly scoffed. This master of intelligence certainly had a flair for dramatization. Despite his disdain, Leonor feigned ignorance, recognizing he would still require Varys' services in the future. For the time being, he would let him be. Once Varys had finished relaying the gist of Illyrio's information and had thoroughly showcased his expertise, Leonor interjected, I understand. Ah? Varys, having expounded at length, found Leonor's terse response bewildering. Ignoring Varys, Leonor turned to Pycelle and commanded, Pycelle, draft an edict to be disseminated throughout the realm, forbidding all ships from Pentos from approaching the ports of Westeros and prohibiting trade with Pentos merchants. Any violations will be met with severe punishment. What purpose does such an order serve? Even Pycelle, let alone Balistan, couldn't help but smirk. Pentos is one of the major trading city-states, and countless nobles engage in commerce with them. Could such entrenched interests be disrupted by a mere decree, particularly one lacking clarity on the penalties? Balistan contemplated dissuading him, but, recognizing Leonor's youthful fervor, chose to remain silent. After all, it wasn't a matter of great consequence. He would let him proceed as he wished. Pycelle, though harboring his own reservations, nodded in compliance as the one directly commanded. Compile a list of the current matters we need to address, ensuring the details are clearly documented. And then we shall reconvene for discussion. I find myself somewhat fatigued, so please expedite the asset seizure of House Barris. Understood. Balistan, Varys, and Pycelle nodded in unison. After Balistan, Varys, and Peter departed, Leonor slightly clenched his fists, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he composed himself, rising from the living room to step onto a balcony that overlooked the entire city. There, he beheld a gaunt human head impaled upon the sharpened spear atop the Red Keep's gate. It was the head of Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, who had boasted of having bedded the Stark sisters. His head was severed and displayed upon the city walls. Humph. Leonor gazed down at Peter's head, perched on the spear's tip, and, resting his hand on the balcony's railing, closed his eyes to contemplate the current situation. Robert had indeed ventured north. It was likely he would return to King's Landing with Eddard Stark in due course. However, with Littlefinger eliminated, the disruption he caused would no longer be a factor, and the ensuing events should prove manageable, albeit preparation remained essential. The Lannisters were a formidable threat, and to safeguard against them, one must command the power within King's Landing. Come forth, Leonor called out, opening his eyes. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and Dorrit, having accompanied Leonor to King's Landing, entered with 2 guards, bowing towards the balcony and addressing him as my lord. Send someone to inquire who currently leads the Gold Cloaks and ascertain his crimes. Certainly. Dorrit turned to signal one of the guards, instructing him to carry out the task, while he remained to await Leonor's next command. The preeminent military force in King's Landing was the City Watch, colloquially known as the Gold Cloaks. It was imperative to secure their allegiance. Also, summon Akai and have her bring a cadre of accountants to meet me in the treasury. Leonor issued another command. Understood. Dorrit dispatched another guard, and then followed Leonor from the Prime Minister's tower, leading a group of soldiers towards the treasury. The treasury of the Red Keep was not merely a vault for gold. It served as an archive for numerous ledgers and was also the office of the Master of Coin. Upon their arrival, they found several gold cloaks rummaging through the area, while a group of emaciated men clad in burlap garments were being held together, emitting low moans of despair. Who are those individuals? Leonor approached a young gold cloak, pointing at the captured men in burlap. What concern is that of yours? Step aside and allow us to perform our duties. The young gold cloak, rather surly, failed to recognize the dark-haired youth before him. I believe I did not assign the city watch to manage the treasury, Leonor replied, a slight frown gracing his brow. However, he recalled that while the city watch had its own commander, they ultimately reported to the captain of the Kingsguard, old Balistan, who likely had sent them here. Inform him of my identity. Leonor gestured to Dorrit. Before you stands His Highness the Prince of Summerhall, the Minister of Justice for the Imperial Council, Lord Leonor Baelish. He has just ordered the execution of Peter Baelish and summoned you to address the matter at hand. Speak quickly, who is that? Dorrit has become Leonor's mouthpiece, pointing towards a distant pile of men clad in rough garments, demanding an answer from the young man in golden robes. The Prince of Summerhall, the Minister of Justice? The young man in gold was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he attempted to introduce himself. My lord, I am Wight Schlint, the city guard. I asked you but one question. Leonor curtly interrupted the self-introduction. They are Baelish's subordinates, some adept at accounting scribes. Take these men into custody and escort them to Prime Minister Tower, arranging for Leonor to hear that he is an accountant, instantly revitalized. He turned to Dorrit and instructed him to apprehend the individuals, then commenced organizing the acquisition of the ledgers. He directed Balistan, Varys, and Pycelle to seize properties, while he himself began to assess the treasury accounts of King's Landing, intending to clarify the city's current financial state. Chapter 24. Auditing the accounts. The examination of the accounts revealed startling revelations. Leonor assembled his accountants along with the scribes under Peter's command to audit the national treasury. After a thorough calculation, Leonor discovered that King's Landing was indeed devoid of funds, not only destitute, but also burdened with a staggering debt of 800,000 gold dragons. This was a consequence of King Robert Baratheon's personal extravagances, which had exhausted the national treasury's wealth. And he had further incurred debts in the name of the Iron Throne from the Lannister family, the Tyrell family, the Church, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and the merchants of Tyrosh, accumulating a debt mountain of 800,000 gold dragons. Let me see. Robert's annual personal dining expenses amount to 30,000 gold dragons. What does he consume? Gold. I have heard that Casterly Rock possesses gold mines, and the Lannisters consume gold. But at least they extract genuine gold. Leonor scoffed at the expense report. Compile a tally of the types and quantities of food he consumes in a year, and calculate the unit price based on the total cost of meals. At Leonor's behest, numerous accountants began to sift through the ledgers once more, ultimately determining the quantity and unit price of the food. 1 egg costs 2 silver stags. Peter truly kept meticulous accounts. Leonor nearly choked upon seeing the price of provisions. How could Robert be such a gullible fool? Leonor was incensed, yet soon received promising news from Balistan. The national treasury had been left in disarray by Peter's mismanagement. Yet Peter himself was exceedingly wealthy. Balistan's men uncovered cash worth 9,000 gold dragons along with a multitude of servants from his residence, and through interrogation, it was revealed that he owned over 30 brothels in King's Landing, housing hundreds of women of various ages, who opened their legs daily for his clientele. Furthermore, by sealing the brothels, Balistan unearthed jewels and valuables amounting to 300,000 gold dragons, and as they searched farther afield, more news continued to stream in. At last, in accordance with Leonor's directives, Balistan personally oversaw the meticulous inventory conducted by Varys' little bird, while the scribes under Patter recorded the findings. Once all the properties were accounted for, including those belonging to King's Landing, a treasure trove of jewels worth 700,000 gold dragons was unearthed, alongside various salt mines, mills, lumber yards, mines, and real estate valued at over 1,200,000 gold dragons. Additionally, there were 16 fully equipped merchant ships and a crew of sailors ready to set sail. Based on the inventory, Leonor formulated the final disposition plan. Patter himself, convicted of embezzlement, was sentenced for treason and publicly executed, with the lands and personal properties of the Barry family confiscated and transferred directly to the royal treasury. The brothels on Patter's estates were immediately disbanded, with each girl receiving a severance fee of 3 gold dragons, free to depart as they wished. The remaining salt mines, mills, lumber yards, mining sites, and real estate were placed under the royal treasury, yet maintained their existing management structure until personnel designated by Leonor took over. With matters finally in order, the royal treasury was no longer in a state of disarray, and Leonor exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he awaited the return of his troublesome brother, Robert, eager for him to witness the efficacy of his methods. Before Robert returned from the north, it was Renly, having hastened back from Storm's End, who arrived first at King's Landing. On a bright morning, Leonor rode forth on a fine steed, accompanied by several knights, to greet Renly's entourage at the King's Gate on the southwestern side of the city. There, he beheld a long column of cavalry, all clad in armor and armed. Beneath the green banner of the crowned stag, Renly, resplendent in emerald armor and a helmet adorned with antlers, rode at the front on a white horse. His handsome visage rivaled that of Leonor, and behind him followed a young knight clad in armor decorated with rose patterns. As they approached, they recognized Leonor, donning a short tunic and fitted attire. My brother Leonor stood in an open space, arms outstretched in welcome to the arriving Renly, a smile gracing his face. Their last encounter had been at Stannis' wedding, when Renly had still been but a lad. Upon seeing Leonor in his short attire, Renly's face broke into a radiant smile. He removed his horned helmet and tossed it to the youth beside him before dismounting to embrace Leonor. You appear to be faring well, Leonor remarked, patting Renly's back. Seizing the moment, he unexpectedly wrapped an arm around Renly's neck. Let go, let go. Renly, caught off guard, struggled to adapt, his expression shifting to one of forced amusement as he raised his head and attempted to dislodge Leonor's arm with his hands. Yet his strength proved insufficient. After a moment, seeing Renly offer little resistance, Leonor loosened his grip. Strength is not the sole attribute of a noble knight, Renly retorted, now at ease. What else is there? Leonor inquired with a grin, casting his gaze toward the young knight accompanying Renly, who glared back at him. There is loyalty and bravery, the young knight interjected, clutching Renly's horned helmet. And who might you be? Leonor turned with a smile to inquire of Renly, the third son of House Tyrell, Ser Loras. Renly's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Leonor's smile faded as he glanced at the youth named Loras, and then back at the bewildered Renly, his gaze oscillating between the two. He recalled a few trivial anecdotes, which had once seemed mere gossip, but now felt significant. Lord Leonor, your gaze is rather impolite, Loras remarked, clearly displeased by Leonor's scrutiny. How very unfortunate, Leonor replied with a faint smile, then took hold of Renly's arm, forcibly guiding him toward the city of King's Landing. Leonor, slow down, Renly protested, struggling to keep pace with Leonor's drag while attempting to break free. As they walked, Leonor released Renly, waved away the surrounding guards, instructing them to maintain their distance, and then whispered to Renly, I have heard some rumors regarding sweet wine. Are they true? Renly's expression soured instantly, his silence speaking volumes. What do you plan to do? Leonor asked as they walked side by side along the river road, heading toward the Red Keep. My brother, my personal life is none of your concern. His Majesty has granted you the Summerhall, while I have been appointed as the Warden of Storm's End and the Lord of Griffin's Roost. We each have our own duties, Renly replied, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. He suspected that Leonor was implying his own lack of heirs, suggesting that without descendants, no one could inherit Griffin's Roost. I was merely discussing your situation. Why did you suddenly divulge so much? Leonor expressed surprise, taken aback by Renly's reaction, as if he believed Leonor was coveting Griffin's Roost. I have no issues. My fate is determined by the gods, not subject to your interference, Renly retorted stiffly. Very well. Since you wish for me to refrain from interference, I shall not inquire further, Leonor said, shaking his head at the irate Renly, realizing he was no longer the child begging for cookies during moments of hunger. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence as Renly and Leonor continued walking side by side. Noticing that Leonor had nothing further to say, Renly felt compelled to break the silence, although he struggled to find a suitable topic. After a prolonged pause, he produced a pendant. Look at this. What is it? Leonor inquired as he accepted the gold pendant from Renly, revealing a small square box containing a delicate sketch of a girl with bright eyes, a heart-shaped face, hair elegantly styled at the back of her head, her lips slightly curved, bearing a resemblance to the earlier mentioned youth, Loras. Who is she? Leonor thought he recognized her, but chose not to articulate it, instead returning the pendant to Renly. Her name is Marjorie Tyrell, Renly replied, stowing the pendant away, placing his hands behind his back as they walked toward the distant Red Keep along the riverside path. What is Loras's relation to her? She is Loras's youngest sister. Do you not think she bears a striking resemblance to someone? Renly posed a vague question. Who? Leonor found himself perplexed by Renly's already ambiguous inquiry. Lyanna Stark. A look of realization crossed Renly's face. You mean to send this girl to Robert's bed? Renly understood that he intended to substitute her for Cersei Lannister. However, Due to Robert's assassination, he found himself compelled to personally engage in the struggle for the Iron Throne to court the Tyrells, seizing this woman, known as the Little Rose. The Lannisters posed a formidable challenge. Robert had always intended to confront them. Renly displayed an air of confidence. If he truly made such a decision, he would no longer be Robert. Lysa smirked disdainfully. If Robert could indeed make such a resolution, she would have to regard him with newfound respect. What does that mean? Renly paused, taken aback by Lysa's slightly contemptuous remark. Our elder brother has never been a man of great ambition. All his decisions are mere whims driven by emotion. His opposition to the Targaryens back then, and now his disdain for the Lannisters, is merely a reflection of that, Lysa openly criticized. As long as he feels that way. When the time comes, he will have no choice but to decide. Renly wore a confident expression. What do you know? Lysa's demeanor shifted to seriousness, as though the matter of Robert's infidelity was common knowledge among everyone but Robert himself. I know as much as you do, dear brother, Renly chuckled, feeling he had gained the upper hand. I know that you will die in the future, under magic orchestrated by Stannis. Do you believe it? Lysa scoffed internally but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Stannis had vanished from King's Landing, and she felt a lingering dissatisfaction towards her second brother, nonetheless. Renly remained her little brother. What do you think of my plans? Do you lack confidence in yourself? Lysa mocked directly. I am merely consulting with you. Renly's face flushed. What leads you to consider becoming a pawn for the Tyrells? Is it that Loras's lance? Lysa couldn't help but ask. Renly's face reddened further. Or is he the sheath? Lysa's questions grew increasingly peculiar. Enough, Renly snapped. All right. Lysa hurried to soothe him. Do as you wish. I am not opposed. Not opposed? What does that mean? Renly was not entirely satisfied with Lysa's words. I have no interest in who sits on the Iron Throne, Lysa declared plainly. Her true ambition was to ascend to the throne herself. Ah? Renly expressed surprise. You are unaware of the state Robert has put this kingdom in. I currently serve as the hand of the king, burdened with endless responsibilities. Lysa revealed a look of genuine frustration. She was indeed overwhelmed. Despite having filled part of the empty treasury with Peter's wealth, the holes Robert had created were far too vast. My greatest desire now is for Robert to cease creating problems for me. Let us hope. As Lannister heard Leonor's wish, he felt a surge of laughter welling up within him. It was truly amusing. What sort of man was Robert? Was such a notion even conceivable? Laughter seemed appropriate. However, once they met with Baelish, the mirth would likely dissipate. By the way, has Stannis sent anyone to seek you out? Leonor attempted to extract any morsel of information regarding Stannis from Lannister. Even the slightest hint would suffice, allowing him to feel a semblance of kinship towards that man. He is not in King's Landing? Lannister's expression transformed in surprise. Robert had journeyed north, and he, it was said, had returned to Dragonstone without so much as a farewell. Observing Lannister's expression, Leonor realized his hopes had been dashed. It seemed Stannis possessed greater knowledge. Robert had indeed ventured north? He had written to me, and I had presumed he would await my company. Lannister was taken aback by another revelation from Leonor, his brows furrowing. Has he not always been this way? Leonor urged Lannister to ease his mind. As king, Robert had always acted according to his whims and would not wait for anyone. Yet we are his true brothers. Lannister was acutely aware of Robert's situation in the north, feeling discontented that Robert's trust in Eddard Stark surpassed that in himself and Leonor. During his time in the Eyrie, he had grown up alongside Lord Jon with Eddard Stark, who was also his brother. Leonor encouraged Lannister to broaden his perspective, asserting that Eddard Stark was indeed our savior and worthy of trust. But we are undeniably his brothers, and in terms of blood relation, we should be closer. Lannister remained uneasy. Leonor chuckled softly, choosing silence. The closeness of blood ties was perhaps more detrimental, suggesting they held greater claim to the Iron Throne than Eddard Stark. When Robert raised his banner in rebellion, what allowed him to ultimately outmaneuver other nobles and ascend to the Iron Throne? If not the staunch support of House Arryn and House Stark, alongside the blood bond forged between the Baratheons and Targaryens, this tenuous lineage, beyond military might, ensured a political continuity that enabled the seamless transition from Targaryen rule to Baratheon dominion. It was conceivable that Robert, influenced by Jon's demise, harbored profound trepidation towards Stannis, Leonor, and Lannister, compelling him to hastily seek out his sworn brother Eddard Stark in the north. Amidst their banter, Leonor and Lannister arrived before the Red Keep. Just as the two, accompanied by a throng of cavalry, were about to enter the castle, a man clad in scale armor emerged from the side of the Red Keep, calling out Leonor's name to the long procession. Upon hearing his name, Leonor halted his advance with Lannister, turning to see a young man with short brown hair, seemingly in his 20s, shouting from a distance, obstructed by Lannister's cavalry. Let him approach. Leonor, upon glimpsing the man's features, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With a moment's reflection, he recalled the source of this recognition. The man bore a striking resemblance to Davos, the smuggler who had once delivered onions and salted fish to Storm's End. Indeed, he should now be referred to as Davos Seaworth. Lord Leonor, I am Allard Seaworth. I have come at the behest of my father, Sir Davos, to seek you out. The man clad in scale armor approached Leonor directly, promptly revealing his identity. Are you certain I am Leonor? Leonor quipped, unable to resist teasing the brash young man before him. This Allard indeed bore the lineage of Davos, and his reckless demeanor mirrored that of his father when he once intruded upon the feast at Storm's End. Ah? Allard looked up, gazing at the handsome man with dark hair and blue eyes, momentarily taken aback. I am indeed Leonor. What message does your father convey? Leonor chuckled silently, deciding to cease his jesting. My father asks for your forgiveness. He is unable to repay the kindness you once bestowed upon him. Oh, is there anything more? Leonor inclined his head faintly. Davos was a man of integrity. The message carried an implicit meaning. He refrained from mentioning any matters concerning the current situation, either out of deference to Stannis or due to ignorance. In any case, it seemed this matter bore no relation to Stannis. Upon hearing Leonor's words, Allard slightly lifted his gaze to this prince with dark hair and blue eyes, then awkwardly lowered his head. No, nothing more. Truly nothing more? Leonor inquired. My father instructed me to find a way to learn from your highness, Allard admitted, his head bowed. And what skills do you possess? Leonor tilted his head, sensing that Allard, much like his father, was not adept at deceit. I can do everything a knight is expected to do, Allard asserted confidently. Oh, so you are a knight now? Leonor's interest piqued. A knight's repertoire was extensive. If adhering to true standards, it encompassed horsemanship, archery, combat, poetry, swordsmanship, and military strategy, among others. Considering the time elapsed since Davos's own elevation to knighthood, one had to wonder about the capabilities of his son. Not yet, Allard's bravado deflated, his demeanor growing somewhat despondent. Has your father not knighted you? Leonor inquired, puzzled. A knight could indeed bestow knighthood upon another. It was understandable that Davos, valuing his reputation, would refrain from knightly appointments. Yet, if his son were sufficiently accomplished, why would he not confer such honor upon him? No. My father believes that his knighthood holds no significance for me, Allard replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Your father speaks truly. His knighthood indeed bears no meaning for you. Leono smiled, recognizing that Davos was a man of integrity. By sending his son to Leono's side, he likely intended to convey a sense of mutual reliance, perhaps believing that he could utilize his son in certain capacities, and thus thought it prudent to extend his trust. Reflecting on Davos's character, Leono paused momentarily and, without waiting for Allard to speak, declared, In that case, you shall serve as my attendant. Yes, my lord, Allard replied, bowing his head in preparation to kneel in gratitude. However, he was gently restrained by a pair of arms. There is no need for such displays of gratitude. We do not practice this form of thanks here. If you wish to express your appreciation, then fulfill the tasks I assign to you diligently. Leono grasped Allard's arms firmly, preventing him from bowing. I will certainly do so, Allard assured, placing his hand upon his chest. Good, Leono said, patting Allard's shoulder without further elaboration. Accompanied by his newly appointed attendant, Allard Seaworth, Leono entered the Red Keep alongside Lannister, where they encountered other members of the small council, including Baelish, Varys, and Pycelle. Unlike Leono, Lannister was well acquainted with the members of the council, having frequented King's Landing over the years. After exchanging pleasantries, Lannister suddenly inquired, Where is Lord Barrys? I have not seen him this time. As soon as Lannister's question was posed, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Baelish opened his mouth, while Varys and Pycelle exchanged glances, all at a loss for words. Lannister, perhaps you did not pass through the gates of the gods. Otherwise, you would have noticed that our Lord Barrys is. Well, his head is currently displayed there, Leono explained with a calm smile. What? Lannister's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, you heard me correctly. His head is atop the wall. Leono confirmed with assurance. How could this be? Lannister instinctively assumed that Robert had been responsible prior to his departure from King's Landing. The reasoning behind it could stem from Peter Baelish boasting about having taken the maidenhood of the Tully sisters, possibly inciting Robert's wrath and prompting him to seek vengeance for his deceased foster father. No, it was I who did it. Leono corrected Lannister's misconception. Lannister remained silent, his astonished gaze fixed upon Leono. This man, as the master of coin, has driven the royal treasury into insurmountable debt, and he attempted to shift the blame onto me. I deemed it necessary to awaken him to the reality of his misdeeds, Leono explained in a casual tone. Then he likely remains oblivious to his own errors, Lannister remarked, his lips twitching. With Robert absent, Leono had audaciously executed his financial minister. What could he be thinking? Indeed, after all, his head now adorns the castle walls. My actions were not merely punitive, there were other issues at play. In any case, this man is no ally. He has committed treason, if you doubt my words. You may inquire with Baelish, Leono said, directing the conversation toward the leader of the Kingsguard. Undoubtedly, Peter Baelish, or Littlefinger, possesses a substantial fortune that is inextricably linked to the significant losses of the royal treasury. Baelish has not spared any regard for Lord Leonor. After all, he is not of the elite Lannister lineage. It is hard to believe that his immense wealth is devoid of corruption and bribery. Immense wealth? Lord Renly grows increasingly perplexed. For Littlefinger is a man elevated by the late Jon Arryn, and with Jon's demise, he has lost any substantial backing. To consider him guilty of treason while also possessing vast riches raises many questions. My Lord Renly, please allow us to enlighten you, Varys interjects, observing Renly's confusion, and steps forward to elucidate the matter to the Duke. Upon learning that Baelish's amassed fortune exceeds 1 million golden dragons, Renly is taken aback. He is not without means himself, yet aside from his lands, mines, and real estate, which are inherited from the Baratheon lineage, his liquid assets scarcely amount to 100,000 golden dragons. It is indeed astonishing that someone as obscure as Baelish could possess such wealth. There is no doubt that Baelish has committed treason. Renly concludes upon grasping the extent of Littlefinger's holdings, arriving at the same judgment as Leonor. Let us move on. We have reached a consensus. If you see it this way as well, it would be splendid. The position of the Chancellor of the Exchequer is currently vacant. When Robert returns, I may propose you for it, Leonor suggests, sensing no dissent from Renly, feeling quite pleased with the support he has garnered, making dealings with Robert seem more manageable. No, Renly swiftly declines, interpreting Leonor's proposition. I have no aptitude for finance. If you desire, you may assume the role of Chancellor, and I shall take on the legal affairs. What a jest. The royal treasury is but a gaping chasm. I have no intention of grasping such a hot potato. You are versed in law? Leonor cannot suppress his curiosity at Renly's reluctance. Not precisely, but I can adjudicate. Renly responds with a firm shake of his head. As for legal matters, they remain largely uncharted in Westeros. The title of Chancellor of Legal Affairs may sound prestigious, yet it entails not the drafting or interpretation of laws, but rather the responsibility of passing judgment on behalf of the king, provided one has the capacity to wield a sword effectively. Chapter 27. The rise in bread prices. Leonor is rendered speechless by Renly's assertion of being able to adjudicate. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes that he is hardly a legal expert himself, and relinquishing such a title is of little consequence. Consequently, he turns his attention to the 3 lords of Baratheon. My lords, what are your thoughts? I have no objections, Baratheon replies with a nod, while Varys and Pycelle quickly echo his sentiments, expressing their agreement. Then it is settled. When Robert returns, we shall address this matter collectively. With everyone in accord, Leonor finalizes the decision. With Renly's position within the Royal Council established and the situation in Storm's End pacified, the council formally commences its discussions, and Leonor along with the others take their respective seats at the long table. In accordance with Leonor's prior request, Balistan and others formulated their encountered issues into topics for discussion. The first to speak was Varys. Your Highness, the city of King's Landing is currently facing a monumental dilemma, a most pressing concern that demands our attention. Both Master Seahir and Sir Balistan agree that this issue is paramount, hence we shall address it first. The flesh on Varys' face glistened with oil, his expression tense. Let us get straight to the matter. Leonor gestured for Dorette to fetch some water to soothe his throat. The price of bread in King's Landing has risen, Varys stated gravely. By how much? What is the reason for this increase? Leonor straightened his posture. The rise in grain prices was indeed no trivial matter. The residents of King's Landing primarily subsist on bread. There are dark loaves made from oats and bran, as well as white loaves crafted from fine flour. While each loaf is not exorbitantly priced, it is a staple for all. A rise of a copper coin per loaf for 500,000 citizens translates to a mountain of copper coins. The price has increased by a copper star due to the majority of the mills in King's Landing being idle, resulting in a shortage of flour. Varys had clearly done his homework. Why are the mills not operational? Leonor inquired, somewhat taken aback. The city guard has sealed them off. Most of King's Landing's mills belong to Peter. Sir Balistan, I urge you to dispatch a trusted subordinate to unseal the mills and restore their operations. Leonor promptly requested of Balistan. At once, Balistan replied without hesitation, summoning a loyal guard to relay the order. However, even unsealing the mills may not suffice, as grain merchants are reluctant to sell their stock, intending to raise prices further. Varys' already glistening face tensed with anxiety. He feared Leonor might resort to brutish methods to remedy this predicament. A band of unscrupulous profiteers, eliminate them all and hang their corpses from the trees. A fierce thought flickered through Leonor's mind, but he immediately suppressed such a savage notion. He had eliminated Littlefinger because his significant ally, Jon Arryn, was deceased, and he was confident in filling the power vacuum left behind, thereby stabilizing the situation within the royal council. However, the merchants of King's Landing were a different matter altogether, particularly the grain merchants. Food is a fundamental necessity, and the grain merchants in King's Landing are backed by complex networks of interests, supported by the lords of the Riverlands and the Reach, who are wealthy and well-armed, unlike Littlefinger. The saying chaos is a ladder may sound profound, but its essence is simply a reflection of insufficient power. Without troops or commanders, one can only fish in troubled waters. Similarly, Leonor lacked the strength to eliminate all the merchants and had no means to maintain societal order in their absence. Thus, he could not entertain thoughts of directly disposing of them. He must instead employ indirect methods to persuade them to willingly sell their grain. What are their demands? Leonor ventured to inquire. Hush. Hearing that Leonor did not directly call for violence, Varys felt a great sense of relief, simultaneously murmuring a silent gratitude to the seven gods. Acknowledging that this prince was not merely a brute prophet, Varys articulated the merchants' desires. How much do they wish to earn? Shall I open the royal treasury for them? Leonor scoffed, a tinge of sarcasm lacing his words. Such is the nature of merchants. Varys sighed, lamenting the nobles' disdain towards all outside their circles, while merchants are perpetually insatiable. Managing these individuals proved to be a vexing challenge. The conference table fell into a momentary silence as Dorrit fetched a cup of water for Leonor. Nearby, Loras attentively listened to the entire exchange. Upon seeing Leonor refrain from drinking, he leaned slightly towards him and the others at the table, inquiring, "Would you care to hear my suggestion?" Leonor glanced up at Loras, suddenly recalling that his younger brother had an acquaintance from House Tyrell. The Tyrells, as the Lords of the Reach. If he could secure this individual, it would mean gaining the allegiance of more than half the merchants. Speak. Allow me to engage with those merchants. What say you? Loras offered eagerly. Very well, I grant my approval, Leonor responded promptly, raising his gaze to the rest of the council, seeking their opinions. Agreed. Barristan immediately concurred. Agreed. Varys nodded in affirmation. In favor, added Pycelle, lending his support as well. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. Leonor raised his cup towards Loras in a gesture of camaraderie before downing its contents. Rest assured, I shall handle it, Loras proclaimed, puffing out his chest with an air of confidence. Seeing Loras so self-assured piqued Leonor's curiosity, yet with the council still in session, he refrained from questioning further and continued discussing other matters concerning King's Landing. The turmoil caused by the assassination of Peter, which had led to a surge in grain prices, was currently the most pressing issue facing the city. In comparison, disputes among the noble estates or the selling of slaves were mere trifles. After concluding the council, Leonor intended to seek out Loras for further discussion, but alas, his brother had swiftly departed the Red Keep, leaving him frustrated as he returned to his quarters with Allard. On the way back, Leonor inquired of Allard regarding the current whereabouts of his brother Stannis on Dragonstone. Prince Stannis has recently become enamored with a deity, Allard replied. A deity? Leonor paused slightly. Indeed, a deity known as the Lord of Light, also referred to as the Heart of Fire or the God of Shadows and Flame. However, in our lands, he is more commonly referred to as the Red God, Allard elaborated for Leonor's understanding. I am aware, I have heard of him. He is a deity popular in Myr. Leonor nodded in acknowledgement. If memory serves, this was indeed the only deity in the original tale to have manifested miracles. Moreover, Stannis had established a connection with this being, even being recognized as a savior by a priestess of the Red God. No, it is not solely Mill who is revered. He holds esteem in various locales throughout Essos. However, none can compare to the whimsical tone of Allard, which captivates Leonor's thoughts, leading them across the vast lands towards the shadowy realms in the southeast of Essos, where a town steeped in magic resides. Chapter 28. The genesis of a night before Davos Seaworth became a knight, he was a smuggler on the narrow sea, traversing many a place, including the trading city-states of Essos and the icy wilderness beyond the wall in the north. As the second son of Davos, Allard accompanied his father on countless journeys, absorbing many legends, tales of the eternal struggle between the Red God and the Cold God, of the prophesied savior Azor Ahai, and of the ancient deities gazing upon the world through the heart tree. Allard's depiction of the world is far more poignant than the stories recounted by mere jesters. Born from his tumultuous experiences at sea and the countless brushes with death during his smuggling endeavors, You possess a wealth of experience, Allard. Are you literate? What are your skills? Leonor expressed a burgeoning expectation towards Allard. Indeed, my father instructed us to learn reading and writing from Lord Shireen. My swordsmanship leaves much to be desired, yet I am not one to shy away from a challenge. Allard earnestly attempted to convey his capabilities, though he felt his efforts fell short. Where did you grow up? Leonor inquired, satisfied to learn of Allard's literacy, though his demeanor remained composed. The flea bottom of King's Landing. Allard sensed a hint of panic within himself as he noted the absence of any change in Leonor's expression. Are you well acquainted with King's Landing? Leonor was taken aback. Flea Bottom was the slum of the city, and it was remarkable that Davos hailed from such origins. Certainly, children raised in Flea Bottom are familiar with every street of King's Landing, Allard affirmed confidently. Very well. Allow me to ask you further. What are your aspirations for the future? Leonor probed into Allard's thoughts. I aspire to become a knight, Allard declared with conviction. What do you envision a knight to be? Do you seek a parcel of land to call your own, a beautiful wife, progeny to inherit your legacy? Leonor remained noncommittal, interpreting the term knight as a mere social class. No, the knight I envision is not confined to such notions. Allard decisively shook his head, rejecting Leonor's characterization. While I do not deny that a knight should possess land as a symbol of status, I believe their accomplishments should extend far beyond that. What then? Do you believe a knight should possess? Leonor raised his chin slightly, perceiving a promising prospect, his thoughts still unformed. A knight should possess. I am uncertain, Allard admitted, voicing his confusion regarding the path of knighthood. I understand. Here's what we shall do. You will first serve as my squire. Moving alongside the retinue of Dorith, Leonor arranged a position for Allard. Yes, my lord. Aeryd was uncertain about what the dark-haired, blue-eyed prince comprehended. Yet he dutifully obeyed all the directives of his superior. Next, let us speak of Shireen. Speaking of which, the last time I beheld this child, she was but a wee little one. Leonor had completed the interview arrangements for Aeryd and inquired about his niece's well-being. Following Robb's ascension to the Iron Throne, motivated by vengeance against the Tully family for their previous siege of Riverrun, he sought to cultivate a close alliance with the Florent family, who also claimed dominion over the Reach. He arranged for his brother Stannis to wed the Florent Celis and simultaneously took a mistress from their house, named Delena, Leonor's subordinate. Donal had once taken a liking to Delena's handmaiden. Setting aside past matters, Stannis and Celis had a daughter named Shireen, a delightful young girl. Though Leonor had only encountered her a few times, Lady Shireen is quite remarkable. She spends her days in the company of Patchface. Patchface, is that the jester my father, Duke Stephen, intended to bring back from the trading city-states? Leonor inquired, somewhat astonished. After his father's tragic demise at sea, the rescue vessel returned only with a letter and a jester, the latter of whom was later taken by Stannis. Indeed, Aeryd hesitated to elaborate further. What ails Shireen? Leonor sensed Aeryd had more to say. Lady Shireen was confirmed by Maester Crescent a few months ago to have contracted grayscale. A pallor washed over Leonor's countenance at the mention of grayscale. The healing arts of Westeros, while not primitive to the extent of medieval bloodletting, offered only a handful of remedies, yet strange maladies were ever on the rise. Grayscale, a contagious and grave affliction, causes grotesque bodily deformities. With the skin hardening and turning a stony gray, initially localized, it inevitably spreads, leading to complete petrification and death. Yes, Lady Shireen has shown remarkable fortitude in surviving and finding joy. Aeryd's tone tinged with sorrow. Joy, for a child fated to perish? Leonor felt a pang of pity for his niece whom he scarcely knew and interrupted Aeryd's discourse. I shall pen a note now. You will deliver it to Pycelle. Having just spoken of Shireen, Leonor's sudden decision to write to Pycelle left Aeryd momentarily perplexed. Yet Leonor's subsequent words ignited a spark of excitement in him. Instruct Maester Pycelle to research the tomes. I recall that grayscale is indeed curable. Is that truly so? Aeryd could hardly believe it. Why had Maester Crescent mentioned this before? Certainly, I cannot recall the specific tome, but I am convinced that any ailment can be cured. Should Pycelle be unable to uncover the information, I shall personally journey to the Citadel to investigate. Leonor vaguely remembered that in the show, Daenerys's devoted follower was also afflicted with grayscale, and he discovered the means to cure himself. There is no reason that little Shireen cannot achieve the same. Any illness can indeed be cured. Allard was taken aback by Leonor's words. He had often mourned for Lady Shireen, who had fallen victim to the grayscale at such a tender age, yet he had never contemplated this aspect. Of course, there was no point in dilly-dallying. Illnesses could be cured, but if left untreated for too long, they might become incurable. As Leonor hastened his pace, Allard quickly jogged to keep up with him. Upon returning to their residence, Leonor procured paper and ink to write a note, instructing Direct to send it to Paschal. This was not due to a lack of trust in Alad, but rather because this fellow was unfamiliar with the routes of the Red Keep and would likely struggle to locate Paschal's residence. After dispatching the note, Leonor casually assigned Alad to Direct's command, instructing him to teach Alad the importance of obedience. A commendable knight ought to begin as a soldier. Chapter 29. The price of grain defense. Life in King's Landing continued as usual, undeterred by rising bread prices or the princess's illness. Lancel and his knight, Loras, hosted a private banquet, inviting the prominent grain merchants of King's Landing to attend. During the feast, Lancel made a public address, expressing his hope that they would show him some favor. However, none paid him heed. Even the grain merchants affiliated with House Tully of the Riverlands merely observed from the sidelines, with most ignoring Lancel's words, indirectly revealing their reluctance to relinquish profits. The following day, grain supplies in King's Landing began to dwindle, causing bread prices to soar, doubling in cost. This escalation incited unrest throughout the city, prompting the need for an emergency council. "My lord Lancel, did you not seek out those grain merchants?" Varys inquired, bewildered, as he approached Lancel for an update on his endeavors. Lancel's countenance darkened. He had initially felt confident about his banquet with the merchants, only to realize he had been thoroughly deceived. This matter was no longer the focal point. Those merchants disregarded the nation's security, greedily extracting wealth. "We must retaliate." Leonor provided cover for Lancel, who had indeed contributed, albeit with less than ideal results. "What course of action should we take now?" Varys asked. "How much grain is stored within the Red Keep?" Leonor posed a question. "There is some, but more is allocated for the banquet's wine," Varys responded, somewhat perplexed by Leonor's inquiry, though he answered nonetheless. His knowledge was more about personnel matters than such trivialities. "What of the grain stored at Storm's End?" Leonor then turned to Lancel. "Storm's End has sufficient grain to last an entire winter," Lancel replied. "Direct, send guards back to Summerhall to have our stored grain transported to Storm's End. At the same time, dispatch individuals to the Riverlands and Dorne to procure additional grain supplies." Leonor commanded Direct. As Direct bowed and departed, he turned to Lancel and added, "Storm's End will transfer its current grain reserves to the Red Keep." After he finished speaking, he turned his face towards the gathered crowd. "Since those merchants seek profit, I shall ensure they lose their shirts. Varys, disseminate the word that those who willingly lower grain prices in submission to the royal council shall be rewarded for their service to the realm. Conversely, those who oppose the council will face dire consequences." Leonor did not finish his thought, silently conveying the fate that awaited those who dared to defy the merchants. This, however, allowed Varys to release the tension that had been mounting within him as he eagerly agreed. "Do you have any difficulties?" Leonor, having laid out his plans, suddenly remembered that not all present were his subordinates, particularly Lancel, his own brother. The Wind's Rest was his territory and property. Would it displease him if Leonor bypassed him to procure grain? Lancel, momentarily subdued by his brother's decisive commands, snapped back to attention when asked about his troubles and quickly shook his head. "My brother, I support you at all times," Lancel replied, uncertain of Leonor's strategy but resolute that any retaliation against those audacious merchants would suffice. With Lancel's staunch support, matters began to progress smoothly. After concluding the arrangements for the royal council, Leonor set about his own preparations, instructing Allard to establish several strongholds in Flea Bottom for the purpose of selling grain. Indeed, Leonor was prepared to wage a battle to defend grain prices against the merchants. Once Varys released the information as instructed, the grain prices in King's Landing fell into a day-long stagnation. However, soon after, all grain shops ceased their sales, and merchants began hoarding supplies, leading to an uncontrollable surge in prices. Within just 2 days, the cost of a bushel of oats, 25 kilograms, skyrocketed to an outrageous 20 silver stacks. The soaring grain prices compelled Leonor to order the opening of the granaries within the Red Keep, initiating low-cost grain sales in Flea Bottom. Unfortunately, the supplies within the Red Keep were limited, barely sufficient to alleviate the overwhelming demand in the grain market. Almost concurrently with the sales in the Red Keep, major grain merchants also began selling their stocks, yet their prices surged once more, with a bushel of oats climbing to 26 silver stacks. Faced with the soaring prices, several violent incidents erupted within King's Landing in just one day. Grain shipments from Wind's Rest arrived, but each batch was swiftly sold out, failing to stabilize the prices. At the long table of the royal council within the Red Keep, beads of sweat formed on Varys' bald head as he relayed the latest intelligence gathered by the little birds. A considerable portion of the grain arriving from Wind's Rest was purchased by merchants who, while hoarding supplies, were also transporting vast quantities of grain from the Riverlands and the Reach. If they were allowed to sell their amassed stock at the current prices in King's Landing, it would lead to the bankruptcy of all its citizens. "My lord, We must negotiate with those merchants, Varys advised Leonor. And what say you? Leonor turned his gaze towards the others. I shall never compromise with those merchants. In the face of rising merchant power, Lannister remained resolute. Determined not to yield to the growing influence of the traders, for the Baratheon family could never capitulate to them. Bollistan and Pycelle chose to remain silent. Among the five of us, Lannister and I shared a common stance, while Lord Bollistan and Maester Pycelle maintained their neutrality. Leonor cast a glance at Varys. Yet, my lord, if this continues, the entirety of King's Landing may face bankruptcy, Varys implored, expressing concern as the citizens of the city struggled to make ends meet. Many having been drained of their resources and forced to purchase food on a daily basis. That will not happen, Leonor reassured Varys, indicating that the current situation largely fell within his expectations. Observing Leonor's calm demeanor, Varys was left uncertain whether it stemmed from the innate pride of nobility or genuine confidence, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just observe, Leonor remarked, finding a modicum of appreciation for Varys. This bald eunuch was not merely a manipulator of power, but also possessed a significant perspective on the larger picture, a trait that placed him above Bollistan and Pycelle in terms of vision. Leonor had anticipated the soaring grain prices, recognizing that such inflation would inevitably lead to opportunistic speculation, thus presenting him with an opportunity. He deliberately orchestrated the slow transport of grain from the Windy Keep, permitting unrestricted sales to allow merchants to purchase large quantities, thereby recouping some capital. Once the price soared to an exorbitant 50 silver stags per bushel, and merchants hoarded vast amounts of grain, he intensified the transportation capacity from Windy Keep, flooding the market with grain, which caused prices to plummet overnight to 20 silver stags per bushel, then 10, and finally 5. By the time the merchants realized they could not sell their hoarded grain, it was too late. At that point, the gold cloaks, acting on Leonor's directives, began systematically approaching grain merchants based on leads provided by the small birds, coercively purchasing their stock at reduced prices. Within a matter of days, the grain merchants of King's Landing faced bankruptcy, restoring stability to the grain market, while the Red Keep's granaries amassed a reserve of 70,000 bushels. With an insight that transcended his era, Leonor decisively triumphed in a battle for grain prices, while Robb, heading north, returned after filling the granaries of King's Landing. Chapter 30. The return of Robb in the early morning. The main thoroughfare leading from the Gate of the Gods to the Red Keep was entirely cleared, with all citizens urged to vacate, leaving the streets empty in anticipation of the king's return. Outside the Gate of the Gods, Leonor, with his neatly combed black hair, donned a long black robe adorned with silver embroidery, holding the heart tree scepter encrusted with rubies, awaited the king's arrival alongside Bollistan, Pycelle, and others. Growing somewhat impatient, Leonor instructed Dorith to bring several chairs and prepared fresh water at the roadside, while inviting Bollistan and Pycelle to sit with him. Have you heard? Lannister approached during a brief respite, leaning closer to Leonor to inquire. What news? Leonor remained oblivious to the news that Lannister had received. It was rumored that Robert wished to arrange a marriage between him and Sansa Stark, the daughter of the Duke of Stark, in a voice only Leonor could hear. Lannister expressed his disdain for the illegitimate offspring, suggesting that should he wed the Stark girl, the North's position could be compromised. Was this not reasonable? Do take a seat. Leonor gently patted Lannister, signaling him not to be alarmed. Joffrey's lineage had yet to be disclosed, and such sentiments were ill-suited for public discourse. In my view, Sansa is quite the renowned beauty, Lannister remarked, his eyes twinkling as he took a seat beside Leonor and launched into conversation. Oh, Leonor replied nonchalantly. However, our Joffrey, the future prince, does not seem particularly remarkable. I have heard that during his journey back, he clashed with Arya, the youngest daughter of the Duke of Stark, resulting in his being disarmed, Lannister quipped with a teasing tone. Just a childish scuffle, Leonor maintained his composure, recalling that this incident partially fueled Joffrey's relentless desire to execute Eddard Stark in the narrative. Who could have anticipated that a mere child-esque quarrel would culminate in the Duke of the North's execution? Such is the unpredictability of fate. To think, as the child of our elder brother, Joffrey's behavior is utterly abysmal. Lannister deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of nearby guards and nobles, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Leonor, noticing Lannister's intentional volume, turned to his brother with a serious expression. What is it? Lannister felt somewhat uneasy under Leonor's gaze. It's merely a child-esque dispute. Let us speak no further of it. Leonor urged Lannister to silence, recognizing that Joffrey's lineage was indeed a double-edged sword for them. Yet it should not be wielded in such a manner. Lannister, feeling disheartened, puffed out his cheeks and fell silent, resigned to sitting quietly. As the sun ascended to its zenith, a procession of gold-robed figures approached from a distance, followed by a long line of knights draped in golden attire, escorting a grand carriage pulled by 8 majestic horses, adorned with silk. Upon witnessing the return of the king's entourage, Leonor promptly retrieved his scepter and, alongside Baratheon and Pycelle, rose to greet them. The lengthy procession soon drew near, leading with a striking knight mounted on a white steed, clad in a shimmering white cloak. His radiant golden hair and haughty countenance marking him as a member of the King's Guard led by Baratheon. He was none other than Jaime Lannister, the brother of Queen Cersei Lannister and the true father of Prince Joffrey. Beside the grand carriage, atop a magnificent black horse, sat a long-faced man draped in a wolfskin cloak, sporting a thick beard and pale gray eyes, wielding a sword so large that it required both hands to grasp. Eddard Stark, though many years had passed and the lines of age had etched deeper on his visage, still retained his noble demeanor. Beside him rode a young maiden on a pony, clad in a tunic and trousers, possessing the Stark family's distinctive elongated face. Her chestnut hair was gathered atop her head, and her countenance bore no trace of fatigue from travel. Rather, it radiated a vivacious curiosity about the world, suggesting she was Eddard's youngest daughter, Arya Stark. As the lengthy procession approached the gates of King's Landing, a colossal 8-horse carriage came to a halt. The curtains of the carriage were hastily drawn back, and out emerged a rotund king, his belly resembling a barrel, his wild beard unkempt, and a sword hanging at his waist. It was none other than Robert, followed closely by his queen, Cersei, draped in golden robes, her beauty marred by a sharp demeanor, and the crown-wearing golden-haired youth, Joffrey. Upon catching sight of Robert, Lionel could no longer scrutinize the others in the entourage. He grasped his staff and, accompanied by Peter and others, approached to pay his respects. "Lionel, you have done me a great service," Robert declared as he descended from the carriage, his displeasure evident. "Your Majesty, I do not understand your meaning." Lionel feigned ignorance. "Peter, he is a protege of Jon Arryn, you know? That woman wrote to me, demanding your life." Robert's expression darkened with anger. "Who?" Lionel, aware that Robert referred to his own actions against Littlefinger, was puzzled by the sudden mention of a woman. Lisa Tully Arryn, my wife's sister. The wife of the Lord of the Vale." Eddard Stark approached Lionel, his great sword slung over his shoulder, addressing the dark-haired, blue-eyed prince. "Ah, I had forgotten. Littlefinger lacks connections, yet his mistress Lisa Tully does," Lionel recalled, realizing he had overlooked Littlefinger's association with Lisa, a woman dangerously obsessed with him, who had been instrumental in the demise of the late Jon Arryn. If she could poison her own paramour, what might she do to him? Would she offer a bounty on his head or summon the faceless men to assassinate him? As Jon Arryn's widow, she would undoubtedly become an adversary, not an ally. "Greetings, Lord Eddard." Lionel, now acutely aware of the shifting landscape, maintained his politeness. "Your Highness, even if Peter has taken what he ought not, your methods are excessively harsh." Eddard spoke earnestly to Lionel, asserting that even if Littlefinger deserved death, it should not be so cavalierly executed. "The deed is done. I cannot, like a saint, perform miracles." Lionel interjected, momentarily halting his contemplation of the situation, expressing a hint of his own helplessness to Eddard. "My wife has already journeyed to the Eyrie. I hope to mediate a reconciliation for you. Should the need arise, I would appreciate a public apology from you at that time," Eddard proposed in a gentle tone. For his wife, Catelyn Tully, and Lisa Tully were sisters, having shared a childhood with Littlefinger in the Riverlands, and thus had some bond. "Very well. No problem at all." Leonor smiled in agreement, believing that sacrificing a little dignity for the compliance of the Eastern Lords was of no consequence to him. In the game of power, there are only choices to be made, not gains or losses. Chapter 31, The Salt Tax and Fiefdoms. Upon hearing Leonor acquiesce to Eddard's request, Robert's expression softened somewhat, though he still bore a grim countenance, and reprimanded once more. "Look at the fine mess you've created." "Indeed, my liege, I appreciate your concern, as well as that of your hand of the king," Leonor retorted with a jest. "If you wish to show gratitude to your king, then prepare a grand tournament." Seeing Leonor relent, Robert seized the opportunity to make a demand. "A tournament sounds splendid." Leonor readily agreed. "I shall offer a reward of 50,000 gold dragons to the victor." Robert continued to press his request. "Generous king, 50,000 gold dragons is excessive." Leonor rolled his eyes. "Peter would never speak such words." Robert frowned. "Indeed, the funds he spends are not his own. Have you considered that you now bear a debt of 800,000 gold dragons? Those creditors may come seeking their dues at any moment." Leonor elucidated the perilous situation to Robert. This time, Robert fell silent, as a sharp voice interjected from the side. It was Cersei, holding Joffrey's hand. She laughed derisively, drawing the attention of the assembly, and languidly remarked, "Lord Peter would never allow debts to trouble his king. What if House Lannister were to absolve the debts owed to King's Landing and instead support our king's tournament? After all, the Lannisters deal in gold." Leonor, matching her tone with a hint of sarcasm, retorted that House Lannister was also one of the creditors of King's Landing. Why should they? Cersei's expression darkened. Are you not our queen? Not the wife of His Majesty the King? If you cannot perform such duties, why speak such unpleasant words that reflect poorly on your character and may corrupt our future heir? Leonor turned her gaze to Joffrey, who was held by Cersei's hand, and offered him a soft smile, prompting Joffrey to subtly withdraw his hand from his mother-esque grasp. What do you mean? Cersei trembled with anger, oblivious to her son's subtle movement. Enough, Robert interjected, sensing the brewing confrontation, his scalp prickling with agitation. I apologize, my liege. Leonor quickly quelled her provocations and apologized as a subject. You must manage the financial matters promptly. We shall discuss it further on another day. Robert shot a fierce glare at Cersei, cast a terse remark at Leonor, and then strode away, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, with Eddard following closely behind. Once Robert had departed, Leonor cast a challenging glance at Cersei, then disregarding her reaction, turned and departed, staff in hand, leaving Lancel and the others to stand in place, uncertain of where to go next. The originally festive celebration was abruptly marred by a heated argument, leading to an unceremonious dispersal of the gathering. However, this incident effectively curtailed Robert's aspirations for a grand tournament. Leonor set aside his concerns and returned to the Red Keep to continue managing his financial affairs. Littlefinger had previously implemented two significant fiscal measures in King's Landing. One was the reckless promotion of the entertainment industry, exploiting the bodies of women for profit, and the other involved accruing substantial debts on Robert's behalf by borrowing recklessly from the Lannisters, the Iron Bank, and the Tyrells, thereby sustaining his own lavish lifestyle while also acquiring vast amounts of salt flats, mines, and mills. Now that the financial responsibilities had been transferred to him, Leonor resolved not to emulate Littlefinger's methods. He devised a tax strategy for the realm, intending to restructure the sources of revenue. The primary source of wealth for King's Landing lay in taxation, comprising both a head tax on the inhabitants and commercial taxes, alongside levies imposed on the lords of the Seven Kingdoms from a position of authority. Leonor decided to introduce a new tax on salt and iron, as the Targaryen dynasty had only imposed commercial taxes on these industries without any stringent regulatory measures, leaving many unaware of the profitability of salt and iron, thus granting him considerable latitude for maneuvering. In his youth, Leonor had already recognized the profitability of iron and had revisited the principles of the Han dynasty's discourse on salt and iron, aspiring to seize these two lucrative resources. Unfortunately, he had lacked suitable iron and salt mines to serve as capital. Without capital, innovative ventures risked being easily replicated, which deterred him from hasty actions. This time, however, he acquired numerous salt flats from the Peter estate, securing the majority of the salt sources surrounding King's Landing, effectively establishing himself as the foremost salt industry magnate. Leonor intended to commence the salt tax from this point. He first dispatched agents to the major salt flats, investing substantial sums to restore their production. Subsequently, he instructed Lancel to enact legislation prohibiting the sale of illicit salt and salted fish, designating the state-run salt flats as the sole legitimate source of salt. Under this iron-fisted regulation, within just half a month, tens of thousands of pounds of salt were sold out, and after deducting labor and transportation costs, the net profit amounted to over 10,000 golden dragons. At this rate of sales, the royal treasury could expect an influx of 20,000 golden dragons in salt taxes each month, totaling 240,000 golden dragons annually, 2 to 3 times higher than the tribute previously collected from the Seven Kingdoms. With such profits, Leonor found himself more amenable to Robert's long-desired tournament, reducing the grand prize to 20,000 golden dragons. Moreover, after deftly extorting several iron mines from noble houses, he consented to allow Robert to host a welcoming tournament for the Prime Minister, while dispatching ravens to summon nobles and knights from across Westeros to participate. Leonor began planning the iron tax, intending for it to be directly allocated to himself rather than the royal treasury. This decision was crucial, as it pertained to the development of forging technologies and the quality of military armor, which he could not permit to be handled by others. In order to facilitate existing operations, a purely exclusive monopoly was deemed inappropriate. Thus, he intended to simultaneously pursue both private and exclusive ventures, utilizing the latter to regulate iron prices and collect taxes, while employing the former to foster technological advancement. Indeed, this was his plan. Leonor inscribed the final word with a quill, nodding in satisfaction. Upon turning, he noticed Dorette standing beside him, gazing expectantly. "What is it?" Leonor inquired of his captain of the guard, sensing he had something to convey. "My lord, the registration for the tournament will conclude tomorrow," Dorette remarked. "And so?" Leonor replied, displaying little interest in the prospect of combat. To him, valor was not the paramount quality for an army. Rather, collaboration, funding, and technology were of utmost importance. We have many brothers eager to participate, Durrett said cautiously. Very well. Those who register individually and secure first place shall be rewarded with 50 households of fief. The second place will receive 30 households, and the third will obtain 10 households. Leonor agreed with a smile, establishing the rewards. He revered centralized governance, hence refrained from feudal distribution. Yet, to win the loyalty of his subordinates, he adopted a system of fiefs, bestowing land upon his followers. The fiefs were calculated based on a head tax, assuming a family of 3, where each individual was valued at 2 silver deer, resulting in 6 silver deer per household. Thus, 50 households of fief equated to 300 silver deer, which a knight could claim annually from him for life, until death, but without hereditary rights. The yield of the territory depended on the knight's own management, whereas the fief was guaranteed and stable, making it a widely accepted system. The soldiers in the summerhall also tacitly acknowledged possessing a fief as a symbol of knighthood. Yes, my lord. Durrett rejoiced at Leonor's approval and the rewards offered. If the number of registrants is substantial, we shall conduct an internal selection to ensure that the most distinguished individuals participate, Leonor reminded him, aware that many soldiers under his command aspired to become knights. Chapter 32. Intelligence before heading to the summerhall. Leonor recruited 2,000 soldiers in King's Landing by offering the opportunity for knighthood and a relocation fee of 2 gold dragons. He initially planned to leverage the opportunities arising from conflicts at the frontier to elevate these soldiers to knighthood, thereby forming his own noble faction. Unfortunately, the protection of the Iron Throne was too formidable, rendering Dorne and the Riverlands too intimidated to encroach, leaving him without battles to fight at the Summerhall. Although war eluded him, he nonetheless organized regular competitions in archery, running, horseback riding, stone throwing, and cultural studies, rewarding the top performers of each event by promoting them to knighthood and granting them fiefs ranging from 30 to 10 households. Over the course of 4 years, no more than 30 individuals were elevated to fief-holding knights from the original 2,000, with the total number of awarded fiefs not exceeding 300. Yet, this was sufficient to ensure the remaining 2,000 remained steadfastly loyal, for following him provided sustenance and the genuine possibility of becoming a knight, though the chances were limited. They were indeed real. 2,000 soldiers awaited their opportunity for promotion and wealth. Upon hearing that the champion of the competition welcoming the Prime Minister would receive a reward of 50 households, the registration point for the contest would surely be overwhelmed. Leonor permitted his subordinates to participate in the competition, foreseeing the situation, and instructed Durrett to conduct preliminary selections before sending him away. He then summoned his foster brother Vincent. How goes your task? Prior to arriving in King's Landing, Leonor had secretly instructed Vincent to gather personnel within the city and to gather intelligence. Aspiring to establish his own network of information, Vincent, the illegitimate son of Leonor's wet nurse, Lady Michaela, had grown into a young man with black hair and gray eyes. Though he appeared unremarkable, his demeanor exuded calmness. He respectfully responded, "My lord, we have recruited some individuals and have begun to gather certain intelligence, such as, our esteemed Prime Minister has recently been inquiring about matters concerning the late Jon Snow. To what extent is he traced?" Leonor raised an eyebrow, noting that Eddard Stark harbored suspicions regarding the death of his foster father and brother-in-law, Duke John, being a man of the North. He had no acquaintances in King's Landing and could not ascertain the details. Vincent's tone carried a hint of regret. "Can you uncover it?" Leonor smiled. Sensing pride in his foster brother's voice, it was evident he had unearthed some clues. "I bribed a scribe under Pycelle and discovered that the late Prime Minister had been reading a particular book, and that Pycelle had been perusing texts on poisons for some time. It seems our master Pycelle is also privy to certain knowledge. He was already the Grand Maester during the reign of Aerys too, was he not? The Lannister forces were able to breach King's Landing before my brother, likely due to his involvement. The Baratheon family instigated a rebellion, with Robert leading his army to swift victories at the borders and suffering a setback at Summerhall, where he was nearly defeated by Lord Tarly, fleeing north to receive reinforcements from the Stark and Arryn families, ultimately vanquishing Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident. Before the rebel army stormed King's Landing, the Lannister forces from Casterly Rock were the first to penetrate the city, and the Mad King Aerys too was slain by the then Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister. However, the Western forces, under pressure, could not maintain control of King's Landing and fled after plundering. Indeed, it is puzzling why His Majesty still tolerates such a cunning individual in his presence. Vincent expressed his confusion. Is it not obvious? My brother is hardly concerned with such matters. He has opted to continue the overall personnel and policies of Aerys too without much effort. Leonor shrugged, asserting that Robert's generosity stemmed from his desire to avoid unnecessary exertion. That is not prudent. Vincent shook his head, rejecting this approach. You hold into too high a standard, Leonor remarked without a hint of remorse regarding Robert's character. My lord, what do you wish to do next? Should I seek to uncover the cause of Jon's death? Vincent did not respond to Leonor's words, but instead respectfully inquired about his demands. Do not be so rigid, Vincent, Leonor remarked, unable to resist teasing him at his stern demeanor. Shall I jest with the king in the same manner? That I cannot do, Vincent replied, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That would indeed be a challenge for you. I have 3 matters to address. Leonor's expression turned serious as he articulated the 3 points amidst Vincent's earnest demeanor. Firstly, you are to investigate the circumstances surrounding the city guard, particularly information regarding the commander of the city garrison. Secondly, monitor the Queen Cersei Lannister's daily affairs and ideally uncover the identity of her lovers. Thirdly, seek an opportunity to control her paramours and obtain evidence of her clandestine encounters. Yes, I have duly noted that, Vincent affirmed with a nod. You may leave now. Remember to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary risks. Indeed, my lord. After exchanging a few words, Vincent departed. Leonor sat alone in the hall, preparing to attend to matters of finance when a guard reported the arrival of Lancel. What brings him here now? Leonor gathered the documents and clapped his hands as he made his way to the reception room, where he found Lancel approaching, adorned in an ornate robe, his countenance shrouded in a somber air. What is amiss? Leonor instinctively sensed something was off as he gazed at his younger brother. Brother, Lancel called out, steadily advancing towards the dark-haired, blue-eyed man. Lancel had never addressed him in such a manner. Observing Lancel's approach, Leonor's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Witnessing this reaction, Lancel's demeanor also transformed, his body lunging forward as a short sword materialized in his hand. Help! Someone please! Leonor, confronted by the predatory Lancel, instinctively screamed, turning to flee into the inner room while summoning his staff with his mind. Within the chamber, the crimson staff resting upon the table was drawn towards him by an invisible force, soaring into the air and heading outside. As Lancel saw Leonor flee, he pursued with a ghostly swiftness, thrusting the short sword towards his brother's back. A sharp pain pierced Leonor's back, the breath of death chilling his very being. Yet fortune favored him as the staff arrived just in time. Grasping the blood-red staff, Leonor, under the weight of imminent death, acted without hesitation, spinning around to strike the assassin, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Lancel, with the gem-tipped staff, causing flesh to tear and sending him crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath after incapacitating the assassin, Leonor felt no relief. Instead, his nerves tightened further as he swiftly advanced, without a moment's thought swinging his arm. The short staff was wielded like a hammer, rising and falling repeatedly, as the assassin's skull shattered beneath the blows, until the crimson and white fluid pooled upon the ground. The guard stationed nearby arrived tardily. In Chapter 33, titled Assassination, the recently departed Dorrit and Vincent hastened back upon receiving the news. As they entered the grand hall, they beheld a multitude of guards standing in disarray, while at the center, Leonor stood, slightly panting, clutching a bloodied red scepter, with the corpse of an assassin sprawled at his feet. The mingled crimson and white liquid flowed across the floor, and beside the head-smashed body of the assassin, a visage, once human, had been violently obliterated, leaving only a limp, featureless mask. Lord Dorrit and Vincent were taken aback, swiftly circumventing the assassin's remains to approach Leonor. Although Leonor possessed the Tao Sutra and did not primarily focus on martial arts, the sudden attack had startled him. After he had dispatched the assassin with his scepter, he found himself somewhat drained, and, once he regained his breath, he did not immediately acknowledge Dorrit and Vincent. Instead, he approached the fallen assassin and picked up the soft, featureless mask. The mask, devoid of any discernible features, resembled the visage of No-Face from Spirited Away, with an incredibly soft texture. Leonor squeezed the mask, then used the end of his scepter to lift the assassin, examining the face that had been shattered by his own hand. Yet, from the remnants of the forehead and chin, it was evident that this face bore no resemblance to that of his brother, Joffrey, a faceless one. Leonor grasped the mask in his hand, arriving at a conclusion. This was indeed a faceless one. A member of an assassin organization from the trading city-state of Bravos on the continent of Essos. This organization, rumored to have been established during the ancient Valyrian kingdom, worshipped a deity known as the God of 1,000 Faces, who was invoked to carry out assassinations through contracted requests. It appeared that Lisa Tully had made her choice. Without much effort, Leonor deduced who had bribed the faceless one to assassinate him. The only person left who harbored animosity towards him and possessed the means to enact such a plot was that madwoman, Lord Vincent. Observing Leonor's silence as he held the scepter and mask, could not refrain from calling out to him again. I understand. This assassin disguised himself as my brother to infiltrate. This matter does not concern you. From now on, enhance the vigilance of my guards, ensure that my meals are overseen by designated guards, and prearrange my daily routes. Reporting to me accordingly. Leonor requested Vincent to bolster his protection. Yes, both Vincent and Dorrit nodded in agreement. Additionally, find me a sword. Leonor touched the interior of his garment, where he concealed a self-crafted vest of obsidian silk, which had allowed him to withstand the faceless one's strike unscathed. However, he could not guarantee that the next assassination attempt would be thwarted by this same garment. Thus, he resolved to enhance his close combat skills. He initially sought a master of swordsmanship to enhance his melee capabilities. Previously, he had trained under Mobilizing, but the knightly formations employed during those lessons were ill-suited to his style. He paused for a moment, recalling the sword techniques practiced by Arya in the television series, which seemed to align perfectly with his own inclinations. I remember there is a sword style in Essos known as the Dance of Water. I would like to find an expert in that discipline, Leonor requested. Is Lord Lisa not coming to see me? Leonor inquired again, causing his two attendants to exchange glances, uncertain of how to respond. Just as Dorrit and Vincent fell silent, a soldier entered from outside, startled as he surveyed the scene. After a moment, he reported, Your Highness, Duke Lisa has arrived. Clear this away and bring Duke Lisa to the garden courtyard. I will go to him, Leonor commanded, waving his hand and tossing the scepter to Arad among the crowd. Make sure it is polished. As Arad bowed in acknowledgement, Leonor strode out. His demeanor transformed back to a composed state, the earlier chaos of the assassination attempt now a distant memory. Upon reaching the garden of the Red Keep, he encountered Lisa, who was dressed in an elegant green robe embroidered with gold. Upon seeing Leonor, he approached with enthusiasm. Leonor, do you know what our esteemed Prime Minister has been up to these days? Lisa greeted him directly by name. What is he doing? Leonor responded, sensing the familiar aura emanating from Lisa, a subtle relief washing over him. This was indeed genuine. He is investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's death. Has he discovered anything? Leonor feigned surprise, as if he had never heard of such matters. Not yet, but I have decided to assist him, Lisa replied with a mischievous grin. Do you possess any relevant leads? Leonor inquired, blinking in curiosity. None, but clues can be fabricated. I know that old Jon had a servant named Shifu, who did not return to the Vale with Lisa Tully and was knighted after Jon's death. Lisa mischievously divulged his scheme. Who granted him knighthood? Leonor raised an eyebrow, realizing Lisa intended to manipulate Eddard Stark. Our brother, out of respect for old Jon, must have conferred the title upon this knight. We could subtly guide Duke Eddard to take note of the newly knighted man, then draw his attention to Sir Shifu's peculiarities. I have a better idea. Would you care to hear it? Leonor asked, his interest piqued. I'm listening. Sees an opportunity for Shifu to meet his demise, ideally linking his death to the Lannisters. A smile crept across Leonor's face. While Shifu was indeed expendable, such a demise could raise suspicions against the Lannisters and deepen the rift between them and the Starks. Leonor, you are more cunning than I, Lisa remarked, yet a smile mirrored on his own face. No, this is called amusement. Our Duke Ed has grown rather weary in King's Landing. Let us enrich his existence. This aligns with our objectives as well. Lisa's expression turned grave. Well, some things should remain unspoken. Once uttered, they lose their charm. Lisa glanced around, noting the presence of others in the gardens of the Red Keep. Such matters are not fit for this place. At present, Lisa and Loras have reached a tacit agreement to undermine House Lannister through Cersei's infidelity to Robert. Loras's ambition is to assist House Tyrell by replacing Cersei Lannister with Margaery Tyrell, thereby gaining greater power, even harboring aspirations for the Iron Throne before the emergence of a new heir. Lisa is well aware of Loras's intentions and is not particularly concerned. Their current objectives do not conflict, allowing for collaboration. As for what lies ahead, that can be addressed in due time. Chapter 34. Lady Catelyn Tully preparations for the Prime Minister's tournament are underway, and Lisa has encountered an assassination attempt, prompting her to bolster her guard and enhance their standards. Even the food she consumes is now subject to rigorous testing by designated individuals to prevent poisoning. Assassination differs fundamentally from warfare. The latter follows certain principles, while the former hinges solely on the will of the assassin. Lisa values her life dearly, and after watching the series Game of Thrones, her most significant takeaway is that in the game of power, one must either be as resolute as Cersei or as cunning as Jon Snow. The honor-bound Eddard Stark met his end at the hands of Joffrey. Jon Snow remains at the wall as a night's watchman. The victorious Robb Stark fell during the Red Wedding, while Jon Snow still stands at the wall. The benevolent King Robert succumbed at the Purple Wedding. Yet Jon Snow remains vigilant at the wall. Ultimately, when Daenerys Targaryen returned and nearly unified Westeros, she was slain by the resurrected Jon Snow. What does all this signify? The victor in this game is not necessarily the one who shines the brightest, but rather the one who survives until the end. To enhance her own survival, Lisa has enlisted the help of a master of water dancing to improve her close combat skills. However, before her new swordsmanship instructor arrives, she receives troubling news. Lady Catelyn Tully, dispatched to the Vale of Arryn, has arrived in King's Landing due to Lisa's forceful actions against Peter Baelish. His paramour Lisa Tully has succumbed to madness. As Hand of the King, Eddard Stark intends to broker peace between the two families, sending his wife, Catelyn Tully, to the Eyrie as an emissary. Now, Lady Catelyn has come to King's Landing bearing ominous tidings. My sister. She asserts that she will refuse any form of compromise except for the demand for your life. Robert sat upon the black throne, encircled by countless gleaming swords. His face flushed with indignation at Lisa Tully's response, yet feeling powerless to act against her. He could only direct his impotent fury at Leona. Look at the mess you've created. Confronted with the wrath of his elder brother, Leona merely raised an eyebrow, choosing silence. Any words at this juncture would be superfluous. Your Majesty, we ought to devise a strategy to resolve this matter, came the feeble suggestion from Pycelle as he stepped forward. Am I to surrender my brother's life? Robert immediately glared at the old scholar, his voice a thunderous roar that left the gathered assembly speechless. Peter's vast wealth is of dubious origin. He is suspected of embezzling the nation's riches. I believe he is guilty, and Leona's handling of the situation is entirely justifiable, declared Lancel, stepping forward to support Leona. And what do you propose I do? Prey upon a widow with children? Robert retorted, turning to Lancel. Leona was his own blood, and Jon Arryn was similarly his foster father. He had ascended to the throne entirely due to their steadfast loyalty. Was he now to bully his widow? My brother. Lady Lisa was meant to be the Duchess of Arryn. Why must she now go mad for Baelish? This is a betrayal of the late Duke. We should issue a royal decree to the nobles of the Vale, demanding they recognize the situation and hand her over. Lancel spoke with confidence, having already formulated a plan regarding the matter. Lisa may be mad, but the nobles of the Vale are not. They would not dare challenge the Iron Throne. No. You cannot do this. It is unjust to Lisa. Catelyn, Lisa's sister, interjected, her indignation rising at her sister's treatment, though such emotions were quickly tempered. Lancel had anticipated this reaction, and when Catelyn began to voice her concerns, he interjected, Rest assured, Lady Catelyn, we shall not impose hardships upon your sister. She may preserve her life, but must accept confinement. This confinement may be at Winterfell, provided you can ensure her proper oversight. Upon hearing Lancel's words, Catelyn settled, glancing back at her tall husband, Eddard Stark, who nodded gently in affirmation. She softened her stance, silently agreeing to Lancel's terms. As my brother suggests, dispatch ravens to inform all the nobles of the Vale that to remain unscathed, they must surrender that madwoman in full. Ned, ensure she is watched closely. Should she descend into madness again, I vow to unleash the army upon the Vale. Robert's final words were directed at Eddard Stark, after which he disregarded his younger brother's respectful bow and prepared to depart. Wait, Robert, there is one more matter, Eddard called out to the departing king. What shall become of young Robert, Jon's son? In Ed's discourse, the young Robert referred to as the son of Jon Arryn and Lisa Tully, the future heir of the Vale, a child still under 10 years of age. Due to the amicable relationship between the late Jon and Robert, the king chose to honor him by naming the child after himself. Devoid of his mother's guardianship, the boy is certainly incapable of governing the Vale. It was decided to send him to Dragonstone, entrusted to Stannis, as per Jon's plans during his lifetime. Robert, having to pause and exercise patience, contemplated a scheme. He intended to adhere to noble tradition by finding a foster father for the underage young Robert, much like how he and Ed were sent to the Eyrie to be raised by Jon Arryn in their youth. Your Majesty, remarked the Duke of Lannister, who had previously expressed a desire to adopt young Robert. Ser Jorah nudged Robert to consider another individual. My brother, I believe I too am qualified to foster young Robert. Renly interjected, unwilling to allow Stannis to effortlessly secure the Vale's allegiance, nor could he permit their adversary, the Lannisters, to encroach upon it. According to noble lineage, Robert Arryn was destined to be the protector of the Vale and the lord of the Eyrie. Thus, to become his foster father would equate to seizing control of the Vale. Consequently, it was not just Renly who pressed forward. Even Catelyn nudged her husband in support. Ed contemplated the notion of separating the orphan from his grieving mother, which seemed rather unkind. Spurred by his wife's encouragement, he too stepped forward. Your Majesty, you yourself intend to depart. Having resolved Lisa Tully's predicament, you now begin to contest the guardianship of Robert Arryn. His head felt heavy with the absurdity. Did none of these individuals aspire to genuinely claim the Vale for themselves? They remained ensnared in the web of lineage, and under their stewardship, Westeros suffered. Leonard observed the squabbling nobles vying for guardianship with disdain, choosing to abstain from their quarrel, instead contemplating how to eliminate Lisa Tully and young Robert. He did not oppose Renly's proposed solution. Rather, he lacked a superior method to conclude the dispute overtly. Conversely, he did not oppose Renly's strategy due to a lack of influence. As for Lisa Tully and her illegitimate offspring, he had never entertained the notion of allowing them to live. The only variation lay in the method of their demise. Chapter 35, The Water Dancer. The guardianship of Robert Arryn bore significant implications for the Vale's factions, with several nobles, excluding Leonard, unwilling to relinquish their claims. Originally intending for Stannis to adopt young Arryn, King Robert found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Amidst the clamoring, Robert recognized the child's importance and silently relinquished his plan for Stannis to adopt the boy. After a prolonged debate, he finally declared, "Bring the child to me. I shall adopt him." As the assembly was engrossed in their contentions, each asserting their superiority in adopting young Arryn, Robert's sudden pronouncement silenced them all. "The child shall come to me, and I will be his guardian. Thus, you need not contend any further." With a derisive snort at the now muted assembly, Robert rose and departed. There was no room left for further argument. Everyone had no choice but to disperse. Leonor and Renly exited the king's hall, smiles adorning their faces. He found rare satisfaction in his elder brother's reaction, aware that Robert's thoughts diverged from his own, yet relishing the unusual outcome of a flawed process yielding a correct result. The guardianship of young Aelin was pivotal to the allegiance of the Eastern realms. The Lions of the West were potential adversaries, and it was imperative to prevent them from gaining the upper hand. What pleased Leonor was that Robert had not allowed Eddard to adopt young Aelin. It is noteworthy that, although the North is a land of hardship, its inhabitants are known for their bravery, and the Stark family is kin to the Tully family of the Riverlands. A few years prior, during the War of the Iron Islands, they had taken in a child from House Greyjoy, rumored to be the last male heir of that house. In light of this circumstance, the Stark family, including their own holdings, potentially controlled 3 of the 7 great territories of Westeros. Should they garner the support of the Eastern realms, they would possess the capability to incite rebellion. "Leonor, you did not speak just now," Renly remarked, observing the smile on his brother's face with a hint of discontent. "What could I say? I have no desire for that child," Leonor retorted, rolling his eyes. "Then you could recommend me for the adoption of young Aelin," Renly could not help but suggest. "Unnecessary," Leonor replied, shaking his head. He intended to find a way to eliminate that child. If Aelin were to perish in Renly's care, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Are you concerned that the child might harbor resentment towards you? Children do not hold on to grievances. With a little coaxing, the East could become our steadfast ally," Renly observed, shaking his head at Leonor's mindset. "Allies won through flattery are ultimately lost," Leonor scoffed. He sought to rid himself of the child purely for his own safety, having no intention of leveraging the existing system to govern Westeros. "Your thoughts are rather dark," Renly remarked, feeling that Leonor had grown unfamiliar. "Is it truly necessary to treat a child in such a manner? My brother, you do not understand me." Leonor sighed internally at Renly's nonchalant demeanor. Renly found Leonor excessively grim, while Leonor perceived Renly as naïve. Had he heard tales such as that of Zhao's orphans or the tales of enduring hardships, he might not have spoken so lightly. With both holding their respective beliefs and finding no common ground, they parted ways. Upon returning to his residence in the Red Keep, Leonor encountered the Water Dancer Master whom Doran had summoned for him. The Water Dancer Master, with a gleaming bald head and an aquiline nose, donned a dark purple tunic. Though appearing slight of stature, he possessed an undeniable poise. Upon seeing Leonor in his embroidered silver and black robe, he greeted him without a hint of trepidation. "Your Grace." "Greetings. I am Ser Illyrio Florent. Could you share a bit about your background?" Leonor inquired with a smile and a respectful nod. "I am the foremost swordsman in the service of the King of Bravos." "And what brings you here?" Leonor found the situation somewhat peculiar. Bravos and Pintos are both city-states of trade in Essos, where the Sea Lord is an elected lifetime ruler, akin to the Prince of Pintos. However, unlike the prince who is often sacrificed by governors, the Sea Lord of Bravos possesses a certain degree of self-preservation. Why then does his chief swordsman appear here? May I refrain from answering this inquiry? Cilio smiled and declined to respond. "My question must have been offensive, Master Frel, if I may address you as such. I hope you do not mind." Leonor waited for Cilio's gentle nod before continuing. "I wish to learn your water dance swordsmanship. When might you commence the lessons?" "I can begin at any time, though I do have a request." Cilio raised his right hand, indicating he had a stipulation. "Please proceed. I would like to bring a student with me, so she may learn alongside your highness," as I have promised her father to become her dance instructor. Cilio appeared somewhat embarrassed. May I inquire as to her identity? Leonor thought of someone. The daughter of Duke Eddard Stark, Miss Arya Stark. Indeed, it is she. Upon realizing that he would become a fellow student with the widely known little wolf Arya Stark, Leonor couldn't help but smile, surprised by this unexpected camaraderie. I have no objections. Leonor agreed to Cilio's request, noting that Arya was not the bothersome little girl many perceived her to be. Being her peer would likely be quite enjoyable. Your generosity shall echo across the narrow sea, Cilio praised. Provided I am not ridiculed for learning swordsmanship alongside a young girl. I shall be content, Leonor jested. You will not be, for my swordsmanship will empower you to silence any naysayers. Cilio exhibited a confident smile. How many armies can your swordsmanship conquer? Leonor could not resist teasing, eliciting a tight-lipped response from the bald master, at a loss for words. The water dance swordsmanship, though it sounds esoteric, is essentially a thrusting technique, developed from the delicate art of fencing, renowned for its practitioners' graceful movements as they seem to dance upon water. This martial art is indeed lethal. However, it is not suited for battlefield scenarios. Often, a water dancer may train for a decade without being able to pierce even the defenses of iron armor, let alone contend with legions of soldiers. This highlights the distinction between a solitary combatant and one who faces multitudes. Yet, a lone warrior possesses their own value. After all, within 10 paces. A single individual can challenge an entire nation, and in a fit of rage, blood may flow abundantly. What use are thousands of soldiers then? While Leonor jested, he remained earnest in his pursuit of learning from Cilio, agreeing to the inclusion of Arya Stark in their lessons. He also adjusted his schedule, dedicating 2 hours each day to practice the water dance swordsmanship. Chapter 36. Water dance in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the courtyard, illuminating the blooming roses in the flower bed. Amidst the swaying leaves, Leonor stood elegantly in a simple attire, adopting a posture akin to a golden rooster. As she delicately attuned herself to the shifting balance of her body, simultaneously engaging the muscles beneath her feet in accordance with Cilio's teachings. In a shaded corner of the courtyard, Cilio wielded a wooden sword, sparring with a girl of approximately 12 years, whose chestnut hair framed her gray eyes that sparkled with excitement. With fervor, she swung her wooden sword at Cilio in a somewhat unorthodox manner, only for him to nimbly evade her strikes. He would then counter by deftly pointing his sword at her wrist or chest, or simply disarming her with a swift maneuver. Teacher, I wish to learn to dance, exclaimed Alia, her earlier arrogance dissipated after being disarmed. Dance, a dignified art, successfully captivated the young daughter of the Duke of the North, and Cilio felt a sense of satisfaction as he prepared to commence the formal instruction. Eager to emulate his stance, Alia hastily mimicked Leonor's pose, yet as soon as she settled, her body began to sway uncontrollably, unable to maintain balance, prompting Cilio to roll his eyes. Where shall I begin? Alia lamented, resigned. Still as a shadow, light as a feather, swift as a serpent, steady as water, soft as silk, rapid as a hare, slippery as an eel, robust as a bear, immovable as stone, Cilio recited slowly. Alia wished fervently for 2 additional ears, for the passage was overly lengthy for her comprehension. Cilio, undeterred, repeated the incantation for her and instructed, remember these phrases, ponder their meanings, and ultimately embody them. Then I shall be a dance expert, correct? Alia nearly leaped in excitement. Indeed, Cilio affirmed. Excellent. Alia eagerly settled to the side, incessantly reciting the lines imparted by Cilio. Leonor maintained her golden rooster stance, sensing the subtle shifts in her center of gravity while observing Cilio's guidance of Alia. As the chief swordsman of Bravos, Cilio proved to be exceptionally skilled, not only in swordsmanship, but also in tailoring his instruction to suit the individual. For the impetuous Alia, he chose to hone her resolve with mantras, tempering her innate restlessness. In contrast, for Leonor, he employed direct physical training techniques. The swordsmanship of the water dance emphasizes footwork. Thus he instructed Leonor to utilize the unique technique of the golden rooster to balance her body, simultaneously strengthening the muscles of her feet and enhancing her ability to shift her center of gravity. Once she had mastered her physical form, he instructed Leonor to summon the agile Bravosi cats. After releasing the cat, he challenged her to catch it unarmed or to remain still in the courtyard, patiently waiting for birds to descend. Leonor had already cultivated the essence of manipulating objects and was gradually transitioning into a tangible phase. Although his physical strength did not match that of seasoned knights, his insight, mental acuity, and physical prowess surpassed them significantly. After undergoing rigorous training, his abilities surged rapidly, allowing him to effortlessly capture the agile Bravos cat, crouching on the ground to attract birds to him, catching them by surprise. Once his agility had reached the level of a nimble hare, Cilio began to instruct Leonor in the art of the water dance using a wooden sword weighted with lead. As Leonor's physical sensitivity improved, the remaining swordsmanship skills merely required the fusion of theory and practice. He continued to progress at an astonishing rate, able to spar with Cilio within just a few days. On a particular day, as Leonor and Cilio practiced swordplay in the courtyard, Arya, who watched eagerly, felt a pang of disappointment. Being too young and emotionally volatile, Cilio would not allow her to spar. Instead, he instructed her to practice independence and cat-catching. Yet she was still unable to catch the elusive Black Bravo's cat named Balerion, as Leonor and Cilio exchanged blows with their lead-filled wooden swords when the time came. Leonor accepted a towel delivered by a guard to wipe away his sweat. Noticing Arya's sulky demeanor, he couldn't help but greet her with a smile. Arya. Humph. Arya turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge the black-haired, blue-eyed boy. Despite attending lessons together, she felt that Cilio favored him too much. Leonor, noticing her displeasure, merely shrugged it off and turned to Cilio, saying, Mr. Frel, I am grateful for your guidance during this period. Your Highness, do you wish to conclude your sword training? Cilio detected the implication in Leonor's words. I will continue your instruction, Leonor replied, shaking his head. He gestured, and a guard promptly brought forth a hand-and-a-half sword wrapped in leather. I noticed you have not been carrying your own sword. This is a gift from me, and I hope you will accept it. Leonor indicated for Cilio to receive the sword. Meanwhile, Arya, observing the long sword presented by the guard, instinctively touched her waist. On her small belt hung a short sword resembling a needle wrapped in leather, similar in form to the hand-and-a-half sword Leonor gifted to Cilio. This sword, called the Tailor's Needle, had been a gift from her half-brother Jon Snow, who had departed for the Wall to become a Night's Watchman. However, Cilio currently forbade her from using it. Without dwelling on Arya's nostalgic thoughts of her half-brother, Cilio accepted Leonor's gift and appraised the sword. Its length was perfectly suited to his arm. He grasped the hilt and drew the slender blade from its sheath. The blade, marred with frost-like cracks, was unleashed with a thrusting motion, causing the gleaming steel to bend momentarily before snapping back into alignment, producing a sharp whistle as the tip sliced through the air. This sword could only be rivaled by one forged from Valyrian steel. Cirio waved his arms, the tip of his sword gleaming as he marveled at the blade, which bore a resemblance to ice fissures. This sword, in both strength and resilience, was an experience unlike any he had encountered before, evoking thoughts of the legendary Valyrian steel. However, it fell short when compared to true Valyrian steel. Leonor shook his head, firmly asserting that this sword was forged from over 1,000 pounds of iron into a blade of ice-cracked steel. This ice-cracked steel was crafted through a meticulous process of combining pig iron and wrought iron, followed by quenching and annealing with a blend of pine charcoal and secretive concoctions, resulting in an exceptional material at the pinnacle of mundane steel, albeit still inferior to the magical Valyrian steel, which could only be rivaled by celestial bloodsteel. Your Highness, do you possess a Valyrian steel sword? Is it the Lightbringer or one of the Dark Sisters? Cirio inquired, unable to contain his astonishment at the presumption that a comparison had been made, as if he had first-hand experience with Valyrian steel. Chapter 37, Storage. The Lightbringer and the Dark Sisters, which Cirio mentioned, were renowned swords forged from Valyrian steel. The Lightbringer belonged to the Lannister family, while the Dark Sisters were associated with House Targaryen. Both were characterized by their mysterious disappearance, having been lost from the hands of their last known owners, and were coveted by countless knights and sword enthusiasts alike. If I possessed the Lightbringer, Lord Tywin's army would have likely marched straight into King's Landing. Leonor jested with Cirio. Lord Lannister is not that type of man. He yearns to reclaim the Lightbringer and has considered seeking a substitute, even reaching out to many fallen nobles for assistance. But I have yet to hear of him using his power to coerce others in this endeavor. Cirio defended Tywin Lannister. Given Tywin's character, he would likely feel too embarrassed to wield a sword obtained through such means. Leonor, who originally intended only a jest, chuckled as he clarified upon seeing Cirio's seriousness. Tywin is a man of stature. He understands the consequences of such actions. Even if he were to acquire the sword, it would tarnish the reputation of the Lannister name, and that old lion would never stoop to such behavior. Leonor, not wishing to dwell further on the matter, continued. A sword left unused is akin to scrap metal, destined to be corroded by rust. Yet Valyrian steel does not rust. It remains eternally pristine. The swordsman from Bravos held a unique reverence for the sword. Observing this, Leonor deftly shifted the topic, gesturing to the dagger in Cirio's hand. Master Cirio, you may now bestow a name upon this sword. It belongs to you. Let it be named Flash Strike, Cirio proclaimed, raising the dagger high as he christened it and accepted the blade. After naming his sword, Sirio sheathed it back into its leather scabbard and affixed it to his waist, as if it were always meant to rest there. Your Highness, do you find yourself in need of a swordsmanship escort? Sirio, now adorned with the dagger at his side, bowed respectfully to Leonor, presenting a request. Do you not intend to return to Braavos? Leonor was somewhat taken aback. His decision to gift the sword to Silio had been a mere whim. Yet he was surprised that Silio proposed to pledge his allegiance. My sovereign, His Majesty Italian, is nearing the end of his days. Not long ago, he dismissed me, instructing me to seek a new employer in the realm of knights. Silio recounted his circumstances candidly. Leonor pondered briefly. Although Silio was merely a swordsman, his insights were remarkable, and his thoughts quite progressive. He might prove to be a valuable asset. Yet Leonor could not simply accept him without due consideration. What do you wish to gain from me? Leonor inquired, understanding that a ruler chooses his subjects, just as a subject must choose his ruler. If their objectives were at odds, their partnership would be untenable. I request a place by your side, where I shall devote myself to safeguarding your safety. As for compensation, you have already provided me with that, Silio replied, patting the hilt of his gleaming sword. If I may make an additional request, I hope to acquire a dwelling within King's Landing and sufficient funds to impart my swordsmanship to a greater number of individuals. This implied a desire to promote the water dance technique, which Leonor found acceptable. Having spent some time with Silio, Leonor held a favorable impression of him and harbored no suspicions. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Very well, I shall support you, though not at this moment, as I have pressing matters in King's Landing and require protection. Are you referring to the tournament His Majesty Robert is about to host? Silio responded confidently. What is your opinion on this matter? Leonor glanced sideways, sensing that Silio was revealing his contemplations. This man was not merely a swordsman in Braavos, after all. How could an ordinary swordsman be hired as a professional instructor by the Stark family of the North? His Majesty Robert is not a good king, Silio stated bluntly. An astute observation. My assessment is even lower, Leonor remarked, dismissing any offense Silio may have caused to the king, as he did not hold the monarch in high regard either. Duke Eddard is not a commendable hand of the king either, Silio added. That is my father, Arya interjected, waving her arms to assert her presence, visibly displeased with Silio's critique of her manner. No, that is a matter of fact, Silio replied, addressing Arya directly. You must learn to discern that while your father is a good man, being a good king's hand is an entirely different matter. After a moment's contemplation, Arya nodded thoughtfully. I also believe he is ill-suited for the role, and he has no desire to be the hand. Enough, Leonor interjected, unable to suppress a smile at Arya's earnestness and filial piety, signaling Silio to pause the conversation. Silio recognized Arya's intelligence and understood that some discussions were inappropriate for her ears. Thus, he promptly complied with Leonor's request and turned to the young girl, saying, Arya, your lessons for today have concluded. Why? Arya promptly posed a challenging question. Mr. Silio, please continue to instruct her. Leonor expressed his exasperation over the troublesome young woman, urging Silio not to cease the lessons, suggesting that certain matters could be addressed after class without haste. As you wish, Silio responded without hesitation, swiftly shifting his demeanor as if he were a loyal guardian, dutifully following the commands of his employer. With the stage set for Silio and Elia, Leonor retreated to his own courtyard, contemplating the accounts. The salt mines, once seized from Littlefinger, were now fully operational, yielding nearly 20,000 pounds of salt daily. This salt was transported to designated shops, exchanged for copper coins, which in turn were traded for silver stags and golden dragons, ultimately deposited into the royal treasury. The monopoly on the salt industry substantially enriched the treasury of King's Landing, and Leonor now planned to establish additional salt mines by the seaside, aiming to bolster salt tax revenues while also prioritizing the regulation of the iron industry. His salt enterprise relied on the violently acquired salt fields from Littlefinger. Enforced by the king's authority and military might, however, such a strategy was not applicable to the iron industry. Tob Mott, tapping his knuckles, uttered a name, an esteemed blacksmith in King's Landing, who had trained in the mercantile city of Coer, claiming mastery over the secrets of forging Valyrian steel. Though this was mere rumor, setting aside the intricacies of ironworking, the blacksmith of Coer's lineage was currently the foremost figure in the iron industry of King's Landing. Thus, if Leonor sought to dominate this field, he could not bypass this individual. Would it be through coercion or persuasion? Chapter 38. Tob Mott. The rhythmic clang of the hammer struck the glowing iron bar, gradually shaping it into an indistinct sword form. My lord, your presence is an honor. How may I assist you? Tob Mott, donned in a leather apron and with a gaunt chin, gazed up at Leonor, who was clad in a black tunic and trousers. I require your services, Leonor replied, observing the apprentice laboring at the forge, a boy of 13 or 14, wielding a hammer, with hair and blue eyes mirroring his own. Despite his youth, the boy displayed nascent muscularity, and his features bore a resemblance to Leonor, evoking memories of someone dear. The scruffy bearded blacksmith noticed Leonor's intense gaze upon his apprentice, Jandrai, and displayed a peculiar expression, having heard rumors of the nobility's peculiar affections towards young boys. Do not harbor such expressions. I am not that sort of person. Leonor turned and immediately discerned the blacksmith's shock, clarifying his earlier remark. I believe you. Tobmot nodded affirmatively. What concern is your belief to me? Leonor rolled his eyes, pausing momentarily before shifting the topic. I have heard you can forge Valyrian steel. As you are aware, I have visited the city of mages, where I resided for an extended period, investing both tears and sweat, ultimately acquiring numerous skills in metallurgy. The city of mages, also known as Koer, is renowned for its practices in divination and blood magic, akin to the eastern land of Ashar. Historically, Koer was one of the colonies of the Valyrian freehold, gaining independence after the ancient Valyria fell to ruin. Presently, it venerates various deities, with the principal one being a god known as the Black Goat. The priesthood, devoted to the Black Goat, conducts sacrifices involving cattle, horses, and even newborns. Tobmot had prepared a plethora of discourse, eager to engage in conversation, yet Leonor exhibited impatience for the tales of the tome. He sought a direct answer to his inquiry. My lord, you ought to exercise a modicum of patience. I have invested considerable effort in Koer, thus acquiring substantial knowledge, including the incantations and methods for forging Valyrian steel. Tobmot, possessing some understanding of the nobility's dispositions, admitted, however, I confess that I have yet to successfully verify the authenticity of those incantations. Expel everyone, Leonor commanded. At his side, Dorette gestured, and immediately, guards surged forth. The armored soldier's entrance unsettled Tobmot, causing him to appear somewhat anxious. Once the apprentices and others were ushered out by the guards, Dorette departed, leaving only Leonor and Tobmot within the confines of the smithy. Leonor fixed his gaze upon the blacksmith. My lord, you cannot treat Tobmot in such isolation, he exclaimed, revealing his astonishment and struggle. His craft was singular in Westeros. Yet when confronted with the unreasonable nature of the nobility, he found himself powerless, fearing for his life. Speak, Leonor demanded, allowing Tobmot to propose terms, ensuring it did not seem as though he was exerting undue pressure. These damned nobles. Tobmot, feeling the weight of Leonor's oppression, reluctantly divulged the method and incantations for producing Valyrian steel. It was an untested ritual requiring a living sacrifice, combined with the incantation to transmute ordinary iron into Valyrian steel. I expected you to negotiate, not to lay it all bare, Leonor remarked, bemused by the blacksmith's forthrightness. However, he also recognized the occasional utility of noble status and contemplated. From this day forth, your forge shall supply 5,000 pounds of iron, or to the kingdom each month, and all your hands will commence crafting armor plates. I shall send you the designs thereafter. My lord, you cannot impose such demands, Tobmot exclaimed, nearly in tears. Is it not sufficient to have forced me to reveal the method for forging Valyrian steel? This is a business transaction. Determine a fair price to quote me, Leonor replied, not seeking to burden Tobmot, but rather presenting him with a lucrative opportunity, an order that could lead to his prosperity. Tobmot stammered, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. Do you think I would hold you accountable for this? Leonor retorted with a hint of irritation, exhibiting a certain level of decorum. No, certainly not, Tobmot quickly dismissed. I must clarify one thing. You need to present an appropriate sample first. Should the product fail to meet standards, I shall not permit you to fulfill this order, Leonor stipulated to Tobmot. That will not be an issue. I have studied for many years in Koer, Tobmot promptly countered. Although he may not hold a position as elevated as Leonor's, he firmly believed there exists nothing he could not create. Then allow me to witness your craftsmanship. By the way, to ensure your undivided attention, I suggest you temporarily close your shop, Leonor remarked, causing Tobmot's expression to sour further. As Leonor continued to assert his demands, gradually claiming Tobmot's smithy as his own, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Tobmot, compelled by the noise, turned to look out the window. Your Highness, Duquette has arrived, came the voice of Dorette from outside. Let him in, Leonor commanded, lifting the ban at the door, and added, addressing the hesitant Tobmot, you might consider discussing my actions with Eddard Stark. He is a man of integrity who would advocate for you. The casual tone of these words caused the smith's scalp to prickle, and he quickly shook his head. Forcing a smile, Your Highness, that would be unnecessary. While he smiled outwardly, inwardly he cursed. The king feasts, the prime minister relieves himself. These nobles are all the same. And that Stark from the north is just as brutish as he is noble, deserving of nothing but contempt. Leonor responded with a nonchalant chuckle, ignoring the smith's inner maledictions. The guards outside lifted the band, and Duke Ed strode in with a stern countenance. He scrutinized the room, noting the private exchange between Leonor and the smith, his face betraying a look of confusion. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "My Lord Stark, I have a business proposition for Mr. Tobermont," Leonor explained. "You ought to embody the noble virtues expected of your station." Ed glanced at the beleaguered smith and issued a warning to Leonor. "Indeed, my brother," Leonor replied, treating the term with a hint of mockery that left Ed looking both awkward and perplexed, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 39, The Valyrian Dagger in His Youth. Ed had been sent by his father, Lord Rickard Stark, to the Eyrie in the Vale as a ward, where he and his fellow ward, Robert, were raised by the late former hand of the king, Jon Arryn. The two had formed a bond akin to brotherhood, hence Leonor's use of the term brother. Under normal circumstances, Ed would have never accepted such an address. After all, his upbringing instilled in him the principle of hierarchy, where a royal such as Leonor, despite their camaraderie, should be addressed with the utmost respect. Yet being referred to as brother by someone of such noble stature evoked a curious blend of pride and warmth within him. "My brother, what brings you here today?" Leonor inquired about Ed's purpose, yet her thoughts drifted back to the blacksmith apprentice she had just observed. Had the esteemed prime minister finally unearthed a clue? Leonor assumed that Ed had deduced from the death of Jon Arryn the leads regarding Robert's assassination, but to her surprise, Ed pulled forth a knife with a hilt of bone from beneath his robe. "I wish to consult Master Mott regarding the origin of this dagger," he declared, drawing the blade from its sheath to reveal a dark, curved blade adorned with an intricate pattern resembling eyes. Despite the indignation on his face, Todmott's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the blade's edge. Valyrian steel? Leonor recognized the item in Ed's possession and began to recall that she had already dispatched Littlefinger. Surely, Littlefinger had sent the assassin after Bran before his demise. Indeed, Ed's search for the owner of this dagger implied that matters in the north remained unchanged. Bran had still fallen and broken his leg, continuing his fated path as the Green Seer. "Is this truly Valyrian steel?" Ed expressed his astonishment. "Isn't your ice a Valyrian steel sword? You do not recognize it?" Leonor could not suppress a smirk at Ed's bewildered expression. It seemed the Stark family seldom exercised their intellect. No wonder this dagger appeared familiar. Upon hearing Leonor's remark, Ed glanced down at the dagger in realization. "Lord Ed, from whence did this dagger originate?" Todmott stepped forward, his tone tinged with excitement, eager to claim the dagger for himself. Valyrian steel artifacts are treasures beyond measure, particularly weapons forged from such revered metal, which are often priceless and rare. Even Tywin, the most powerful man in the Westerlands, would find it challenging to procure a Valyrian steel sword. "That is precisely the inquiry I wish to pose to you," Ed replied, as he had come to seek Todmott's smithing expertise, hoping to discern the identity of the dagger's owner. Valyrian steel is a treasure. Many families possessing such swords keep their secrets closely guarded. How could he possibly know? Leonor scoffed dismissively. "Who says that?" Todmott retorted, somewhat defiant against Leonor's dismissal. "Then tell me, whose dagger is this?" Leonor shot a sidelong glance at the blacksmith. "I do not know, but I can venture a guess as to who its owner might be." "Who?" Leonor's interest piqued, anticipating a name linked to the Lannisters. "The Lannisters. It must belong to a member of House Lannister," Todmott replied, aligning with Leonor's expectations, although he refrained from specifying an individual, confining his conjecture to the Lannister family of the Westerlands. "Very well." When Leonor heard Todmott mention the Lannisters, a sense of certainty enveloped him. However, upon noticing Eddard's perplexed and contemplative expression, he felt that such a reaction was too overt. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are exceedingly foolish. Who is unaware that Duke Tywin has always sought to reclaim the Lightbringer or to find a worthy substitute? Would they so brazenly display a Valyrian steel dagger if they possessed it? Indeed, if the Lannisters truly owned such a dagger, they would not dare to exhibit it. The essence of a sword lies in its combat. Without conflict, what purpose does it serve?" Todmott shook his head emphatically. "That is a sword. This is a dagger, intended for assassination. Who would wield a weapon that might betray their identity in such acts?" Leonor corrected Todmott's assertion, and at this moment, Eddard Stark could not help but lift his gaze, his expression one of dawning realization. No assassin would wield a weapon that could potentially reveal their identity. Yet what if this assassin intended to use unmistakable evidence to divert suspicion from themselves? Todmott found himself at a loss for words. "Enough of this discussion. Master Moat, remember what I have conveyed to you." Sensing that their conversation had reached its conclusion, Leonor abruptly seized the topic and, with a parting remark, departed. As Leonor exited the blacksmith's shop, he initially intended to mount his horse and depart, but then he noticed the dark-haired, blue-eyed apprentice standing on the street, playing with two children. A wave of emotion surged within him, prompting the desire to approach and exchange a few words. Yet, fearing that a discerning eye might perceive his intentions, he retracted his outstretched foot, gestured for his horse to be brought forth, and swiftly mounted. "Let us depart." Back to the Red Keep, Leonor called out, urging his steed forward, with his retinue of guards, including Dorette, following suit. The procession of riders traversing the street turned countless heads in curiosity. By the stables, the dark-haired, blue-eyed apprentice observed the departing company, while his companions, playing nearby, could not contain their mirth. "Gendry, do you wish to become a knight?" one child asked. "I am merely a blacksmith," Gendry replied, a hint of earnestness in his voice. "You are strong enough. Surely you can," the child insisted. "You know, the father of and from our street has already become a knight." The child, missing a tooth, gazed with longing. "How did he manage that?" Gendry inquired, surprised at the notion that an ordinary person could ascend to knighthood. "I heard he allied with a great nobleman, following him southward, and was rewarded. He returned a few days ago, bearing a sword and armor, and is said to be participating in the king's tournament," the child recounted, sharing what he had heard. "What nobleman?" Gendry's interest was piqued. Becoming a knight surely surpassed the life of a blacksmith. "I do not know. Only that he is a very significant noble, perhaps a prince." "Is that not a fanciful tale?" Gendry mused, skepticism creeping in. "It is true. I even saw his sword and armor." The child, upon witnessing his peers' disbelief in his words, hastily recounted his own experiences to validate himself. "We also possess swords and armor," he remarked, eliciting a chuckle from Janley. Indeed, he had seen his fair share of swords and armor under Master Mott. Chapter 40. The tournament thud, thud. Thud, the sound of hooves pounded against the earth as magnificent warhorses charged forward with unwavering determination. The warriors atop their steeds, clad in formidable armor, clutched massive wooden lances under their arms, aiming their tips at their adversaries. As the distance closed, they bent slightly forward, preparing for the clash. With a crack, splinters flew as two enormous knightly lances shattered simultaneously. The steeds brushed past one another. A knight discarded the remnants of his broken lance and lifted the visor of his barrel-shaped helmet, revealing a rugged visage adorned with a thick beard. This was Gregor Clegane, the knight known for tending the hounds of House Lannister from Casterly Rock, yet more commonly referred to by another moniker, the Mountain. The Mountain loomed atop his warhorse, chest out, reins lightly held, while behind him, his opponent's steed gradually came to a halt. The knight tumbled from his mount, sprawled on the ground, his throat punctured by the splintered tip of a lance, blood gushing from the gaping wound. The crowd in the stands erupted into a frenzy of gasps and cheers, astonished by the brutality of the scene, yet exhilarated by the fierce jousting unfolding before them. "Quite successful," Leonor exclaimed, patting his thigh and smirking at his companion, Lancel. "Merely a stroke of luck," Lancel replied, shielding his brow with a hand, feigning modesty while harboring pride. The fallen knight, known as Ser Hugh from the Vale, had been a recent squire to Jon Arryn, freshly elevated to knighthood. Leonor observed the lifeless form of Ser Hugh, and then shifted his gaze to Eddard Stark, who stood beside his brother Robert, his expression one of confusion and doubt. It was evident that Eddard had exerted considerable effort to learn of Ser Hugh's whereabouts, only to witness his demise at the hands of a vassal of House Lannister. "When do you think they will clash?" Lancel inquired in a lowered voice, referring to the Lannisters and the Starks. "You are far too pleased with yourself, my brother," Leonor cautioned Lancel to be mindful of their surroundings, as discussing such matters in a crowded space could easily attract unwanted attention. "You have a number of men competing in this tournament, yet none have made it to the jousting event," Lancel scoffed, pointing out another matter. Leonor's soldiers had been selected to participate in the tournament, yet none had advanced to the jousting competition. "This gruesome tournament holds no significance," Leonor expressed his thoughts. His soldiers were trained in the arts of swordplay, formations, and archery, occasionally including horsemanship and charioteering. To pit them against knights who had honed their skills in mounted combat for over a decade would be tantamount to squandering their lives. Thus, he forbade his men from competing. A soldier cannot grow without the baptism of blood. Lannister believes that Leonor is overly naive. The notion of achieving victory without bloodshed is unrealistic. Let it be. Leonor maintains that dueling is a private affair, and soldiers must refrain from personal conflicts in favor of honorable combat. The tournament continues, and after several days of intense competition, champions have emerged in archery, team battles, and swordsmanship. Among the subordinates selected by Leonor from the Summerhall, only the team battle showcased exceptional performance, securing the championship, while the archery and swordsmanship competitions yielded no victories. Despite the sparse accolades, Leonor remains content, recognizing that his soldiers predominantly hail from fallen nobility and common backgrounds. It is unreasonable to compare their years of arduous training with the generations of experience amassed by others. He is pleased with the outcome, fulfilling his promise to reward the champions of the team battle and the third-place archer with their respective lands, while promoting several competitors to encourage them to further disseminate the valuable lessons learned from their experiences. As he internally consolidates these insights, the most critical segment of the tournament, the gunfight competition, has also determined its final 4 contenders. This event, which assesses equestrian skills, marksmanship, physical prowess, and mental acuity, is held in high regard. While one might argue that team battles lack honor, archers are deemed dishonorable, and swordsmen rely on external factors, it is undeniable that the heavily armored knights charging forth are held in esteem. Thus, the gunfight competition is regarded as the paramount final, with its champion celebrated as the overall victor of the tournament, granted the privilege to present flowers and select a queen of beauty and grace. After a series of fierce contests, the final 4 are Gregor Clegane, the vassal of House Lannister from the west, the Kingsguard's regicide Jaime Lannister, the third son of House Tyrell, Loras Tyrell, and Sandor Clegane from the west. It's settled, my brother. If I were you, I would place a wager on Loras now. It is bound to yield substantial returns, Blue Rain suggests to Leonor, his face alight with pride. My brother, you must see clearly, Leonor replies, raising an eyebrow. He perceives that Blue Rain is merely boasting about his beloved. The other 3 finalists are all Lannisters. With one remark from Leonor, Blue Rain's previously jubilant expression falters. Though he quickly regains composure, this is a gunfight, a noble duel. The number of participants is inconsequential. Even if Loras triumphs, the flowers cannot be bestowed upon you. Enough, Blue Rain exclaims, visibly flustered. Who provoked me first? Leonor smirks. I was merely offering a suggestion. Blue Rain attempts to defend himself. I was merely reminding you of certain truths. Leonor responds with an indifferent expression. Leonor engaged in a spirited exchange with Loras as the intense competition unfolded before them. The valiant Loras Tyrell triumphed over the mountain, defeating him with the prowess of a fervent mare, while Sandor Clegane confronted the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, in a direct clash, emerging victorious. The valor displayed by these 4 champions captivated the audience, igniting waves of fervent applause. In the final stages of the tournament, each contender showcased their unique flair in the duels, prompting Leonor to gradually reassess his perception of the jousting matches. Historically, Leonor had regarded battlefield combat with disdain, believing it to be mere personal squabbles. Yet, as he observed from the stands, witnessing 4 armored figures clashing, an ostensibly monotonous spectacle, he was struck by the sheer enthusiasm of the throngs of spectators, their emotions surging and receding in unison. If this were a battlefield, and the Mountain and his compatriots were adversaries, while the hundreds of onlookers represented his own soldiers, Leonor pondered the futility of leading them into battle against such formidable foes. Despite envisioning 100 strategies to vanquish those armored giants, he surmised that he would ultimately be the one to falter, for the audience exhibited no semblance of morale. Though the Mountain and his compatriots appeared cumbersome, their charge could scatter even 100 foes. The pressure of their advance would likely cause most men to falter, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, Leonor began to grasp the helplessness felt by the ancient Chinese dynasties of Song and Ming when confronted by the northern nomadic tribes. Chapter 41. The Mountain. Having witnessed a duel between the era's mightiest knights, Leonor suddenly realized that his past notions of agricultural fortification were mere theoretical musings. He had not neglected to use the existing knights as hypothetical adversaries in training his troops. He devised formations and strategies to counter heavily armored cavalry and rigorously trained his men in various maneuvers, placing great emphasis on discipline. Yet, all of this remained confined to the realm of theory. As Loras had remarked, his soldiers had yet to taste blood. Should they find themselves on the battlefield against a force led by someone like the Mountain, it was uncertain how they would fare against even a few charges. As Leonor contemplated these various scenarios, a sudden cacophony of hoarse whinnies pierced his thoughts, followed by a chorus of shouts. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed Loras leap up in alarm. What was happening? Ignoring Loras's urgency, Leonor followed his gaze into the arena, where he beheld the black steed ridden by the Mountain cleaved in two. The Mountain, wielding his bloodied greatsword, surged forward after dispatching his mount, heading directly toward the mounted Loras. No. With Loras's horrified exclamation, the immense sword descended with devastating force, severing the head of Loras's steed. The horse's whinny abruptly ceased, and an unprepared Loras was hurled from his mount. As he regained his composure and lifted his head, he found the bloodstained sword descending upon him. Clang! The two great swords clashed in midair, producing a resonant yet sharp sound, as a rugged man with a half-melted visage parried the Mountain's vicious strike. A deep, Menacing growl erupted from within his throat as the mountain recognized the man who had thwarted him, his fury intensifying. Sandor Clegane. The second son of House Clegane and his own brother, was notorious for his ruthless, cold-hearted compliance to his lord's commands, earning him the moniker of the Hound. Confronted by his brother's obstruction, the mountain's rage escalated. He swung his colossal sword, unleashing a flurry of 3 strikes, each met with the Hound's steady grip on the blade. The clang of steel sparked flames in the air, and the Hound's already scorched visage darkened further, instinctively leaning back to evade the tiny embers flying toward him. Enough! The gravelly roar reverberated throughout the arena, silencing the gathered guards and quelling the Hound's grim demeanor. The Hound, with half of his face burned, instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding his brother's blade, and bowed his head toward the source of the reprimand, the rotund King Robert Baratheon, seated at the center of the royal box. The mountain sword struck emptiness as he beheld his brother kneeling, and then turned to the corpulent king, in a fit of rage. He cast his massive sword to the ground, disdain evident on his face. He scorned his brother's submissiveness, yet felt compelled to yield to the king's authority. Rude scoundrel. As the situation in the arena reached a stalemate, Lancelot seized the moment, intent on eliminating the mountain. However, before he could exploit the opportunity, he was interrupted by Robert's thunderous voice. Enough. When I say enough, I mean everyone, including you, Lancelot. Robert's commanding tone silenced Lancelot. Lancelot turned to glance at his brother, his expression innocent, questioning why his elder seemed to anticipate his intentions. This contest ends here, Mountain. You have violated the rules of the tournament. I revoke your eligibility to compete. Leave my sight, and the farther, the better. Upon hearing Robert's decree, the defiant Mountain wore a scowl of discontent, but nonetheless picked up his great sword and departed the arena without a backward glance. What a pity! Lancelot lamented as he watched the formidable champion of House Lannister retreat from his grasp, a prime opportunity to diminish the Lannisters slipping away before him. His brother appeared to have forgotten their previous strategies against them. Such was Robert, content to merely get by, due to the king's obstruction. Lancelot found himself unable to confront the Mountain, resigning to return to his seat, and pulling the shaken Lancelot back beside him. How could he let that scoundrel escape? Lancelot exclaimed, regaining his composure, expressing his dissatisfaction with Robert. That bastard nearly killed Loras. Do you not see? He lacks the resolve, Lancelot replied with a stoic expression. After a moment of silence, Lancelot muttered grimly, I will never forgive that man. His tone remained laced with indignation, as if he were on the verge of sinking his teeth into the Mountain. Leonor understood that he was incensed over Loras's near-fatal encounter, and he offered a few words of consolation while his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of bolstering their military might. Unable to eliminate the Mountain and thereby eradicate a formidable force of House Lannister, the only recourse was to fortify his own strength in anticipation of future pressures. The Mountain's reckless and unprincipled swordplay had thrown the tournament into disarray just before its climactic showdown, yet circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Loras, shaken by his brush with death at the hands of the Mountain, dared not persist in the final match against the Hound, opting instead to concede defeat decisively. He grasped the Hound's hand and proclaimed him the champion before the gathered nobility, concluding the contest with dignity and earning the adoration of countless young ladies. As the champion, the Hound was elevated to the winner's platform by Loras, garnering the audience's approval and acclaim for his loyalty to the king and his timely assistance to Loras, thus receiving the highest honor along with a reward of 20,000 golden dragons. The team from Summerhall secured victory in the team competition, while the noble from the Vale, Balon Tyndall, triumphed in the archery contest. The final swordsmanship accolade was awarded to a red priest wielding a flaming sword, marking a splendid conclusion to the tournament. Meanwhile, news from the east reached them. Lisa Tully had been besieged in the area by the established noble families of the Vale, including the Royces of Runestone and the Valerians of Iron Oaks. She was compelled to disarm the area and was captured and sent to King's Landing, while the young Robert Arryn, who was supposed to accompany her, was retained by the Royces and Valerians, who declared him the future heir of the Vale, claiming they would raise him collectively. These scoundrels from the east, I shall sever their heads one by one, Robert fumed, his fury directed at the defiant nobles during the council meeting. Though he erupted in anger, he quickly reverted to hunting and drinking, for he could not genuinely wage war against the Vale. His emotions had yet to escalate to that level. Leonor found himself at a loss for words regarding Robert's demeanor. He even began to question himself. How could Robert, the king, allow himself to languish in such a manner, having lost all ambition and merely wishing to coast through life? What purpose would it serve to save such a man? He must devise a means to rejuvenate Robert's spirit, perhaps by enlightening him about his circumstances. Chapter 42. Legalizing the Bastard. As the morning sun streamed into the King's Hall at the Red Keep, Cersei awoke from her slumber, pushing aside the embrace of her cousin Lancel. There, she rose from the bed, allowing her trusted handmaiden to clad her in a silk gown before savoring a cup of pre-warmed wine, seated upon the balcony to welcome the dawn of a new day. Sipping the wine from the vineyards of Dragonstone, she idly surveyed the sky and sea beyond the window when a handmaiden approached to announce, "Your Grace, Master Pycelle has arrived." "Bring him in," she commanded. Cersei pressed her already slender lips together, placing the silver goblet back upon the table, adopting a demeanor she deemed appropriate for a queen. Upon the return of the departing handmaiden, she brought with her the quaking Grand Maester. "Your Grace, good morning." Pycelle, dragging a cascade of necklaces around his neck, approached the table unsteadily to pay his respects. "Speak." Cersei maintained the characteristic haughtiness of the Lannisters. "Your Grace, recently Duke Eddard, Prince Leon, and Duke Lancel have been frequently visiting Tobamot." Pycelle, undeterred by Cersei's arrogance, divulged his news directly. "Tobamot? Who is that?" Cersei's expression revealed a hint of confusion. "A blacksmith. He is currently the finest craftsman in King's Landing, as well as the leader of the Blacksmiths' Guild." Pycelle elucidated Tobamot's background for Cersei. "A minor character." Cersei's contemptuous remark dripped with disdain, yet she possessed the privilege to express such sentiments, for her husband was the only king in Westeros, her father one of the realm's most powerful men, and her family the wealthiest and most formidable, the Lannisters. What matters is not the individual Tobamot, but rather that Duke Eddard and the others have sought him out. Duke Jon Arryn often visited there during his lifetime, Pycelle reminded, sensing her scornful tone. "Men? Do they not all fancy armor and swords?" Cersei replied nonchalantly, though she adjusted her posture slightly. "What business do they have with Tobamot? I too was perplexed until my servant informed me that there is a black-haired, blue-eyed boy at that smithy." Pycelle lowered his voice. "A black-haired, blue-eyed boy?" Cersei's expression turned grave. Such features were rare, and the Baratheons were the quintessential example. Noticing her serious demeanor, Pycelle prepared to share further information. Yet the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. Turning his head, he saw Lancel, disheveled, emerging from a curtained chamber, calling out, "Sister." Master Pycelle observed Lancel's flustered state as he entered the balcony, catching sight of his sister seated as usual, along with an elderly man with a white beard, causing him to instinctively adjust his attire. "Enough. Lancel, return to the king. Do not come here to lament again," Cersei commanded with an unwavering expression, interpreting his presence as a plea for sympathy. "Yes," Lancel replied, visibly flustered, as he lowered his head and exited. "He is a good lad. If only he possessed the valor of Lord Jaime, akin to that of a lion," Pycelle mused with a smile as he watched Lancel depart. Lord Kevin's son was indeed handsome, inheriting the Lannisters' distinctive golden hair, with lips red and teeth white, even surpassing some maidens in beauty. It was likely that besides the queen, Lord Lancel would also take a keen interest in him. "Continue." "The black-haired, blue-eyed boy at the smithy, have you seen him?" Cersei disregarded Pycelle's compliments, urging him to resume his earlier topic. "No. However, I dispatched one of my servants to investigate, and he returned with a portrait." Pycelle trembled as he retrieved a scroll of parchment from his breast and unfurled it, revealing the sketch within. Upon seeing the youthful visage depicted on the parchment, Cersei's breath grew heavy, her pupils dilating as her expression shifted from casual indifference to simmering rage. There was no mistaking it. Even without the characteristic dark hair and blue eyes, Cersei could instantly recognize that the boy in the portrait was none other than her husband Robert's illegitimate son. They bore an uncanny resemblance. The apprentice in the blacksmith shop, with his dark hair and blue eyes, resembled a young Robert as if he were sculpted from the same mold, a time when Robert had inspired in Cersei both hope and affection, now replaced entirely by fury at the sight of that face. "I understand. I shall convey your assistance to my father." Cersei managed to suppress her fury and dismissed Pycelle. The aged Grand Maester bowed and departed, leaving Cersei alone at the table, seething. While her anger was palpable, her greater concern lay with Eddard Stark and the others venturing to the blacksmith to seek out the boy. They were undoubtedly searching for him. Surely they would not connect the peculiarities of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella to their hair color. Paranoia gnawed at her. Having already borne 3 children through her incestuous liaison with her brother Jaime Lannister, she felt a chill at the slightest disturbance. Addressing her most trusted handmaiden, she commanded, "Deliver a message to Jaime, urging him to come to me. Should he refuse, I will seek him out myself." Since Jaime's return from the north, he had been avoiding her, an occurrence that left Cersei displeased. Otherwise, she would not have taken her cousin Lancel to her bed. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Should that group succeed in retrieving the boy, it would undoubtedly threaten Joffrey's position. No, in that eventuality, not only Joffrey's safety would be at stake, but even her own might be compromised. She had to act decisively. The thought of her incestuous affair being exposed filled her with dread, her anger transforming into fear. The more she contemplated it, the more apprehensive she became. Calling for another trusted handmaiden, she instructed, "Go, find Pycelle, and have him send a raven to my father," dispatching the sketch to him. "Inform him that our king wishes to legitimize his illegitimate son." It was not uncommon for nobility to have bastards. In fact, the extravagant elite often took pride in the number of their illegitimate offspring. However, the legitimization of such a child was a perilous signal. Bastards were not welcomed by the moral laws of Westeros, and those that could be openly acknowledged by their noble parents were cherished, posing a significant threat to the rightful heirs of their houses. Cersei, fearing the exposure of her schemes and apprehensive of her father's potential disapproval, concocted a pretext regarding Robert's desire to legitimize his illegitimate offspring. While a maid was dispatched to seek out Pycelle to send a raven, she sensed it insufficient and summoned another maid to deliver a pouch of gold to the commander of the city watch, Janos Slynt, and subsequently assessed the presence of mercenary companies within King's Landing. In the early morning, beneath the same balcony, Leonor leaned against the wall, listening attentively as Vincent reported on Cersei's movements from his chair, nodding frequently and inquiring, "Are you aware of the contents of the letter Cersei sent to her father?" Due to the inadequacies of the intelligence network, he instructed Vincent to ensure that Cersei was informed of Joffrey's existence. He knew she had relayed messages to her family but lacked knowledge of their specific content. "Your Highness, our intelligence-gathering efforts are conducted with great caution, relying on intermediaries," Vincent replied. "Pycelle is fiercely loyal to House Lannister, personally drafting and dispatching letters on behalf of Tywin. We have no access to their contents." Vincent expressed his difficulties candidly, then cautiously added, "Isn't the most pressing matter to deal with Janos?" Cersei was aggressively buying off personnel for her family, and with House Lannister still in the Westerlands, they had time to maneuver. The most immediate threat remained Janos Slynt, who commanded the city watch. That man's gold cloaks were half a sham, and even the legitimate portion required payment to him, making him a parasite feasting on the spoils of war. Even if not swayed by Cersei, he would inevitably need to be dealt with. "Your intelligence work is commendable. It must always prioritize secrecy, employing covert means to achieve objectives, allowing targets to remain blissfully unaware of any leaks. This is the ultimate goal." Leonor praised Vincent's methods. "As for your suggestion regarding Janos, I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Your Highness, there is one more matter," Vincent noted, diligently recording Leonor's comments. "I have received word that Lord Eddard Stark's injured son, Bran Stark, seems to have awakened. When is Lisa Tully expected to arrive in King's Landing?" Leonor pondered, taken aback by Bran's timely revival. "Approximately 3 days from now," Vincent estimated. Lisa Tully was soon to be brought to King's Landing, and even if Catelyn were anxious, she could not leave the city in the immediate future. If she did not return to the north, it would imply that the events of the original narrative, particularly her capture of the imp, would not transpire. In truth, that incident had already begun to shift when he eliminated Littlefinger. Without this event to exacerbate the enmity between the Starks and Lannisters, the unfolding of the television narrative could no longer serve as a reference. Leonor contemplated the broader picture. He had anticipated such a scenario and had deliberately made Joffrey's existence known to Cersei, although he had not expected it to be utilized so swiftly. "Let us devise a means to remind our esteemed Prime Minister of the existence of my brother's illegitimate child residing in the blacksmith shop. It would be most desirable to evoke within him a sense of compassion, providing shelter for that child, promptly. Is this feasible?" Leonor implored his brother, Vincent. "I can relay the message indirectly to the Prime Minister. However, whether he possesses that compassionate heart, I cannot guarantee," Vincent replied. "Then do your utmost." Leonor felt satisfied that Vincent could indeed accomplish this task. Upon receiving the command, Vincent rose and departed. After bidding him farewell, Leonor summoned Dorette to inquire about the number of soldiers and armaments he had at his disposal in King's Landing, and whether they could be mobilized for battle at a moment's notice. "We currently have around 1,500 men, 800 suits of armor, 300 shields, 2,000 spears, 900 bows and crossbows, and 90,000 arrows." Vincent provided the current figures. They had previously been responsible for escorting provisions from Summerhall and Whispering Castle, with some also arriving to participate in the tournament. "Cease all activities and assemble all soldiers, organizing them into squads of 3, companies of 10, and battalions of 5 companies. Ensuring they are prepared to respond to combat at any time," Leonor instructed Dorette. Even with the narrative groundwork providing a broader perspective, Cersei was entirely unpredictable. She had sent correspondence to Tywin and Casterly Rock, the contents of which were unknown. When the time came, it could lead to not only a coup but possibly even war, and he needed to be fully prepared. Understood, Direct responded, a shiver running down his spine as he acknowledged Leonor's request, then swiftly turned and departed. Also, summon Master Cilio for me, Leonor added. Initially, he had no intention of employing Cilio, a recent recruit, yet given the current circumstances, he could not afford to be particular. Upon hearing the request, Direct promptly bowed and hastened away. After arranging various matters, Leonor reclined in his rocking chair, closing his eyes and envisioning a full moon illuminating his being, using the lunar deity's essence to quell the tumult of his emotions. It was only when he heard footsteps approaching that he opened his eyes to see a guard leading Cilio, who bore a sword at his waist, toward him. Master Cilio, it is time for you to commence your duties, Leonor stated directly. Very well, Cilio replied, his hawkish features displaying a hint of confusion at Leonor's words. Yet he nodded in acquiescence. He then positioned himself beside Leonor, serving as his personal guardian. Vincent's actions were swift. In fact, one might say he did little more than return to the courtyard that evening, informing Leonor that he had rescued the apprentice, Jandrai, from 2 assassins sent by Cersei. He arranged for the boy to be taken to the Prime Minister's tower, where he was now under the protection of Eddard Stark, as per Leonor's request. Excellent, Leonor replied. Leonor, upon hearing Vincent's words, could not help but clap his hands together, a look of joy illuminating his face. His plan was progressing remarkably well. Now it was merely a matter of whether that woman Cersei was sufficiently deranged. It soon became evident that Cersei was indeed quite mad. Upon learning that Joffrey had fallen into Eddard Stark's hands, she nearly lost her mind and summoned her brother and lover, Jaime Lannister, in the dead of night. You must find a way to kill that child, she insisted, her eyes glinting with desperation as she addressed her handsome, golden-haired brother. He's merely a bastard, Jaime replied. Weariness etched across his features. Yes, a bastard, but the moment anyone sees him, they will know that Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are my children, not that fat king's. Cersei exclaimed, her agitation evident as she laid out the stakes. Stark lacks sufficient evidence. Jaime's expression darkened. No, he does possess it. Do not forget. His son Bran is the one you pushed from the tower. Cersei cornered her lover, forcing him to make a choice. Now, you have but one option. Either kill that child or allow me and Joffrey to face judgment. Tell me, how will you decide? As a man, as a father, as a kin, Jaime Lannister sighed deeply. He found himself without a choice. Chapter 44. The night battle in the stillness of night before the Hand's Tower. Several northern soldiers were whispering amongst themselves, quietly discussing the contrast between King's Landing and Winterfell to stave off drowsiness. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached. As they turned towards the sound, they beheld a contingent of soldiers clad in crimson armor emerging from the darkness of the Red Keep, led by a tall knight adorned in white armor and a white cloak. Jaime, clad in silver armor and draped in a white mantle, reined in his yellow steed. Halting before the Hand's Tower, he surveyed the faces of the astonished northern soldiers, his heart heavy, yet reality demanded his immediate action, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts. Jaime drew his sword and, with a swift motion, urged his Lannister guards forward, launching an assault on the sentinels of the Hand's Tower. As the Lannister soldiers pressed their attack, Jaime shook the reins of his steed and charged into the Hand's Tower, shouting, Eddard Stark, come out. As he bellowed, he swung his sword, dispatching several northern soldiers before bursting into the hall where he encountered Eddard Stark, clad in his nightgown. Jaime Lannister, have you lost your mind? Eddard, wielding his great sword Ice, glared at Jaime, who had stormed into the Hand's Tower on horseback, alongside the fallen guards lying in pools of blood. Hand over that child, Jaime commanded, reining in his steed just in time to prevent a direct charge, yet the agitated horse whinnied, rearing its hooves perilously close to Eddard Stark's face. Confronted by the approaching usurper, Eddard could no longer contain his fury. He raised his colossal sword and, with a single stroke, severed the head of the beast beneath his adversary, causing the deceased steed to unceremoniously throw Jaime to the ground. Pray tell, what madness possesses you? Eddard inquired, his sword still dripping with equine blood as he faced the fallen Jaime. Jaime, witnessing the demise of his mount, felt an unexpected relief wash over him. Though he held no affection for Stark, he found it distasteful to engage him atop a horse. Such an encounter would be decidedly unfair. Were it a battle on level ground, he would have no armor, yet he would accept that as mere misfortune. Contemplating this, Jaime raised his sword, pointing directly at Eddard Stark, and demanded, hand over that child. Child? What child? Eddard Stark responded, incredulity etched across his face. Aside from Sansa and Arya, and a child who had recently sought refuge, there were no other children present. Who was this child? Eddard sensed he had stumbled upon a crucial point. Jaime Lannister. discerning from Eddard's expression that he was utterly oblivious, recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He ceased speaking and instead lunged forward, engaging Eddard in combat. Meanwhile, the Lannister soldiers he had brought along had already infiltrated the Hand's Tower, scouring for the king's bastard, Joffrey, while also pillaging for treasures. The tower echoed with the piercing screams of women, as both Jaime Lannister and Eddard Stark, renowned as the mightiest knights of their time, clashed. Eddard wielded a more formidable weapon than Jaime, yet without armor and distracted by the cries of his wife and daughters, he found himself at a disadvantage. Jaime, aware of Eddard's ignorance, refrained from delivering lethal blows. He simply sought to engage in an honorable duel, aiming to prevent Eddard from interfering with his men's search for the bastard. Thus, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. As the battle raged at the Red Keep, Leonor, keenly observant, issued commands for all soldiers within King's Landing to don their armor and prepare for combat. Dorett, dispatch a squadron to capture Lancel Lannister. Vincent, guide your men. I require him alive. Clad in black iron armor, with a silver-headed red-handled mace secured at his back, a quiver of arrows at his side, and a large bow of red and white in hand, Leonor's first directive was to have his trusted Dorett apprehend the target. At once, replied Dorett, equally clad for battle. Having been privy to Leonor's comprehensive strategy, he promptly organized 10 armored soldiers to follow Vincent's lead into the Red Keep. Others, Dorett, you shall command the soldiers of our city, asserting control over the city guard in the king's name. As for Yano Slint, execute him in the king's name. Vincent, you shall continue guiding your men. Leonor issued his orders with unwavering composure. Yes, my lord. Once again, 30 soldiers clad in armor departed alongside the battle-ready Dorett. Soon, the Red Keep and the city echoed with a cacophony of sounds, as numerous soldiers from the summerhall emerged from various corners of the city, donning their armor to seize the grand gates of the Red Keep and King's Landing in the name of the king. Within the confines of the Red Keep, Dorett took with him over 30 soldiers, leaving Leonor with around 50. He stationed a dozen soldiers to guard the female accountant armed with a crossbow, and then, accompanied by Cilio and approximately 30 soldiers, hastened towards the Prime Minister's tower. At the Prime Minister's tower, the battle between Jaime and Eddard had escalated to a fever pitch. However, the Lannister soldiers, after a bout of slaughter and searching, grew frantic. They had failed to locate the dark-haired, blue-eyed bastard demanded by their lord, and rushed to the parlor of the Prime Minister's tower, shouting towards Jaime, who bore a wound on his shoulder. My lord, the child is not here. Where's that child? Hand him over. Jaime, having braced himself against a sword strike with his armor, retaliated with a swift blow that wounded Eddard's right leg, successfully bringing him to the ground, sword poised at his throat, demanding answers. You shall not have him, Eddard gasped, feeling the chill of the blade against his throat. Refusing vehemently, regardless of what the child possessed, even if he were an ordinary mortal, Eddard would not permit him to be taken by the vile Lannisters. Jaime, frustrated by Eddard's obstinacy, felt a surge of anger. With a thrust of his sword, he intended to slay Eddard, but before he could summon the resolve, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Something had pierced his skin beneath the armor. Turning to look, he heard the whistling of arrows slicing through the air, as a dozen arrows descended from the darkness, slaying several Lannister soldiers. Eliminate all clad in red armor, Leonor commanded, his ironclad figure entering the Prime Minister's tower, drawing his great bow and aiming an arrow at Jaime, whose white armor gleamed conspicuously in the night. The soldiers from the summerhall, following Leonor, unleashed a volley of arrows, striking down several Lannister guards from a distance of 30 paces, before drawing their swords and charging into the Prime Minister's tower to engage in close combat with the Lannister soldiers. Leonor, though vocal in his rallying cry, maintained his distance, shooting arrows at Jaime Lannister from afar. Chapter 45, The Mad Woman. When the sun rose again, the interior of the Prime Minister's tower was drenched in blood. Jaime Lannister lay defeated, half kneeling on the ground, with over 10 arrows protruding from his body, resembling a pincushion. Despite the protection of his armor, the tips of the arrows had embedded deeply into his flesh. Jaime lifted his head, scanning the summerhall soldiers before him, focusing intently on the bows and swords at their waists. He was astonished by the combat prowess of these summerhall soldiers. Just the night before, nearly all of his own men had been slaughtered by these warriors, who had suffered little to no casualties themselves. Capable of long-range archery and proficient in close combat, they were remarkably skilled soldiers, rivaling even the knights in their capabilities. Jaime assessed the soldiers in the summerhall with a discerning gaze, his eyes sweeping over several of them before finally resting on Leonor, who was supporting Eddard. Leonor, with his dark hair and blue eyes, donned in black armor, a bow slung across his shoulder and a mace at his waist, bore a striking resemblance to the late Robert, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Jaime. As Leonor adjusted the injured Eddard's position, he turned to glance at the laughing Jaime but chose to ignore him, instead inquiring about Eddard's foot injury. However, the Duke of Stark did not respond. Instead, he limped towards Jaime and asked, "Who is that child?" Even Eddard, though not particularly astute, could sense something amiss regarding the boy who had sought his protection the previous day. "You know nothing," Jaime remarked, realizing that further words would be futile. He mocked Eddard before shifting his focus back to Leonor, asking, "Do you know what I am contemplating?" As a member of the King's Guard, attempting to assassinate the King's hand was tantamount to treason, yet Jaime surmised that Leonor cared little for the potential consequences he would face. "I am thinking how much you resemble the Robert of yore," Jaime scoffed, shaking his head as he expressed his thoughts. That man later became king, married Cersei, and turned into quite the rotund figure. Unintentionally, his words struck a chord with Eddard, who had been slightly irked by Jaime's demeanor. Upon hearing the remark about the resemblance to Robert, he instinctively turned to examine Leonor's features, then glanced back at the kneeling Jaime, and finally recalled the boy who had sought refuge the day prior, stirring something within him. "You came for that child, did you not?" Eddard pressed Jaime once more. "Humph." The golden-haired knight grunted, refusing to answer any inquiries. "I understand now," Eddard said, lowering his gaze to Jaime's radiant golden locks as clarity washed over him. "What do you comprehend?" Jaime, noticing Eddard's sudden realization, felt a twinge of urgency. How could he grasp this so suddenly? "Joffrey is not Robert's child. He is your son, is he not? The boy from yesterday is Robert's bastard, correct?" I recall Jon visiting the smithy before his demise, poring over the genealogies of the noble houses. It was mentioned that all offspring of the Baratheons and Lannisters bore dark hair and blue eyes. Eddard connected the dots, unveiling a multitude of truths. "You are mistaken, Jaime." Seeing Eddard had genuinely put the pieces together, felt a rush of panic and straightened his posture. Yet the arrow embedded in his flesh and the advancing soldiers kept him restrained. "Quick, Leonor, come with me to see Robert," Eddard urged, disregarding all else as he turned to pull Leonor along. "Where was Robert last night?" Leonor grasped Eddard's outstretched arm, questioning the absence of the king amidst the commotion. "He went to a brothel," Eddard replied, his expression fraught with urgency. Leonor's face fell upon hearing Eddard's response. That scoundrel was indeed capable of such actions. As Leonor prepared to accompany Ed in search of Robert, Barristan rushed over, disregarding the corpses strewn across the ground and the sight of Jaime, arrows embedded in his body. He approached Leonor and Ed directly, casting a glance at Ed's leg injury before delivering a grave piece of news. "The king is dead." "What?" Leonor was taken aback. How could his brother be dead? Surely, the men sent by Dorith had not failed to apprehend Lancel. No, that pretty boy would not dare to commit regicide himself. It must have been others instigated by Cersei. Suddenly, it dawned on Leonor that Cersei's manipulation of Jaime to demand Ed's bastard was a ruse, designed to create chaos, allowing her assassins the opportunity to strike at Robert, who had unwittingly walked into a trap at the brothel. That woman is indeed mad. He had initially thought her desperation was a reckless act, yet it turned out to be a strategic ploy. His Majesty clandestinely ventured through the sewers to Silk Street last night, seeking a woman. "I only received word this morning at the church." Barristan's voice trembled slightly, reflecting his dismay at the loss of the king to whom he had pledged his loyalty. "What of the assassin?" Leonor inquired urgently, having come to terms with Robert's demise, albeit with a surprising sense of relief rather than sorrow. Barristan hesitated. "Is it possible to find him?" Ed, also processing the grim reality, questioned Barristan about the potential to trace the perpetrator. "Perhaps, but the immediate priority is to retrieve Robert's body and secure all individuals from that brothel," Barristan replied. "Leonor, inform Lord Lancel, and summon Lord Pycelle and Master Varys." Ed, despite his leg injury, began to orchestrate the necessary arrangements. "Very well," Leonor replied without hesitation, dispatching messengers while instructing Dorith, who had just returned, to control Cersei. Soon, Robert's lifeless body was brought back from Silk Street, the once boisterous and boorish king now lifeless, his heart pierced by a dagger. As Leonor sought to summon other members of the small council, he attempted to secure Cersei, only to discover that the madwoman had already fled. Not only was she missing, but so were Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. A madwoman indeed, Leonor thought, his scalp prickling with disbelief. He could not fathom that she had become so deranged as to abandon her own brother and lover, fleeing with her children after assassinating her husband. Surely, she intended to return to Casterly Rock. Her previous correspondence with Pycelle was undoubtedly a signal for Tywin to send reinforcements. "Chase her down. We cannot allow her to escape with Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella." Leonor swiftly dispatched riders to pursue her. While he returned to the royal hall to inform Ed, Barristan, Lancel, Pycelle, and Varys of the dire developments. Chapter 46 Discussion within the royal chamber. Upon hearing that Cersei had fled with her 3 children, the other ministers present at the council were rendered speechless with shock. Only Lancel was quick to speak. The current facts are undeniable. That woman from House Lannister has murdered my brother and subsequently fled in fear of retribution. Throughout history, the first step in addressing monumental events has always been to assign blame, and Lancel was no exception. Attributing Robert's demise to Cersei and deeming her escape with the children as an act of guilt-driven flight. My lord Eddard, her brother attacked you last night. Evidently under her directive, as she fears exposure of her clandestine secrets. As Lancel spoke, he sought to enlist Eddard's support for his assertions. But what secrets compelled her to act thus? Varys expressed his bewilderment. Allow me to elucidate. Eddard interjected, casting a glance at Lancel and Leonor. Noticing Leonor's impassive demeanor and Lancel's nod of affirmation, he recalled the gruesome events of the previous night involving Jaime, coupled with the king's death, and resolved to speak candidly. I perused the noble genealogies left by Jon Arryn and uncovered a striking fact. All offspring born of the union between House Baratheon and House Lannister possess black hair and blue eyes. Yesterday, a child nearly fell victim to murder. He sought refuge in the Hand's Tower, and Jaime Lannister stormed there last night, claiming to be searching for him. Black hair and blue eyes? Varys gasped, astonished to learn of royal secrets. The current king, Robert, had 3 golden-haired children. It had been assumed they inherited their mother's hair color. Now, it seemed they might all be Cersei's bastards. It appears the former Hand discovered this truth, leading to his poisoning by the Lannisters. My lord Eddard, you 2 narrowly escaped death due to this matter. Lancel seized upon Eddard's words, further implicating the Lannister family while subtly provoking Eddard. Indeed, Eddard sighed heavily. I survived, yet all my companions from the north were slain by the Lannisters. And my wife and daughter, along with that royal bastard, are now unaccounted for. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall, among the 6 ministers present at the council. Aside from the honest Eddard and Varys, Leonor, Lancel, Pycelle, and Varys were all well aware of the origins and developments of the situation, merely feigning ignorance for their own interests. The most pressing concern now is how we shall confront the Lannisters. My dispatched men may not be able to catch Cersei. A twinge of guilt flickered within Leonor, yet he dismissed it, recognizing that pondering Cersei's escape was merely a waste of time. Cersei has fled back to the Westerlands with her illegitimate children. The Lannister family will undoubtedly reject our claims. Lancel nodded in agreement. The paramount task ahead was indeed to devise a strategy to deal with House Lannister. Indeed, that is the case. However, there exists a matter of even greater significance. Eddard hesitated before broaching the subject of the Iron Throne succession. There is nothing more paramount than defending against the Lannisters. Renly interrupted Eddard's discourse. To my knowledge, Cersei has previously dispatched a letter to the Lannister family, indicating that they may arrive at any moment. Leonor cast a glance at the silent Pycelle, whose astonishment at the words caused him to raise his gaze. Realizing that everyone was looking at him, he hastily concealed his expression, fearful of speaking further and inciting suspicion. Eddard, what do you think? With Leonor's tacit support, Renly's spirits were bolstered, prompting him to inquire of Eddard. The Duke of the North cast a deep gaze upon the Baratheon brothers, recognizing that his words had been effectively stifled by the 2. And thus he relinquished the topic of succession, acknowledging that the imperative at hand was indeed to confront the Lannister forces. I propose we initiate a full mobilization of the city at once. Baelish was the first to offer his counsel. The Lannister army had previously pillaged King's Landing during Robert's rebellion. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly return to wreak havoc once more. I have already taken measures in this regard, Master Baelish. I hope you will organize the manpower. Leonor, without hesitation, noted that he had seized the opportunity to eliminate Janos Slint the previous night, thereby incorporating the entire gold cloaks into his ranks. He was now engaged in fortifying the city and imposing martial law. Very well, Baelish acquiesced without reservation. Master Pycelle, please send word to all the nobles via messenger raven, detailing the events transpiring in King's Landing, and urge the lords of the stormlands in the Reach to dispatch their forces to defend the city. Renly, too, pressed Pycelle, unabashedly revealing his close ties to the Reach. At once, Pycelle, without a trace of hesitation, bowed in compliance. My lord Eddard, will you not summon forces from the north? Renly subsequently addressed Eddard, his dissatisfaction with the northern lord's response evident. My lord Renly, the nobles of the Reach and Stormlands possess sufficient strength to counter the Lannister army. Calling upon additional forces would only endanger the common folk, Eddard replied, his countenance weary. I concur with Lord Eddard's assessment. The distance from the north is considerable. And with the wall requiring vigilance, it is prudent to refrain from action for the time being. Leonor expressed his agreement. The discipline of noble armies is notoriously poor, and they would likely seize the opportunity to plunder the commoners along their path. Seeing Leonor's support for Eddard, Renly could only nod in resignation. Leonor then turned to the ever-silent Varys and requested, "My Lord Varys, would you kindly instruct your little birds to keep watch on the movements of Dorne and ascertain the numbers of the Westerlands forces?" "Certainly," Varys nodded in affirmation. "Very well then. Let us all attend to our respective duties." With that, Leonor concluded the discussion, and Baelish, Pycelle, and Varys promptly set about their tasks, leaving only Leonor, Renly, and Eddard in the chamber. "My brother, fret not. I have already dispatched individuals to locate Lady Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, and the bastard son of my brother. We shall soon receive news." Leonard offered solace to Ed, recognizing the deep concern he must feel for his family. Ed's weary visage reflected gratitude. His retainers had been slain by the Lannisters, and Leonard's willingness to assist him in locating his wife and daughter filled him with appreciation. "If there is nothing else, Bluebell and I shall take our leave," Leonard stated, having comforted Ed. After casting a glance at Bluebell, he exited the throne room. "Will you not converse with him a while longer?" Bluebell queried, trailing behind Leonard, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. "What would you have me say? Should I implore him to support my claim to the throne?" Leonard turned his gaze upon Bluebell. "And what if I wish for your support instead?" Bluebell's demeanor shifted. His interest peaked. "On what grounds?" he challenged. "Stannis is not the only contender. I stand behind him as well. Provide me with a compelling reason." Leonard regarded Bluebell from the corner of his eye, silently demanding justification. Chapter 47. Persuasion. Despite Leonard's stern tone, Bluebell felt a surge of excitement, perceiving that Leonard sought reasons. As long as he could provide them, he might secure Leonard's backing. "Do you command an army?" Bluebell inquired. "Not sufficiently," Leonard admitted, his frustration palpable. His 2,000 untested soldiers were woefully inadequate for the struggle ahead. "I do. The nobles of Storm's End and the Reach heed my summons. And I have forged an alliance with House Tyrell," Bluebell asserted with confidence. The reasoning was sound, yet Stannis was formidable as well. Ed would surely lend his support to him. Leonard posed another query, acknowledging that strength was indeed a pivotal component of kingship, far surpassing mere titles. However, Stannis stood as a worthy rival. Given Ed Stark's character, the North would unreservedly rally behind the rightful heir, Stannis, rendering Bluebell's position equally tenuous. Stannis enjoyed numerous allies. His military might was unparalleled, and he possessed a legitimate claim, while Leonard had little more than the prospect of waiting for an opportune moment. "I hold affection for Loras. Progeny between us is impossible. I shall declare you my heir." Bluebell presented a proposition, painting a vision for Leonard. "I desire Storm's End," Leonard replied, shaking his head. Bluebell's audacity was striking, and if he truly wished to name him heir, he could simply wed Marjorie and proclaim his own celibacy. "Very well," Bluebell continued. "As long as you agree to support me, I shall bestow upon you the title of Hand of the King and Heir Apparent, with Whispering Castle granted to you as your fief." Leonard nodded, acknowledging the proposal. "What must I do?" "Since you are so eager, let us see how you fare with the black magic of the Red Priestess. Aid me in persuading Ed." Bluebell expressed his need, keen to diminish Stannis' threat, and Leonard, now in control of King's Landing, was ideally positioned for this task. "Agreed. I shall endeavor to persuade him. Leave the Lannisters to me," Leonard affirmed. "Excellent." After much deliberation, Leonor and Renly established their respective roles. Leonor would persuade Eddard to diminish Stannis' influence, while Renly would rally the nobility of Storm's End and the Riverlands to confront House Lannister. Upon returning to his own estate, Leonor received word from his scouts that they had failed to locate Cersei, but had instead found Lady Catelyn Stark and her 3 children outside the city. Without hesitation, Leonor set off to find them, soon discovering that it was indeed Lady Catelyn accompanied by Sansa, Arya, and Robb, all appearing somewhat disheveled. Only Robb was somewhat presentable, while the 3 girls wore loose nightgowns. "Lady Catelyn, how did you manage to escape from the Red Keep?" Leonor inquired. Suspecting that Arya had found a way through a secret passageway he had long sought but never discovered. "I do not know," she replied. "We heard commotion outside, and my husband urged me to take our daughters and hide. In our haste, we found ourselves outside the city. Thank the gods." Lady Catelyn held Sansa's hand, with Arya leaning against her side, and she attempted to feign ignorance, causing Arya to stifle a laugh until their mother discreetly nudged her to silence. "Madam, please speak frankly. I must fortify the defenses of the Red Keep, and you would not wish for more intruders to breach its walls, would you?" Leonor reminded her, his tone tinged with urgency as he noted Arya's expression. "Very well. We emerged from a secret passage, one that my daughter discovered. The exit is just below that cliff." Lady Catelyn confessed, realizing evasion was futile. Thank you for your guidance. Please return to the Red Keep. Lord Eddard is eager to see you. Once you are back, might you allow Miss Arya to show me the entrance to the passage? Leonor turned his gaze toward Arya, hoping she would lead him to the secret entrance. Why should I? Arya retorted immediately. I shall gift you a Valyrian steel sword, Leonor offered, well aware of Arya's interests. Very well, it is settled, Arya acquiesced. Her interest piqued. Lady Catelyn, witnessing her daughter's readiness to be swayed by such a promise, could not help but roll her eyes. However, recognizing that the existence of the secret passage was already known, she relinquished her attempts at further concealment and followed Leonor back to the Red Keep. Out of necessity for the Northern Alliance, Leonor treated Catelyn and her children with great courtesy, personally escorting them back to the Red Keep to reunite with Eddard, which naturally earned him their gratitude. Lord Eddard, may we speak privately? Leonor seized the moment as Eddard expressed his appreciation. Embracing his wife, Eddard turned to the dark-haired, blue-eyed prince. Sensing the gravity of his demeanor and realizing that important matters were at hand, he gently patted Catelyn, signaling her to take the children away. Lady Catelyn retreated with the children, while Leono exchanged a knowing glance with Cersei, who deftly gestured to the guards to stand down, creating space for Leono and Eddard. My Lord Eddard, I had a discussion with Renly today, and I have resolved to support his claim to the Iron Throne, Leono stated with remarkable directness. Eddard Stark was taken aback by such candor and after a pause, replied, the rightful heir is Stannis. I anticipated you would say that. Leono nodded in acknowledgement. Are you suggesting I should also support Renly? Eddard inquired. My counsel is to remain uninvolved and maintain neutrality, Leono advised. Renly will not yield easily. And Stannis has a notoriously foul temper. Emotionally, I am inclined to support Renly and have promised to assist in persuading you. However, I am fully aware of your principles and do not wish to sway you, only to hope for your neutrality. Leono expressed his thoughts candidly. Why? Eddard posed the question, wondering why Leono had taken this stance. Did he not have ambitions for the Iron Throne? I am unwilling and unfit to partake in their contest, thus, I choose to support the militarily stronger Renly in hopes of concluding the conflict swiftly to spare the common folk further suffering. Leono crafted a noble rationale. With a man of Eddard's integrity, soft pleas or stern arguments would be futile. Moral persuasion was essential. Indeed, the reputation-conscious Eddard fell into contemplation upon hearing Leono's reasoning, weighing the ramifications of plunging the North and the realm into chaos. You may ponder at your leisure. I await your decision, Leono stated, not pressing Eddard unduly. Confident that the Lord of Winterfell would arrive at a judicious conclusion. What if I choose to return to the North and reconsider upon my arrival? Eddard could not suppress the thought, voicing a potential outcome. You are free to depart whenever you wish, Leono replied with a slight bow, holding a measure of faith in Eddard's character. Chapter 48. The secret passage. Eddard Stark did not acquiesce to Leono's proposition, nor did he demand to leave King's Landing. He found himself in a quandary, yet this indicated a shift in his resolve. Leono was pleased with Eddard's reaction and cheerfully sought out Arya, requesting her guidance to the entrance of the secret passage within the Red Keep. In a basement beneath the Prime Minister's tower, Arya halted and turned to Leono, Cersei, and the accompanying guards, declaring, "This is the spot. There is nothing here," Leono remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he approached the wall and suddenly noticed a narrow, man-sized opening that seemed to have been concealed until now. "I shall investigate." Cersei, hand resting on his sword, stepped forward to volunteer. "Please exercise caution, Cersei," Leono advised, recognizing that Cersei, a master of close combat, might encounter unforeseen circumstances, making him the most suitable to descend. As Cersei delved into the cavern within the wall, Leonor squinted slightly, noticing that the hollow seemed to vanish. Yet, upon focusing intently, the entrance to the hidden passage reappeared. Leonor inhaled deeply. It appeared that some magical barrier was at play here. He glanced around, gently closed his eyes, and turned inward, envisioning his spirit transforming into a luminous moon that soared from his crown, alighting upon the entrance of the secret passage. Upon contact, he felt an influx of countless fragmented thoughts swarm around him, akin to swarming flies, attempting to obscure his vision. The interference from these thoughts could compel one to subconsciously overlook the opening in the wall. Paradoxically, those with weaker spiritual awareness found it easier to pass through, while the more perceptive were ensnared. Indeed, it was sorcery. Leonor carefully attuned himself to the myriad thoughts that buzzed around him, perceiving feelings of hesitation, urgency, and resolve. As he probed deeper, he glimpsed numerous scenes: laborers toiling day and night under the whip, artisans clinging to memories of their families, and heaps of corpses filling the palace. Yet, in the desolate corners, Some individuals continued to excavate the tunnel. It seemed these were the remnants of the craftsmen who built the Red Fortress. Their thoughts imbued with prayers over years of toil, their last vestiges of resentment etched at the entrance of the passage, forming a naturally intricate maze, much like the folklore's phantom walls, casting a magical veil over the entrance. No wonder it had taken me over a decade to uncover these passages. Leonor suddenly felt a wave of relief. It wasn't merely misfortune on his part. Rather, it was his own fortunate awakening that had led to this obscuration. What are you thinking? Elias's voice jolted Leonor back to the present. Reflecting on the history of this place, he concluded that the hidden passage must have been left by the craftsmen who constructed the Red Fortress. It was said that these artisans were mercilessly silenced by Meeg. And it now appeared true. These passages were their means of escape. Leonor replied casually. Oh, and what do you intend to do about Daniel? Elia inquired, her gaze shifting to a dark-haired, blue-eyed youth trailing behind them. Daniel? Leonor raised his head, following the girl's gaze to the blacksmith's apprentice who had been by his side. You mean Gendry? He is the illegitimate son of my brother and will naturally be by my side from now on. Leonor regarded the former apprentice with a slight nod and a smile. What do you intend to do with him? Elia asked. That depends on what he wishes to do. Gendry, what do you desire? Leonor directed his question toward the silent Gendry. The boy, facing his uncle with a similar appearance, was at a loss for words. He had always believed his father to be an ordinary man and never imagined himself as an illegitimate child, let alone one of noble descent. Do not say you wish to become a king. Illegitimate children have no claim to inheritance. Your surname can only be Wei Shui. Leonor issued a precautionary warning to Jandeli. Before all the Baelish perished, the illegitimate offspring held no claim to inheritance, and he had no intention of dying. No. I believe I wish to become a soldier, Jandeli quickly responded, shaking his head as he sought a goal for himself, asserting that he would not overstep any boundaries. A commendable aspiration. I shall arrange for you to serve alongside Arad. As for whether you may ascend to the rank of general, that shall depend on your own merit. Leonor nodded, encouragingly delineating a path for Jandeli. And what of me? I too desire to be a general, Arya interjected, her affinity for martial prowess evident as she inquired of Leonor regarding her own potential for such a rank. You? Perhaps you should consult your father. You are not my daughter, Leonor retorted, bemused by the notion, recognizing the girl's free-spirited nature, ill-suited for the military. At that moment, a bald figure emerged from the hollow beneath the wall, exuding an unpleasant odor, none other than Cilio, who had earlier ventured into the depths. He grasped a longsword and wore a look of dejection. You have my gratitude, Master Cilio, Leonor remarked, stepping forward to assist him out and instructing a guard to arrange for his cleansing. The area posed no danger. It merely led to a filthy cave at the cliff's base, which provided access to the exterior of the Red Keep. Cilio glanced at Leonor as he released his grip, transferring the sword to his other hand. He then placed a hand upon his chest to relay the situation before retreating to clean up. Upon learning the circumstances, Leonor opted against descending himself, wishing to avoid becoming sullied, and instead dispatched soldiers to explore the space, ensuring it was cleared, guarded, and documented to prevent further intrusions through this secret passage. The network of tunnels beneath the Red Keep was intricate. Leonor sent around 100 soldiers down, and they quickly gathered pertinent information, identifying the entrances and exits to the tunnels scattered throughout the Red Keep. Without exception, each entrance was concealed by myriad formations of thought. These protective illusions were mere natural phantasms. A resolute mind could easily resist them. However, for Leonor, they held considerable potential for development, as his studies had focused primarily on cultivating a robust divine spirit, with little on employing that spirit to wield illusionary magic. This maze, therefore, served as a valuable reference. Moreover, the soldiers who ventured down uncovered some unexpected treasures within the caverns. Mounds of sand concealing circular clay pots filled with a luminous, flammable green liquid. Upon receiving the soldier's report, Leonor felt as though his scalp might burst with realization. He recognized the substance immediately. He swiftly ordered all soldiers to vacate the cave and seal all entrances to the underground passages, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel, especially those bearing fire, from entering the subterranean corridors of the Red Keep, particularly those near the storage of wildfire. Should that cache of wildfire ignite, not only would the Red Keep be in peril, but the entirety of King's Landing could face ruin. Chapter 49, Wildfire. A creation of the 11th king of House Targaryen, Aegon IV, was devised to conquer Dorne. This weapon, resembling a liquid of a pale green hue, is highly flammable and explosive. After the loss of their formidable dragons, the successive kings of the Targaryen dynasty became increasingly infatuated with wildfire. Some attempted to use it to hatch dragon eggs, ultimately incinerating the royal summer palace, while others employed it for executions, leading to the dynasty's downfall, most notably. The Last Mad King, Aerys II. When Robert Baratheon struck down Rhaegar at the Trident, the Mad King Aerys II concocted a plan of mutual destruction, burying vast quantities of wildfire within King's Landing and commanding his Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, to ignite it, intending to have the city's inhabitants serve as his pyre. Yet, Jaime defied his orders. Jaime Lannister killed Aerys II, thereby saving all of King's Landing, earning himself a reputation as a regicide. He kept the truth concealed, allowing much of the wildfire to remain entombed in the city's depths until Lannister dispatched his men to search the underground passages of the Red Keep. Long familiar with the notorious name of wildfire, Lannister, confident in his ability to concoct wildfire powder, had scarcely regarded it. Upon discovering it today, his curiosity piqued. He instructed his soldiers to secure the area and ventured into the subterranean passages himself, unearthing several jars of wildfire from the sandy earth. When the sealed jars of green liquid were opened in the dim light, they emitted a shimmering green glow, reminiscent of carbonated beverages releasing vapor, yet devoid of any scent. When moved into the light, the luminescence receded, rendering it unremarkable, like an ordinary pool of liquid. Lannister took a jar of wildfire to an open area, and after only a minute of exposure to the intense sunlight, the contents began to boil, releasing green vapor that surged forth. Upon reaching its ignition point, it spontaneously combusted into a fierce green flame, burning for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. This is rather impressive. Fetch me some charcoal. Lannister, intrigued by the wildfire's reaction, instructed his soldiers to procure the requisite materials and endeavored to stabilize the liquid using alchemical methods from ancient texts. He ground the charcoal to mix it with the wildfire liquid, facilitating a more stable form. The now solidified wildfire ceased to evaporate. With both its boiling and ignition points significantly elevated, it no longer ignited merely from light exposure, but required close proximity to an open flame to ignite, burning rapidly without explosion. While wildfire proved fascinating, Lannister had little time to delve deeper into its study. The news of Robert's assassination, a conspiracy orchestrated by the Lannister siblings, swiftly spread across Westeros, causing a stir among the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Due to the constraints of communication, Leonor was unable to directly perceive the tremors of the world from King's Landing. Everything seemed to unfold with an air of normalcy, save for the gilded robes of the city soldiers under the command of Mobilizing, who were reinforcing the defenses. Yet, the absence of any imminent threat rendered these preparations somewhat ludicrous, until the envoys from House Tully arrived at King's Landing. The first envoy from House Tully brought forth promising news. They had apprehended Cersei and her children, who had fled to the Riverlands. However, this news was swiftly undermined by the second envoy, who announced that the Lannister forces had reclaimed Cersei and her progeny. Shortly thereafter, the Lannister army commenced their incursion into the Riverlands, prompting the third envoy from House Tully to urgently request military assistance from King's Landing. Upon receiving this intelligence, Leonor wasted no time and convened a meeting of the council, assembling Eddard, Renly, Mobilizing, Pycelle, and Varys to deliberate on an appropriate response. It was imperative to dispatch troops to the Riverlands without delay. The Lannisters could not be allowed to act with impunity. The resolute Eddard promptly voiced his opinion. Leonor turned his gaze towards Renly. With a force of 6,000 poorly trained soldiers in King's Landing, it was impossible to divide forces for support in the Riverlands. Among those present, Stark's army remained in the north, leaving Renly as the only commander with available troops. I have negotiated with the lords of the stormlands. Their armies are converging upon the Bitter Bridge. I shall lead these forces to the Riverlands and personally eradicate the treacherous Lannisters, Renly proclaimed with fervor, as if the Lannisters were but a mere obstacle to be vanquished. However, he then shifted to a more sensitive topic. At this juncture, whether it be the Lannisters or any other adversary is secondary. Our foremost concern must be the swift identification of our new king. Upon hearing Renly's words, even Leonor could not suppress his tension. The moment had finally arrived. The last time Eddard broached this subject, Renly had interrupted him, but now he had taken the initiative, suggesting he was well prepared. According to the laws of succession, Pycelle, as the Grand Maester, began to murmur in response. In this critical period, our nation faces immense challenges. The antiquated customs must be re-evaluated. Renly, dissatisfied with Pycelle's remarks, turned his gaze towards Leonor. I stand with Renly, Leonor declared without hesitation, stating before the assembly what sent shivers through all but Eddard. Do not look at me so. Renly possesses the might to vanquish the Lannisters and avenge Robert. And with this power, he can also bring peace to the common folk. Leonor succinctly articulated his stance in the face of the assembly's scrutiny. Lord Eddard regarded Pycelle. who had focused on the only proactive figure present, Eddard Stark. If there were anyone present capable of opposing this consensus, it would be this Duke of the North and Hand of the King. Eddard sighed deeply, closing his eyes, and adopted a wooden demeanor. Eddard's demeanor conveyed a sense of default, while both Peter and Varys fell into a profound silence. After a moment of contemplation, Bolistan spoke. I concur with His Highness, Prince Leonor. As the captain of the King's Guard and a paragon of knighthood, Ballistan's endorsement caused a visible surge of joy in Lancel, who immediately rose to express his own sentiments. My abilities may be lacking, yet with the support of all present, I am confident that I can govern this realm well. I vow in the name of the Seven, in the name of the Iron Throne, and in the name of the King. In Westeros, the customs of polite refusal hold little value. With 6 members present at the Royal Council, 3 remained neutral in silence while 2 expressed their agreement. Lancel's repeated oaths in the names of the Seven, the Iron Throne, and the King seemed to assert his claim to kingship, and none among the assembly voiced dissent. Chapter 50. Negotiation. Upon finishing his speech, Lancel anticipated a wave of applause. However, an unsettling silence enveloped the long table of the council. Although Bolistan was inclined to cheer and even pledge loyalty, he hesitated to do so in the absence of others until Leonor stood. Thank you, Your Majesty, Leonor said, rising to bolster Lancel's position. We wish to believe that you can govern this nation effectively, but this hinges on your ability to address both external threats and internal strife. At that time, we would be honored to witness your coronation at the Great September of Baelor and pledge our fealty to you. The Great September of Baelor, constructed by Aegon I Targaryen, serves as the headquarters of the Faith of the Seven in Westeros, where each monarch of House Targaryen has been crowned. A tradition continued by House Baratheon. Very well, I shall act swiftly, Lancel responded, buoyed by Leonor's words. He felt a surge of confidence, believing that with the coalition of lords from the Stormlands, the Reach, and the Riverlands, subduing the Lannisters would be a trivial task. Your Majesty, I advise you to prepare adequately before confronting the Lannisters, Varys cautioned, subtly altering his address to Lancel. I have received word that Lord Stannis' fleet has already embarked, heading towards your Storm's End. I had anticipated this course of action, Lancel replied, his expression one of assured foresight. He had indeed foreseen Stannis' move and had made the necessary preparations, merely instructing the Lords of the Reach to halt at the Bitterbridge while the forces of Storm's End remained within their territories, all in anticipation of such a scenario. According to the prior agreement with Leonor, Lancel declared without hesitation, I shall personally resolve this matter. I wish to accompany you, Leonor asserted, rising alongside him. I shall join as well, Eddard added, standing too. He was determined to prevent Lancel from acting alone, fearing that he would take Stannis' life, and he could not allow such an event to transpire. Then let us go together, Lancel remarked, noting the reluctance in his smile as both Leonor and Eddard rose, sensing that their intentions were to deter him from killing Stannis. Eddard indeed intended to save Stannis' life, while Leonor merely sought to witness the magical powers of the Red Priestess, entrusting the affairs of King's Landing to the command of Bolistan and dispatching Selmy to assist Varys. Leonor and Ed followed Renly, hastening back to Storm's End under the escort of more than 30 knights. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Storm's End, Leonor beheld a spectacle of countless sails competing upon the sea. Stannis' fleet had already anchored and established camp along the shoreline, while within the castle, banners fluttered prominently in the breeze. Leonor, riding alongside Renly, entered the city and met with Ser Cornet Penrose, the acting Lord of Storm's End, to ascertain the current situation. Stannis' fleet had arrived 2 days prior, with part of his forces on land and the remainder still aboard, totaling approximately 5,000 men. It was rumored that he had garnered the allegiance of certain pirates from the Narrow Sea, facilitated by the Onion Knight, Davos. Additionally, it was said that many of his men had converted to the faith of the Red God, publicly burning the sacred texts and effigies of the Seven. With his characteristic yellow beard, Cornet reported the knowledge he possessed to Renly and the others. What do you think? Renly inquired from his seat of authority, seeking the opinions of Leonor and Ed below. Leonor remained silent, glancing at Ed, who, meeting his gaze, posed the question, has Stannis sent any envoys? Cornet shook his head in response. No. Then let us send an envoy to inquire. Leonor insisted, hoping that Stannis might reconsider, in such a case. He would begrudgingly accept the reality of Renly's kingship. As you wish, Renly acquiesced readily, although the Red God did not manifest any miracles. Renly's envoy returned with Stannis' response, and the two parties arranged to meet by the seaside. Amidst the fierce sea winds, a heart engulfed in flames stood proudly upon a stag's head. After his conversion to the faith of the Red God, Stannis established a new sigil and, accompanied by his forces under the new banner, met with Renly's contingent. Beneath the emblem of the crowned stag, Leonor observed that Stannis had lost much of his hair since their last encounter, retaining only a fringe around the edges, reminiscent of the depicted chitons in ancient murals. He wondered whether Stannis had grown stronger. After studying Stannis for a moment, Leonor shifted his gaze towards Stannis's retinue, which included unfamiliar nobles, save for Davos, and a striking red-haired woman adorned with rubies. Melisandre, a priestess of the Red God, also known as the Lightbringer, was the one responsible for the death of Renly, turning the tide in the conflict of House Baratheon. Our meeting is fated. Renly, Stannis, clad in plate armor, greeted Renly first. My brother. How did I not notice your piety before? But now I comprehend. Renly, equally resplendent in his green-glazed armor and crowned with a horned helmet, wore an exuberant smile as he mockingly addressed Stannis, his gaze drifting toward the red-robed priestess amidst the throng, adopting a teasing demeanor. Humph. Stannis emitted a cold snort in response to Renly's provocation, then directed his gaze towards Leonor. After a brief pause, he glanced past him and addressed Lord Ed, who sat atop a white horse. My Lord Ed, I believe you will stand by my side. Ed, initially inclined to offer some words of counsel, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Stannis' assertion. My brother, you have chosen a path fraught with suffering, Leonor interjected, seeking to alleviate Ed's discomfort, asserting that it was unnecessary to impose upon this honest man. And what of you, dear brother? Do you not find it shameful to kneel before Renly? Stannis could not restrain his indignation, questioning Leonor's willingness to support Renly, younger than himself, rather than submit to him. What have you gained by refusing to relinquish anything? Leonor sighed, addressing Stannis' ire. Stannis, inherently taciturn since childhood, seemed to dutifully support Robert, yet beneath the surface, he was beset by resentment. He harbored jealousy towards Robert, believing that merely being older entitled him to everything, while Stannis' own talents were relegated to mere shadow. After Robert's death, the support for Renly remained steadfast, with no one willing to rally to his cause. Your Highness, you should pay your respects to His Majesty Stannis, intoned Melisandre, the Red Priestess, addressing Leonor. He is the prince chosen by the Lord of Light, born in the land of smoke and salt. Her words bore gravity, yet elicited a chuckle from Renly. Oh, the land of smoke and salt, my brother, you are indeed a ham. Renly's mockery continued. Enough. Stannis could no longer endure Renly's dismissive attitude. His voice thundered. According to law, the Iron Throne rightfully belongs to me. Yet no one supports you. Renly retorted indifferently, gesturing towards the distant banners. Those were the individuals who backed him. My brother, surrender. As he spoke, Renly retrieved a peach from beneath his cloak and offered it to Stannis, who ignored the gesture entirely. Turning his horse and leading his troops away, the banner of the Heart of the Oak fluttering behind him. You see, he has rejected me, Renly declared, biting into the peach and casting a look of reluctant resignation towards Leonor and Ed. Chapter 51. The Shadow Assassin. As night fell, Renly, having concluded negotiations, did not return to Storm's End but instead ventured to the encampment outside the city. Addressing his subordinate troops, he commanded a full-scale assault at dawn to obliterate Stannis' forces. After issuing his orders, Renly returned to the independent tent under the watchful protection of Ser Emin-Kui and Ser Rabar Royce. Ed, witnessing this, followed suit, intending to bring Leonor along, only to find that the man had vanished upon returning to the camp. Within the solitary tent, Renly extended his arms, allowing a tall knight clad in a visor helmet to remove his cumbersome emerald armor. Upon sensing Ed's entrance, he muttered, My Lord Ed, I must take my rest. His words carried an air of dismissal, yet Ed remained steadfast, unwilling to acquiesce to his desires. Renly, Your Majesty, I wish to present a request to you. It is a rightful plea, one that would also benefit you. Eddard spoke with a stern countenance. Spare Stannis' life. I have already given him a chance. Renly scoffed. You ought to learn from my other brother, who understands that I would not acquiesce, and thus refrains from further discourse. A gust of wind stirred the candles within the grand tent, causing the flames to flicker. Eddard squinted, suddenly perceiving a shadow enveloping the interior. A dark silhouette gliding from outside to loom behind the outstretched arms of Renly. A shadow? Eddard involuntarily blinked, and upon reopening his eyes, he heard a woman's scream. My lord. The towering knight, who was assisting Renly in removing his armor, lifted his gaze to the shadow that had drifted in, halting behind his liege, and let out a piercing cry. What? Renly began, but his words were abruptly severed by a blade of shadow, pressing against his throat. The exquisite yet resilient plate armor, crafted by Tobo Mott, was torn asunder like fragile parchment beneath the dark sword's edge. Renly's chest was brutally cleaved open, blood gushing forth in torrents, splattering the shadow behind him and the knight before him. The knight was drenched in blood. His voice, muffled beneath his helm, resonated like that of a desperate woman. Hearing the dreadful screams from within the tent, guards Aemon and Robert burst in, only to be met with the sight of Renly's blood-soaked corpse sprawled on the ground, sending a chill through their hearts. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the silhouette behind Renly turning, advancing with an alarming swiftness. "Be cautious," Eddard exclaimed, drawing his ancestral greatsword, Ice. Its intricately patterned blade yet to be unleashed, but the two knights before him had already succumbed to death. The shadowy figure had claimed 3 lives and was moving towards the tent's exit, but at that moment, the tent flapped open, allowing a multitude of figures to surge in. "Surround it," commanded Lannister, clad in black armor, as he entered the blood-soaked tent with knights led by Loras. His red-headed hammer pointed at the shadowy figure. The surrounding knights, startled by the sight of the recently slain, were gripped by fear, causing them to falter rather than encircle the foe. As Lannister made his presence known, the shadow rushed toward him like a tempest. "Fools!" Lannister exclaimed, sensing the knight's terror and retreat. With a swing of his hammer, he aimed for the Shadow's head. As the star-shaped hammerhead passed, black smoke billowed, and the Shadow's head seemed to dissipate and reform. Its shadowy sword swung menacingly towards Lannister's upper chest, poised to cleave him in two as it had done to Renly, but Lannister was not so careless. He stepped back, evading the blade's edge, and retrieved a sheet of white paper from beneath his armor, adorned with crimson symbols. He hurled it forward, affixing it to the monstrous shadow, and the paper ignited spontaneously. A purple flame surged forth, followed by a resounding explosion, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, compelling all the knights within the tent to cover their ears. As they raised their eyes once more, they beheld a haze of smoke dispersing, leaving only tendrils of black vapor in its wake. "What was that?" one knight inquired, voicing the collective curiosity that hung in the air. It was the work of the Shadow Assassin, a creation of the Shadowbinder, Asha. Leonor had detonated the dark figure with a purple lightning talisman, ensuring it would trouble them no more, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was no magic that could withstand the might of gunpowder. Emerging from the smoke, Ed had yet to finish his question when a gasp interrupted him. The knights, slow to comprehend, realized that the once whole figure of Blue had now been severed in two. Among them, Loras exhibited the strongest reaction as he cradled Bluey's head. Anguish etched upon his face. A mournful wail escaped his lips, followed swiftly by an eruption of fury. This was done by Stannis. It must have been him. Leonor approached, gazing at the head still attached to the shoulders, his heart heavy with bitterness, tears glistening in his eyes. "I will slay Stannis. Who among you will join me?" The enraged Knight of Flowers extended his invitation, yet the tent was enveloped in a profound silence. "Notify all soldiers to launch an immediate assault on Stannis' forces, regardless of rank or station. Even a beggar who slays an earl shall inherit his title, and likewise for a viscount or knight. Our only concern is the taking of heads, not their identities. I swear by the name of His Majesty Blue and the 7 gods," Leonor declared, raising his spiked mace, uttering words that left every knight present breathing heavily. "I wish to be the vanguard." Loras, lowering Blue's head, knelt before Leonor in earnest supplication. "Vanguards do not kneel. They strike forth and prove themselves through action," Leonor replied, gesturing with his crimson mace toward Stannis' camp beyond the tent. Upon witnessing Leonor's resolve, Loras sprang to his feet, racing into the darkness. In mere moments, the camp erupted into a clamor as a contingent of knights mounted their steeds and charged toward Stannis' encampment by the shore. With the first wave came the second, and almost instantaneously, the entire military camp was abuzz, battalions of knights surging forth on their fiery steeds to assault Stannis' stronghold. Flames and cries of battle resounded along the coast, catching Stannis completely off guard as he had not anticipated a night raid. One by one, camps were overrun, and the fleet anchored offshore turned their vessels, fleeing in haste. Those unable to escape in time were engulfed in flames. Within the grand tent beneath Windwhisper Keep, Leonor stood with arms crossed, side by side with Ed, gazing at the burning ships dotting the coastline. Behind them, Blue's body was carefully reassembled and laid within the tent, while a tall, thick-lipped Knightus and the arriving Cothane kept vigil over him. Chapter 52 Declaration. The briny sea breeze swept across, prompting Leonor to lift his gaze. Before him lay a beach echoing with the clamor of battle. In the high, darkened sky, a striking scarlet hue streaked across the horizon, reminiscent of a tear of blood shed from the heavens. "Do you have anything to say?" Leonor turned to Ed, who had spoken. "What do you wish for me to declare?" "Swear to me that you had no hand in Lannister's demise." Ed's voice trembled slightly, laden with doubt. "He suspects I orchestrated his death." A flicker of surprise crossed Leonor's features. This honest man had fallen prey to such suspicions. Indeed, the cruel game of power had left its mark on him. "I swear, by the 7 gods, I bear no ill will towards Lannister," Leonor declared resolutely. For the shadowy assassin was not of his design. At dawn, you shall be the new king. I wish to return to the north. Caitlin, Lisa, Sansa, Arya. Ed closed his eyes, voicing his desire to return to the north. Bring them all back. Be wary of the wall, Leonor responded without opposition, reminding Ed to remain vigilant regarding the defenses of the wall. Although Westeros was caught in the throes of internal strife, the true enemy lingered beyond the wall, the White Walkers. What does that mean, to be cautious of the wall? There exists nothing there but ice and wildlings. Am I to guard against the White Walkers? Upon hearing Leonor's caution, a multitude of questions arose in Ed's mind. He sensed hidden meanings within Leonor's words, detecting an underlying strangeness, yet he could not articulate his thoughts. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to silence. A night passed without a word. When the crimson sun ascended the sky, Stannis' forces had been routed from the shores of Storm's End, and the army commanded by Leonor celebrated a resounding victory. In the wake of triumph, Leonor convened within Storm's End to bestow rewards, fulfilling the promises made the previous night. The Knights of Storm's End had achieved remarkable success, slaying thousands of foes. After meticulous counting, it was revealed that 13 barons and 137 knights had fallen. Among them Sir Santana Aiken, the esteemed count from the Isle of Solitude, slain by Adlai, a knight attendant from Coppergate, by the name of the late King Lannister. From this day forth, you shall be the Count of the Isle of Solitude, Leonor proclaimed, raising a mace as he conferred the title upon the modest Adlai amidst the envious gazes of his fellow knights. Long live King Lannister. Long live King Leonor. Adlai knelt, fervently declaring his loyalty before bowing low to kiss the back of Leonor's foot in a show of fealty. Leonor paid no heed to Adlai's exclamations. Once the emotions had been expressed, he descended to honor others who had claimed trophies, bestowing titles and lands commensurate with their slain adversaries, all derived from the spoils of the fallen, requiring neither his coin nor his land. Each bestowed honor was met with fervent shouts of "Long live your majesty" from the recipients, while the surrounding soldiers exhibited an intensity that was palpable, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. After Leonor had completed the round of accolades, he brandished his hammer to quell the clamor of the crowd. You need not address me as your majesty. That title is reserved for kings. Do you believe I should occupy that Iron Throne? Leonor posed a question that left the assembly in a state of astonishment. Before they could gather their wits, he continued. My brother, the late King Robert, met an untimely demise. My younger brother, the uncoronated King Renly, perished in his quest for vengeance on behalf of his elder sibling. I, Leonor Baratheon II, hereby swear in the name of the 7 gods, that I shall not seek retribution for my brother Robert. I will never ascend to the throne. Simultaneously, I pledge to all of you, the Stormlands and the Reach, along with any others willing to aid me, to rise and avenge your king. As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, as the sea remains ever unfathomable, I swear that only one of the Baratheon family from Stormlands and the Lannister family from the Westerlands shall endure. To those valiant souls who assist me in my quest for revenge, regardless of your lineage, if you can slay Tywin Lannister, you shall become Duke of Casterly Rock, Lannisport, Harrenhal, Hilltop, Cornfield, Silverhill, Deepwood Motte, and Hornvale. With each territory he named, the breath of the nobles and knights grew heavier, and by the end, their eyes brimmed with fervor. Take my words to all the warriors you encounter. I am Leonor Baratheon II, and these words shall not be as fleeting as grains of sand. They are more enduring than gold or stone. For those who exact vengeance for my slain brother, your name shall be eternally celebrated, basking in glory. With an oath to never coexist with the Westerlands, Leonor swung his hammer with a single hand. And the nobles and knights immediately understood his intent, turning to ready themselves for battle. They were not heading to the bitter bridge for demise, but rather to engage in combat. After rallying numerous nobles and knights to the cause, Leonor did not proceed to the bitter bridge. Instead, he entrusted Storm's End to the capable Sir Cottonee Polos and prepared to return to King's Landing alongside Eddard. However, just before their departure, Sir Cottonee called out to him, bringing forth a boy accompanied by a tall female knight. Lord Leonor, this is Edric Storm. His mother is Delena Florin of the Reach. The boy, with striking black hair and blue eyes, was introduced to Leonor. I understand, Leonor replied, observing the timid boy and nodding slightly. This was yet another illegitimate son of Robert, his mother hailing from the Florent family of the Reach. Cottonee intended for him to adopt the boy, but that was unacceptable. He would continue to care for Storm's End. Sir Polos, I trust you. Thank you for your trust. I shall ensure this child is well cared for, he affirmed. Cottonee nodded to Leonor, expressing gratitude for his trust, and then pointed to the towering female knight behind her, saying, This is Brienne, the sworn protector of Lord Renly, hailing from the Stormlands. The knight, as indicated by Kodai, stood over 2 meters tall, only slightly shorter than the mountain, clad in imposing plate armor. However, her appearance left much to be desired. With thick lips and prominent buck teeth, she possessed little charm aside from her striking blue eyes, which fell short of the legendary beauty often attributed to women. "My Lord Leonor," she declared, "I feel that I have failed to protect Lord Renly, and thus I wish to pledge my loyalty to you." Kodai hesitated, ready to say more, but Leonor nodded in response. "Then come stand by my side as a protector. For now, I shall grant you a fief of 10 households, with promises of further rewards should you prove your worth." Leonor did not mind Brienne's appearance. While she lacked feminine allure, her formidable stature was reminiscent of a fierce warrior, comparable to the Mountain or the Hound. "I wish to serve as a member of the King's Guard," Brienne interjected, her voice somewhat hoarse and rough, lacking the softness typically associated with women. She expressed her desire not for rewards, but for the honor of becoming a member of the King's Guard. The King's Guard, established by the Targaryen dynasty after the model of the Night's Watch at the Wall, comprised the 7 mightiest knights of the realm, clad in white cloaks. They were also known as the White Knights or the White Cloaks, sworn to a life of celibacy without land or heirs, pledging their eternal loyalty to the king, a pinnacle of honor among knights. "The King's Guard, no?" Leonor inquired. "I am willing to strive for it," Brienne replied, acknowledging that it was presumptuous to demand the title, yet she expressed her commitment to work towards this goal. "Very well, I look forward to your performance," Leonor said, nodding inwardly at Brienne's understanding of decorum, recognizing that this legendary figure was indeed worthy of cultivation. Chapter 53. Tyrion's terms. When Leonor returned to King's Landing with the news of Renly's demise, the members of the small council were left bewildered. They had not anticipated the sudden loss of yet another king in such a short span of time. "Your Grace, I have just received 2 pieces of news," Varys reported, suppressing his shock. "In the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy has proclaimed himself king anew, and the Iron Islands no longer acknowledge the rule of the Iron Throne." Leonor, maintaining a stoic demeanor, inquired, "And who has claimed the other crown?" "Stannis," Varys replied succinctly. Stannis had sent ravens to numerous lords, demanding their allegiance, an event that had transpired after Robert's death, but the news reached King's Landing only after Leonor's visit to Storm's End, resulting in a significant delay. "One king has fallen, yet 2 have arisen, and the Lannisters make no claims?" Leonor arched an eyebrow, surprised that the Lannisters, at the heart of this storm, had remained silent. "None," Varys replied, his gaze lowered. "They will soon declare themselves," Leonor surmised, understanding the implications of Varys's words. "The Lannister family has reclaimed Cersei and her children, yet they hesitate to proclaim their allegiance to Joffrey, a potential insinuation that Joffrey could be exchanged for Jaime Lannister. It must be the decision of that old lion. Perhaps only he can discern that the Iron Throne is but a hollow facade. Alas, he faces me, Leonor." With a sardonic chuckle within, Leonor had never contemplated reconciliation with the Lannisters. He had already issued a proclamation and a reward. The one who slays Tywin shall be granted the Duchy of Casterly Rock. This declaration ensured that either the Baratheons or the Lannisters would perish, leaving no possibility for conciliation. "Your Highness, shall we not make any statement?" Baelistan could not refrain from stepping forward to inquire, as 2 kings had emerged in the 7 kingdoms. Should Leonor remain silent? In the King's Hall, Baelistan, Pycelle, and Varys, along with Eddard Stark's family and other nobles residing in King's Landing, cast their gazes upon Leonor. "Pycelle," Leonor called, and the startled Pycelle trembled, stepping forward to bow in response. "Dispatch ravens to the realms, conveying my sentiments. The Lannister siblings have murdered the king and betrayed the realm. In the 7 kingdoms and beyond, regardless of status, gender, or age, anyone who can slay Tywin Lannister shall be granted his title in Casterly Rock. This decree applies to any noble in the Westerlands." In the expansive hall, Leonor's words were clear, resonant, and the content left the assembly in stunned silence. The other nobles, save for Eddard, turned ashen. Unlike the knights in the camp at Wind's Rest, who aspired for glory, the nobles in the King's Hall feared that Leonor incited the commoners to attack the aristocracy, perceiving matters from the perspective of the Westerlands nobility. "Your Highness," Pycelle paled, scanning for support, yet his eyes met those of equally terrified nobles. "Are my words not clear enough?" Leonor expressed his dissatisfaction with Pycelle's cowardice. "Your Highness, this is against the law." Pycelle, abandoning his usual demeanor, hesitated to convey such a message via raven, knowing it would render him a target of the nobility's ire. "Since you are unwilling to act, I shall appoint another as my Grand Maester." Leonor beckoned, and 2 guards swiftly approached, seizing Pycelle and dragging him away. He dismissed Pycelle from his position, commanding the scribes under Pycelle to release the ravens on his behalf. After reiterating his declaration of enmity towards the Lannisters through the Ravens, Leonor began to prepare for the impending retaliation from the Lannisters. The foremost priority is undoubtedly to strengthen the military forces. Leonor, wielding absolute authority, has entrusted Bali-Stan and others with the expansion of the army. Utilizing the existing 2,000 soldiers from the Summerhall and a streamlined 4,000 gold cloaks as a foundation, aiming to establish 3 regiments and reorganize a military force of 10,000. Concurrently with the organization of the army, Leonor has also issued edicts regarding land grants and agricultural allocations, stipulating that anyone who enlists will receive land distribution and be exempt from agricultural taxes, thereby facilitating the recruitment efforts of Bali-Stan and his associates. While the construction of the army is significant, the more pressing matter at hand is the alignment with political allies following the death of Blanley. On the day following Leonor's declaration, he was visited by the emissary of the Tully family from the Riverlands, Galen Tully. Galen, the younger son of the esteemed Tully family, brother to Loras and Marjorie, and sibling to Velis, brought forth 3 conditions for an alliance from the Tully family. Firstly, he demanded that Leonor uphold the betrothal between Blanley and Marjorie, marrying her to ensure the Tully lineage flourishes. Secondly, upon Leonor's ascension to the Iron Throne, it is imperative that the Tully family has a seat at his council, with Mace Tyrell himself aspiring to be the hand of the king. Thirdly, the Tully family insisted that Leonor grant them the Westlands as a fief. In response to the Tully family's stipulations, Leonor fully acquiesced to the first condition, while offering limited assurances regarding the second and third. The Tully family will indeed hold a position at the council, but it cannot be guaranteed as the hand of the king. As for the third condition regarding the Westlands, Leonor urged the Tully family to pursue it themselves. His declarations apply equally to them. And whoever among the Tullys claims the head of Tywin will be personally bestowed the title of Duke and the lands of Casterly Rock. The Tully family expressed great satisfaction with Leonor's responses, and Mace Tully promptly dispatched Marjorie to King's Landing, personally penning a letter to Leonor, extravagantly proclaiming that his 100,000 troops were poised for action, ready to storm Casterly Rock at Leonor's command. Leonor, having heard of the reputation of this inflated figure, did not wish to dampen his spirits and wrote a letter inviting him to lead his formidable army to clear the Westlands for him. Once the conflict concluded, he would be crowned in Casterly Rock and formally wed his daughter Marjorie, making her his queen, through persuasion and flattery. The coalition stationed near the Bitterbridge began to shift northward, launching an offensive along the Gold Road towards Casterly Rock. Simultaneously, news reached Leonor and King's Landing that the Stark family from the north, under the leadership of the young wolf Robb Stark, had begun their descent southward in the name of aiding the Tully family of Riverrun. Chapter 54, The Red God's Sorcery. When Leonor received the news, the vanguard of the north had already crossed the neck, while Duke Eddard Stark and his family had yet to depart from King's Landing. Leonor promptly informed Eddard of the North's mobilization, leaving the Duke of the North in utter astonishment. "Surely, you jest?" Eddard instinctively inquired of Leonor. "Does the learned Maester Luwin indulge in jesting?" Leonor retorted, withholding an answer. "Certainly not," Eddard replied, shaking his head. Maester Luwin, a venerable scholar who had served in Winterfell for decades, occasionally displayed a wry sense of humor, but such jesting was far from his character. "Very well then. My lord Eddard, do you intend to return directly to the north?" Leonor inquired regarding Eddard's plans. The Duke intended to travel by ship to Bravos and then return to the north via White Harbor to Winterfell, yet with his son having summoned the troops. Could he truly proceed in such a manner? "I must visit the Riverlands." Eddard's expression darkened. What on earth was Robb thinking, bringing the army south under these circumstances? How could he return to the north now? "Do you require my assistance?" Leonor perceived Eddard's discontent. "Do not blame Robb. He is but a child, concerned for his uncle and grandfather. It is only natural. Allow him to act. My proclamation holds sway over the people of the north as well. No, I do not wish for them to be drawn into the conflict." Eddard firmly rejected Leonor's suggestion. His ambitions did not extend to the west. He valued only the safety and honor of his people, believing that any form of warfare was inherently dishonorable. However, they are already embroiled in war. Persuading them to withdraw now may prove futile, Leonor noted, unable to restrain his counsel as Eddard persisted in his obstinacy. "As long as I remain the Duke of the North," Eddard replied, shaking his head, "Robb must heed my command." "Very well, I shall not persuade you further." Leonor observed Eddard's resolute demeanor and could not help but shake his head inwardly, though outwardly he maintained a composed facade. "Shall I send a few men to escort Lady Catelyn back to Winterfell?" He gestured towards Catelyn, Sansa, and Arya, the 3 women visibly shaken by the recent nocturnal assault on the hand of the king. Even Sansa, who had once yearned to wed Joffrey, now desperately wished to return to the north. "No, I require a few men to accompany me to the Riverlands, Eddard insisted, requesting protection. He glanced back at his wife and 2 daughters before Catelyn promptly interjected, I will accompany you to the Riverlands. I wish to see my father. Lady Catelyn's father was the current Lord of Riverrun, Duke Hosteen Tully. This elder duke, a contemporary of Tywin and Jon, had long been bedridden and had retreated from public life. It was only natural for Catelyn to desire a visit with her father. Father, Sansa expressed her desire to accompany me to the Riverlands. What place in the world could be safer than by the side of one's parents? Alas, before she could finish her plea, she was interrupted by her mother, Lady Catelyn. Sansa, you and Arya must remain in King's Landing, Lady Catelyn insisted. For the Riverlands had become a battlefield, and she could not allow her daughters to follow. Mother, Sansa's tone was tinged with a hint of desperation. Please take care of Arya and Lisa. Lady Catelyn's voice brooked no argument. Very well. Sansa could find no counter to her parents' wishes. In stark contrast to Sansa's resignation, Arya clung to Catelyn's leg, making faces at Lannister, showing no regret about staying in King's Landing. After entrusting the 2 children and her sister to Lannister, the Stark couple set off with 30 guards, heading northward to the Riverlands, to the town of Riverrun. Once Lannister had seen the Starks off and settled Sansa and Arya, he did not remain idle. He urged Barristan to expedite the training of the troops while simultaneously rallying allies against House Lannister. He dispatched envoys to Dorne, inviting House Martell to join the campaign against Casterly Rock in the Westerlands, while diligently organizing the assault on the Lannisters from all angles. Lannister recalled the circumstances of Renly's death, which inevitably instilled a sense of apprehension regarding shadow assassins and dark sorcery. He summoned the remaining Red Priest Beric Dondarrion and the Red Priestess Melisandre to inquire about the spells of the Red Goddess clergy. The predominant faith in Westeros is that of the Seven and the Old Gods, yet the Red God also has its missionaries in these lands, predominantly on the fringes. In the past, they had attempted to convert the mad King Aerys too, but to no avail, with only a few noble families turning to the worship of Lawler. The Red God, Beric Dondarrion, hailing from the Dondarrion family, was one of those converted nobles, guided in his faith by the Red Priestess Melisandre. Melisandre is a portly figure, with a tonsured head, draped in a robe woven from red yarn, stained with dark splotches, exuding the aroma of feasting. Despite his indulgences, Melisandre is quite renowned. He had already established himself in King's Landing during Robert's reign, possessing exceptional swordsmanship and reputedly capable of performing the legendary flame sword technique. He participated in the tournaments hosted by the king, consistently earning significant prizes, which allowed him to indulge in the luxuries of King's Landing. Now, with Lannister at the helm, this Red Priest obediently accompanied Beric to meet him. Upon learning of Lannister's interest in the sorcery of the Red God, he eagerly requested his sword to demonstrate the mythical flame sword magic. Given that he had previously suffered an assassination attempt from the Faceless Man, Lannister had heightened his security measures, one of which included restricting visitors from bearing weapons and armor. Although hesitant, he ultimately acquiesced to Melisandre's request for his sword. Your Highness, behold the corpulent Soros, who brandishes a sword with both hands, resting his head against the blade. After a brief moment of meditation, he suddenly raises the sword high, and flames immediately engulf the blade. How is this possible? Leonor gazes in astonishment at the sword transformed into a torch. Having just inspected it and found no wildfires or other substances capable of ignition, what ignites it, and what fuels its flames? This is the power of my master, Soros proclaims, adopting a mystical demeanor as he lowers the sword, the fire gradually extinguishing, releasing plumes of scalding smoke from the scorched iron blade. Focus on the essentials. Leonor, impatient with Soros's recitation, interrupts. Very well. It is a form of magic, though I am uncertain of its relation to my master. In any case, I possess this ability. With concentration, I can ignite flames upon the sword's edge. Observing Leonor's demeanor, Soros felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if the king sought to learn this spell. How many times can you perform such magic each day? Do you possess other spells? Leonor, indeed eager to learn, refrains from pressing too directly, instead subtly inquiring about the use of the Red God's magic. Chapter 55, The Sand Snakes in the Days of Robert's Usurpation. The Lannister forces seized King's Landing before the rebels could mount a defense, rampaging through the city. The Lannister vassal, the Mountain, heinously violated Princess Elia Martell, wife of Prince Rhaegar, and slaughtered their 2 children. This atrocity incited the Martell family as profound wrath. However, with the tides of fate having turned, Robert firmly seated upon the Iron Throne and Cersei Lannister crowned as queen, the Martells recognized the futility of further protests and were reluctantly compelled to accept peace, though their fury simmered beneath the surface, unyielding with the passage of time. In the original tale, Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, was willing to serve as a champion for the imp, as it afforded him the opportunity to confront the Mountain, the perpetrator of his sister's murder. Now, with the chance to formally engage the Lannisters presented before him, Leonor was confident that the Martell family would not refuse. Indeed, as he had hoped. After his envoy reached Sunspear to convey their demands, the Martells dispatched an emissary accompanied by a fleet to revisit King's Landing. This envoy was none other than Oberyn Martell, renowned across the Seven Kingdoms as the Red Viper. He was the brother of the current Prince of Dorne, Doran Martell, and the late Princess Elia Martell, along with himself. He brought a contingent of mercenaries known as the Sand Snakes to the capital. Upon arriving at the docks to greet Oberyn, Leonor beheld the Sand Snakes, a group of warriors adorned with headscarves and masks, clad in a composite armor of animal hides, cloth, and iron plates. They bore curved daggers at their waists, slung bows and arrows, and wielded long spears, occasionally leading a small yet well-proportioned Dornish horse. This was his first encounter with an army so distinct from traditional forces. Overall, it appeared somewhat meager. Yet, one could not deny the palpable intensity emanating from these individuals, moving in concert as if a singular entity, embodying the essence of a battle-hardened troop. As Leonor contemplated, Cilio, his close swordsman, approached and softly uttered, "Your Highness, they have arrived." Upon hearing the intimate swordsman's reminder, Leonor withdrew his gaze from the distant sand serpents and lowered his eyes. Before him, a small contingent was advancing along the road. The foremost individual did not don the customary yellow headscarf like the others. Instead, his neatly combed, lustrous black hair framed an olive-hued visage, beneath which a finely crafted composite armor of red enveloped his form. Following closely behind this man were 4 or 5 attendants, swathed in yellow headscarves and heavy cloaks. Among them, a gentleman brandished a flag, its crimson background emblazoned with a golden sun pierced by a spear, the sigil of House Martell of Dorne. Apart from the flag bearer, the majority of the contingent comprised slender figures, their faces obscured by headscarves, revealing either gray or blue eyes. Armed with spears, curved daggers, and knives, women fully equipped for battle. Leading this band was Prince Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne. He strode directly before Leonor, inclining slightly as if to show courtesy, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Leonor. He commenced, "How shall I address you?" "Oberyn, you may simply call me Leonor." Leonor replied with a subtle nod of acknowledgement. "Not a king?" Oberyn inquired. Though past the age of 40, his appearance belied the passage of time. His olive skin was smooth, and his demeanor exuded a carefree nonchalance, his words unrestrained by decorum. "I have sworn to avenge my brother and will ultimately be crowned in Casterly Rock. Until that day arrives, I remain merely the Prince of Summerhall, not a king." Leonor responded with ease. "Yet you wield the powers befitting a king," Oberyn remarked, implying Leonor's mobilization of over half the forces from the Seven Kingdoms to besiege the Lannisters in the west, an authority reserved for kings. The reason Leonor could assemble the forces of the Riverlands, Dorne, the North, and the Vale to attack the Lannisters was primarily due to the arrogant disposition of the Lannisters, which had garnered him numerous enemies. His kingship was merely a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, such sentiments could not be articulated openly. A king is only a king when recognized as such, Leonor modestly asserted, subtly indicating that his title still depended on the goodwill of others. Oberyn noted Leonor's unwavering demeanor, his expression twitching slightly, uncertain how to respond. "Your Highness, do you intend to proceed directly to the front lines? Or do you wish to linger here?" Leonor inquired directly about Oberyn's next course of action. "Certainly, we shall head to the west. However, we are not yet familiar with the state of the war. Which routes can we take to the west?" Oberyn spoke with enthusiasm regarding the impending campaign, his impatience to strike at the Lannisters evident. "You have 2 routes. One leads north along the King's Road to the Vale, where you may join forces with House Tully and the Northern Alliance led by Robb Stark, advancing along the River Road to Casterly Rock." "And what is the other route?" Oberyn asked. "Another route leads west from the Golden Road of King's Landing, where it converges with the noble coalition of the Riverlands and Stormlands, ultimately advancing along the Golden Road towards Casterly Rock." Leonor proposed an alternative path, suggesting that Tywin Lannister would soon meet his demise. Oberyn jested, remarking that it was hardly plausible for Tywin Lannister to withstand wave after wave of assaults, inciting discord within the coalition, only to triumph amidst the chaos. Leonor joined in the jest, yet as laughter echoed, a sudden realization struck him. In the original narrative, the Lannisters had been persistently oppressed by the Starks, ultimately securing victory through collusion with House Frey, employing underhanded tactics such as the Red Wedding. "This is uncertain, Your Majesty. If I were to make a request," Would you be willing to shoulder the logistical support for our sand snakes in this war? Oberyn, with a semblance of a smile, broached a matter with Leonor. Logistical support? Are you referring solely to provisions? Leonor countered, regaining his focus. Indeed, not only for men, but also for steeds. Oberyn did not seek military pay, but rather the essentials of logistics, which are paramount. Without them, warfare becomes untenable. They are Dornishmen, and if they cannot procure supplies here, they would be compelled to resort to pillaging. How many men and horses do you bring? Leonor hesitated before responding. 200 mouths to feed, 500 horses. Oberyn presented these two pivotal figures. With an equine ratio exceeding 2-to-1, Oberyn intended for a swift advance. Upon hearing Oberyn's numbers, Leonor pondered in silence before turning to a guard named Allard. Go. Inform Dorith to prepare provisions and water for our Prince Oberyn for 200 men and 500 horses. After Allard departed, Leonor faced Oberyn, who returned the gesture with a courteous salute. Indifferently, Leonor waved his hand and advised, Your Highness, should you require more, do not hesitate to inform my subordinates. They shall do their utmost to accommodate you. Chapter 56. The call to arms. Oberyn and his sand snakes rested in King's Landing for a day, each receiving sufficient provisions for 10 days before embarking along the Golden Road towards Casterly Rock. The Dornishmen were too few in number, and their chosen path was fraught with peril. They ought to have traversed from the King's Road to Storm S and to unite with the northern forces. Varys was skeptical of Oberyn's selected route, for historically, Dorne had been at odds with both the Stormlands and the Riverlands. And Oberyn had previously incapacitated the eldest son of House Tyrell, Garland, in a tournament, raising the likelihood of conflict. Varys, select 1,000 soldiers from the army you've trained for me. Leonor dismissed Varys' concerns. Your Majesty, do you intend? Varys began, his face betraying a glimmer of hope. Proceed as instructed. Leonor merely required Varys to obey orders. Very well. Varys' expression brightened, and with a deep bow, he turned to select the soldiers. Do it. You must ensure that all 1,000 soldiers are fully armored, with each man equipped with at least one spear, a sword, and as many bows and arrows as possible. Additionally, prepare as many horses and carts as you can, filled with provisions and water. Leonor articulated a multitude of demands to do it beside him. Yes, Varys. Gather intelligence on the western lands, including troop numbers, armaments, distribution, demographic data, and food reserves, Leonor continued, addressing the stout bald man with hands tucked within his sleeves. My lord, I fear that even Tywin Lannister himself would struggle to provide such details, Varys responded, his face displaying bewilderment. In Westeros, the chivalric system revered valor and individual combat. Lords prioritized the number of knights and estates, and even they could not ascertain how many men each estate could muster, let alone his little birds. Then make an estimation. Assess how many territories, cities, and estates exist in the West, along with the population of each place. And estimate how many troops they could potentially deploy, Leonor said, somewhat dissatisfied with Varys' performance as a master of intelligence. Very well, Varys acquiesced. Vincent, dispatch a raven to Storm's End, instructing Cotalo to summon any willing knights of the Stormlands to King's Landing, with a deadline of 3 days. Understood. Within the span of 3 days, Leonor successfully summoned 1,000 infantry, 400 cavalry, and over 1,500 mules. Preparing to march north along the King's Road once all necessary supplies and armaments were secured. On the route of their march, Leonor made a choice contrary to Oberyn's, opting to proceed north along the King's Road, then taking the Riverlands Road to join Ed and their forces in Riverrun, before launching an assault on Casterly Rock. In contrast to the politically allied Riverlands, Leonor believed it essential to cultivate a better understanding of the noble knights of the North and Riverlands, lest he find himself blind when facing them in the future. Leonor meticulously crafted his plans. However, before the northern campaign could commence, it was abruptly halted. A raven returned with urgent news from the southern front. The coalition of the Riverlands and Stormlands, led by Mestilleril, had been defeated on the Golden Road by the western forces under Kevan Lannister, with Mestilleril himself captured and over half of the army disbanded. Upon hearing the news, Leonor was struck dumb. He could scarcely believe that the so-called inflatable fish lord had faltered to such an extent. Nevertheless, regardless of his shortcomings, the mess left by the inflatable fish lord needed to be addressed. That very night, Leonor revised the march route, redirecting the summoned forces to advance westward along the Golden Road. He, alongside Brienne, Allard, and 50 guards, including the Kingsguard members such as Alice Corheek and Gloss Braun, set out for the front lines. Before departing, Leonor entrusted all matters of King's Landing to Balistan, designating Dayet and Vincent as his aides, while Varys would provide comprehensive support, coordinating as necessary with Cotano Panolos of Storm's End. Master, I entrust everything here to you, he declared. Leonor requested Balliston's assistance, who was eager to accompany him as a vanguard to the west. The city of King's Landing appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents stirred. Stannis remained a looming threat on Dragonstone, his army not particularly formidable, yet the dark sorcery of the Red Priest posed an undeniable danger. He could not allow Dorrit and Vincent to confront such threats directly, hence he entrusted Bollies and with the task of holding the fort. Hoping that Stannis would be swayed by Balliston's esteemed reputation and show restraint. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall ensure the safety of King's Landing. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges on the front lines, you may consult Count Blue Tower of Kaling, Bollistan reassured him, though he felt a sense of resignation. It was overshadowed by a strong sense of duty. While accepting the mission, he also offered counsel to Leonor. The future king lacked experience in commanding large-scale formations and would require the support of seasoned generals. Apart from himself, only Count Blue Tower could be of assistance, though he wondered whether the future king would be amenable to this. Thank you. I shall certainly do so, Leonor replied earnestly, committing Balliston's words to memory. After several earnest requests, he mounted his steed and, accompanied by his retinue, galloped swiftly toward the front lines under the starlit sky. The Golden Road served as a natural boundary between the Riverlands and the west, directly linking King's Landing with the castle of K-Rock. Leonor and his party traveled through the night, and by dawn, they encountered scattered remnants of the routed army in the wilderness. Most were men of the Riverlands, clad in simple garments or rudimentary leather armor, some bearing spears, while others leaned on makeshift staffs. They traveled in small groups, exhibiting no signs of defeat, instead laughing and chatting as if returning from a pleasant outing. These were the retainers of the landed knights. Westeros lacked a structured conscription system. The so-called soldiers were merely retainers brought forth from the estates by knights or recruited from the lord's lands. Conscientious lords would pay wages, while the unscrupulous would expect labor without compensation, sometimes even withholding sufficient food. The common folk were well aware of many such dynamics. Once out of their lord's sight on the battlefield, they would often seek to shirk their duties. In the event of a rout, they would rejoice, as it provided them an opportunity to return home, indifferent to the national grievances and familial vendettas that were the concern of their lords and knights. Having no more than a coppa's worth of relation to them, Leonor understood the predicament of the fleeing soldiers and chose not to comment further. Instead, he slowed his steed's pace, instructing Arad to raise a yellow banner emblazoned with a crowned stag, the sigil of House Baratheon. Thus, Leonor and his company, mounted regally, with the yellow banner of the crowned stag fluttering in the breeze, advanced against the tide of retreating soldiers, drawing curious glances from those seeking their way, while the majority of the crowd ignored Leonor, continuing their search for paths leading south and west. A few among them noticed his cavalry and quietly turned to follow at a distance. Chapter 57. Arrival at the front lines. Leono donned a suit of black armor embellished with a golden robe, a yellow banner fluttering above his head, and wielding a crimson-headed hammer. He rode a jet-black steed, accompanied by a contingent of 50 knights traversing the Golden Road. As the sun ascended to its zenith, his retinue began to encounter knights from the Riverlands, clad in either plate or scale armor. These scattered knights were far more adept than the common soldiers, even in defeat. They remained fully equipped, with a few still mounted. Upon sighting the approaching yellow banner, they would salute and introduce themselves as lords of various counts and barons. Leono chose not to respond directly to these approaching knights, instead signaling for Brienne to handle them, gathering them around him. As twilight descended, his entourage swelled to around 80 knights, accompanied by 100-foot soldiers. The newly allied knights and soldiers volunteered to take on the task of setting up camp as night fell. Leono appointed his Iron Guard, Alex Oakard, to oversee the distribution of provisions and water, sharing what they brought until dawn broke and they resumed their journey, continuing along the Golden Road. More scattered knights joined their ranks, while the forces trailing behind Leono began to catch up, having arrived with pack mules pulling wooden carts filled with food and water. After 3 consecutive days of travel, Leono led a vanguard of 400 knights to rendezvous with the remnants of the allied forces led by Loras Tyrell and Blunt Tarley. Upon meeting, Leono immediately inquired with Loras and Blunt about the specifics of the ongoing battle. The siege of the Westerlands that Leono had orchestrated was primarily divided into 2 fronts. The Riverlands and the Stormlands formed the western battlefield. This line was initially established at the behest of Stannis, comprising an alliance of noble knights from the Riverlands and Stormlands, with a total strength of 100,000. Primarily aimed at seizing the Iron Throne, with the obliteration of the Lannisters as a secondary objective. Once Leono took over all of Stannis' affairs, the army's combat objectives were realigned to focus on the annihilation of House Lannister of the Westerlands. Mestral, one of the supreme commanders of this army, exhibited no urgent desire to mount an offensive against the Westerlands. However, this sentiment shifted after the continuation of the alliance with Leono. Upon accepting all of Stannis' responsibilities and forging an alliance with the Riverlands, Leono stipulated the conditions of his coronation in Casterly Rock and his marriage to Margaery Tyrell. Additionally, during his repulsion of Stannis at Storm's End, he offered bounties to the lords of the Westerlands, attracting not only the noble knights of the Stormlands but even the likes of the inflated Fish Lord, who began to covet the wealth of Casterly Rock. While the internal turmoil was merely a secondary concern, the more pressing issue arose from Cersei's flight, prompting the Lannisters to launch an offensive against the Riverlands' Riverrun, with most of their forces deployed to the east. Furthermore, northern troops had begun their descent into the battlefield. Under these circumstances, Mestral, believing he had an opportunity, ordered the attack. According to Mysterial's battle plan, the coalition of Riverlands and Stormlands forces crossed the Mander River, advancing northward towards the Golden Road. Following this route westward, they aimed to breach Deepwood Motte, after which they could make a direct assault on Casterly Rock, the stronghold of House Lannister. Their intention was to storm Casterly Rock and sever the head of Tywin Lannister, exposing to the world the reality of Mysterial's grand strategy, which had ultimately fallen short in the hilly terrain surrounding Deepwood Motte. The Westerlands had been prepared for Mysterial's forces since his deployment at the Bitter Bridge. Tywin Lannister dispatched his younger brother, Kevan Lannister, to take command at Deepwood Motte, with the renowned ballad reign of Castamere echoing throughout the Westerlands. Tywin had garnered the allegiance of the local lords. Coupled with generous rewards offered by Lysa Arryn, the lords felt little inclination towards surrender, thus remaining loyal to the Lannister command. The Leighton family of Deepwood Motte, the Blackwood family of Raventree Hall, and the Tarley family of Horn Hill, under Kevan Lannister's organization, launched a surprise night attack against the distant coalition forces, utilizing the cover of the hills. This assault commenced a week prior, resulting in Mysterial himself being captured by the Earl of Deepwood Motte, Lyman Leighton. The coalition, bereft of its supreme commander, subsequently descended into chaos. Had the forces of the Westerlands mounted an attack during your defense? Lysa inquired about their movements. No, it seems they have turned against one another, replied the grizzled and resolute Ser Loras Tyrell, exhaling deeply, his expression a mixture of relief and regret, relief that they had been given a reprieve, avoiding a complete rout at the hands of the Westerlands, yet regretful that they could not exploit this opportunity for a counteroffensive. Infighting? Lysa inquired, slightly puzzled. It must be over the spoils of war, Ser Loras elucidated. Lysa understood, recognizing that the Westerlands' forces, comprising knights and vassal soldiers, would scatter in adverse conditions, yet brawl over plunder when fortune favored them, a hallmark of the age. Have you encountered Oberyn Martell of Dorne? Lysa, having grasped the circumstances of the battle, began to contemplate the situation, inquiring of Ser Loras and Ser Loras about the Dornishman's whereabouts. At Lysa's inquiry, Ser Loras frowned in silence, while Ser Loras displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "The Red Viper? Indeed, it is he. I invited the Dornishmen to join the assault on the Westerlands, and they agreed." Oberyn, accompanied by his sand snakes, set sail for King's Landing. Considering the timeline, did he not join you? Ser Loras shook his head in response to Lysa's question, confirming that Oberyn's sand snakes had not allied with the coalition of Riverlands and Stormlands. Their current whereabouts remained unknown. Upon learning that Oberyn had not joined the allied forces, Leonor was engulfed in uncertainty. However, he found little time for contemplation as he noticed Loras's perpetually somber demeanor. Thus, he addressed Brando, "My Lord Brando, please gather the knights and encourage them not to be defeated by this immediate setback, but rather to invigorate themselves at the opportune moment." "Indeed," Brando replied, casting a glance at the brooding Loras, aware that this future king likely had matters to discuss with his uncle. He then took his leave. After dismissing Brando, Leonor turned to procure a jug of wine and goblets from the tent, pouring a glass for Loras as he spoke. "Shall we send a trustworthy messenger to negotiate with Tywin Lannister?" Loras, accepting the goblet, raised his gaze with a hint of skepticism. It was common for nobles to be ransomed, yet this time, what could they offer to reclaim their father? "I have Jaime Lannister in my possession. If Tywin agrees to release the captive, I am willing to exchange him. I do not wish for my future queen to shed tears." These words ignited a glimmer of hope in Loras's expression. Chapter 58. Brando Tully. After a brief conversation with Loras, when Leonor emerged from the tent, he was greeted by knights whose spirits had completely transformed from their earlier despondency. Each bore smiles and bowed respectfully upon his arrival. Was Brando Tully able to rally everyone in such a short span? Leonor, astonished, then noticed the silver-haired, lean, and composed Earl of Carling approaching with a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Your Majesty," Brando Tully greeted Leonor with a bow. Lord Brando, your efforts have been remarkably executed, Leonor commended, lifting the tent flap for Brando. Brando looked up, slightly taken aback by Leonor's courteous gesture, but quickly regained his composure. As he walked past Leonor, he gestured to the young man behind him, saying, "Your Majesty, this is my son, Deacon Tully. May he be fortunate enough to serve you?" Leonor beckoned Deacon to follow his father into the tent, then lowered the flap behind them, smiling as he inquired of the young Tully, "Are you willing to serve me?" Taken aback momentarily, the young Deacon Tully knelt and declared, "In the name of the Heavenly Father, I pledge my loyalty to you and shall serve you for life." "Then you shall first be my standard-bearer," Leonor replied, pleased with Deacon's resoluteness, waving his hand for the young man to stand beside him. Seeing his son successfully positioned next to Leonor, Brando Tully's expression softened as he once again bowed to Leonor, stating, "Your Majesty, as per your request, I have reassured the knights, instilling in them the belief that you lead an army exceeding 50,000. We shall soon launch a renewed assault on the Lannisters, wiping away this disgrace. How did you come to know that I brought 50,000 troops?" Leonor feigned surprise. Lando Tarly's expression momentarily faltered as he raised his gaze to meet the earnest, seemingly genuine countenance of Leonor. A sense of skepticism gnawed at him. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor. "That is truly splendid. This will grant us ample strength to retaliate against those Lannisters," Lando asserted, even raising his right fist as though striking against Tywin Lannister himself. "However, I must first ascertain the situation of our adversaries, and how many knights remain in our coalition." Leonor slightly spread his hands, acknowledging that while he commanded a vast army, the pivotal factor on the battlefield lay with the knights. "Leave this matter to me, Your Majesty." Lando volunteered eagerly. "Thank you for sharing in my concerns, Lord Lando," Leonor replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face, exuding a blend of noble opportunism and genuine capability. Although Lando's status did not rival that of Loras, his prowess far surpassed that of the swordsman, and he swiftly elucidated the forces still available to the coalition. Prior to the nocturnal assault, the allied forces of the Reach and Stormlands boasted a formidable strength of approximately 100,000 men, though the actual number ranged between 80 and 90,000. Among them were over 5,000 knights and 3,000 mounted squires, while the remaining 60 to 70,000 were foot soldiers tasked with logistical support. Following the night raid orchestrated by Kevan Lannister, which resulted in the capture of Mace Tyrell and the subsequent collapse of the coalition, Lando Tarly and Loras Tyrell united to regroup. The once robust contingent of 60 to 70,000 foot soldiers dwindled to a mere 4 to 5,000, while the ranks of knights and squires were halved, leaving only around 8,000. Leonor had brought with him 1,000 foot soldiers and 400 knights, and along the way, he had gathered an additional 400 knights, culminating in a combined force of approximately 4,700 knights and squires, alongside 6,000 foot soldiers, totaling just over 10,000. The once mighty army, reduced by 70 to 80%, led Leonor to reassess the capabilities of his future father-in-law. Upon receiving intelligence gathered by Varys, he revised his understanding of the formidable foe, dubbed the inflatable fish. Within the depths of Casterly Rock, forces had converged, comprising the likes of the Silver Hall and Casterly Castle. With over 1,000 knights and 2,000 mounted squires, though the number of foot soldiers remained unclear. The inflatable fish commanded nearly 100,000 troops, yet faced defeat at the hands of a mere 5,000, resulting in a total rout. How could they possibly turn the tide? Leonor found himself ensnared in distress. Discussions regarding the capabilities of the inflatable fish had become futile. He needed to contemplate how to secure an advantage and victory in the new theater of war. According to Varys intelligence, the Western forces still held a numerical superiority, but such numbers had become irrelevant, as Kevan Lannister had effectively restrained them, forcing them into a defensive posture. Should they press further, the conflict would devolve into a siege, a scenario fraught with insurmountable challenges. In the realm of warfare, siege battles were undoubtedly the most arduous, without exception. The Tillier family, despite wielding an overwhelming numerical advantage of more than tenfold and employing joint operations by land and sea, could not capture Windrest Fortress. Today, while Deep Hollow City may not possess the fortitude of Windrest, it is flanked by Silver Mountain Hall and Corner Valley City. The western region is predominantly hilly, and Deep Hollow City stands at a crucial juncture along the Golden Road leading to Kagan City. With the Brackus family's Corner Valley City to the north and the Charlotte family's Silver Mountain Hall to the south, all three cities in the west firmly entrenched in their positions. Should Leonor recklessly launch an assault on any of these cities, he would undoubtedly expose his flanks and rear to attacks from the other two, leaving him besieged on all sides. To his dismay, Leonor found himself confronted with such a formidable predicament on his first foray into battle, and he could not help but tug at his hair in frustration. summoning Landau Tali to inquire about possible strategies. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, we need not engage in combat here, Landau lamented the situation, urging Leonor to abandon the fight at Deep Hollow City. How so? Leonor did not rebuff or scold him, but instead sought clarification on Landau's perspective. We could consider maneuvering our forces to bypass Deep Hollow City and march directly toward Kagan City. If we can reach the gates of Kagan, it would undoubtedly destabilize the Western forces. This could either create an opportunity to breach the Western defenses or undermine the resolve of the Western nobility. Landau proposed his solution. Upon hearing Landau's suggestion, Leonor's eyes lit up. Indeed, why should he fixate on besieging a city? However, Landau's proposal diverged from his original strategic intent regarding the war in the West and was exceedingly bold. Should they fail to capture Kagan City, with their retreat cut off, he would find himself in a dire predicament. While Landau's suggestion was not feasible, it did open Leonor's mind to new possibilities. Lord Landau, your idea is remarkably innovative, and it has inspired a thought of my own. Would you care to hear it? Leonor expressed his newfound idea and sought Landau's opinion. Please, do share, Landau replied. Taken aback once more. I shall not show leniency to any noble of the West. Leonor firmly articulated his stance, declaring that his strategy for the Western campaign demanded the complete dismantling of the noble system in that region. There could be no semblance of compromise, no matter how arduous the path. Should he concede to the West, his oaths and promises made at Windrest would become hollow, causing political discredit to the nobles participating in this conflict, as he would have nothing but empty lands to offer the victorious noble knights. Noble knights are not truly loyal subjects. If he cannot sustain them, his iron throne will not endure. I wish to attack Deep Hollow City, but I cannot fathom how to capture this city situated between Corner Valley and Silver Mountain Hall. Siege warfare is arduous. What if we engage in open battle instead? Leonor's words plunged Landau into deep contemplation. Chapter 59, The Exchange of Prisoners. To engage in a relentless struggle against the Western forces, and specifically against the troops at Deep Hollow City. Is this truly feasible? Landau furrowed his brow deeply. He first raised his eyes to Leonor before him, observing the earnestness reflected in the future king's azure gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Your Majesty, Kevan Lannister differs significantly from his brother. He may fear that the Westerland's army will refuse to engage in battle, opting instead for a staunch defense of the city. This indeed poses a challenge. If that is the case, we should circumvent Deep Hole City. I believe Lord Kevan would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Leonor articulated his intentions. While Landau's plan to penetrate the Westerlands was fraught with peril, his suggestion to bypass Deep Hole City sparked inspiration in Leonor. Once his forces commenced their march, Kevan would surely seize the chance, not only to protect Casterly Rock from assault, but also to launch a surprise attack on Leonor's troops. If that is the case, I have a request. Upon hearing Leonor's words, Landau pondered briefly and recognized that his earlier proposal to delve into the Westerlands was somewhat reckless. However, if circumstances aligned favorably, it could indeed present a splendid opportunity. You need not seek my counsel. Speak your mind freely. That is the mark of an exceptional military advisor. Leonor encouraged Landau to express himself candidly. Please grant me the chance to redeem my honor, allowing me to march at the rear alongside the Knights of the Horn Hill. Landau's gaze was resolute. Should the army circumvent Deep Hole City, those positioned at the rear would inevitably face an ambush from the Westerland's forces within. Certainly. I shall accompany you. Leonor readily acquiesced to Landau's request. In the event of an assault during their advance, it could swiftly devolve into a rout, particularly given the current circumstances, necessitating a capable general to command the rear. Landau's willingness to volunteer was perfectly suited for the moment. There is one more matter. Upon hearing Leonor's agreement for him to guard the rear, Landau felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a flicker of concern remained. Their discussions had been fruitful, yet everything was still merely a plan. You refer to the capture of Lord Mace, do you not? I have already devised a solution and instructed Loras to seek assistance. A response will arrive shortly. Leonor understood the source of Landau's anxiety. You, Landau, he hesitated. The Westerlands have captured Lord Mace Tyrell and will undoubtedly exploit this situation, potentially coercing the Lords of the Reach to withdraw from the war. Can this matter truly be resolved smoothly? Rest assured, the Westerlands are highly likely to acquiesce. Leonor reassured Landau. He had leverage in the form of Jaime Lannister. If the Lannister family were to exert their influence, they would undoubtedly agree to a prisoner exchange. The exchange of prisoners was a sensitive affair, and Leonor did not elaborate further with Landau, who wisely refrained from probing deeper, choosing instead to await the outcome in silence. Before long, the results of Loras's negotiations came to light. The Westerlands agreed to the prisoner exchange, offering Mace Tyrell in return for Jaime Lannister. It was evident to all that without Jaime Lannister, the future of Casterly Rock and the Westerlands would fall to either a dwarf or a madwoman, a prospect that most could not abide. The process of exchanging prisoners was conducted in secrecy. Leonor had Jaime brought from King's Landing and handed him over to Loras. One clear morning, Loras, accompanied by Jaime and a contingent of loyal knights, departed the camp. By midday, he returned leading a disheveled, rotund middle-aged man, the Duke of House Tully. Mace Tyrell. The capture and subsequent ransom of nobles were neither rare nor particularly honorable affairs. After successfully escorting Mace from the enemy city, he did not linger at the camp but promptly led a retinue back to Highgarden. Fortunately, Loras and the Knights of the Reach remained behind, in his father's stead. Loras assured Leonor that House Tyrell would uphold the alliance and redeem the shame of this capture. With Mace Tyrell successfully ransomed, Leonor, unburdened by past concerns, swiftly resumed the campaign against the Westerlands, issuing orders for the army to circumvent Deepwood Motte and proceed along the Golden Road to Castle Rock. The army advanced with the swiftness of a storm, with the Knights of the Reach scouting ahead, while 300 knights of Hornvale and 1,000 foot soldiers under Leonor provided a rear guard. As Leonor had anticipated, upon seeing the coalition take a detour, Kevin Lannister within Deepwood Motte swiftly dispatched knights to harass them, unwilling to allow the coalition to lay siege to Castle Rock. In response to these small-scale disturbances, Lando kept Leonor's elite infantry stationary, forming them into a 3x3 square formation, with 300 knights of Hornvale guarding the flanks and covering the rear for the Knights of the Reach as they advanced towards Castle Rock. The forces of the Westerlands, entrenched within Deepwood Motte, exhibited remarkable patience, harassing the coalition for 3 days, only launching a full-scale attack after the coalition's vanguard had moved 30 miles away. From above, one could see a cavalcade of knights thundering forth from the western gate of Deepwood Motte, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged down the Golden Road towards the coalition. Outside the western gate, amidst the rolling hills, Leonor devised a countermeasure, dissolving the existing formation and instead drawing out supply wagons, arranging them in a defensive line with their rear facing outward, protected by archers, utilizing the hills to establish a wagon fort. The dust raised by the Knights of the Westerlands rapidly approached Leonor's wagon formation. Something felt amiss. Lando and Leonor stood together on a high slope behind the protection of the wagons, observing the approaching forces with keen eyes, noting an anomaly in the opposing army. The troops emerging from Deepwood Motte did not bear the roaring lion banner of the Westerlands, but rather a green standard emblazoned with a stag adorned with a crown, followed by a red field of the roaring lion banner, and subsequently the banners of other noble houses of the Westerlands, such as the brown-green-white badger banner of House Leighton of Deepwood Motte, the silver and purple unicorn banner of House Blackwood of Hornvale, and the peacock banner of House Sharp of Silver Hill. There was no doubt, it was a ploy devised by Tywin, likely executed in Joffrey's name, under the guise of our family's banner. Leono elucidated to Brandio that the opposing Westerlands army had raised the banner of the crown stag, fundamentally to assert their righteousness and seek to politically undermine the coalition. Such a ruse is truly despicable, Brandio promptly rebuked. With a chuckle, Leono cast a glance at the Count of Kaling, explaining that if the Lannisters could withstand this wave of assault, they could leverage this maneuver to win the hearts of the nobility from the Stormlands and the Riverlands, as the nobles would not concern themselves with whether the banner-bearer was genuinely a Baratheon. This sentiment included the Tyrell family of the Reach. Should the tides turn unfavorably, they could still arrange for Margaery Tyrell to wed Joffrey, thus ensuring her status as queen. However, a true knight would not overlook the essence of justice. Brandier, unwilling to relent, asserted that House Tarly would uphold justice and the rightful bloodline of the Baratheons. My lord Brandier, the Tarly family comprises just and valiant knights. Yet some do not, Leono replied with a smile, gently tapping Brandier's shoulder, urging him not to take offense, for he did not refer to him. Chapter 60, Confrontation. Brandio managed a strained smile, uncertain of Leono's intent behind his words, his thoughts inevitably wandering elsewhere. Leono, undeterred by Brandio's musings, continued to observe the battle unfolding below. His defensive formation was formidable. Upon noticing this characteristic, the Western Knights promptly halted their ranks, dismounted, and readied their shields, swords, and battle axes, preparing for ground combat. Knights are not fools. They have undergone years of training, capable of both mounted charges and foot combat. Adept in wielding a variety of weapons, including axes, spears, and shields, excelling in both cavalry and infantry. In contrast, Leono's infantry were less versatile. Most had been trained primarily in maintaining formation, relying mainly on bows and spears for combat, with their swords merely serving as precautionary measures. As the foot soldiers of the Western Knights approached their firing range, the infantry began to draw their bows. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, a cacophony that placed immense pressure on the knights, even those bearing shields. Some fell beneath the rain of arrows, while others fled with their shields riddled with shafts. Once the Western Knights withdrew from range, the officers immediately ordered a cessation of fire, and the storm of arrows abruptly ceased. "Your Majesty, your army is the most elite and disciplined I have ever witnessed." Without exception, Brandier sincerely praised Leono. "Yet it lacks aggression," Leono remarked, watching the retreating Western Knights with a slight shake of his head. The knights who had just attacked numbered only 200 or 300, while a greater contingent remained mounted at a distance. In such circumstances, should his infantry formation launch a counterattack, their formation would falter, and a single charge from the opposing side could lead to his utter defeat. To summarize, their infantry was adept in defense, but lacking in initiative. "The Knights of Kaling are eager to serve as your sword in the assault," Brandier declared without hesitation, reasoning that if the infantry proved so capable, then the knights might as well retire and await their demise. "It is not yet your time to strike, my Lord Count." Leonor sat upon his steed, laughing heartily to reassure Landau. Soon enough, from a distance, the Western army launched their second wave of assault, this time deploying over tenfold their infantry. Not the heavily armored knights, but rather common soldiers clad in rudimentary leather armor, wielding simple wooden shields, advancing in a staggered formation. The knights remained mounted behind the infantry, poised for the opportune moment to charge. "Your Majesty, the enemy intends to deceive us with their archers." Landau discerned their strategy immediately, recognizing the ploy to exhaust their arrows with mere infantry before launching a full-scale charge. The Westerners were indeed despicable. Let them march to their demise. Relay the orders to fire arrows only when they are closer. If they dare to engage us fiercely, my lord. "Do you think we can make a charge at such a time?" Leonor queried, suggesting a counterattack against the Western infantry as they regrouped, a prime opportunity for battle. "Let me lead the charge," Landau replied succinctly, invoking the proverb of the Tully family. "Let us be a storm that sweeps away the enemy. The warriors stand with you, and the 7 gods are with you." Leonor, seated on his horse, extended his right hand towards Landau, tapping it 7 times, bestowing blessings on behalf of the 7 gods. Landau's breath grew heavy. After acknowledging Leonor with a solemn nod, he spurred his horse onward. Soon, the sounds of men and horses echoed down the slope as 300 cavalrymen began their descent, ready to unleash their might upon the enemy. At the base of the hill, the battle raged on, with the Western Knights holding back while the common infantry cautiously advanced towards Leonor's formation. Yet, Leonor had overestimated the resolve of the Western infantry, as they hesitated upon entering range, only moving forward when urged by their mounted lords behind them. With the sheer number of their own forces and no arrows raining down upon them, they boldly pressed ahead. As the enemy approached within 50 paces, the officers issued commands, and a torrent of arrows unleashed from the front lines, rapidly overwhelming the Western infantry. After just 2 volleys, they began to falter, but the knights would not permit retreat. Fully armored, they charged forth, cutting down the retreating infantry, driving them back into the fray to deplete the coalition's arrows. Those unfortunate Western foot soldiers found themselves mercilessly slaughtered by their own knights and ravaged by enemy arrows, trapped in the chaos of the battlefield, some weeping loudly, others pleading desperately, "Initiate the counterattack." Seeing this dire situation, Leonor immediately commanded. Beside him, Dick Tully swiftly raised the crimson banner, under the fluttering red flag. The officers below observed the signal, swiftly ordering a cessation of fire while directing the infantry to clear the congested carts. With the arrows above ceasing, a gap appeared in the distant enemy formation, and the Western infantry, still gasping for breath, were met with suffocating dread as a formidable cavalry surged forth through the breach. The cavalry, brandishing a green banner emblazoned with the image of a red-hued, poised hunter, prepared to unleash their arrow. At the forefront was Blue Tully, holding aloft a magnificent sword, his battle cries echoing as 300 knights of the Horned Ridge surged behind him, their shouts intertwining in a cacophony that overwhelmed the beleaguered infantry of the West. The West soldiers, caught amidst their ranks, could no longer withstand the onslaught. They collapsed under the pressure, abandoning all pretense of valor and fleeing for their lives. Thus, the Horned Ridge Knights drove the disintegrating West infantry into a counterattack against their own cavalry, who lacked the courage to retaliate against the enemy, but, when confronted by the knights urging them on their escape, wielded their spears, swords, and shields with reckless abandon, slaying all who obstructed their path, vanquishing both gods and demons alike. Leono, perched upon a hillside, gazed in astonishment at the West's defeated soldiers being swept back toward their own lines by the Horned Ridge Knights. The West's forces were caught unawares, and by the time they sought to halt the advance, their own formation had already begun to waver, with all banners, including the green-crowned stag, fluttering backward in retreat. "Bring me the banner," commanded Leono, no longer hesitating as he seized the crowned stag banner from a large grasp and, brandishing it high, galloped down the slope. On the hillside, Allard, Brenny, and Deacon, who had remained by Leono's side, were momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, they spurred their horses to rally behind their king. Following the royal standard eastward, the yellow crowned stag banner billowed down the slope, stirring the entire army below, and in the next heartbeat, a contingent of over 1,000 infantry surged forward, propelled by the side of the yellow standard, their battle cries echoing against the western forces, further exacerbating their collapse. Within the ranks of the west, Blue Daltali surged ahead to the green crown stag banner, swiftly dispatching the knight who bore it, causing the flag to tumble to the ground. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he steeled himself anew, for despite the battlefield's chaotic visage, with banners such as the brown, green, and white badger of the Leighton family, the purple unicorn of the Blacks family from Horn Valley, and the peacock of the Charlotte family from Silver Mountain all retreating eastward, several banners remained resolutely standing their ground. The lion's roar of the Lannister family and a yellow banner depicting 3 hounds fluttered defiantly amidst the turmoil, beneath which a formidable knight clad in a barrel-shaped helm and mail armor spurred his steed, leading his troops toward Blue Daltali. Recognizing the imposing knight as Gregor Clegane from Clegane's castle, Blue Dal felt a surge of apprehension. Could he, at his age, truly stand against such a foe? There was no retreat to be had. Randall summoned his strength with a soft exhalation, brandishing his sword as he urged his steed forward. However, a fierce roar erupted from the side, and in an instant, a contingent of cavalry clad in yellow headscarves emerged from the chaotic fray, intercepting the onslaught from the Mountain of Magic. With remarkable precision, the yellow-clad riders unleashed a volley of arrows from their compact Dornish bows before engaging in battle, causing a myriad of arrows to sprout from the mountain's form. Dornish warriors? A look of bewilderment crossed Randall's face as he observed the unfamiliar troops. They bore no banners. Yet their attire was distinctly Dornish, simple composite armor adorned with yellow headscarves, and they rode the diminutive yet agile Dornish steeds, known for their remarkable endurance. After releasing a torrential rain of arrows, the yellow cavalry managed to decimate at least half of the mountain's forces. Although the mountain himself withstood the barrage thanks to his heavy armor, his black stallion was not as fortunate. With a pained cry, the horse reared up, tossing its rider to the ground, where he met his demise under a hail of arrows. Like a porcupine, the mountain fell from his mount, bellowing in fury as he discarded his lance and unsheathed a massive sword etched with intricate patterns. He pivoted to confront an oncoming yellow-clad knight, nimbly maneuvering to the left side of the horse to evade the knight's spear thrust from his right flank. With a swift arc of his sword, he severed the front leg of the opponent's steed, causing the rider to topple forward. Amidst the chaos, a woman's scream pierced the air as another yellow knight charged forth to rescue his comrade, who was now vulnerable on the ground. "Stand back," the mountain roared, raising his sword to cleave the knight's spear in two, attempting to close in on the fallen horse, only to be deftly evaded by the nimble rider. The battlefield had initially been carved into 2 separate territories by the Yellow Knights and the Mountain, but as the latter found himself besieged, Kevin, adorned in armor under the banner of the Roaring Lion, quickly commanded his family's knights to advance for aid, while Randall, under the banner of the Swift Hunters, did not hesitate to rally his forces as well. Regardless of where these Dornish men had emerged from, as long as they targeted the Lannisters, they were allies, and their annihilation could not be permitted. The clash intensified once more, and it was at this moment that Leonor, leading the infantry, arrived, surveying the tumultuous battlefield. He promptly ordered his soldiers to form ranks and unleashed a rain of arrows towards the distant Roaring Lion banner. Leonor, amidst the chaos, brandished his resplendent red and white bow, selecting a heavy arrow akin to a short spear. He aimed at Kevin, who stood under the lion's banner, drawing back the bowstring to its full moon shape. With a resounding twang, the arrow flew forth, striking the aged general squarely in the chest, piercing his armor and causing him to spurt blood before he slowly toppled from his mount. In the midst of the tumult, Count Randall charged ahead once more. Seizing the opportunity presented by Kevin's demise, he barreled past 2 Western knights, reaching the Roaring Lion standard, where he severed the flagpole with a single stroke. As the Crimson Lion banner fell, the Lannister forces could no longer withstand the pressure, their morale shattered, and soon, not only the common soldiers, but even the knights began to flee in panic. Leonor, having felled Kavon with a heavy arrow, did not relent. With his red and white longbow raised high, he commanded his forces to relentlessly pursue the retreating Western army, driving them deep into the bowels of Deep Hollow City. Inside the city, the Leighton family, emblazoned with the brown, green, and white badger flag, realized that surrender was futile and resolved to defend their main tower to the last breath. The urban combat proved more brutal than the field battles. Leonor, wishing to avoid inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 himself, decreed that Western knights could surrender, provided they presented the head of a Western noble as a token of allegiance. With Leonor's assurance, the knights within Deep Hollow City began to revolt, and the Leighton family became the first clan to be eradicated in the Western conflict. Every man, woman, and child of the family, along with their relatives, was executed without exception, their heads serving as the knights' tokens of loyalty. Otherwise, those knights would meet the same fate. The battle unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Leonor had not even the time to signal the vanguard of the allied forces to retreat, as a small contingent so thoroughly captured Deep Hollow City. He could not help but muse, how immature. His victory stemmed from the underdeveloped command structure of Westeros, where soldiers and knights belonged to different families, and commanders relied on lineage and valor rather than strategic acumen, disregarding discipline and tactics, resulting in utter disorganization. Though the military system was immature, a victory was still a victory. Within the main tower of Deep Hollow City, Leonor took his seat of authority and began to assess the aftermath of the battle, bestowing rewards upon the participating factions. He noted the collective merit of his direct infantry, granting each soldier a gold dragon. As the commander, Lando Tully led the charge and earned a first-class merit for capturing a banner, rewarded with 300 households of land. As for the 300 knights of Jiaoling, that was a matter for the Tully family alone. Beyond the allied forces engaged in combat, Leonor also pardoned the knights who had presented tokens of allegiance, urging them to achieve further victories by capturing the towns of Jiao Valley and Silver Mountain, among others. His decree of pardon and proclamation remained effective for other Western knights. Any knight who could deliver the head of a Western noble would receive clemency. Subsequently, slaying a viscount would grant the title and lands of a viscount, while killing an earl would bestow the title and lands of an earl. There was no deceit in his words. Under his effective military orders, the towns of Jiao Valley and Silver Mountain swiftly fell. The Blacks family, the Shallot family, and the Fear family were all laid low, serving as tokens of loyalty for the Western Knights. A significant number of Western Knights changed their allegiance, rallying under Leonor's banner. Among them, the Knight of Balker Lancy, having slain the Earl of Silver Mountain, Helt Shallot, was appointed the new Earl of Silver Mountain, with the territory directly governed by the crown. This incited envy among other Western Knights, who began to launch assaults on the lands of other Western nobles. A great many noble territories of the West fell, and numerous Western Knights were thus granted lands. The northern front of Karoq City completely collapsed, further swelling Leonor's forces, whose advance now pressed relentlessly toward Lannister Lane. Chapter 62. The Tully family in the afternoon. With a weary body, Deacon stepped out of the castle gates. He turned to glance back at the once grand fortress that belonged to the Leighton family, feeling as though it belonged to another era. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he gazed at the recently bloodied city, feeling a profound sense of confusion about his next destination. Mr. Deacon. A voice called from behind. Turning, he saw a young man with dark hair and brown eyes, clad in light armor, rushing towards him. Mr. Arad. Deacon nodded in acknowledgement. His Majesty sent me to inform you that your father is currently stationed in the eastern part of the city. You may find him there. Additionally, remember to return in 3 days, Arad conveyed Leonor's message. Very well. Deacon's spirits lifted at the news, and he immediately discerned his path forward. 3 days had passed since they breached Deep Hole City. During this time, Deacon Tully, serving as the flag bearer, had remained by Leonor's side, assisting him with various documents and tasks, only to be granted leave today. He could hardly recall how he had spent those 3 days. Letters arrived from all directions, each one opened and scrutinized for vital information, which he then compiled for reporting, a relentless cycle. Despite having been rigorously trained by his father since childhood, the past 3 days had left Deacon feeling an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. After receiving Arad's message, he hurriedly made his way towards the eastern part of the city without even offering a word of thanks. Upon arriving in the east, Deacon inquired of the soldiers in the city and successfully located his father's temporary residence, a merchant's house. Father, he called upon finding Count Landor, who had donned a simple garment, a rare sight for one who typically espoused a doctrine of unyielding discipline. How goes it? Landor asked, glancing at his returning son. What? Ah, are you referring to His Majesty? Deacon instinctively replied, only to be struck by the stern expression on his father's face. Instantly, He straightened his posture and responded with the demeanor of a soldier. His Majesty is a leader who greatly values communication. He insists that his subordinates convey significant matters through written correspondence. You have been managing these letters? Landor's furrowed brow finally relaxed upon witnessing his son's earnest demeanor. Yes, Deacon affirmed with a nod. Excellent. It appears the knowledge imparted by Master Elaine has proven beneficial, Landor remarked with satisfaction, pleased that his educational efforts were bearing fruit. What letters have you come across these past few days? Whom are they from? Can you recount their contents? Father, you are unaware? Deacon replied, somewhat taken aback. I have been stationed here and have not received any news from the outside. I only know that His Majesty has likely issued some proclamations within the city and accepted the surrender of certain knights from the Western territories. This is a prudent course of action. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in a very precarious situation. Landor recounted what he knew. Indeed, it is as such. His Majesty indeed employs this method. He demands that the knights of the Western territories, who seek to surrender, present the head of a noble from their region. A request that bears a certain cruelty. Deacon expressed his viewpoint. Cruelty? To my mind, this is the utmost benevolence. Mercy towards one's adversaries often transforms into the greatest cruelty towards oneself. Only through such means can the Western territories be subdued with utmost expediency. Randall rebuked Deacon's futile compassion, asserting that should the Western territories be utterly annihilated, the people would resist to the death, resulting in far greater losses. I understand this notion. Yet I believe that facing a noble in a dignified battle is far preferable to the alternative. Deacon found it difficult to articulate, feeling that His Majesty's command was tantamount to inciting knights to commit regicide. Better to be slain by a band of lowly folk? What defines nobility and baseness? Do not emulate your foolish brother, who indulges solely in frivolities, while you seem to revel in mere bravado. You must approach knowledge and power with the right perspective, utilizing them to elevate your understanding and broaden your horizons, thus transforming yourself, rather than languishing in a singular environment. Randall perceived Deacon's growing weakness, as he had previously focused too much on his valor and martial prowess, neglecting his intellectual development. Indeed. Faced with his formidable father, Deacon could only nod. Enough of those letters you've been handling. His Majesty, in consideration of my esteem, has chosen to invest in your development. You must cultivate gratitude and refrain from disclosing the contents of those letters to others to avoid compromising sensitive information. Do you understand? Randall imparted this lesson with earnestness. Yes. Deacon nodded promptly. You must refine your heart and embody courage. This is not a call to reckless bravado, but rather to learn acceptance of all circumstances and to play your part within them. The future of the Tarly family rests upon your shoulders. Yes, Father. I shall do my utmost to serve His Majesty. Deacon nodded once more. Now, tell me, what are His Majesty's interests? His interests? Deacon's gaze turned distant. During the past few days, he had accompanied the king closely, yet had observed little that piqued his interest. Other nobles, after achieving conquest, would typically seek out women, indulge in drink, or feast, yet the king appeared devoid of such desires, persistently issuing commands for the enumeration of lands, populations, estates, and knights, instructing them to seize territories and eliminate nobles. Thus, it appears you have yet to open your heart. Randall rolled his eyes. Father, I shall endeavor to do so in the future. Deacon dared not retort, when suddenly he recalled something. Father, I remember now. His Majesty seems quite intrigued by magic. Magic? Randall was taken aback. Yes, magic. Whenever His Majesty rests, he adopts a peculiar posture, entwining his legs and placing his hands before his abdomen, gradually drifting into slumber as if partaking in an unusual ritual. Deacon reflected on each occasion when Leonor took his repose. Very well, I understand. Upon hearing this, Landau nodded slightly. He was a superficial believer in the seven gods and an ardent admirer of magic. In the past, he had sought the aid of sorcerers to resolve certain issues, though all his attempts had ended in failure. Nonetheless, this did not deter his faith in magic. You must pay close attention to the Emperor's preferences and needs. This is the direction in which you can strive, and it is the path that will further invigorate the Tully family, Landau instructed his son. Yes, Father, shall we recommend some sorcerers to His Majesty? Deacon inquired tentatively. That would be a foolish endeavor. Such flattery would only make the sovereign feel as though his privacy is being invaded. You must learn to think critically. Landau expressed his exasperation, pondering why Deacon was so dim-witted. What should we do then? Deacon lamented. Fool, first engage with your peers, and then share the tales of our ancestor, Hunter Halon, and the Horn of Herdon, Landau replied, realizing he must personally guide Deacon in the subtle art of appealing to the sovereign's tastes. Chapter 63. The dire state of the Mountain of Magic. While Landau Tali was imparting wisdom to his son on how to curry favor with the Emperor. Within the main fortress of Deep Hole City, Leonor set aside his burdensome affairs of state and, accompanied by his guards, including Brienne, exited the castle, making his way to the Dorne encampment located to the west of the city. Inside the Dorne encampment, soldiers of the Sand Serpent Company, adorned with yellow headscarves, ushered Leonor into the camp and informed Prince Oberyn, known as the Red Viper of Dorne, who personally emerged from his tent to welcome him. "Welcome, welcome, my most esteemed king," Oberyn exclaimed, extending his arms and embracing Leonor. "My lord, how is your injury?" Leonor asked as he embraced Oberyn, noticing that, apart from a strong scent of spices, there lingered a distinct odor of blood. "I am well, better than ever. If you could also hand over Tywin for me to deal with, that would be splendid," Oberyn laughed heartily. 3 days prior on the battlefield, Oberyn had led the Sand Serpent Company alongside Landau Tali to confront the Lannister forces. In the ensuing chaos, they had captured Gregor Clegane, the Mountain of Magic, much to Oberyn's delight, which explained his warm reception of Leonor. "That will depend on your own capabilities. Have you slain that Gregor?" Leonor chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, while inquiring about the situation regarding the mountain. "Of course not. I want that wretch to wish for death, yet remain alive," Oberyn replied with a smile, uttering the most venomous words. The Martell family, especially Oberyn Martell, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Gregor Clegane. "He deserves it," Leonor remarked succinctly, causing Oberyn's grim expression to ease. "Haha, my lord, you are the most remarkable sovereign I have ever encountered. I admire what you are doing to the nobles of the West." "It is precisely what I wish to do, but cannot." Oberyn lauded Leonor's demands for the Western Knights to submit their oaths of fealty, instilling terror in the hearts of half the noble houses of the West. "To bring you joy, my lord Oberyn, fills me with a sense of accomplishment." Leonor smiled in response. "Enough, your majesty, please stop beating around the bush and speak plainly." Oberyn's smile faded. "I truly came merely to observe you and the mountain. The past 3 days have been overwhelming." Leonor maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet inwardly he regarded Oberyn as untrustworthy, capable of turning on a whim. "So, do you wish to see the mountain?" Oberyn, noticing Leonor's unchanged expression, felt a hint of malicious amusement. Of course. Leonor sensed Oberyn's intent to provoke him with the mountain's grim fate, as if to portray him as a naive observer to the horrors of the world. "Then please, follow me." Oberyn beckoned, leading Leonor and his guards into the encampment. They arrived at a tent where the air was thick with the stench of blood. Inside, 3 Dornish women were torturing Gregor Clegane, the mountain. His body had been rendered useless, his spine broken by the Dornish, leaving him paralyzed yet alive, sustained by drugs. He had endured unspeakable torment, his eyes gouged out, tongue severed, and ears filled with lead. The sight was indeed tragic, but Leonor chose to disregard it. After all, this brute had crossed every line, having brutally slain Rhaegar's 2 children and violated Elia Martell. Thus, the fate he suffered was well-deserved. "What do you think?" Oberyn inquired, gesturing toward the bloodied figure. "Not much," Leonor replied, unblinking. He glanced around the tent, catching sight of a pile of blood-stained armor and swords. His interest piqued. "What are you looking at?" A tall figure obstructed his view. "Who are you?" Leonor raised his gaze to the woman before him, noting her dark skin, robust physique, and rather unattractive features, rivaling Brienne in appearance. "Respect the king," came Brienne's raspy voice as she positioned herself by the hilt of her sword, only to be halted by Leonor's raised hand. "This is Obara Sand, my daughter," Oberyn explained, providing the woman's identity. "Those are the mountain's weapons and armor?" Leonor dismissed Brienne and paid no mind to the fierce Obara, instead gesturing toward the array of armor and swords within the tent. "Indeed, that sword is quite impressive. It is made of Valyrian steel. Would you like it?" Oberyn asked. "No, I merely recognize that sword. It bears a resemblance to ice, the Stark family's blade," Leonor replied, shaking his head. "Feel free to take it if you desire," Oberyn remarked dismissively, assuming Leonor sought to stir trouble. Leonor, observing Oberyn's sudden change in demeanor, suppressed a smile and approached the great sword, lifting it to present the wolf's head pommel to Oberyn. "What do you make of this?" Oberyn glanced at the wolf's head on the Valyrian steel sword, and his expression shifted slightly in his focus on tormenting the mountain. He had indeed overlooked the possibility that this sword belonged to House Stark. The sword, how did it come to be? Leonor cast a glance at the paralyzed and mute mountain, the latter part of his question left unspoken. It was futile to inquire now, for the mountain's tongue had been severed, rendering him incapable of speech. "You may take this sword," he offered. Oberyn, unwilling to engage further with Leonor, permitted him to leave with the sword in hand. "Very well then." Do you intend to torment him here for eternity? Leonor observed Oberyn ushering him away. Recognizing the opportune moment to seize the ice, and inquired, "Call us when you head to Castle Casterly." Oberyn had but one response, "I will. Apologies. This is a message from my brother, Robert." His attitude back then was inexcusable. Before departing, Leonor extended an apology to Oberyn, recalling how the mountain had violated Ilia. And though Robert had not participated, he had pardoned the mountain and uttered inappropriate words thereafter. "What do your words amount to?" Oberyn was ignited by Leonor's declaration. "They mean nothing, merely a stance. Consider it as my fear of the mountain's visage." Leonor cast a glance at the grotesque form of the mountain on the ground. Logically speaking, it appeared unremarkable, but imagining oneself as the victim was rather unsettling. Begone. With that, Leonor paid no further heed, summoning Brienne and the others as they exited the tent. Father, that wretched creature, the mountain, Oberyn's daughter, Obara, approached him. "Kill him, and feed his corpse to the dogs." Oberyn felt a surge of frustration, casting another contemptuous glance at the mountain lying on the ground. Tormenting such a being had lost its significance. "Very well," Obara complied. "Now summon Neem and Terran. You three will accompany me to the main castle." Oberyn's anger intensified. "Father, do you wish to provoke that man into mobilizing his forces?" Obara attempted to inquire. "No, I intend to assign you a task." Oberyn resolved to vent his frustrations. Chapter 64. An assassination attempt. Once they departed from the Dornish Sand Snake camp, Leonor handed over the grand sword, Ice, to the Kingsguard, Ser Aleskar Stark. Then addressed Brienne, "Brienne, you shall ride back to the main castle and instruct Maester Minsk to send a raven to Winterfell to inquire whether Lord Eddard Stark has arrived there." "Understood." Brienne acknowledged her orders and promptly urged her steed onward, making her way back to the main castle to convey the message. Leonor watched Brienne ride ahead, then glanced once more at the great sword in Alice's possession, letting out a resigned sigh. "Eddard, my brother, I truly hope you survive. Your character is too virtuous to perish. If Eddard, a devoted ally of House Baratheon, were to die, the Iron Throne would face numerous complications in governing the North." Contemplating the unpredictability of life and death, Leonor offered a silent prayer of hope, riding forth with a contingent of a dozen guards led by the Kingsguard towards the main castle. As they rode, he suddenly heard a series of faint whistling sounds. Arrows. With years of archery practice, Leonor was acutely aware of the sound and instinctively crouched low upon his steed, while the guards behind him were not as fortunate. The anguished cries of the fallen echoed relentlessly as the Imperial Guard, Alex Oakhart, and Globron suffered grievous wounds, arrows piercing their faces and throats. While other soldiers and steeds were similarly afflicted, the horses whinnied in distress, some rearing up and casting their riders to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Leonor's steed was struck in the eye by an arrow, collapsing in agony and unseating him. Once the barrage of arrows ceased, he lifted his gaze to see figures emerging from the shadows of the street. These figures were robust men clad in rudimentary leather and wooden armor, discarding their longbows to brandish swords, rushing toward the fallen Leonor. A roar erupted as Alex Oakhart, a formidable figure with golden hair, rose amidst the turmoil. Arrows embedded in his face and throat. Clad in white armor, he wielded a great sword, Frostbite, in one hand and his own steel sword in the other, charging toward the assailants. Hiding beneath his fallen horse, Leonor felt a surge of adrenaline at the sight of Alex's fierce advance. Yet he refrained from drawing his mace for battle. Instead, he retrieved a bow and arrow from the saddle of his deceased mount. With precision, he loosed an arrow, striking an assassin through the right eye. Wounded, Alex lost his sword from his left hand, but, with resolute strength, raised Frostbite and cleaved an assailant in two, instilling fear in the remaining attackers. Leonor continued to release arrows, coordinating with Alex to eliminate the foes. Nearby, a lightly wounded soldier drew his sword to join the fray. But amidst the melee, Globron, clutching his injured throat, turned and fled. The scene was chaotic. Despite Alex's formidable courage, he was nearing his last breath. After slaying another assassin, his strength waned, and he fell to his knees. Leonor witnessed a treacherous assassin pierce his chest with a blade, but he retaliated, shooting the foe dead. Yet, 7 or 8 assassins remained, and his soldiers had suffered severe casualties, dead, wounded, or fleeing. Observing the grim fate of his comrades, Leonor remained undeterred. He summoned his mace from the back of the fallen horse, preparing to confront the remaining foes alone when arrows whistled overhead, prompting him to duck. Arrows flew past him as he looked up to see the approaching assassins felled by precise shots. The sound of galloping hooves drew his attention, revealing a powerful yellow Dornish steed charging toward him, swiftly reined in. "My lord, you find yourself in peril," Oberon said, tugging at the reins and guiding his mount in circles around Leonor in jest. Flanking him were 3 skilled Dornish warriors, ready to engage, while more Dornish soldiers advanced from a distance, raining arrows in support. Among the foremost 3 Dornish warriors, one was indeed Obara, whom Leonor had encountered before. This ebony-skinned female sand snake wielded her spear with ferocity, toppling one assassin and then swiftly dispatching another. The other 2 lithe Dornish women, brandishing curved daggers, galloped forth, bringing down 2 more of the beleaguered assassins. "Leave a few alive," Leonor shouted, gripping his mace tightly as he observed the nearly concluded skirmish. "Spare them." Oberyn echoed his command. Upon hearing the call, the 2 dagger-wielding Dornish women hastily sheathed their blades. One of them cracked a long whip, the crack resounding like thunder, ensnaring the right foot of an assassin and dragging him across the ground, causing chaos and knocking several others down. Meanwhile, the other remained mounted, deftly producing throwing knives from her garments, effortlessly pinning down 3 assailants who dared to resist. "These women are formidable," Leonor thought, marveling at the prowess of the 3 sand snakes charging forward, until Oberyn's voice broke through his reverie. "What do you think?" Oberyn asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Leonor's astonishment. "Impressive," Leonor admitted candidly. "Your guards seem rather lackluster," Oberyn remarked, glancing disdainfully at the fallen soldiers strewn across the ground, adorned with arrows. Leonor remained silent, casting his gaze over the lifeless soldiers before striding toward the deceased Alice Oakhart. He gazed at the fallen Kingsguard, who lay half-kneeling, and felt a pang of sadness reflecting on his typically reticent demeanor. "And another, Boros Blunt," Leonor recalled, lifting his gaze in search of the other Kingsguard, only to find his body absent. Instead, he noticed distant Dornish knights galloping toward him, dragging someone behind their horses. In the midst of their conversation, the Dornish knights arrived, bringing with them the fleeing Kingsguard Boros, a pitiful figure with an arrow lodged in his throat, tossed unceremoniously before Leonor. Realizing Boros's cowardice, Leonor felt his concern dissipate, stepping forward to plant his foot firmly on the gray-haired guard. "Do you recognize these assassins?" he demanded. Boros raised his face, unable to meet the young man's gaze, and coughed, blood seeping from his throat and lips. "Do you require assistance? You appear somewhat inexperienced in interrogation," Oberyn suggested as he dismounted with an air of nonchalance. "Help me," Leonor accepted Oberyn's offer, feeling no sympathy for Boros, whose fate he deemed irrelevant. "Shall we question them all at once?" Oberyn gestured toward the other assassins captured by his sand snake daughters. "Yes, but they must be taken to the castle in the city," Leonor affirmed decisively. "Very well, I am delighted to serve the king," Oberyn replied with a grin. Chapter 65. The new guards. Oberyn's sand snakes possessed a remarkable aptitude for interrogation. They separated Boros from the assassins, subjecting them to alternating examinations, meticulously comparing the testimonies to unveil discrepancies, which they subsequently exploited to extract the truth. It soon became evident that this band of assassins was not akin to a faceless assassin guild. Rather, they were fervent knights loyal to the Westerlands, intent on eliminating Laenor to reverse the tide of defeat that had befallen their realm. They had been surveilling Laenor within the stronghold for an extended period. As for Boros, this individual had originally gained entry into the Kingsguard through Cersei's influence. He did not betray Laenor, but failed to uphold his duties, resorting instead to a cowardly retreat when danger loomed. Laenor had just arranged for the proper burial of the fallen guards who perished in his defense, bestowing rewards upon their families, when he learned of the truth uncovered by Oberyn, prompting him to shake his head in bemusement. "You are not angry," Oberyn remarked, a peculiar expression on his face, incredulous that Laenor could still find mirth after having narrowly escaped death. "Why should I be angry? The Westerlands are akin to a beast cornered, and their increasingly desperate actions signify that my strategy is sound," Laenor explained with a smile. At this, Oberyn found himself at a loss for words. "I have arranged for an investigation into the Deephole City, mandating that the knights there submit any suspicious individuals within a specified time frame. The subsequent examination will, if it pleases you, be overseen by your daughters, shall it not?" Laenor suggested, as he found himself lacking in competent interrogators, hoping for the assistance of Oberyn's sand snakes. "Of course, they shall remain after the interrogations," Oberyn replied with a peculiar smile. Laenor raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "My lord, it is unsettling for someone of your esteemed stature to lack reliable guards. Therefore, I have decided to assign my beloved sand snakes to protect you. What say you?" Oberyn spoke with a disingenuous tone, causing Brienne, standing nearby, to scowl in discontent. However, upon hearing his subsequent words, the knight cast a hopeful glance toward Laenor, wishing the king would refuse this proposal. For the sand snakes were inherently dangerous and ill-suited for the role of protectors. "If the sand snakes are willing, let them stay," Laenor declared, disregarding Brienne's disapproving gaze. He indeed required capable guardians, as the noble knights of Storm's End and the Reach were unreliable, although the Martells of Dorne maintained tenuous ties with the Targaryens. Their character ensured they would not rebel without absolute certainty. Even if they did, given Oberyn's long-standing grudge against his sister Elia, his illegitimate daughters would serve as excellent hostages. In a few years, he could transform the more alluring among them into lovers and sire a few bastards, thereby witnessing which side their grandfather would favor. Then it is settled. I shall leave Obara, Nymeria, and Tian by your side, Oberyn asserted, oblivious to Laenor's true intentions, believing he had successfully secured his foothold beside the king. Very well, Laenor accepted with enthusiasm. Oberyn left 3 illegitimate daughters by Leonor's side, successfully establishing a foothold before departing. No sooner had he left than Arad rushed in, eager to report to Leonor, "Your Majesty, a raven from King's Landing has arrived, and I have not shown it to anyone." As he spoke, he handed the oil paper scroll to Leonor. The information from King's Landing had been classified as urgent due to the wartime circumstances, allowing only a select few to view it. Upon learning that the message was from King's Landing, Leonor's heart quickened. He hastily took the specially crafted oil paper scroll and unfurled it, scrutinizing its contents. Just as Leonor was engaged in the siege of Deep Hollow, a rebellion had erupted in King's Landing. Some merchants within the city, identifying themselves as the Horned Folk, conspired with Stannis' fleet to breach the Mud Gate on the northern bank of the Blackwater, intending to allow Stannis' army entry into the city. Fortunately, Old Ballystan had timely discovered the insurrection and led a force to quell the rebellious merchants. Leonor felt a wave of relief upon reading that Ballystan had successfully thwarted the rebellion. His greatest fear had been Stannis resorting to dark sorcery. While the current situation posed no immediate threat, he could not shake the concern that, if pressed, Stannis might disregard Ballistan's reputation. Dark magic. The mere thought of such irrational tactics gave Leonor a headache. He had previously extracted a spell for crafting Valyrian steel from Tobermont, and through subtle inquiries with the Red Priest Soros, had gleaned some insights into sorcery. However, his understanding of magic in this world remained muddled at best. How fortunate it would have been if he had drawn the Sutra of the past Amitba or the mystical tome of Shantion. Leonor lamented inwardly. The Tao Sutra he had drawn from that wretched system only contained basic knowledge of the Taoist practices of the sun god world, lacking profound techniques. Had he possessed the supreme scriptures like the Sutra of the past Amitba or the mystical tome of Shantion, he would have no need to fear the shadowy assassins. He could simply transform into a Yasha king and vanquish his foes with ease. Bring me paper and a quill. I must respond to Lord Ballystan. Despite his musings, Leonor knew he had matters to attend to. With the paper and quill Arad procured, Leonor penned a letter to the venerable Ballystan, beginning with his heartfelt gratitude for the protection he provided to King's Landing. He then confessed his own unscrupulous actions in pursuit of victory against the West. Old Ballystan held chivalric ideals and knightly honor in high regard. Even though he held no affection for Robert, he remained loyal to him, simply because Robert adhered to the knightly code. Thus, Leonor feared that his decree of pardon for the Knights of the West might deeply sadden Ballystan, as the edict effectively pressured the knights into regicide, undermining their inherent moral code, even if the knights themselves lacked true virtue. In summary, these are merely flattering words. After Leonor repented for his own decree of pardon, he comforted Old Ballystan, informing him that the Western Front was currently progressing smoothly and that he had already captured a portion of the southeastern territories. Although there might be minor complications arising from the east, particularly concerning Ed, he assured Ballystan that he would ultimately achieve victory and hoped he would stabilize King's Landing in the meantime. Once the letter was completed, Leonor personally summoned a messenger to dispatch the letter via a carrier pigeon. As he watched the feathered messenger soar towards the east, he fell into contemplation once more, only roused from his reverie by Brienne's voice calling him from behind. "What is it?" Leonor glanced at the stout-voiced knight. "Your Majesty, those sand snakes." Brienne, with her helmet tucked under her arm and freckles adorning her face, hesitated, still harboring reservations about the sand snakes. "Brienne, the sand snakes are the sand snakes. And you are you. Though they may be perilous, you remain by my side." Leonor endeavored to reassure the knight, urging her not to be so obstinate. "I vow to protect your safety with my life," Brienne exclaimed, her spirits lifted by Leonor's words. She stood tall, declaring her commitment to safeguard the king. "Then I entrust you with this task," Leonor chuckled, finding her easy to appease. Yet, as his thoughts wandered, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He did not wish to indulge in flattery. Chapter 66. The Vanguard during his stay in Deep Hole City. Leonor commanded the reorganization of the existing coalition forces led by Randall Tully, meticulously assessing all available resources while urging them, alongside the newly allied knights from the west, to vanquish the obstinate noble families resisting their authority. After more than a month of conflict, over 40 noble families and territories from the west, including the Brax family of Horn Valley and the Shallot family of Silver Mountain, were obliterated. Having secured a significant expanse of land, Leonor convened a meeting within the main fortress of Deep Hole City to bestow honors upon his commanders. Abel Carenshire, in my name, for your valor in exterminating the traitor Helt Shallot of Silver Mountain, I confer upon you the title of Count of Silver Mountain. Henceforth, the lands and taxes of Silver Mountain shall belong to you. Leonor, wielding a mace, conferred the noble title and lands upon a stern-faced middle-aged knight, Abel Carenshire. A mercenary knight serving Linstead, had redeemed himself by slaying Linstead's second son and had subsequently vanquished Count Helt Shallot during the siege of Silver Mountain, earning him the title of the new Count of Silver Mountain along with his domain. The honor conferred directly by the king was so exhilarating that Abel was moved to kiss Leonor's foot, a sentiment echoed among the many nobles and knights present, their breaths quickening and eyes glistening with emotion, for the title bestowed was that of Silver Mountain. Unlike the previous grant of an isolated isle, this time, Leonor bestowed the prosperous Silver Mountain, renowned in the west for its wealth, akin to the silver-rich White Harbor in the north. After bestowing the honor upon Abel, Leonor continued his descent, bestowing corresponding noble titles and territories to around 40 knights who had slain the noble families of the west. As the feudal divisions were completed, the nobles of Stormlands and Riverlands, who had been observing the ceremony, could no longer contain their impatience. A reckless knight boldly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. My king, I am Yoranru, a knight of Stormlands. Please grant me the honor to serve as the vanguard in the assault on Lannisport. Silver Mountain is renowned as a wealthy city in the Westerlands, yet it pales in comparison to Lannisport and Casterly Rock, the true jewels of the region. With their abundant gold and thriving trade, the mere thought of such a land, flowing with gold and teeming with goods, alongside a monarch who rewards merit irrespective of noble birth, sent tremors of anticipation through the gathered nobles and knights. No sooner had Yoranru finished speaking than another knight, adorned with a 3-leaf clover insignia from Riverlands, emerged from the crowd, kneeling to pledge his service. I am Aldo, the Sword of Golden Oak City, and I, along with 60 of my family's spears, stand ready to serve you, my king. In the face of such wealth, every individual felt they had a chance, and the chorus of those volunteering as vanguards echoed throughout the great hall of Deep Hollow Castle. The number of willing warriors, both individuals and groups, swiftly exceeded 2,000. In the hall, Leonor, wielding a red-headed mace, quietly observed the increasing number of warriors kneeling before him. Behind him, Oberyn, now clad in a yellow robe, leaned slightly forward and muttered, if the devils of the 7 hells were to walk the earth, it would surely be you. Hearing Oberyn's quip, Leonor cast a discreet glance over his shoulder. As the clamor gradually subsided, he raised the red-headed mace above his head. The once raucous hall fell into a profound silence, and when he lowered the mace, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard throughout. At that moment, he spoke, since your enthusiasm is so fervent, I hereby declare that you shall all be my vanguard. My proclamation remains valid. Currently, the nobles guarding Lannisport are 2, Tyrion Lannister and Jaime Lannister. I hereby announce that whoever slays Tyrion, the monstrous younger son of Tywin, the cunning dwarf, shall be granted the title of Earl of Lannisport and its lands. Slaying Jaime shall earn one the title of Baron of Oxford and its lands. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall once more, as murmurs erupted among the crowd. Leonor had placed the reward for Tyrion above that of Jaime. Jaime was the strongest among the younger generation of House Lannister and Tywin's favorite son. If he did not become the Kingsguard, he was destined to be the sole heir of Casterly Rock, both from a personal vendetta against Tywin and a strategic consideration to eliminate the leaders of the Westerlands. Jaime's position should have been prioritized over that of his dwarf brother. Yet, what none could have anticipated was Leonor's unexpected prioritization of the Lannisters' little demon, Tyrion, reflecting a regard that far surpassed that for Jaime Lannister. My words are as precious as gold and stone, brave warriors. Destiny lies with the 7 gods, yet the sword rests firmly in your grasp. Those who seek mere survival shall undoubtedly perish, while those who bravely confront death shall attain eternal life. Charge forth. The 7 gods stand with you. Leono, with a single hand, struck 7 decisive blows. For the 7 gods, send the Lannisters to their doom. For the king. The myriad of fervent cries nearly shattered the stronghold of Deep Hole Castle. As Leono swung his warhammer, the warriors eager to be vanguards retreated like a receding tide, hastening back to their quarters to prepare their arms and gear, saddling their steeds in small groups, commencing their march along the Golden Road towards Lannister Port. Upon the earthen walls of Deep Hole Castle, Leono and Oberyn stood side by side, both gazing at the throngs along the Golden Road. A contingent of foolish souls marching towards their demise, Oberyn mused, a sense of inexplicable gloom washing over him. Lannister Port, the wealthiest region of the Westerlands, surely harbored a formidable garrison from House Lannister. This band of fools, lacking unified command, would surely be outmatched in numbers and ultimately decimated one by one. Rather than allowing them to fester with various dreams in the ranks, it would be better to send them to amuse the Lannisters. Leono dismissed this notion. These individuals would undoubtedly be destabilizing elements within the main force. It was wiser to dispatch them to harass House Lannister. If they were to slay the imp and Jaime, he would not shy away from the consequences. Dismissing the thought, Oberyn vigorously shook his head, casting aside his melancholic musings, then inquired of his companion. What news from the east? The northern army should have fully arrived at the Riverlands. Why have they not yet taken Gold Tooth Castle? I do not know. Leono replied calmly. The Stark couple failed to arrive in time at Running River, and Robb Stark's northern forces fight valiantly. The Boltons of Harrenhal have been commanded to bypass Gold Tooth Castle. His army has been raiding throughout the Westerlands with considerable success. Yet the eastern front remains stagnant, with many lives lost among House Stark, House Mormont, and House Umber. Do you not intend to assist them? Oberyn sensed a disquieting discord. The Northerners will not accept such aid, Leono firmly refuted. Robb Stark is proud. The uncertainty surrounding his parents' fates breeds resentment within him. That he has not proclaimed himself king is already a testament to his restraint. Chapter 67, The Resistance of the Westerlands following the reorganization of Deep Hole Castle. Leono now commanded a total force of 60,000, including over 8,000 knights, 9,300 mounted retainers, and more than 30,000 infantry. 2,000 knights in their attendance formed the vanguard and set forth. Leonor divided the remaining forces into two contingents, personally leading 3,000 knights along with 1,000 infantry, totaling 4,000 troops along the Golden Road towards Lannisport. Meanwhile, Brandier Tully commanded 5,000 knights to take a detour from the Vale of Arryn to launch a surprise attack on Sarsfield. After breaching that stronghold, they would advance south to Lannisport to rendezvous with Leonor, or strike the enemy's flank while Leonor engaged with the stationed forces at Lannisport. The remaining infantry would focus entirely on ensuring logistical support for the army. Leonor did not appoint a commander for the vanguard, but dispatched scouts to relay the outcomes of the various skirmishes with the Westlands forces back to him. The vanguard faced fierce resistance from the Westermen even before nearing Lannisport. Every castle and estate in the region stood resolute against the intruders, their numbers vast, spread across every fortress and manor from Deepwood Motte to Lannisport, rendering the once-spirited vanguard incapable of reaching their destination. On the weathered animal hide map, between Lannisport on the western coast and Deepwood Motte, marked squares represented the resistance of the Westermen. It was evident that Lannister intended to thwart their advance at every turn. Leonor sat before the map, his hand resting on a warhammer, gazing at Oberyn and Loras. Let us fight through them, one layer at a time. I shall lead the charge, declared Loras, brimming with fervor. We cannot rely on him, Leonor mused, recognizing Loras's bravery but understanding that strategic insight was not his forte. He turned to Oberyn, lounging with arms crossed and legs crossed. The enemy aims to exhaust our strength, to disperse our forces, and at the opportune moment, strike at our supply lines, leading us to inevitable ruin. Oberyn offered his perspective. Do you possess a viable strategy? Leonor inquired, nodding slightly, for he shared Oberyn's assessment. This strategy bore the hallmark of the imp's cunning. Had it been Jaime Lannister, he would likely have charged headlong into battle, seeking victory or total annihilation. Such an adversary would be far preferable. I believe our hopes now lie with Lord Brandier. The enemy will undoubtedly be on high alert regarding us on the Golden Road. Yet they will likely be less vigilant against him from the north, Oberyn proposed. Once Lord Brandier launches his assault on Lannisport, even if the enemy is prepared, their forces will be divided, thus creating opportunities for us. Dickon, relay our current situation to your father. There is no need to instruct him on actions. Merely inform him of the circumstances, Leonor instructed Dickon Tully. Yes. Dickon bowed in acquiescence and promptly departed to convey the intelligence. Perhaps we can mount a direct assault to create opportunities for Lord Brandier, Loras interjected, unable to remain idle. It is imperative that we maintain our stronghold. Should we falter, our logistics will falter as well, rendering any subsequent efforts from Lord Lando futile. Oberyn turned to glance at the impetuous Loras, deliberately elucidating the situation to him. So, are we to do nothing at this juncture? Loras could not restrain himself from interjecting. Exercise patience, Loras, Leon spoke gently. This is not merely a battle, but an unprecedented hunt. Our quarry is one of the oldest families upon this land. Indeed, Loras dared to be insolent towards Oberyn. Yet he felt compelled to soften his demeanor in the presence of Leon. Nevertheless, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. "Your Majesty, may I take my leave?" "Go ahead. Please summon Count Abel for me," Leon replied, feeling that keeping Loras around was of little use, thus allowing him the freedom to depart. As they watched Loras exit the tent, Oberyn rubbed his hands together and smirked. It is evident that he pales in comparison to his brother. Whether it be Valerion or Garland, he need not concern himself with such comparisons. Leon chuckled softly. The Targaryen lineage had already been established. With Valerion having sustained a broken leg during his contest with Oberyn, and Garland being designated as the official heir, Loras was merely superfluous, still mourning the loss of Beric. No doubt. Just then, the tent flaps were lifted, and Count Abel of Silver Mountain, draped in a lion's skin cloak, entered and knelt before Leon. "Abel, I need you to send your men into the west. No need for an offensive. Rather, persuade those knights. My amnesty and promises remain valid. If you are unable to sway them, ascertain the distribution of the enemy forces in the west." Leon instructed Abel, for the vanguard had become stalled. And with the fierce resistance in the west, he required intelligence on the enemy's strength. The surrendered knights of the west would serve as the most ideal scouts. "Yes, my liege," the newly appointed Count of Silver Mountain acquiesced to Leon's command. The scouts, composed of knights from the west, infiltrated enemy territory to persuade various lower-ranking knights while gathering intelligence on enemy movements, ultimately relaying their findings back to Leon. Thanks to the reports provided by these scouts, Leon gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the west. However, a question soon emerged in his mind. The west was indeed undergoing a widespread resistance. While the nobility had already been marked for bounty, the knights lacked the heads of noblemen as a token of allegiance, and thus were compelled to resist. But what motivated the common folk to rise up? A robust force of resistance prevailed in the west, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Although the quality of troops was low, moreover, scouts within the vanguard reported that an indeterminate number of wildlings were launching attacks against them. Wildlings are a particularly unique group in Westeros, having defied noble rule and retreated into the deep wilderness, living on the fringes of civilization. They inhabit the lands north of the Red Fork, especially in the icy expanses beyond the Wall in the north and the Moon Mountains of the Vale in the east. What, then, has prompted their presence in the west? The little demon was evidently not captured by Catelyn, thus he had never been taken to the eastern lands. How then? Could wild men appear among the forces of the west? Before Leonor could unravel these perplexing matters, he was confronted with a grave incident. His center army had come under attack, seemingly instigated by a faction of the West forces from Lannisport. Chapter 68. Night Raid. Amidst the howling winds of the night, a sudden clamor of battle cries erupted from outside the large tent. Leonor was startled by the sounds of chaos. Grasping a spiked mace, he saw Brienne clad in iron armor and Obara armed with a spear enter the tent. Outside, Obara's sister Nymeria and Trystane stood vigil, keeping watch. "Your Majesty, we are under assault," Brienne reported anxiously. "Obara, go assess the situation, but do not engage in battle. Return to me with your findings," Leonor commanded as he rose. "Yes," Brienne responded without hesitation, turning to exit the tent. "Nymeria and Trystane, come in and help me don my armor." "Are there other guards outside?" Leonor called, raising his voice upon realizing the cacophony of footsteps outside, clearly indicating that the night raid had startled many. He began to hear shouts proclaiming that the Lannisters had arrived. "There are," Obara replied, her expression revealing a mix of shock and disbelief at Leonor's sudden elevation in tone, as he had always treated them with kindness. Outside, the slender Nymeria and fair-skinned Trystane entered the tent, their faces betraying confusion. "What are you waiting for?" Leonor exclaimed, spreading his arms in frustration. Only then did the two sand snakes spring into action, retrieving armor to assist him. "Your Majesty," a voice called from outside. It was Daikon. "Daikon, run a circuit of the camp and assess the situation. Ensure all soldiers are at their posts. Those who dare to shout or run about recklessly shall be executed on the spot," Leonor commanded, allowing the two sand snakes to help him with his armor while addressing Daikon. "Yes." The young Tarly accepted the order and departed without entering the tent. "You too. Mount your horse. Anyone in the camp who shouts or runs around heedlessly, do not hesitate to skewer them with a spear," Leonor barked at the astonished Obara beside him. "Yes." The sand snake, now filled with purpose, swiftly exited the tent. Once the two sand snakes finished affixing his armor, Leonor shook off the tension and glanced at Nymeria and Trystane, who were both gazing at him in a trance. He felt a twinge of irritation at their apparent astonishment. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen me before?" In response to his query, the younger Trystane, with her pale complexion and blue eyes, averted her gaze, while Nymeria, equally fair but with gray eyes and braids, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Leonardo, upon witnessing the comical demeanor of two sand serpents, could not suppress a hearty laugh. He turned, donned a helmet, and secured it firmly, striding purposefully towards the tent exit. However, as he lifted the flap, he nearly collided with an approaching figure. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the newcomer, leaving them momentarily dazed. "Your Majesty, our flank has been attacked," Arad replied while shielding his face. "An attack is an attack. Summon the guards, bring my horse, and also my banner," ordered Leonardo. "Understood," Arad acknowledged, departing while still covering his face. "What of your weapons?" Leonardo inquired, glancing at Namelia and Trini behind him. In response to Leonardo's question, Namelia retrieved a long whip from behind her waist, while Trini produced a dagger. "This weapon is ineffective on the battlefield," Leonardo remarked, tossing his mace to Namelia. As Arad returned with the warhorse, Leonardo dismounted to hand Trini a trident. He then mounted his steed, drawing his bow and slinging arrows. "Raise the banner and let us proceed," Leonardo commanded, seated atop his horse, bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. He spurred the horse forward, circling twice, while Arad, still shielding his face, held the banner aloft behind him. A contingent of guards quickly assembled, though visibility was poor in the night. The gathering of troops instilled a sense of calm among the soldiers, especially upon seeing Leonardo, armored and bow in hand, alongside the crown stag banner, which solidified their morale. Before long, Daikon and Abaya, who had been dispatched for reconnaissance, galloped back to report on the campus situation. The left flank, guarded by Lorith, had been attacked by wild men and fully armored knights bearing a brown and white wild boar banner, scattering many of the riverbend knights. "It is the Crehi family of the Yenshi Hall. Have other camps encountered assaults?" Leonardo inquired, immediately recognizing the enemy by their banner. "The ruling family of the Yenshi Hall by the seaside." "No, Count Abel is calming the populace," Abaya informed Leonardo. "Excellent. Daikon, you will lead and ensure everyone remains composed. Instill courage but avoid recklessness," Leonardo instructed Daikon to oversee the camp. "Of course." Daikon nodded vigorously. "Brenny, Abaya, Arad, along with Namelia and Trini, gather 50 more guards. Everyone mount your horses and accompany me to the southern encampment." Once the required personnel had assembled, Leonardo, waving the royal banner signifying his status, advanced towards the left flank where the cacophony of battle was most pronounced, flames already illuminating the chaos. The left camp had been besieged in the night, thrown into disarray as the enemy surged forward, and amidst the flickering light of burning tents and bonfires, an unknown number of foes advanced, with most riverbend knights fleeing in panic, leaving only a few brave souls to resist. "I am Leonardo Bilashian. Everyone gather here." Leonardo, witnessing the tumultuous scene, felt a surge of anger. Drawing his bow, he swiftly dispatched a knight raider on horseback, urging the disoriented crowd to coalesce. On the battlefield, the knights of Riverbend, in a state of utter confusion, instinctively turned their gazes towards the source of a commanding voice. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Leonor, clad in full armor and astride a magnificent steed, alongside the regal crown stag banner that fluttered behind him, a sense of resolve washed over them. Those who were inclined to resist began to rally, while others gravitated towards him. The knights within the encampment beheld Leonor, as did the enemy forces engaged in a nocturnal raid. A cluster of 30 to 40 knights began to shake off their foes and surge towards his direction. "Abaya, take 10 men and charge through their ranks," Leonor commanded, his red and white bow pointed decisively at the gathering adversaries, instructing his strongest ally, the Sand Serpent, to lead the charge. "Yes," Abaya responded promptly, spurring her warhorse forward, leading her contingent of 10 cavalrymen directly at Leonor's aim. In a mere exchange, they shattered the enemy's formation. At the moment Abaya breached the small enemy contingent, additional foes on horseback began to converge, and a banner of a black and white wild boar on a brown field emerged from the shadows, rallying more fully armored knights to press forward, aggressively driving the Riverbend knights back toward Leonor's royal standard. In the depths of night, the brownfield wild boar banner faced off against the yellow crown stag banner across the distance, with both flags accumulating knights beneath them, poised for a final clash. Leonor, seated beneath his banner, surveyed the bustling throng ahead. His mastery of spiritual cultivation allowed his vision to pierce the darkness. However, the sheer number of foes obscured the identity of their leader. Drawing a heavy, three-pronged arrow, he called out into the night, "Sir Krihek." He recalled that the noble lineage of the Hall of the Rice Chicken bore the surname Krihek, though the current head of the family had slipped his mind. Yet, invoking Sir Krihek was undoubtedly correct. Whoever responded would be met with an arrow, severing their head, allowing Leonor to charge forth with renewed vigor. Leonor's strategy was astutely conceived. Yet alas, his call for Cersei garnered no reply from the opposing ranks, which instead intensified their gathering, preparing to charge. Observing the enemy's consolidation, Leonor glanced around him. Abaya, who had been dispatched to charge, was now returning with her men. He had around 50 knights at his disposal, with several more from Riverbend joining, but many were unarmed and without armor, rendering victory implausible. A plan was imperative. Leonor refocused on the opposing force, witnessing the surging crowd. Although he could discern amidst the darkness, he could not identify the Krehek patriarch. However, his gaze landed on the brown-field wild boar banner amidst the throng, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Drawing his bow to its full arc, he aimed at the standard bearer. With a swift release, the heavy arrow flew. A muted grunt echoed through the night as the fully armored knight bearing the banner was struck in the chest and fell from his mount, the black and white wild boar banner slipping from his grasp and drifting to the ground. The knights of the Hall of the Rice Chicken, who had gathered momentum in preparation for their charge, were momentarily stunned as they witnessed the banner descend above them, charge forward and annihilate them. Leonor shot the standard bearer, raising his red and white longbow, and with a resonant neigh, his steed galloped ahead. Onward. Obadiah raised her spear, and Brienne wielded her sword. The two surged ahead to guard Leonor's flanks. Following closely were 50 guards, including Namelia and Tyrion, while the Knights of the Riverbend, initially slow to react, soon caught the fervor. Though they lacked steeds, those armed seized their weapons, while the unarmed picked up stones to join the charge. Hesitation would mean certain death at the hands of the approaching enemy. The Knights of the Young Rooster Hall, bereft of their banner's guidance, found their momentum halted, only to be swiftly scattered by Leonor's countercharge, plunging into disarray amidst the darkness. Some knights attempted to retrieve the fallen standard, still yearning to resist. Protected by Obadiah and Brienne, Leonor, upon spotting a knight striving to raise the banner anew, swiftly loosed an arrow that pierced his throat. Eliminate him, Leonor commanded, and without hesitation, Obadiah spurred her horse forward, skewering the knight through the chest with her spear. Brienne remained steadfast by Leonor's side, raising her great sword, Ice, to cleave another approaching knight in twain, seizing a long spear from his grasp. Hand it to me, Leonor instructed, securing the longbow on his person and taking the spear from Brienne, tucking it under his arm as he charged towards Obadiah. With great effort, Obadiah dislodged the knight from her spear, stamping the black and white boar banner beneath her steed's hoofs, brandishing the spear to intimidate the nearby Knights of Young Rooster Hall until Leonor and Brienne crashed through. The Knights of Young Rooster Hall, having amassed their forces, were once more dispersed. Now they could do naught but retreat in small clusters, devoid of any lingering attachment. Do not pursue, Leonor called out as he observed their withdrawal. Brienne, go find Loras and summon him to me. At once, Brienne affirmed, nodding as she set off to locate him. Raise my royal banner here, Leonor commanded, gesturing with his spear for Allard to plant the banner securely. Meanwhile, he rode back and forth beneath it, directing the guards to regroup and tend to the wounded knights. Before long, Brienne returned, accompanied by Loras, whose armor was disheveled and stained with blood. Are you injured? Leonor inquired as he approached Loras. No. Loras replied with a flush of embarrassment. The blood was not his own. Do not fret. Every warrior faces adversity at times. The attackers were the Knights of Young Rooster Hall, led by Krek. We shall have our chance to challenge and slay him in due course, Leonor encouraged. Indeed. Loras nodded vigorously. Having consoled Loras, Leonor resumed his efforts to restore order. As the sun crested the horizon, it revealed the devastation wrought upon his camp, with 6 or 7/10 of it destroyed and many knights fallen. The assault had not only come from the Knights of Young Rooster Hall, but also from numerous wild men clad in fur and iron. Most of the wild men were slain on the spot, while a small number were captured, granting Leonor the opportunity to interrogate them. From where do you hail, wild men? The burly Abaya, suppressing her discomfort, lowered her head and inquired of the disheveled figure before her, who exuded a scent more akin to a beast than a human. From the Moonlight Mountains, the Moon People tribe, replied the wild man captive in a somewhat peculiar form of common tongue. Why did you choose to join the army of the West? Leonor settled onto a small stool, resting his hands upon his knees, as behind him, Namelia, Tyrenia, Brenny, and Arad held his helmet, bow, and mace at the ready. The half-men promised us that if we aided them, they would help us reclaim our land. The wild man bared his yellowed teeth, his expression tinged with indignation. Half-men? What manner of being is that? Abaya furrowed her brow in confusion. Tyrion Lannister. Is not a half-man simply a dwarf? Leonor mentioned a name, observing the wild man's perplexity, and proceeded to describe him. Indeed, he stands only half our height. The wild man nodded, thus explaining the term half-man. If I were to set you free, would you still assist them? Leonor waved a hand, signaling Abaya to step aside. as he directly questioned the wild man. No, they do not keep their promises. They pledged to fight alongside us but fled instead. Kawawa despises them. The wild man's expression twisted with rage as he denounced the knights of the West who disregarded the lives of their comrades. Kawawa, is that your name? Leonor chuckled at the wild man's name. Kawawa is simply Kawawa. The wild man huffed in frustration. Then will you still engage us in battle? Leonor inquired with a smile. No more fighting. Kawawa wishes to return home. The wild man Kawawa appeared disheartened, recognizing that they could not possibly contend against those clad in iron armor, even if they too were similarly equipped. All wild men who are willing to swear an oath to no longer ally with the Lannisters and cease hostilities against us shall be released. Leonor decreed regarding the treatment of the wild men. Chapter 70. The church's conditions when dawn broke. The detailed tally of casualties was compiled. The coalition had lost over 400 knights, with many more unaccounted for, originally numbering 5,000. Their forces now dwindled to a mere 2,800 knights and 1,000 infantry. As for the Hall of the Cocks, Leonor had his men scour the battlefield, recovering only around 80 corpses. The toll from the nighttime assault was staggering. Should the people of the West continue to engage in such tactics, their ranks may soon prove unsustainable. Leonor summoned 2,000 knights from Deep Hollow to bolster their numbers, subsequently adjusting their strategic plans to hasten their advance toward Lannisterport, while vigorously dismantling the fortifications and estates along the way, all the while awaiting Randor's positioning on their flank. In their fervent clearing of the minor strongholds and manors, the knights also captured a considerable number of Westland civilians. These civilians joined the resistance with unwavering resolve, though their combat was often chaotic, and they harbored a profound fear of the knights. Following the demise of their lords and knights, they all opted for flight or surrender. Leonor exhibited a chilling demeanor towards the nobility and knights, yet displayed a remarkable leniency towards the common folk. When he interrogated the peasant captives from the Westerlands about their motivations for joining the war, aside from a scant few resolute in their commitment to defend their homeland, the majority responded with a bewildered, "I don't know. It was the bishop who said so. The clergy instructed us to act thus. The 7 demanded it." Their confusion was palpable, but one could surmise that their enlistment in the conflict was fueled by the fervent influence of religious authority. In Westeros, the worship of the 7, the gods of the Undulls, is an undeniable force. They constitute the mainstream societal culture and are the very foundation of chivalric ideals. The commoners, though outwardly submissive to the noble knights, harbored disdain in their hearts, yet they exhibited unreserved obedience to the divine. Thus, the involvement of 7 clergy could indeed explicate the mobilization capabilities of the Westerlands. Leonor discerned the source of this heightened mobilization and promptly dispatched a raven to King's Landing, urging Vincent to negotiate with the High Septon regarding this matter. The raven flew forth and returned, bearing the church's response conveyed by Vincent. The church expressed its willingness to address the issue but stipulated certain conditions. First, they sought the prompt repayment of 1,600,000 golden dragons owed since the time of Robert. Second, they desired a seat at the upcoming royal council of the future king. Should the latter condition be met, the church would consider forgiving a portion of the debt. If a certain archbishop were appointed as the king's hand, they would absolve the entire debt. The clergy, though ostensibly pious, proved to be adept merchants, daring to exploit the situation to their advantage. Faced with the church's proposal, Leonor felt his teeth grind in frustration. Yet he suppressed his ire and composed a letter for Vincent, instructing him to engage with the church, repaying part of the debt while urging them to resolve the pressing issue. He resolved that once the conflict in the Westerlands concluded favorably, he would ensure the clergy would pay dearly for their opportunism. Thus, the raven traversed back and forth, exchanging letters and directives, a process that consumed nearly a week. Upon receiving a payment of 300,000 golden dragons, the church dispatched a raven, commanding all clergy in the Westerlands to cease their collaboration with the lords in inciting the commoners to join the fray, with offenders facing expulsion from the clergy. Simultaneously, the church sent forth several lower-ranking clergy and nuns to the front lines to assist in pacifying the populace and treating the wounded. With the church's support, Leonor's forces no longer faced vehement resistance from the military and civilians of the Westerlands. Furthermore, the wildlings he released, such as Kawawa, disseminated news, causing the tribes of the Moonlight Mountains to lose faith in the Westerlands and begin consolidating their clans to flee. Many knights from the Westerlands started to watch from the sidelines, detaching themselves from the main host of the Westerlands army. The prevailing sentiment was akin to a wall collapsing, prompting a rush of abandonment. Without the desperate resistance of the commoners and the disruptions from the wildlings, Leonor's army advanced with unstoppable momentum. Directly reaching the gates of Lannisport, he initially intended to engage in a decisive battle against the Westerlands forces at Lannisport. aiming to eradicate a substantial portion of their resistance and thereby alleviate the siege difficulties at Casterly Rock. However, upon his army's arrival, he was met with the city ablaze. Thick plumes of black smoke rising ominously into the sky. The Lannister family, resolute in their determination, withdrew all troops and set the city aflame, leaving nothing but desolation for Leonor. Those scoundrels! Leonor muttered curses as he beheld the inferno engulfing the city. The ruthlessness of the lions was indeed striking. Amidst the cries and chaos within Lannisport, many rushed to extinguish the flames, and Leonor found himself engulfed in indecision. His paramount task should be to command his forces northward to pursue the remnants of the Lannister army. Should fortune favor him, he might even breach Casterly Rock by overcoming these stragglers, thus circumventing the arduous siege. Yet, such an action would undoubtedly raze Lannisport to the ground, leaving countless people destitute. If he chose to remain, he might salvage a portion of Lannisport, but its inhabitants would hardly express gratitude. Instead, he would be burdened with a host of survivors requiring sustenance and support. Perhaps this was the very reason the Lannisters opted to incinerate the city. Damn it, Leonor cursed. Lamenting the Lannisters' stubbornness, could they not be a bit more foolish and allow him to eliminate them without resistance? What are you pondering? Oberyn rode alongside Leonor, inquiring why he had yet to issue orders to advance northward, as there remained an opportunity to catch some of the fleeing troops. Loras and Abar lead 2,000 knights to the north in pursuit. The infantry shall remain and assist me in extinguishing the flames. Dispatch some mounted retainers back to Deepwood Motte for provisions, and send word via ravens to King's Landing, Highgarden, and Sunspear, requesting they transport supplies to Lannisport by sea. Leonor commanded his aide, Allard, who promptly set off to relay the orders, his eyes bright with purpose. Meanwhile, Deacon stood by, holding the banner in attendance. Your Grace, please accompany me into the city to oversee the firefighting efforts, Leonor requested of Oberyn. Saving the city holds little significance now, Oberyn advised. Chasing after them may prove futile. The defenses of Casterly Rock are formidable and cannot be breached swiftly. We require this location as a logistical hub. Leonor conveniently crafted a rationale that seemed plausible. Oberyn was poised to counter, but upon reflection, he realized Leonor had a point. We must govern the Westerlands post-conflict. Our previous actions have been decidedly unwelcoming. Preserving this place could convey to the common folk that we do not come to destroy them. Leonor presented yet another justification. Then what are we waiting for? Oberyn was persuaded. It made sense, and thus they resolved to act. Let your sand snakes stand guard while my infantry attends to the flames. The wind is currently blowing from the southeast. Dismantle the structures in that direction to halt the spread of the fire. Leonor glanced at the situation within the city and began issuing a series of firefighting orders. Chapter 71. Castle Rock after an entire day and night of effort. Leonor organized his infantry to tear down walls and demolish buildings, creating a firebreak on the downwind side of the city. They successfully contained the flames, preserving nearly half of the city, while the other half remained engulfed in flames. The fire raged for 3 days without abating, fortunately. The residents of Lannisport were relatively friendly towards Leonor and his men, refraining from any excessive actions. Leonor also distributed a portion of food to the homeless residents and awarded each participating infantryman and sand snake 2 golden dragons as a gesture of consolation. Meanwhile, the knights he dispatched failed to catch up with the Lannisters, returning to Castle Rock with their tails between their legs. However, news from Randor was promising. He had successfully captured Saphasfeld and had united with the notorious Duke of Winterfell, Rust Bolton, who was pillaging within the Westerlands. On the continent of Westeros, replete with architectural marvels, Castle Rock stands alongside the Storm's End, a bastion against the White Walkers of the north, and the legendary Tower of Oldtown. Unlike Storm's End or the Red Keep, this fortress was constructed directly within a massive rock formation, with the mountain serving as its walls and the caverns as its dwellings. On a high slope outside Castle Rock, Leonor rode alongside Oberyn, followed by Obara, Brienne, and others, all gazing at the colossal structure in the distance. Leonor, seeing the castle that loomed like a giant by the seaside, could not help but exclaim, "We have a battle ahead of us. If there were no challenge at all, what do you think the Lannister family relies on to establish their foothold in this land?" Oberyn scoffed. How did the Lannisters seize this from House Casterly? Leonor inhaled deeply, intending to draw wisdom from history. Castle Rock was not originally the domain of House Lannister. It once belonged to a family known as Casterly. The clever ancestor of the Lannisters, Lane, took it from the Casterlys and founded the Lannister lineage we know today. There are several legends surrounding this tale, most of which suggest that Lane planted his seed within the womb of a Casterly woman, conquering the land through childbirth. Would you care to try? Oberyn seized the opportunity to tease Leonor with a crude joke, though Leonor seemed indifferent to such matters. I have no interest in Lannister women, Leonor replied dismissively. Just so long as you do not lack interest in women altogether, Oberyn remarked, casting a glance at Nymeria and Tyranny behind them. Leonor rolled his eyes at Oberyn, who often enjoyed making jokes about the opposite sex, and continued to survey the fortress, asking, and what of Aegon? How did Targaryen conquer this place? Through dragons? No. It was the Lannister family that sought their own demise. At that time, King Loren of Casterly Rock dispatched troops to form an alliance with House Mern of the Reach, engaging in battle against Aegon I in the northern reaches of the Riverlands. Aegon I, mounted upon his three-headed dragon, entered the battlefield, and the main forces were annihilated by dragonfire, leading to the surrender of the Lannister family. Upon hearing of the three-headed dragon's arrival, Leonor foresaw the inevitable outcome. Yet, he was reminded of a particular thought. Daenerys also possessed a three-headed dragon. It is worth noting that he was currently waging war in the Westerlands, frequently proclaiming that either he or the Lannisters would emerge alive, but in truth, he and Daenerys Targaryen, seemed destined to be in a similar predicament. On the continent of Westeros, most houses could kneel and submit to Daenerys, with the sole exception being House Baratheon. Daenerys would never accept the rebellious Baratheons. Thus a confrontation between them was inevitable. Daenerys also commanded 3 dragons, and if he struggled against a mere shadow assassin, what could he do when faced with those 3 dragons? What are you pondering? Oberyn inquired, noticing Leonor's sudden silence. Curiosity piqued about what thoughts occupied his mind. Nothing at all, Leonor replied, snapping back to the moment. But just as he was about to respond, the sound of galloping hooves echoed around him. Glancing towards the noise, he saw a cloud of dust rolling in from the slope below, where 2 flags fluttered. One was the Swift Hunter's banner of House Tarly, and the other, a pink flag emblazoned with a red human figure, its limbs and torso depicted in stark contrast, simple strokes yet vividly capturing the sinewy lines of a flayed living being. It is the people of the Dreadfort, Oberyn exclaimed. Are you not going to greet them? They are approaching, Leonor replied, averting his gaze from the flayed figure flag, as he held a disdain for the Dreadfort's inhabitants. As they conversed, the dust cloud reached the crest of the hill, the knights reining in their steeds. The last of the Tarleys, Lord Lando, clad in armor, dismounted upon seeing Leonor atop the hill, placing a hand upon his chest in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, Your Grace. Beside Lando, a tall man with long black hair, pale eyes, and smooth, pallid skin also dismounted, bowing alongside Lando and addressing Leonor as Your Grace. His soft-spoken manner starkly contrasting the usual brutishness of the North, eliciting astonished glances from Oberyn and the others. Thank you for making this journey. Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, Leonor said, turning his horse to face the gaunt, pale Roose Bolton, who maintained an air of arrogance. Serving the king is our duty. Roose replied, undeterred by Leonor's haughty demeanor, displaying a humility that was unexpected. The battles among the lords of the North have not been favorable. However, you are an exception. Leonor observed from atop his mount, his right hand resting at his waist as he scrutinized the expression of the Dreadfort's lord. Indeed, it is for the service of the king, Roose stated, revealing no hint of discomfort, affirming that as a loyal subject, it was only natural to fight valiantly for the king. Very well, I find you to be quite admirable, far surpassing the other lords of the North. Seeing the expression on Luspedon's face, Leonor revealed a satisfied demeanor and promptly dismounted from his horse. It is my honor, Luspedon reciprocated with a smile. Come, my Lord Bolton. Take a look at this magnificent city of Kaigang. Do you possess any effective strategies to conquer it? Leonor gestured for the elder Bolton to approach, pointing towards the distant coastal city of Kaigang, inquiring about methods to breach its defenses. My king, the grandeur of this city is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Perhaps only the Wall of Despair could rival it, and that fortress has never been breached, Luspedon softly replied, his pale eyes reflecting the colossal city by the sea. No viable options? Leonor frowned. Were it up to me, I would attempt to instill fear, compelling the city to surrender of its own accord. That is hardly a commendable approach, at least in my estimation, Leonor sighed, pursing his lips. This fellow is merely here to seek an alliance, proving to be of little utility. What about a blockade? Luspedon suggested in an attempt to appease. Futile, for Kaigang possesses ports that connect to the outside world. Leonor shook his head. Chapter 72. Little Rose on the hillside outside Kaigang. Leonor and his company deliberated for an extended period, but could not devise a suitable method to breach the city. The strategies proposed involved either besieging the city to starve its inhabitants into submission or enticing them to incite internal discord. Neither approach constituted a direct assault on the city's fortifications. The sheer might of Kaigang was overwhelming. Even if the Targaryens were to arrive with dragons, it is unlikely they could conquer this city without at least 50 of them. It appears that conventional tactics will not suffice, Leonor lamented. Realizing he would have to resort to unorthodox methods, a course he had initially wished to avoid. Do you possess unconventional strategies? Oberyn discerned the implication in Leonor's words. A few, Leonor acknowledged, though he refrained from elaborating, instead turning to Lando and speaking. My lord Lando, you shall organize all the troops. Yes. Lando Tully promptly bowed, awaiting the king's command. First, we shall lay siege. Leonor instructed Lando to encircle Kaigang. Very well. Lando Tully nodded again and then set off to execute the order. Kaigang is a city built upon a massive rocky promontory, perched by the seaside, with its back against the sunset sea. Outside the city lies a deep-sea trench serving as a moat, with only a solitary stone bridge providing access, in anticipation of Leonor's advancing forces. The Lannister clan had destroyed the stone bridge, casting the shattered remnants into the abyssal waters below, thus severing the sole route of egress. The enemies are unable to enter Kaigang, and the inhabitants are trapped within, helplessly observing as battalions gather upon the hillside. Lando Tully dutifully executed Leonor's orders, organizing the troops outside Kaigang and encircling the land routes, constructing an impenetrable encampment. Leonor commanded the coalition to encircle the city while he dispatched a raven back to King's Landing, instructing Dorrit to arrange for the transportation of his modified wildfire and purple thunder powder to the Westerlands. His unconventional siege method involved utilizing wildfire or gunpowder to blast open the gates of Casterly Rock. However, he was reluctant to cause significant damage to this architectural marvel or to mar the sight of his own coronation. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns for long. Soon, the requested purple thunder powder and modified wildfire were transported to Lannisport by ship. His timely intervention at Lannisport inadvertently expedited the army's logistics, as maritime transport proved more efficient than overland routes. In addition to the requested materials, the fleet also delivered siege engines such as ballistae, catapults, and a substantial supply of food and wine. Leonor assumed these were merely provisions for the troops and paid them little mind, directing that the ballistae and catapults be sent to the front lines for Randall to initiate a long-range assault on Casterly Rock, though he mandated that the troops must not engage in a direct siege and that they maintain a safe distance. What does His Majesty mean by this? Randall Tarly was bewildered upon receiving the orders and looked up at his son, who had delivered the message. I do not know. I dare not inquire, Daikon Tarly replied, shaking his head. Let us not speculate on the monarch's intentions. Since His Majesty has commanded it, we shall execute his orders without hesitation. Though Randall was filled with doubt, he reasoned that given the battle had progressed to this point, the king was certainly not one to act on a whim. He must have a comprehensive strategy that should not be recklessly second-guessed. Count of Casterly Rock diligently implemented Leonor's directives, dispatching men to erect the delivered ballistae and catapults, which relentlessly bombarded the gates and walls of Casterly Rock day and night. The fortress itself resembled a colossal mountain of rock. Atop it stood a watchtower, while the city walls were hewn from the mountainside, with the hollowed-out course serving as the palace. Apart from the city gates connecting to the land across a chasm, the entire structure was composed of solid stone. This unique construction allowed the city to withstand the searing flames of dragons. However, while a single stone hurled by machinery might not cause significant damage, repeated bombardments began to dislodge large sections of rock. As the ballistae pierced the stone, holes formed, gradually compromising the integrity of the once mighty walls. The coalition outside continued their assault with catapults and ballistae, and Leonor was equally proactive. He ground the modified wildfire and purple thunder powder into a fine powder and, under the cover of night, transported it from Lannisport to the front of Casterly Rock. He filled the holes created by the ballistae with this explosive mixture and compacted it with dry earth. After filling numerous holes in the walls of Casterly Rock with over 100 pounds of purple thunder powder and wildfire, Leonor calculated that half a month had elapsed since he besieged the city. On that day, having thoroughly completed his preparations, Leonor mounted a magnificent yellow steed and departed from Lannisport, escorted by the Sand Snake sisters, Brienne and Obara. He arrived at the military camp before Casterly Rock, intending to inspect the area and strategize for the impending siege. However, upon entering the camp, his demeanor soured. The brightly adorned encampment was rife with a lax atmosphere. Although most knights donned their armor, those on guard were engaged in idle chatter, while a larger group congregated at the center, captivated by a maiden in a green dress who was singing, "Oh, the young warriors! You have been immortalized in history." The girl in the green dress stood atop a short stool, her voice slightly ornate as she sang praises of the knights, who appeared engrossed in her performance, or at least pretended to be. Leonor observed the maiden, noting her age to be around 18 or 19, with chestnut hair and green eyes, undeniably enchanting and somewhat familiar. Since he had not mingled with any camp followers or courtesans, he inquired of his attendant, Daikon, who stood nearby. Who is she? She is Lady Margaery Tyrell. Daikon replied cautiously. Margaery Tyrell? Leonor exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder she seemed familiar. As Leonor and his guards watched from atop their steeds, Margaery had concluded her song, which extolled the valor of the knights. Upon finishing, she raised her tiny fists and, with fervent enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Brave warriors, trust your king. He shall not betray your expectations. Lannister has already fallen into our grasp, and you shall be rewarded with the city's downfall." Margaery's encouragement was not merely verbal. Her entourage produced bags filled with silver coins, enticing many knights to rush forward in a frenzy to seize the bounty. "This is a gesture of goodwill from me." Leonor recognized Margaery's intentions, yet he felt no elation at the prospect of having such a supportive ally. Instead, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of deliberation, he chose not to intervene in the chaos and signaled to Brienne and the others, "Let us go." As he spoke, he urged his horse forward, intending to seek counsel with the overseer, Lando. However, before he could spur his mount, a delicate voice called out, "Knights, please wait." Upon hearing the voice, Leonor turned to see Margaery, still clad in her green dress, clutching a handful of silver coins, parting the crowd as she approached him and his entourage, seemingly intent on bestowing her generosity upon him. "Do you not recognize me?" Leonor instinctively raised his gaze, remembering that he had come for an inspection and had not unfurled the royal banner. Yet, upon glimpsing Daikon Tarly behind him, his thoughts became as clear as glass. Given Margaery's character, how could she not recognize the heir of the esteemed Tarly family? It seemed she was orchestrating an unexpected encounter. Deep within Leonor's heart, akin to a mirror, he donned a smile as Marguerite approached. Without dismounting, he sat astride his horse, inclining his head toward the girl adorned in a green dress and white flowers, and spoke warmly. "Beautiful miss, do you seek my counsel?" "Ah, esteemed sir, I have yet to inquire your name." "How remiss of me," Marguerite replied, lowering her gaze before the striking man with raven hair and azure eyes. In a moment of apparent trepidation, she took a step back, her movements as graceful as a fawn, exuding the poise of a lady. Even clutching a handful of silver coins, seemingly prepared to offer them to Leonor and his companions. "Pray forgive me if I startled you. I am Leonor Balashin." Observing Marguerite's demeanor, Leonor ceased his jovial facade, straightened his posture atop his steed, and adopted a more austere tone. Numerous knights surrounded them, and upon witnessing Marguerite's startled reaction, some felt a surge of indignation and contemplated confronting her, even challenging her. However, upon hearing Leonor's name, they recoiled in surprise, their movements causing a stir. "Your Majesty, I am Margaery Tyrell, your future bride." Marguerite's expression mirrored her initial shock, yet she maintained an air of grace, asserting her identity and her forthcoming role. Seated high upon his horse, instilled with fear by the assembly of knights and the presence of a beautiful maiden, one would expect a typical man to feel a sense of accomplishment. Yet, Leonor found no satisfaction in this moment, fully aware that it was merely a facade constructed by Marguerite to curry favor. "What a duplicitous woman," Leonor concluded, harboring no fondness for the one who had nearly become his sister-in-law. Nevertheless, considering the support of House Tyrell, he offered her a nod. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Marguerite. Once you have concluded your affairs, I implore you to depart the encampment immediately. Our wedding shall commence following the fall of Casterly Rock." "Indeed, your Majesty," Marguerite replied, bowing her head to conceal her expression from Leonor. "Very well, you may disperse." Leonor gestured to the knights, signaling their departure. As they stood together, distinctions became apparent. The boorish among them jostled their companions, while the more courteous offered a bow before departing. One particularly foolish knight discreetly spat, mistakenly believing he was unseen. Leonor took note of the knight's behavior, dismissing it with indifference, and chose not to regard the small rows. Once all had vacated, he sought out Lando. Upon finding Lando at the foot of Casterly Rock, he was clad not in armor but in a fitting dark green tunic, personally directing 3 trebuchets and 18 ballistae targeting the castle walls, causing rocks to tumble from the opposing mountainside. "Lord Lando, cease fire," Leonor commanded decisively. "Your Majesty?" Lando responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You have one day to organize the entire army in preparation for the final assault." Leonor lifted his gaze to the sky. It was still morning, and the final assault could commence the following day. "What?" Lando exclaimed in astonishment. "The walls have yet to be breached, and we are already planning the final assault?" Confused, Leonor furrowed his brow. "Yes, your Majesty." Lando quickly regained his composure, and promptly set off to rally the lords and nobles to prepare their forces. Leonor watched Blando depart, casually gesturing to the soldiers present, "Cease your activities. Today, you shall rest." With that, he paid no further attention to them and turned to prepare his armor for the impending battle. That night, Blando returned once more to report on the preparations for the offensive. He had assembled 1,000 of the strongest and bravest knights, equipping them with great swords, short swords, and plate armor, as well as a considerable number of small boats and ladders, intending to launch a simultaneous assault from both sea and land on Kagan City. Excellent. Encourage those knights, Leonor declared. My promise remains unchanged. The first to raise the Lion's Roar banner shall be rewarded with 100 households and 3,000 golden dragons. Leonor also announced a flag reward. Yes. Blando replied eagerly, though after a moment of silence, he hesitated and gazed at Leonor's composed expression. Unable to contain himself, he ventured. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my impertinence, but the walls of Kagan City have not yet been breached. Do you intend to launch a direct assault from the sea? I appreciate your trust, Leonor replied with a smile, finding it amusing that the Earl of Guling could hold back his questions until now. However, I shall not disclose my plans. You need only prepare for the siege. I will ensure the walls are opened for you tomorrow. Very well. Blando, seeing Leonor's reluctance to reveal his secrets, fell silent and departed. After he left, the tent flaps parted, and Namelia and Tyranny entered, each carrying Leonor's black armor. Come here. Leonor opened his arms, allowing Namelia and Tyranny to assist him in donning his attire, first putting on the chainmail, followed by the plate armor, fastening the shoulder guards, and finally securing the skirt armor. My Majesty, how do you intend to breach the walls of Kagan City? Namelia asked as she adjusted the skirt armor, her right hand subtly exploring between Leonor's legs, teasingly brushing against his hidden desires while looking up at him in inquiry. Yes, Leonor replied, casting a glance at Namelia's exotic visage, a slight smile gracing his lips, unaffected by her playful gestures. Namelia attempted to adopt the soft demeanor typical of noble women, yet found herself unable to utter the words of supplication she wished to convey, no matter how many times she rehearsed them in her mind. Instead, she felt her arms tighten as she was effortlessly lifted off the ground by Leonor. He grasped her arms and pulled her close, pressing his lips to hers with an overwhelming assertiveness. Namelia was taken aback, while Tyranny, witnessing the unfolding scene, discreetly halted her actions and stepped aside, observing as Namelia transitioned from unfamiliarity to reciprocation. However, when Namelia finally reached out to embrace Leonor, he released her instead. Tomorrow shall reveal all. Leonor swiftly pulled away from Namelia, who clung to him like a succubus siphoning vitality, leaving the blushing sand serpent to witness the unfolding drama. What do you consider me? Namelia inquired, wiping her lips. A lover. Do you still wish to be queen? Leonor replied without hesitation. And if I do? Namelia asked. Then you may have to wait, Leonor responded, his gaze slightly askew, blurring the line between jest and reality. Wait for how long? Do you truly intend for me to become queen? Namelia felt that Leonor was jesting. Do you think I care about your status as a bastardy? To me, it means little, Leonor proclaimed, weaving dreams for the sand serpent. Chapter 74. The Broken City. That night, Leonor spent his time affectionately embracing Namelia, indulging in tender moments. It was not that he lacked the desire to engage in more, but he dared not squander his energy on a woman before the impending battle. After all, the battlefield offered no mercy. As the sun rose once more over the eastern ridge, the atmosphere within the camp grew fervent. Perhaps it was the anticipation of the final confrontation, or perhaps mere flirtation with the opposite sex. Despite a sleepless night, Leonor felt invigorated. Upon reaching the front lines, he remained spirited, cradling the seven-pointed star hammer in his arms, eventually arriving at the command post of Blandr. Your Majesty, when the drums resonate here and your royal banner ascends, it shall signal the commencement of our grand assault. Blandr indicated towards the 7 war drums surrounding the command platform, along with the central flagpole. Leonor cast a glance at the bare flagpole and the muscular men standing bare-chested before each drum, nodding slightly. He then gazed at the brilliant dawn on the horizon, raising the hammer in his arms, directing its head towards the distant Kagan City. As Leonor pointed the hammer forward, Blandr, perplexed, hesitated on whether to issue the attack order. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the earth violently, causing him to instinctively shrink his head. When he dared to look again, he stood frozen in awe. The once mighty Kagan fortress, akin to a slumbering giant, trembled as if stretching its body, cracking into countless fragments. The mountains, which served as walls, shattered under the thunderous noise, spewing forth purple and green flames from the fissures, while white smoke and fire propelled debris into the sky. Dust and smoke coalesced into a mushroom cloud, ascending majestically into the air, a spectacle that astonished not only Blandir and the entire army, but even Lu Nor himself. As the dust settled, it revealed that half of Kagan City had utterly collapsed, exposing its hollow interior, adorned with golden palaces and countless crimson banners of roaring lions. When the smoking stones fell upon the ground and sea, creating a tremendous sound, it jolted everyone, including Blandir, back to their senses. Lenore, startled by the explosion yet maintaining his composure, surveyed the crumbled half of Kagan City and, feeling a twinge of regret, commanded Blandir, "What are you waiting for? Heaven bless our king, heaven bless our king." Landau regained his composure, raising the sword in his hand and shouting loudly to rally the spirits of all around him. He then commanded the raising of the flag and the beating of the drums. The rhythmic sound of the drums resounded as the bright yellow banner, embroidered with a crown and a stag, ascended into the air. The signal of the flag and battle drums conveyed the order for a full-scale assault. Before the dust-laden walls of Kayan City, 400 knights, who had long been on standby, immediately launched their attack. The armored knights approached Kayan City, setting up wooden ladders over the moat that served as a defensive barrier. One by one, they traversed this perilous obstacle, advancing towards the crumbling city walls. Stepping over debris to enter the city, Landau had prepared 1,000 men, with 400 attacking from the front, while the remaining 600 waited with small boats at the side, ready to flank the city from the hidden cave harbor at the base of the mountain. Their meticulous planning was tragically undermined by the fact that the front wall had been breached by gunpowder. The front line of 400 encountered little resistance as they surged into the city. It was only when these soldiers had entered that Landau realized the situation and loudly summoned the second and third waves of assault troops. He instructed the infantry to clear the path while the knights galloped into the city. The knights boarding the small boats on either side were also ordered to initiate their attack, preventing the defenders from having any time to respond. Within Kayan City, fierce battle cries and the clash of swords erupted moments later. Leonor, accompanied by Brienne and others, mounted their steeds and followed the third wave of warriors into the city, where the fighting was intensifying. The defenders within the city numbered no more than 10,000, primarily consisting of Lannister relatives and diehard loyalists. Excluding the elderly, the weak, and women, no more than 6,000 were capable of wielding swords. They relied on the terrain of Kayan City to engage in street battles, gradually retreating until they found themselves at the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes served as the core stronghold within Kayan City, a palace constructed of gold. When the walls of Kayan City were breached, it was the most prominent structure visible, renowned even across the narrow sea. The hall was admired not only for its opulence but also for the hundreds of suits of armor displayed within, belonging to Lannister family members and their close kin who had fallen valiantly in battle. Nobles and knights from the Seven Kingdoms and beyond held it in reverence. But today it would run red with blood. Leonor followed the army to the front of the Hall of Heroes, witnessing the halls adorned with vibrant red banners and carpets, yet found the interior devoid of armor, save for a few hundred wooden racks that once held the suits. Perhaps all the armor was now donned by Lannister warriors. Those armors held value only when worn. Their presence alone was but an empty shell. The struggle continued fiercely before the hall as armored knights clashed with Lannister soldiers, pressing tightly against one another, armor against armor, leaving little room to wield their great swords, forcing them to resort to short blades in the chaos. In the midst of a tumultuous battlefield, as the crowd surged with unrest, a mighty roar pierced the air, compelling the warriors on either side to part ways. A white steed burst forth from the Hall of Heroes, bearing upon its back a resplendent figure clad in golden armor, a golden cloak billowing behind him, and a lion helm gleaming in the sun. This illustrious man brandished a great sword, cleaving a path through the throng before him, and reined in his horse before the army of Leono, declaring, "I am Tywin Lannister, Leono Baratheon, Leono Baratheon, Leono Baratheon." Tywin, adorned in his radiant golden armor, called out thrice, silencing the battlefield as all eyes turned toward Leono, clad in black armor with a visor shielded, positioned at the rear of his forces. Behind him the banner of the crowned stag unfurled, guided by the collective gaze of the gathered warriors in the yellow banner. Tywin pointed his great sword toward Leono. "Leono Baratheon, if you wish to preserve the honor of your ancestors, accept my challenge to duel. It is your son who should step forth to contest, not you, old man." Leono, observing the elderly Tywin who resembled a golden saint, internally scoffed while reaching for Brienne beside him, who bore the great sword ice. Such a duel could not be declined unless he were absent from the scene. Tywin Lannister. A commanding roar halted Leono's actions. It emanated from behind him, from Oberyn. "I am Oberyn Martell, and in the name of Queen Nymeria, you shall pay for my sister's death." Dressed in a suit of overlapping metal plates and leather, Oberyn rode a magnificent black steed. Challenging Tywin in retribution for the blood of his sister, Elia Martell. Chapter 75 concludes. Oberyn, under the guise of avenging his sister, wasted no time awaiting Tywin's response. Brandishing a spear as he galloped into the fray, charging directly at the saintly Tywin. Unprepared for such an unexpected challenge from Dorne's Red Viper, Tywin had no choice but to mount his steed and engage in battle. As Oberyn and Tywin confronted one another in single combat before their respective armies, others in Leono's ranks could no longer remain passive. Clad in floral armor and topped with a pointed helm, Loras Tyrell rode forth, brandishing his sword and declaring loudly, "I am Loras Tyrell of Highgarden, and before the seven gods, I challenge Roland Decree of the Reach." With Loras's call, a burly man with a thick beard emerged from the crowd, wielding a broadsword and round shield. He pushed aside the Lannister warriors blocking his path and approached Loras, striking his sword against his shield, proclaiming, "I am Roland Decree, Lord of the Reach, and in the name of the seven gods, I accept your challenge." Upholding the chivalric tradition of single combat, Loras dismounted gracefully, tossed his broadsword to a nearby squire, and took up a battle axe instead. Without further ado, he swung the axe overhead in a flourish, opting for action over words, launching into a fierce strike, only to be met by the opposing knight's shield. With a resounding thud, the axe blade cleaved into the surface of the shield. Roland Craig, not in his prime, bore an expression of exertion. Before he could retaliate, his shield was effortlessly yanked away by Loras with his axe. Retrieving the weapon, Loras struck again, forcing his opponent to hurriedly evade. A sudden whinny echoed in the arena as Oberyn pierced the neck of Tywin's steed with his spear, causing the golden-armored Tywin to tumble from his mount. Adorned in gleaming gold, even his cloak was woven with golden threads, rendering him immobile on horseback. Now dragged to the ground, his cloak pinned beneath a fallen horse, he found himself ensnared. Unlike Loras, Oberyn possessed little chivalry. He remained mounted, withdrawing his spear to strike Tywin's head, disorienting the old lion and knocking off his ruby-encrusted lion helm. Halt! A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd as the gilded armor of Jaime Lannister appeared from nowhere, swiftly severing the head of Oberyn's black steed, thereby rescuing his father. Foul play. A regicide. This is a duel. The crowd erupted in uproar, chastising Jaime Lannister for violating the rules of combat. Brienne and other knights vehemently condemned him, while Obara, at the side of Lena, nearly charged in with her spear, only to be restrained by Nymeria. In the midst of the tumult, though Jaime had intervened in the duel, he did not attack Oberyn but instead rushed to assist his father. However, Tywin, ungrateful, pushed him away. The old lion, having dismissed his son, seized his golden cloak and, with a swift motion of his sword, severed the bindings of the heavy, gleaming garment, liberating himself from its weight. Without uttering a word, he approached Oberyn once more, grasping the hilt of his sword, raising the great blade above his head to signal the continuation of their duel. "Give me a spear." Oberyn discarded his damaged spear and accepted the one tossed to him by Obara, resuming his battle with Tywin. Lena Valerion, in the name of the seven gods, I challenge you. Should you lose, you shall concede immediately. Witnessing his father's desperate struggle, Jaime, frantic, raised his sword to challenge Lena. "Hand it to me," Lena remarked to Brienne, seizing the great sword, ice, from her grasp. Feeling the lightness of the Valyrian steel, he leapt from his horse, striding forward to face Jaime Lannister. "Your armor shall adorn this hall, just you alone." Lena raised the great sword above his head, feinting twice to gauge the distance. Jaime Lannister remained silent, one hand gripping his sword while the other retrieved the round shield that Loras had previously knocked from Roland's grasp. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Jaime approached slowly, while Leonor's gaze remained fixed on the regicide. As Jaime drew within striking distance of the icy blade, Leonor wasted no time and swung his sword with fierce determination. The blade, adorned with countless etchings, descended. Yet Jaime did not raise his shield. Instead, he met the attack with his sword, keeping the shield close to his side, and charged directly at Leonor. A sharp clang resonated as half of the sword clattered to the ground. Jaime, shield in front, halted his advance and glanced down at the great sword that had sliced into his side. "To be frank, had you not challenged me, I had intended to drape you in a black cloak," Leonor remarked to the incredulous Jaime, who was not prepared to spare any Lannister save for this Jaime Lannister. The regicide remained silent, casting Leonor a look of confusion. "You killed Aerys too, and I discovered the wildfire he concealed beneath King's Landing," Leonor explained, revealing that his decision to spare Jaime's life was rooted in consideration for the citizens of King's Landing. Jaime Lannister furrowed his brow, feeling a sharp pain in his side. But before he could utter a word, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, and his dimming vision reflected the sight of a headless corpse clad in gilded armor. "You squandered your opportunity," Leonor stated impassively as he withdrew the cold steel, shaking off the droplets of blood onto Jaime Lannister's handsome visage. Witnessing his son slain before him, beheaded no less, the old lion Tywin could no longer withstand Oberyn's relentless assault. He was struck down once more by a spear, collapsing to the ground. Yearning to crawl towards his son's lifeless body, only to be pinned down by a foot on his back. Blood for blood, Oberyn declared, smiling gently as he poised his spear, plunging it through the back of Tywin's head, emerging from his throat. With the deaths of the Lannister father and son, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd, turning their attention to the final duel between Roland and Loras, who were now engaged in a second bout. Roland discarded his shield, relying solely on his sword to parry against Loras, who wielded a battle axe. Under the weight of the crowd's gaze, the pressure on the Lord of House Ironwood intensified, while Loras, seemingly invigorated, unleashed a flurry of blows with his axe, each more ferocious than the last. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the axe cleaved down, shattering Roland's metal helm and sending fragments soaring, as the master of Jaime Lannister, Roland Cregan, was decisively slain by the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. Except for those bearing the name Lannister, all others would be spared. Leonor, witnessing the triumphant conclusion of the 3 duels, brought an end to this conflict, absolving the remaining inhabitants of Casterly Rock from death, thereby diminishing unnecessary resistance and bloodshed. His path to kingship would not lack for bones, with the Lannisters of Casterly Rock as the first, yet certainly not the last. Chapter 76. Titles. As the majority of warriors within Casterly Rock laid down their arms, the army commenced the purging of the Lannister remnants, who were cornered and still resisting, capturing surrendered soldiers along with the old, weak, and women, subjecting them to scrutiny, either to be executed or granted mercy. The lifeless bodies of Cersei Lannister and her 3 children were discovered in the Stone Garden. According to her maid's report, Cersei had poisoned Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella with mercury, thereby also ending her own life. Once confirmed, they shall be buried. Leonor sat upon the golden steps of the Hall of Heroes, listening to Alaric's report, dismissively gesturing with his hand, too weary to cast even a glance. After Alaric departed, Deacon approached, addressing Leonor on the steps. Your Majesty, Duke Tyrell has arrived. Understood, please invite him in. Leonor straightened his posture, remaining seated on the golden steps for a moment, until he beheld Mace Tyrell approaching with a jovial gait, his ample belly swaying. Haha, Your Majesty. Why do you remain seated here? Lord Mace, from a distance, opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. My lord, what brings you here? Leonor shifted slightly to make room on the golden steps for Lord Mace. Unfazed, Mace plopped down beside Leonor and began chattering animatedly. What do you mean? What brings me here? Your Majesty, you speak too formally. Having achieved such a monumental victory, how could I refrain from attending? If I do not come, who will witness your coronation and wedding ceremony? Leonor chuckled softly, remaining silent, well aware that Mace's true intentions revolved around the coronation and marriage. You still intend to be crowned here, correct? Though this place lacks the grandeur of the Great September of Baelor, it holds its own significance. However, I believe it would be splendid to hold another wedding ceremony in King's Landing, allowing the common folk to partake in this joy. Mace fervently suggested that Leonor host weddings in both King's Landing and Casterly Rock. Such grand events require substantial funds, Leonor reminded him. Not to worry. We can cover the expenses, Mace assured confidently. Haha, if that is the case, I shall consider it later. For now, let us not dwell on it. Leonor silently chuckled, recognizing that he had recently dealt with the Lannisters, and now the Tyrells had come knocking. Truly, what a swift retribution. In pursuit of the Tyrell family's support, he agreed to uphold the pact with Renly Baratheon and the Reach, to wed Renly's betrothed, the Tyrell's little Rose, Marjorie. This arrangement was far more intricate than a mere marriage. Marjorie and the Tyrells were not unfamiliar with men and would not genuinely care for the title of queen. They were focused on the future power of the realm. The new round of the Game of Thrones had commenced. Leonor mentally cautioned himself, shaking off his reverie as he listened attentively to Mace's extravagant dialogue. In light of this, let us postpone the coronation and wedding at the Great September of Baelor for now. How are your preparations coming along? When do you intend to commence the ceremony? Under what title do you plan to be crowned? Who will serve as your crowner and witness? Have you brought the crown? Do you intend to marry in armor? Confronted with the inquiries of his inflatable fish father-in-law, Leonor found himself utterly bewildered. For the past few months, he had been ensnared in the tumult of power struggles and military campaigns, leaving him little energy to ponder such matters. Could it be that he had prepared nothing at all? The inflatable fish, taken aback by Leonor's perplexed expression, marveled that he could be so indifferent to such significant concerns. How could that be? Leonor chuckled nervously, replying, as for the matters you've mentioned, aside from the coronation title, I believe none of them are of great consequence. No. This is no trivial matter, Mace interjected, his demeanor turning serious as he corrected Leonor. How can this possibly be considered minor? Indeed, you are right, Leonor conceded. Unwilling to debate with Mace, who was his father-in-law and thus held a position of authority. Then tell me, what preparations have you made? Mace pressed on. I believe there is nothing wrong with the armor, Leonor replied. As for the crown, I have no idea where my brother Robert's crown is gone. It is lost. I think Tywin's golden armor could be melted down to form a crown. The sooner the coronation and wedding ceremonies occur, the better, with the most crucial aspect being the declaration of the coronation. Leonor answered methodically. How can you approach this so carelessly? Marjorie is my only daughter. She's the rose of our Tyrell family. You cannot be so indifferent, Mace said with a grave tone, delivering a lecture before suggesting, how about this? Allow me to take care of these matters for you. How could I impose such a burden upon you, my lord? Other matters may be manageable, but the coronation title is of paramount importance. It cannot be left to chance. What title do you wish for me to assume at my coronation? Leonor responded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Within the accepted legal framework of Westeros, the title of king is directly tied to the king's personal power and the claims of the realm. For instance, Daenerys frequently proclaims her extensive titles. Daenerys Stormborn, the Unburnt, Mother of Dragons, Queen of Meereen, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Queen of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, Ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm, Liberator, Breaker of Chains, and Princess of Dragonstone. Among these titles, some are attributed due to individual merit or achievement, while others signify claims over territories and realms. Daenerys' proclamations serve to demonstrate her resolve to reclaim Westeros and the Iron Throne. When Robert was crowned, he declared himself the king of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, as well as the protector of the realm. He also bore the titles of usurper, the demon of the trident, and the king of horse. Although the latter two were not to be spoken of freely, Leonor, intending to be crowned in Casterly Rock, could inherit the titles of king of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, along with the title of protector of the realm. However, he sought to gauge the reactions of the various lords across the realm through this event. The sole king of Westeros, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the guardian of the realm, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing Leonor solicit his opinion, Mace's interest was immediately piqued. This is an opportunity to elevate my status, to ensure that my future grandson, son of Marjorie and myself, inherits this title. Leonor, seeing through Mace's intentions, replied with a smile. That depends on the response from His Highness Oberyn and the North. He felt that such titles require widespread recognition. After all, self-proclamation is merely a politically charged declaration. It would be prudent to gauge the reactions of others first. Chapter 77, The Hall of Heroes. Mace Targaryen. Upon hearing Leonor mention Dorne and the North, likewise recognized the necessity of involving them in this matter. He sat upon the golden steps and clapped his knees. What are we waiting for? Observing Mace's eagerness, Leonor gestured for Daikon to notify the others and instructed Errol to bring in tables and chairs to prepare the discussion area. Within the resplendent Hall of Heroes, soldiers were continually clearing away the dead. By this moment, they had already removed several bodies, and the blood-soaked carpets were being taken away. Errol directed the soldiers to bring in furniture from elsewhere, hastily arranging food and drink to set the scene. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, resonating throughout the Hall of Heroes like a war drum, causing all soldiers engaged in setting up to halt their tasks. Even Leonor, seated on the steps, turned to glance upward at the source of the sound, which seemed to emanate from the very hall itself. Do not be alarmed. It is merely the sound of the tide. The Hall of Heroes is built by the seaside, and whenever the tide rises, such a noise reverberates through the entire structure. Mace, familiar with such occurrences, explained it to Leonor. Is that so? Leonor expressed his surprise, noting that the city of Casterly Rock is constructed within a grand stone mountain, adorned with gold within its halls. He had not anticipated that it could resonate with the tide in such a mystical manner. As the soldiers gradually acclimated to the situation and continued to prepare the venue, Leonor and Mace engaged in light conversation amidst the echoes of the hall. At that moment, Oberyn strode in confidently from outside, arms wide open, asking Leonor, "Does this not sound like the beating of war drums?" "You are aware of this," Leonor replied, somewhat taken aback, as he noted that Oberyn had never visited Casterly Rock. Had he? Of course, I have not mentioned it. But I once visited Casterly Rock with my sister. My mother sought to arrange a marriage between us and the Lannister twins, essentially, for me to wed Cersei, while my sister Elia would marry Jaime Lannister. As Oberyn spoke, a shadow of past regrets flickered across his face, and he felt fortunate that the Lannisters declined. Otherwise, he would have found it quite difficult to slay him. Your Highness, there is no need to dwell on the past. Let bygones be bygones. Though Leonor perceived Oberyn's casual demeanor, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Who said we ought not to reflect on the past? Oberyn casually selected a chair to sit upon, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Leonor on this matter. Speak, then. What brings you to summon me here? Your Highness. I possess a rather splendid idea that I wish to discuss with you. Mace clapped his hands on his belly, attempting to forge a closer rapport with Oberyn. A splendid idea? Oberyn raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at the jovial inflatable fish, yet he chose to conceal his doubts, adopting an expression of attentive curiosity. You see, during our sovereign's coronation, what title would be most appropriate? Mace initially inquired, then, without awaiting Oberyn's response, continued. To strengthen the bonds between our 7 kingdoms and deepen the friendship of our peoples, why not alter our king's title? How about the one true king of Westeros? Upon hearing Mace's monologue, Oberyn revealed a look of knowing amusement, yet he found it unworthy to engage further with the inflatable fish. Instead, directing his gaze toward Leonor. Is this your suggestion? Your Highness, this is a proposal from Lord Tyrell, Leonor hastily disclaimed, subtly indicating to Oberyn that he was under the influence of House Tyrell. Oberyn, you might consider sending a raven to Prince Daelon to ascertain his opinion on this matter. Mace attempted to persuade Oberyn further. No need to dispatch a raven. I can respond immediately, Lord Mace. This is utterly impossible. Your proposal will not garner the approval of the Dornish lords, and the northern lords will vehemently oppose it. If you doubt my words, feel free to send a raven yourself, Oberyn replied decisively. Now it was Mace who found himself at a loss for words. Titles and honorifics are trivial matters, my lord. I appreciate your consideration, he managed to say. Leonor, noticing Mace's discomfort, encouraged him not to dwell on it. Ha, I merely wish to secure you a commendable title. Mace responded, regaining his composure with a sheepish grin. Of course, I understand, and I am grateful for your suggestion, Your Highness, Leonor reassured Mace, also expressing gratitude toward Oberyn. Had it not been for Oberyn's staunch opposition, Mace might have indeed sent out the raven, and Leonor's probing could have precipitated a significant diplomatic incident. No need for that. Oberyn cast a penetrating glance at Leonor, wary of any lingering ambitions he might harbor, and added, do not entertain thoughts beyond your station. Simply focus on inheriting your brother Robert's title and sit upon the Iron Throne to receive fealty. Indeed, that is my intention, Leonor laughed heartily, adding, if a man has no dreams, how does he differ from a lifeless fish? It is not yet time for me. Let us hope so. Oberyn nodded, cautioning that should Leonor truly pursue the title of the sole king, he would likely find himself bereft of friends in the 7 kingdoms, including himself. Speaking of which, Your Highness, how do you intend to manage Casterly Rock? Leonor deftly shifted the topic. Casterly Rock. Oberyn was momentarily taken aback. Have you forgotten my proclamation? Tywin was indeed the one you personally eliminated. To put it in perspective, we find ourselves on your territory as your guests. A jest escaped from Leonor's lips. I cannot offer you fine wine. Oberyn retrieved a bottle of wine from the table and poured a glass, first handing it to Leonor. Leonor accepted the goblet, refraining from drinking directly, instead passing it to the awkwardly smiling mice, encouraging him to imbibe to ease the tension. Give me Casterly Rock. I shall find an heir among my children. I do not fancy remaining in one place. Oberyn then offered another glass of wine to Leonor, having accepted the city. Very well. Leonor complied with Oberyn's words, downing the wine in one gulp. If all goes as expected, this city should be designated as a dowry for Nymeria or Tristane, ultimately returning to his children, and thus to him. After some idle chatter, Oberyn drained a pitcher of wine, feeling unsatisfied, and ventured elsewhere in search of more. Once Oberyn departed, Mace and Leonor conferred further on matters of coronation and marriage before parting ways. Leonor bid farewell to both Oberyn and Mace, leaning back in his chair, eyes half closed, contemplating as the echo of the sea continued to resound within the Hall of Heroes. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, he opened his eyes to see Deacon approaching. What is it? Leonor inquired of the young Deacon. Your Majesty, I discovered something in Casterly Rock. Deacon appeared somewhat anxious. Oh? Leonor displayed a puzzled expression, wondering if the spoils found in Casterly Rock were gold. Chapter 78. The magical scroll. Leonor had anticipated that Deacon had unearthed some form of golden artifact, given that this locale was renowned for its gold mines. After all, Casterly Rock was even adorned with gold in its Hall of Heroes, where the very steps were made of gold. Stumbling upon any golden trinket would be entirely expected. He assumed Deacon would produce some eccentric golden knickknack, only to be surprised when the young man retrieved a scroll from behind his waist. What is this? Leonor queried, taken aback, as he accepted the scroll from the visibly anxious Deacon and unfurled it in his hands. The scroll was crafted from aged, brownish parchment, clearly of considerable antiquity. Upon opening it, colorful human figures were revealed, striking various intricate poses, seemingly depicting two men and a woman. Good heavens, is this a little royal illustration? Is this a wedding gift for me? Leonor nearly laughed, causing Deacon's face to flush crimson. Such illustrations were not uncommon in Westeros. They served as educational materials to impart knowledge of the sexes to future generations, often collected by nobility and knights. No, I found this in a room within the city. It doesn't seem like a book, Deacon stammered, his cheeks reddening. What does it resemble? Leonor retorted, glancing down at the parchment scroll in his hands. To him, these poses appeared refreshingly unconventional for the people of Westeros. Yet to his modern sensibilities, they were hardly remarkable. Like a magical scroll, Deacon summoned the courage to declare. On the Machon Novel Network, the magical scroll? Leonor lifted his head, astonished, realizing that the people of Westeros were somewhat naive. But surely they would not mistake such a trivial imperial chart for a tome of magic. Deacon Tarly nodded earnestly. He dared not reveal to Leonor that this scroll was not discovered in Casterly Rock, but rather unearthed from Horn Hill, said to originate from his forebear, the Hunter Heron, and the Horned Halathon. These two ancestors from Horn Hill were rumored to be descendants of Gals, the Green Hand of the Bay of Rivers. Brothers of the first king of the Bend. They constructed their own stronghold atop Horn Hill and wed the forest witches dwelling there. It was said that on each full moon, they would unite with the witches, thus gaining lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary men. This scroll has been passed down from these two brothers. In an effort to please the magic-inclined Leonor, Lando Tarly had taken out the family heirloom scroll, allowing Deacon to present it as a trophy to Leonor, thereby avoiding any suspicion from the Lord. This hardly resembled a magical scroll. Leonor suppressed a chuckle. It certainly looked like one. I have heard of the clever Lon, who allegedly lived to 312 years, fathering 100 sons and 100 daughters, all handsome and beautiful, robust and healthy. Deacon presented the rationale his father had prepared long ago. It seemed that the appearance of magical items delivered to him indicated that his fondness for magic was widely known. Let them think what they wished. Leonor had already been aware of some alchemical practices being observed. Knowing the Tarly family might be trying to curry favor with him, yet he felt no particular alarm. If all his interests were disregarded by the populace, it would render his kingship meaningless. Very well, consider this your wedding gift to me. Leonor waved his hand, unfurling the small imperial chart, preparing for a critical examination. Indeed, Deacon Tarly, understanding the cue, withdrew, allowing Leonor to scrutinize the magical scroll in peace. Leonor regarded the magical scroll with a discerning eye when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He noted that on the humanoid illustrations within the scroll, there were faint yet discernible markings upon the bodies of the two men and one woman, those marks appearing as red dots, placed at critical points such as the center of the forehead and the lower abdomen, interconnected by nearly imperceptible lines that seemed to pulse with their ecstatic movements. Hiss! As Leonor endeavored to clarify the path of those red dot markings, he could not help but gasp. This indeed resembled a genuine magical scroll. Moreover, it appeared to be a form of dual cultivation. In the realm of the sun god, dual cultivation exists, encompassing both martial and mystical arts. Among the mystical arts, there is the concept of divine intercourse, where souls entwine to foster thoughts and alter temperament, while the martial arts vary from the shallow, which manipulates chi and blood to refine muscles, to the profound, which encompasses the principles of channel development. The more Leonor scrutinized, the more he felt breathless. The item brought by Deacon seemed to be authentic. Although it appeared somewhat crude and primitive, the ancient and esoteric nature of the red dot lines, nearly worn away with time, suggested a sense of soul entanglement, coupled with the subtle principles of corporeal channels. If this scroll indeed belongs to the clever Lon, then the legends can be substantiated to some extent. The claims of being 312 years old with 200 offspring may be exaggerated. However, living a long life with numerous descendants is entirely plausible, as these aspects are precisely enhanced by the dual cultivation technique. The more Leonor pondered upon it, the more he felt it was possible. He meticulously studied the magical scroll in his hands, noting the key points of its mystical essence, before snapping it shut with a decisive gesture. Namelia. Leonor rose and beckoned his female guard. Namelia, along with Tyranny, Abaya, and Brenny, had been by Leonor's side. While he conversed with Mace and Oberon, they had been distracted by the echoes of the ocean resonating within the Hall of Heroes, paying little attention to the scroll that Deacon had presented to Leonor. At this moment, upon being summoned, the sand serpent, with a cute expression, pointed to herself with her index finger, questioning if she was the one being sought. Namelia, come here. I have matters to discuss with you, Leonor affirmed with a nod. Namelia, uncertain of what Leonor wished to converse about, approached him boldly, allowing him to take her hand. You all stay here and rest. There's no need to follow us, Leonor instructed as he led Namilia away, simultaneously halting Tyranny, Abaya, and Brenny from following. Your Majesty. The earnest Brenny was puzzled by Leonor's urgency and was about to inquire when a robust black hand grasped her. Listen to His Majesty. Abaya, the elder sister of the Sand Serpents, sensed something amiss and did not wish for this rough and unsightly stormy woman to disrupt her sister's good fortune. Brenny, where's your home? The sweet-voiced Tyranny, noticing her elder sister's harsh demeanor, attempted to divert Brenny's attention with conversation. The Twilight Hall of Tarsus Island. Brenny, feeling disgruntled by the stout-handed Abaya, nonetheless responded favorably to the fair and charming Tyranny. Does it produce sapphires? Tyranny asked with a cheerful grin. Why do you think so? Brenny queried, somewhat perplexed, for the Twilight Hall was quite impoverished, not situated at a crucial shipping route, nor endowed with rich mineral resources. Why would one assume it produced sapphires? Because your eyes resemble sapphires. Tyranny's remark left Brenny momentarily speechless, followed swiftly by a blush. Chapter 79. Discussion. Leonor had never been one to indulge in frivolous pursuits. He was simply eager to verify the dual cultivation technique he had gleaned from the magical scroll. However, after leading Namilia through various locales in Kaijin City, he discovered that no matter where they went, there were always people around, leaving no privacy for him and Namilia. Where are you taking me? Namilia allowed Leonor to guide her, initially feeling a hint of anticipation with her heart racing. Yet, as he led her east and west without pause, her curiosity began to swell. Haha, I merely wish to take you for a stroll, Leonor composed himself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to admit he was seeking a place for intimacy, thus fabricating a casual excuse. Then why not let Brenny and the others come along? Namilia tilted her head, pondering if she had misunderstood the situation. Was this fellow not desiring to sleep with her? He wished to spend a moment alone with her. Remarking on the softness of her hand, Leonor immediately took hold of Namilia's petite hand, which, unlike the hands of a seasoned warrior, felt delightfully tender. Is that so? I frequently wield weapons, and my palms often bear the marks of wear, Namilia replied, somewhat surprised, glancing at her own palm. Although her hands were relatively delicate, they bore calluses from the frequent handling of arms. That must be quite arduous, Leonor remarked, examining her palm more closely. Indeed, there were slight calluses present, albeit not prominently. And combined with Namilia's fair complexion, it appeared to stem from a lack of diligence in her training. However, it would be unwise to mention this at that moment. Yes, my father is very strict with us. He asserts that only weapons are our true companions, Namilia said, nodding vigorously. The prince speaks the truth. Yet his training for you is excessively harsh. How can one treat girls in such a manner? Leonor expressed a hint of reproach. The once delicate hands, now adorned with calluses, certainly detracted from their tactile allure. What should be the treatment of girls, then? Namilia inquired with intrigue. Girls, well, I cannot say for certain. Leonor hesitated, unwilling to suggest that beauty alone suffices. Indeed, while beauty may be desirable, not every man can afford to cherish a woman who embodies beauty alone. There exists a myriad of beauties. Is that so? Namilia elongated her tone. Every girl possesses her unique charm, much like you, Leonor responded, regaining his composure. He found himself unable to locate a discreet rendezvous for their romantic inclinations, nor could he summon the audacity attributed to the noble class, who seemed to find impromptu places to shed their garments. Thus, he relinquished the notion of pursuing intimacy with Namilia for the moment, opting instead to kindle their emotional connection. While the Tao Sutra did not provide explicit methods for dual cultivation, it did mention fundamental concepts regarding the communion of souls. The more mutual affection there was during such communion, the more profound the effects, thus emphasizing the importance of nurturing one's emotions with sensory stimulation as a complement. As Leonor eloquently whispered sweet nothings to Namilia, fostering their emotional bond, the soldiers of Kaijin City diligently cleared the entire realm of all remnants of battle, collecting the bodies for identification and incinerating those unclaimed, scattering their ashes into the sea to prevent them from becoming fodder for the undead. Once the bloodshed and ashes were cleared, the soldiers commenced adorning the city. The Tyrell family dispatched vessel after vessel from Highgarden, bringing forth bountiful blooms of every hue, their fragrances mingling to mask the sin of carnage, while vibrant drapes concealed the ruins. Despite the Tyrell family's wealth, their provisions fell short of fully embellishing Kaijin City. While there were ample crimson tapestries, there was an insufficiency of carpets to cover the entire Hall of Heroes. This predicament troubled Mace, who sought Leonor's counsel on whether alternative colors could serve as substitutes. No need for carpets. The Lannister banner is also a striking shade of crimson. It would serve splendidly as a floor covering, Leonor proposed, offering his solution. The lion standard of House Lannister, I find that quite agreeable, he concluded. Mace was initially apprehensive, for the Lannister family was among the most esteemed of the Seven Kingdoms. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Lannisters had been utterly eradicated, and their sigil of lions now adorned the floors of Casterly Rock, a display that only amplified their martial prowess. He deemed it unnecessary to seek the High Septon's presence. Lionel had decided against transporting the carpets and simultaneously proposed a matter of significance. Traditionally, a coronation required the involvement of the church's High Septon, symbolizing the divine right of kings. Have you changed your mind? Mace's eyes brightened. He had long desired to officiate Lionel's coronation and act as the witness to his vows. No, I wish to crown myself, Lionel replied, somewhat taken aback, dismissing Mace's well-intentioned offer. He had no desire to accept any divine right, let alone one bestowed by a mere mortal. Crown oneself? Mace's expression hardened. Such a notion was profoundly untraditional. Ultimately, it depends on your wishes, for not all the lords attending the ceremony are devout followers of the Seven. Lionel continued without waiting for Mace's response. Besides, I presume I shall also place the queen's crown upon Margaery myself? No? What does that imply? Bestowing the crown upon Margaery and crowning himself are two entirely different matters. Does he mean to say that if I oppose his self-crowning, he shall also refrain from crowning Margaery? Mace could not help but let his imagination wander upon hearing Lionel's words, wrestling internally with whether to express his faith in the Seven. My lord, if you believe this would offend tradition, then so be it. Lionel only sought a gesture of intent. Even if the High Septon crowned him, it would matter little, as he intended to settle accounts with the church afterward. If you desire it, then crown yourself. Mace ultimately relinquished his support for the church. After all, the greater Lionel's royal power, the more formidable the authority his future grandson would wield, thus enhancing the glory of House Tyrell. Then you are in support. I am most grateful, my lord father. You are truly the most understanding individual I have ever encountered. Upon hearing Mace's agreement, Lionel swiftly changed his tone, knowing that sweet words cost him nothing. Did he just call me father? Indeed, with Margaery wed to him, it is fitting he addresses me as such. I am the father-in-law of the king, after all. Mace was momentarily dazed by Lionel's address, his face lighting up with joy, though he soon regained his composure. Suppressing his delight, clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor. You must treat Margaery well, and most importantly, ensure she bears your children, many children. Only through this can the Baratheon line be revitalized. Your direct relatives are dwindling. Mace spoke earnestly. Children will certainly be born, but whether Margaery will be the one to bear them is uncertain. Lionel silently scoffed. If only Margaery were to bear his children, he would surely find himself constrained by the Tyrell relatives. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, continuing to flatter the esteemed Mace, whose pompous demeanor and rotund figure had become oddly endearing. Chapter 80. The Coronation, the Undulls, the Roiner, and the first men successively established numerous kingdoms on the lands south of the Wall in the north of Westeros. Through a series of fierce contests, they formed a coalition of 7 principal kingdoms: the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Westerlands, the Stormlands, Dorne, and the Reach, standing in mutual equilibrium. Aegon Targaryen, of Valyrian, arrived here, soaring across the vast expanse of Westeros upon his dragon, surveying the entirety of the continent and mapping it out. Ultimately, with the fire of his dragon, he unified the land, redistributing the fiefs of the 7 kingdoms. However, his realm lacked a definitive name, and the land has long been referred to simply as the 7 kingdoms or the realm of knights. Even Westeros was merely an obscure geographical term. Now, with the lords of the Westerlands, led by Casterly Rock, having been vanquished by Lannister, the name of the 7 kingdoms may soon be consigned to the annals of history, as a new nation is poised to emerge. As preparations reached fruition, the largely ruined Casterly Rock was adorned, its primary hues transformed into gold and crimson, the banners of the golden-crowned stag and the rich carpets dominating the cityscape. On the eve of the appointed day, the infamous Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, arrived as the last of the significant guests. The elderly matron paused outside the gates, gazing at what was once a giant, now shrouded in golden silk and royal banners, concealing the ravages of Casterly Rock. How lamentable! It was once so magnificent, now resembling a decayed apple. Olenna lamented the destruction wrought by Lannister upon the castle. Lord Mace, tasked with welcoming the guests, hurried over, his face a mask of trepidation and urgency. Enough. I am here. Must you fret so? Olenna replied, her expression laden with impatience. Apart from myself, are there no other guests yet to arrive? The lords of the north had not yet come. The Bronze Lord of Old Town, Yoren, had arrived, along with Edmure and Blackfish from Riverrun. And the formidable Lord Roose Bolton from the Dreff Fort was also present. But where are the Starks? Olenna inquired, her parched lips pursing in discontent. They have not come. Robb Stark is said to be injured and is currently dispatching men to the Riverlands in search of his father. The Stark whelps do not show us the respect we deserve. Olenna scoffed, her tone resolute. What does your son intend to do? He claims to be indifferent. He has long wished to commence the wedding. Frankly, I find that too hasty. A king's wedding must be grand. How can it lack the presence of nobles? Mace rambled on. You are a fool, Olenna retorted without reservation. Mother, please, Mace interjected, his expression turning plaintive. Why do you scold me? Am I not speaking the truth? Is His Majesty's word not valid? His army is right here, the best witnesses to his coronation and wedding. You, foolish boy, have delayed the ceremony for so long. Squandered untold riches and provisions merely to wait for a collection of gluttons. How could I have a son like you? Olenna lamented, her disappointment palpable. Yet, even in this situation, Mace, reprimanded by his mother, remained unperturbed. He had endured his fair share of scolding for various reasons. So be it. It is best to expedite the coronation ceremony. Olenna's expression was pained. The Tyrell family had borne all the expenses for this grand event. Grateful to the young king. His promises had granted the Highgarden grounds a reason to exempt them from military expenses, and Loras had slain Roland Crakehall in this war. According to their agreement, the Tyrells would acquire the Hall of the Chickens, so it was not a complete loss. Very well. Mace nodded eagerly. Once Olenna, the matriarch, took her place. The coronation ceremony in the city of Casterly Rock commenced. Barrels of wine were stacked high, and platters overflowed with generous portions of sausages and roasts, available for all to indulge. The rich aroma of food masked the scent of gunpowder, while the clamor drowned out the echoes of bloodshed. Within the resplendent Hall of Heroes, beneath the majestic golden banners, lords and knights from various regions gathered, their eyes fixed upon Leonor, standing upon a dais of gold. Clad in a black robe, adorned with a golden sash emblazoned with a crowned stag, he stood alongside a portly archbishop, their backs turned to the 7 colored drapes depicting the deities. As he received the gaze of the masses, the rotund archbishop, resembling a sphere, faced the assembled guests and proclaimed loudly, Today, we stand here, under the watchful eyes of the 7, to witness the ascension of Leonor Baratheon I as the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, guardian of the realm, prince of Summerhall, duke of Storm's End. Following this grand announcement, a servant approached with a wooden tray, upon which rested a red silk cloth holding a golden crown. This crown, fashioned in the style of a laurel wreath, was adorned with immense antlers and trees, featuring a 7-pointed star etched upon the forehead, surrounded by numerous rubies of varying sizes. This exquisite crown had been wrought from the infamous golden armor of Tywin, with the rubies pried from the eyes of the lion statues upon it. The corpulent archbishop lifted the crown with both hands, turning to Leonor and nodding slightly, signaling him to bow his head so that he might place the crown upon him. Ignoring the archbishop's gesture, Leonor scoffed inwardly, extending his right hand instead. Give it to me. Seeing Leonor's lack of cooperation, the archbishop sighed internally, surrendering the crown as planned. Taking the crown adorned with antlers, trees, and the 7 stars into his possession, Leonor stepped forward, facing the assembled lords and knights. Under their scrutiny, he raised the crown high above his head before slowly placing it upon his brow. I, Leonor Baratheon I, king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, guardian of the realm, prince of Summerhall, duke of Storm's End, do hereby swear my allegiance to the 7. In the name of the Father, I shall uphold justice within my realm. In the name of the Holy Mother, I shall ensure prosperity for my people. In the name of the Warrior, I shall fight to defend my nation. In the name of the Maiden, I shall protect all women. In the name of the Blacksmith, my kingdom shall reap the fruits of labor. In the name of the Wise Elder, I shall seek the wisdom that brings peace to the nation. In the name of the Stranger, as king, I shall stand unafraid before the future. The heralds in the great hall strained their cheeks to sound the 77 horns in unison, while a thunderous roar echoed through the Hall of Heroes, resonating with the crashing waves, the immense sound causing many soldiers within the city of Cayenne to pause in their tasks and gaze towards the Hall of Heroes. Amidst the horns, the tides, and the multitude of gazes from the surrounding lords and soldiers outside the city, Leonor felt an overwhelming surge within his heart, his spirit expanding boundlessly. Without the need for any visualization, his consciousness transcended his physical form, sweeping through every corner of the Hall of Heroes, and then extending outward, capturing the expressions of all within the city of Cayenne. In the breakthrough of Chapter 81, the path of the Holy Emperor, his spirit transcended not just one, but 2 realms, moving from the realm of manipulation into manifestation, directly reaching the state of embodiment. With only one final barrier remaining before crossing the boundary of life and death to attain the status of a ghostly immortal, with the nation as his essence, himself as the holy emperor, and the multitude as his thoughts. He embraced the governance of mountains and rivers, harmonizing all under the sun and moon. In his mind, Leonor recalled a phrase from the Tao Jing, suppressing the restless thoughts within him, gaining clarity regarding his situation. Realizing he had unknowingly embarked upon the path of the holy emperor, embodying the nation, in the world of the solar god. The cultivation of the Tao is primarily centered on the spirit and intent, revolving around the clarity of thought. Most practitioners in the world of the solar god focus on personal visualization and adjustment. However, there are also those who prioritize social practice. These individuals establish doctrines based on their own insights and conduct governance experiments within the nation, refraining from any form of spiritual manipulation, solely nurturing their spirits. When the day of successful governance arrives, they can project their spirits from their bodies, and at that moment, achieving the status of a ghostly immortal in a single day is but a trivial feat. Even crossing 6 thunder tribulations in one breath is within their grasp. The practitioners of the solar god world refer to this method of cultivation as the path of the holy emperor. For those who practice it are often leaders of the human factions in that world, revered as saints in Confucianism and as emperors among practitioners. By happenstance, Leonor has also stumbled upon this path of cultivation, from Wind Whisper Fortress and Red Fortress, to managing the Hall of the Midsummer, then to the front meetings, where he concealed his name and engaged in intrigue, until he seized the moment to rise, rallying his forces. All these actions served as a refinement of his spirit. And now, having conquered the city of Cayenne and successfully crowned himself, he stands before the multitude, a small trial of his capabilities, with thoughts flowing naturally and his spiritual realm achieved. In truth, he had previously been excessively reckless. Had it not been for his impatience in his youth at the Red Keep, where he recklessly allowed his spirit to stray, he would have mastered some practical spells. Instead, he merely tinkered with substances like purple thunder powder and black gold thread, all the while being wary of his frail spirit and never daring to venture forth without caution, fearing that a sudden encounter with lightning might shatter his soul. Had he been more patient, he might now be crowned as king, with his spirit breaking through to the realm of the ghostly immortals, liberated from the mortal bonds of life and death. However, in such a scenario, his unrefined body, unpurged of its impurities, would inevitably falter, causing his spirit to twist within, leading to a depletion of vitality, and he would surely perish on the spot. Such is the delicate balance of fate. In an instant, Leonor reflected upon his journey, letting out a deep sigh as he reigned in his expanding consciousness. He cast his gaze over the faces of everyone in the Hall of Heroes, absorbing their emotions of excitement and concern within his heart, regardless of distance. It felt as though he stood face to face with each of them, his thoughts penetrating deeply, with his spirit having ascended to the realm of possession. He no longer needed to visualize a sequence to extricate his essence. A mere thought allowed him to illuminate his surroundings, as if witnessed firsthand. Simultaneously, his spirit could attune itself to various corporeal forms, enabling him to inhabit animals or humans. This remarkable ability is known as shape-shifting within the magical framework of Westeros. Should he now seek out a small creature to experiment? As the notion of shape-shifting crossed his mind, Leonor felt a surge of eagerness, extending his consciousness once more to sweep over the stables filled with fine steeds and the birds soaring through the sky. If he so desired, he could seamlessly occupy the bodies of these small creatures, galloping or soaring through nature, surveying the vast landscapes through their eyes. Yet he decided against it. This was not the appropriate moment. Once again suppressing his restless yearning, Leonor withdrew his thoughts and stood resolutely in the hall, his gaze sweeping over the expectant Lord Mace below. He spoke, "Today, I come to pay homage to my brother's spirit, while also announcing significant news. I shall wed Lady Marjorie Tyrell, the daughter of Lord Mace of Highgarden, as my bride." A murmur rippled through the Hall of Heroes. Even though all present had anticipated this moment, the lords and nobles began to converse softly, like ripples across a lake, growing ever wider. Silence. Leonor's commanding voice echoed, instantly restoring tranquility to the hall. His every word and action carried an immense weight, impossible to ignore. "Lord Mace," Leonor continued, directing his attention to the noble seated below. "It is an honor, most esteemed your majesty," Mace replied, adorned in a green robe embroidered with golden roses. His brown beard styled upward like the horns of a young bull, exuding joy. The long-held aspirations of House Tyrell were on the verge of fulfillment. Mace eagerly extended his right arm to the beaming Marjorie beside him. Today, Marguerite donned an intricately styled golden gown, her chestnut hair elegantly arranged in an intricate bun, with 2 delicate curls framing her radiant face, enhancing her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor. With a modest smile, she took her father's, Mace's, arm, and under his guidance ascended the dais to stand before Leonor. Your Majesty, Marguerite Targaryen, she declared, lifting the hem of her gown in a courteous gesture. Beside her, a page presented a silver crown resting upon purple silk, a regal circlet prepared by House Targaryen. Crafted entirely of silver, it bore a floral design adorned with roses, each bloom encrusted with shimmering gems, reflecting the brilliance of the golden hall. Marguerite Targaryen, do you wish to become my bride? Leonor inquired, his gaze fixed upon the silver crown. I do, she replied. In the name of the Father, I shall be faithful to you, surpassing all others. Marguerite swore to Leonor in the names of the 7 gods, then posed a question in return. Your Majesty, do you wish to take me as your queen? I do. He affirmed, in the name of the Father, you shall be my queen, sharing in my glory. Leonor echoed his vows 7-fold, then took the silver rose crown from the page, raising it high. After a brief nod to the assembled guests, he placed it upon Marguerite's coiffure. Feeling the weight of the crown upon her head, even with her profound composure, Marguerite could not suppress her joy. Straightening up and gazing at Leonor with eyes brimming with affection. Come to my side, Leonor beckoned, inviting Marguerite to leave Mace and join him, signifying that she now belonged to him. As she transitioned from her father to Leonor, her identity transformed from daughter to wife, while Mace Targaryen completed his duty, stepping down from the platform and returning to the front of the crowd, standing beside the silver-haired Queen Olenna, his face still alight with joy, prompting a roll of the eyes from Lady Olenna. Once Mace had taken his place, a man with a crimson beard emerged from the throng. Addressing Leonor and Marguerite with a hand upon his chest, Your Majesties, I am Paxtradwin from the Isle of Green Pavilion, here to present my gifts to you and Queen Marguerite. Yesterday, in your name, my fleet seized Dragonstone, ousting the false King Stannis and capturing Princess Shireen Baratheon and the Night of the Storm, Davos Seaworth. The hall erupted once more into a cacophony of excitement.